Volume 1, Chapter 633. Today, a great bloodbath unleashed. Indeed, Qian Yi assessed, this individual, though of mediocre talent, possesses a tenacious and resolute character, making him well suited for the path of darkness. Guhan paid him no heed. Former sect master. A voice quavered from the crowd. Are you truly willing to disregard your status? To hell with status. With a thunderous roar, the broadsword was swung, unleashing a formidable and oppressive sword intent that descended upon him, instantly transforming him into a mist of crimson. You dare to encircle my junior brother. Yuan Zhengyang's voice dripped with murderous intent. Every last one of you must perish. To hell with your pretenses. To hell with your bullying. Whoever dares to harm my junior brother shall face annihilation. Lingya's arrival was no different. Old Yuan, upon witnessing this, Guming felt a weight settle in his heart. Have you lost your mind? Was I given permission to speak? With a swift motion, Yuan Zhengyang brandished his broadsword, his figure flickering as he cleaved downward. Do you think I merely speak of exterminating your entire clan? In an instant, the fabric of space shattered. Though it was but a single stroke, Guming summoned all his strength, but could not withstand the blow, once more sent hurtling through the air. And you lot. With a flourish, the broadsword pointed at the remaining individuals in the arena. You all encircled my junior brother. Had I arrived a moment later, the chicken elder would have suffered at your hands, and so would my junior brother. You all deserve death. With that, his figure flickered, arriving before the crowd in an instant. Former sect master, a trembling ascendant realm cultivator stammered. This is a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge he was your junior brother. This individual was the leader of a second-rate faction. Is that so? Yuan Zhengyang narrowed his eyes. What enmity exists between my junior brother and you? None whatsoever. Then you shall die. Boom. A torrent of sword intent descended, and the ascendant realm cultivator, not even uttering a sound, was obliterated into a cloud of blood. Speak. As he addressed another individual, he pointed the broadsword. Does my junior brother have enmity with you? That person felt a chill run down their spine. He harmed my fellow cultivators from the southern realm. To hell with that. Yuan Zhengyang erupted with fury. The broadsword trembled and swiftly claimed that person's life. What kind of wretched scoundrels are you? Do you think I am unaware? Wong Wong Wong. Little Black barked incessantly. A lifelong nemesis. An absolute lifelong nemesis. Did the dog offend you? Do you have a perpetual vendetta against it? Senior brother. Witnessing Yuan Zhengyang's ferocity, Guhan anxiously called out. Rest assured, junior brother. Yuan Zhengyang waved his hand. The senior brother has merely grown old. It does not mean I cannot wield my sword. Those who participated in the encirclement of you today shall not escape. Senior brother. Guhan felt somewhat embarrassed. What I meant was the storage ring. Yuan Zhengyang paused. Junior brother, do not concern yourself with such matters. The Xuantian sect has its share of treasures. All shall be bestowed upon you. Oh dear. Lung Yushu shook her head. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Indeed. Guhan replied earnestly. Senior brother, that is precisely the reasoning. Yuan Zhengyang suddenly enlightened. I see. The Xuantian Sword Sect has encountered a tumultuous upheaval. My junior brother and elder Ji have been wandering for years, and now they find themselves humiliated by a mere cultivator from the distant Tian Nan realm. Their hardships over the years must have been unbearable. Otherwise, how could they have resorted to scavenging? A wave of sorrow washed over him. How could the illustrious Xuantian Sword Master have fallen to the depths of scavenging? After the pang of regret, a sense of solace emerged. My junior brother is resilient and resourceful. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards the remaining few ascended beings. You dare to bully my junior brother for his insufficient rank? Speak. What grievance do you hold against him? The group stammered, unable to articulate their reasoning. Hmph. Yuan Zhengyang was poised to deliver a lethal blow. Yuan sect master. They exclaimed, trembling in fear, hastily offering their storage rings. We are willing to atone. Is this all you offer? Yuan Zhengyang furrowed his brow, appalled. This is insufficient. Yuan sect master. What do you desire? Just name it. I demand your lives. With a thunderous strike, the sword intent descended, and they were instantly reduced to a crimson mist. Yuan Zhengyang then directed his sword towards Gu Tao, inquiring. Does my junior brother bear enmity with you? Yes. There is enmity. There is enmity. Gu Tao was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed. My son has perished, 2 of them. One was likely killed by him, and the other was indeed slain by him. The vengeance for a slain child is a debt that cannot be repaid. Is it wrong for me to seek retribution? If I do not avenge my son, I am unworthy of being a father. His words rang with conviction and fervor. Where are the witnesses? Yuan Zhengyang remained unmoved, scanning the crowd. Who has seen this? I. One individual stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Yuan Sect Master, I witnessed it. Puff. Before he could finish, he too erupted into a mist of blood. Once more I ask, who else has seen it? Yuan Zhengyang's eyes narrowed. Silence engulfed the scene. No one dared to speak. Hmph. Yuan Zhengyang fixed his gaze on Gu Tao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. So no one has seen this? You are slandering my junior brother. Gu Tao stammered, feeling the sword pointed at him. Though he yearned to refute, fear held him captive. He could only humbly concede. Perhaps I misjudged. Are you blind? Yuan Zhengyang roared in rage. If even an ascended cultivator can misinterpret, what is the purpose of your existence? With that, he struck down, reducing Gu Tao to blood mist. Of course, with the death of the man, the storage ring remained. Excellent, Qian Yi praised, recognizing not only his tenacity, but also his lack of rigidity. Such a talent, if turned to the demonic path, would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Gu Han remained indifferent to him. Boom, boom. As he spoke, Yuan Zhengyang's sword intent thickened and expanded exponentially. Puff, puff. With each soft sound, regardless of their cultivation level, all who were pressed by his sword intent perished. In an instant, over half of the hundreds surrounding Gu Han lay dead. Gulp. The 5 sword cultivators from the Xuantian Sword Sect swallowed hard. The sect master has gone mad with bloodlust. Yuan, old man, you are being excessively tyrannical. At this moment, Guming charged from a distance once more. With the imminent battle between the realms of Tian Nan and Gu Tsang, they were all elite members of the Tian Nan realm. What you are doing? Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Zhengyang struck again with his sword. A war? What does that have to do with me? My junior brother holds an esteemed position. His tone was sorrowful, like a tiger fallen to the plains. How dare you petty creatures bully him? Do you truly believe he stands alone? Guming nearly erupted in anger. Just 15 minutes ago, who could have known he was your junior brother? Bang, bang. With each word spoken, Yuan Zhengyang unleashed another sword strike. Each sword was identical, with the same momentum and intent. Even the movements were almost indistinguishable. Yet, Guming could not withstand it, and was utterly unable to counter. In his helplessness, he could only muster his strength to resist as best as he could. In the first volume, chapter 634, this girl is too foolish, unworthy of you. Within his sword, there lingered the shadow of a clumsy blade. Zhongming glanced at Gu Han, noting that this young man was indeed not very clever. Thus, he emulated that fool, dedicating his life to mastering a single sword, which ironically led him to a unique path. The name Clumsy Sword was well-deserved. Observing Guming being repeatedly forced back by Yuan Zhengyang, Gu Han remarked, "The reputation holds true. A unique approach, quite commendable." Qian Yi nodded, stating, "Sometimes, the simplest methods prove to be the most effective." Gu Han contemplated this statement, recalling someone had once told him, "Who? A madman, not sure if he still lives. If that man is still alive," Qian Yi warned, "he will undoubtedly be your greatest rival." Gu Han did not deny this. Luo Wushuang is indeed quite formidable. Bang! At this moment, Yuan Zhengyang struck again, shattering the formidable force surrounding Guming, leaving him pale and slightly injured. My junior brother, he gritted his teeth, has fallen to the level of scavenging. And you still dare to bully him. Gu Han thought that Yuan Zhengyang seemed to have misunderstood something. Retreat. However, Yuan Zhengyang only grew more furious and heartbroken. With a wave of his hand, a token fell before the 5 sword cultivators, instructing, "Yu Ming, assemble the disciples and annihilate the Gu family, leaving not a single one alive. I want them to know the consequences of provoking my junior brother." Yes, yes. The 5 did not dare to say more, their figures flashing away in an instant. Confirmed. Qian Yi spoke with certainty. This individual was decisive in his actions, his methods were exceptional, and his temperament was commendable. He was indeed a natural-born cultivator of the demonic arts. What a pity. What swordsmanship could he practice? He lacked talent and should have pursued the demonic path, where his achievements would surely surpass those of sword cultivators. Gu Han noted that in Qian Yi's mind, every exceptional individual must delve into the demonic arts, albeit always slightly inferior to him. Master, he continued to disregard Qian Yi. Puzzled, my senior brother is not foolish. That is the present. Zhongming shook his head. He was not like this back in the Xuantian Great Domain. Gu Han pondered deeply. Faced with the complexities of the Tian Nan realm, if Yuan Zhengyang did not adapt, he would never have attained his current status and methods. Environment truly has the power to transform a person. How dare you? Gu Ming's eyes blazed with fury. I will annihilate the Feiyun sect. All companions of the Yuan Demon Palace have been slain. Today, the master, Yuan Zhengyang, raised his broadsword once more, declaring that even if the revered Lingyang master appeared, he would still slay him. His fury intensified with each word, causing the sword in his hand to tremble violently. With a thunderous roar, he swung his sword with all his might at Gu Ming. Gu Ming turned and fled. He could no longer concern himself with the Gu family. If he did not escape now, he could very well be cleaved in two by Yuan Zhengyang right here. Flee! Yuan Zhengyang let out a furious laugh. Today, I shall surely slay you. As he prepared to pursue, a thought struck him, causing his brow to furrow. By the way, who has acquired the Kuan Ling relic? It was I, junior brother, replied Lung Yushu weakly. Yuan Zhengyang turned his gaze towards Gu Han, realizing that this relic was a treasure of the Tao. Now that it was in her possession, if he desired it, his senior brother could. I have no enmity with him, Lung Yushu exclaimed, nearly in tears. Senior brother. Gu Han felt a tightness in his chest. It was inappropriate to seize a woman's belongings. Junior brother makes a valid point. Yuan Zhengyang pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems I have misjudged. Reflecting on the exploits of Yuan Zhengyang, he felt further reassured. After all, it was a lineage of compassion, and his junior brother also had a tender heart. How about this? He glanced at Lung Yushu, finding her acceptable enough. You, girl, are rather passable in appearance and possess a genuine heart. You could barely match my junior brother. Why don't you follow him? Consider this treasure as your dowry, and I shall discuss it further with the master. Gu Han's eyes brightened at this. Your senior brother is truly fated to be with this esteemed one. We must cultivate the demonic arts. Ha! What fate! Gu Han cursed inwardly. Senior brother. He could not reveal the truth and hastily concocted a flimsy excuse. This woman is a bit foolish. I do not fancy her. Jianyi. Lung Yushu. Indeed, considering Lung Yushu's reputation, Yuan Zhengyang seemed contemplative. Junior brother, you are astute. This girl is clearly clumsy and lacks wit. Allowing her to accompany you would be a disservice. Gu Han sighed. Enough. We shall discuss this matter later. Yuan Zhengyang looked into the distance, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Junior brother, wait here for a moment. I shall return promptly after taking his head. With that, he vanished, swiftly breaking through layers of space in pursuit of Gu Ming. Senior brother. Gu Han let out a gentle sigh. This call of senior brother was sincere. Once Yuan Zhengyang departed, the remaining 100 or so individuals felt a wave of relief wash over them and hurriedly fled. At that moment, Hmph roared, its form expanding mightily, transforming into a towering figure. With eyes glowing ominously, it directly obstructed their escape route. Having been subjected to Yuan Zhengyang's rampant slaughter, the highest ranking among them was now merely at the ascension stage, trembling in fear. One of them forced himself to look at Gu Han and said, We were blind and have offended you. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. Might you show mercy and spare us? Spare you? Gu Han collected his thoughts and replied coolly. What reason do you have? Is that not enough? A figure with reddened eyes gazed intently at Gu Han, lamenting the multitude of lives extinguished by his hand. The former sect master has already claimed countless lives. Surely, the bitterness should have subsided by now. Must you truly pursue a path of total annihilation, leaving no room for mercy? With a hint of mockery, Qianyi interjected, What did I say? First, Gu Han replied coolly, You cannot kill me. It is not a matter of desire but of capability. Second, had I implored you to show restraint before my senior brother arrived, would you have obliged? Undoubtedly not. He shook his head. Not only would you refuse, but you would also seek to humiliate me first, deliberating on how best to end my life. With a preference for cruelty, am I correct? Silence enveloped the room, as his words rang true. Another voice, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, In the end, you have not perished. Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Indeed, Gu Han replied, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Allowing your deaths to be less brutal is the greatest kindness I can extend to you. With that proclamation, a tremendous force emanated from Hmph, engulfing all remaining individuals within its insatiable maw. The sound of crunching echoed, sending shivers down spines. Suddenly, Hmph, with an expression of distaste, expelled a mass of mangled flesh. Unpalatable. Zhongming lamented, Alas, ever since he had that fish soup, my dog has become picky. Chapter 635. Dear Junior Brother. As Xiao He unleashed its fury, only Gu Han and Lung Yushu remained alive in the vicinity. Naturally, there was no longer a need for pretense. His fate was sealed. Observing Gu Han's gaze follow the departing Yuan Zhengyang, she whispered telepathically, Gu Ming is merely at the 6th level of the free realm, far inferior to the former sect master. From what I understand, though the former sect master has devoted himself to cultivation over the years and seldom intervenes. Even if the others united against him, they would find him insurmountable. As for our master, you need not worry. Given his injuries, he is unable to intervene. Moreover, you know his disposition well enough. He wouldn't bat an eye even if the entire Tian Nan realm were to fall. Gu Han fell silent for a moment, casting a profound glance at her. It seems you are discerning my thoughts? Naturally, Lung Yushu nodded. I have no qualms about you knowing this. Cooperation between us requires the foundation of honesty. Indeed, Gu Han agreed, acknowledging that transparency was essential to their alliance. Qian Yi, intrigued, remarked, Is this honesty of yours sincere? Gu Han's expression darkened. That is none of your concern. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. You can hear our telepathy while I converse with her? It is not difficult. Qian Yi explained. It is primarily because I currently inhabit your body. Thus I am effectively a co-master of this vessel. That is not the point. Gu Han's expression grew even more somber. If you can hear our thoughts, is there any secret left between us? There never was. Qian Yi scoffed. Besides, do you think I relish eavesdropping? It is she, indeed. This esteemed one wishes to further explore the vulnerabilities of the exquisite 9 apertures. Should it be another? And you beseech me, I would be disinclined to listen. Absolutely not. Gu Han declared decisively. Let us establish 2 rules. Eavesdropping is forbidden. Is it not merely one rule? From this moment forth, Gu Han's expression darkened, revealing a second rule. Who cares? Qian Yi scoffed, turning her attention to the golden seal for further examination. Moreover, Lung Yushu continued to transmit thoughts, indicating that with the former sect master present, your desire to venture into the ancient Song realm would be effortlessly fulfilled. As the passage is guarded by the ancestor of the Feiyun sect, who would not dare provoke the former sect master. Understood. Gu Han nodded. The matter at Lingya rests in your hands. I comprehend. Lung Yushu gazed towards the heavens, stating calmly, This may be my finest opportunity, as well as my final one. Boom, boom. Within the void, the clash between Lingya and Gu Chun had reached a fever pitch. As time elapsed, Gu Chun's figure had swelled to over 10 feet, his muscles bulging and tearing through his garments. Each punch he unleashed radiated with silver light, delivering immense force upon the jade glow enveloping Lingya. With the progression of battle, Gu Chun's sinewy muscles seemed to exhibit a tendency to regenerate, consequently amplifying the potency of his strikes. Opposite him, the jade light surrounding Lingya flickered perilously. Yet, it always seemed to lack just a fraction of strength, teetering on the brink of shattering. Despite being at a disadvantage, with each of Gu Chun's strikes, wisps of black energy would opportunistically seep into his body, causing considerable internal damage, though it remained unobservable on the surface. Enough. Having seemingly achieved his objective, the jade light surrounding Lingya dimmed as he retreated. At present, should you wish to slay me, it remains a strenuous endeavor. Boom. Gu Chun delivered another punch. Do you claim to strike when you wish and halt at your whim? Lingya swiftly withdrew, the jade light dispersing to counter this blow. Gu Chun, despite sustaining further injuries, maintained a facade of calm. There is no need for pretense. You are well aware that you cannot kill me at this juncture. Your presence here is not merely to explore the relics, but rather to engage in this battle. Am I correct in my assumption? Gu Chun remained silent, refraining from further attacks. In truth, Lingya continued, you intend to leverage this confrontation to elevate your Taihao secret art to its pinnacle, with the timing precisely 3 months hence. Your scheming is all too apparent to me. What say you? Gu Chun replied coolly. Are you afraid? Certainly not. Lingya shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his demeanor. You wish to take my life. Do I not wish to take yours? After years of conflict, I too have grown weary. It is time to reach a conclusion. Since you harbor this intention, I shall gladly oblige. 3 months hence, I will engage you in a true contest. It shall be the final battle, to determine supremacy and decide life and death. Just as Gu Chun was about to respond, sensing something, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance. Within the void, it was initially shrouded in darkness. Not far from the two figures, a faint yellow halo, resembling an egg, stretched for tens of thousands of miles, marking the boundary of the southern sky realm, as well as the celestial canopy above, rendering the two individuals minuscule, dwarfed by the enormity of the vast expanse. In comparison to the boundless void, the southern sky realm appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. At that moment, ripples began to undulate across the celestial curtain, as two silhouettes emerged, one after the other. The first figure appeared disheveled, seemingly missing an arm, while the second wielded a broad sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Ming and Yuan Zhengyang, as described by Lung Yushu, were locked in a pursuit where Ming, undoubtedly outmatched, attempted to plead and reason. Yet Yuan remained resolute in his intent to kill. With no other choice, Ming breached the celestial barrier, fleeing desperately. At this juncture, he was also at the end of his strength, at risk of being slain at any moment. "Master, I have sensed the aura of Lingya," he exclaimed joyfully, exhausting the last remnants of his cultivation to reach Lingya. "Master, save me." Boom. Just as he spoke, an overwhelming sword intent surged from behind, poised to strike Ming down. Zhengyang, Lingya furrowed his brow slightly and asked coolly, "What incites such fury?" As he spoke, a radiant light emanated from him, intercepting the lethal sword intent meant for Ming. However, in his current wounded state, it seemed somewhat taxing for him to deflect the peak sword intent of the free realm. "Master, Ancestor Gu," Yuan Zhengyang, brandishing his broadsword, approached the two men, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. He disregarded Ming, having already deemed him as good as dead. "Master." In an unexpected gesture, Gu Chun returned the courtesy. "Master." Ming continued to lament to Lingya. "Yuan Zhengyang has gone mad. Not only does he seek to kill me, but he also aims to annihilate the Gu family. All for an unknown junior brother who suddenly appeared." His words were vague. Nevertheless, Lingya had grasped the general sequence of events. "Zhengyang," he queried, "when did you acquire this junior brother?" "Half an hour ago," Yuan Zhengyang replied, maintaining an assertive demeanor before Lingya. "Indeed, he is my sworn junior brother. In the first volume, chapter 636, your senior brother will bring back something good." Lingya frowned slightly. Among the 5 masters of the free realm within the southern sky realm, Yuan Zhengyang was the most low-key and had made the fewest moves, yet he was, in truth, the strongest among them. His past was shrouded in mystery. It was known only that he had vanished for a time thousands of years ago, only to return transformed into the sword cultivator Yuan Zhengyang, no longer the inconspicuous and bullied young cultivator he once was. However, the specifics of his experiences and encounters had never been disclosed by Yuan Zhengyang to anyone. "Zhengyang," Lingya mused, "Ming's actions were unintentional. He was unaware that the individual was your junior brother. Could you show some leniency and let him go?" "Impossible." Yuan Zhengyang met his gaze, declaring, "This man must die." "You." Ming's eyes widened in fury. "Yuan Zhengyang, you are audacious. In front of the master, you dare?" "Zhengyang." Lingya interjected coolly, "What if I do not agree?" Boom. Yuan Zhengyang offered no reply, merely brandishing his broadsword, its edge glimmering ominously as he coldly stated, "Then I shall have no choice but to seek the master's judgment." "Very well." Suddenly, Gu Chun spoke, his tone filled with admiration. "The heavy sword conceals its edge, and true skill appears clumsy. Esteemed former sect leader, your broadsword is indeed exceptional." "Too kind," Gu Zongzhu, the former sect leader, replied. "Feel free to strike." Gu Chun glanced at Lingya, placing his hands behind his back, his imposing aura evident. "He cannot stop you." "Thank you." Yuan Zhengyang understood Gu Chun's intent. With resolute determination, his sword intent surged, and the broadsword descended upon Ming. "Master, save me, master. I am utterly loyal to you." In mere moments, Yuan Zhengyang had sheathed his sword, its blade once again dulled, now holding a severed head with wide-open eyes. Throughout the ordeal, Lingya remained silent, refraining from intervening. "Master." "Gu Zongzhu, I take my leave." He cupped his hands and prepared to depart. "Ah, wait." Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something, glancing at Lingya, hesitating to speak. Never mind. Ultimately, he held his tongue. A person as clever as his junior brother was indeed not suited for a fool like Lung Yushu. In the Tian Nan realm, as he departed, a glimmer of appreciation crossed Gu Chun's eyes. Ignoring Ji Wuyo, only this Yuan sect leader caught his attention. The rest were all petty individuals deserving of death. "Not a problem," Lingya replied calmly. In 3 months, if you kill me, you may dispose of anyone in the Tian Nan realm at your leisure. Humph. Guchen scoffed and turned to leave. Guchen. Suddenly, Lingya called him back, shifting the conversation. What is your opinion on the Dao fruit? Evil object. Guchen's tone was frigid. Evil, you say? Lingya chuckled lightly. It's not so simple. To you, it may be evil, but for those cultivators who cannot hope to break through, obtaining a Dao fruit would grant them greater power and longevity, an immense boon. Each person's circumstances vary, one cannot generalize. In years past, when the Alliance leader was present, there were intentions to eradicate this object from the Seven Realms Alliance. Yet he mysteriously disappeared. In retrospect, perhaps that was a blessing in disguise. You have no chance. Guchen suddenly turned, speaking earnestly. In 3 months, you will soon meet your demise. Even if more Dao fruits were to fall, they would no longer concern you. With that, he strode away, vanishing in an instant. No chance. Lingya gazed in the direction he had vanished, pondering. When the great battle arrives, the truth shall reveal itself. The 7 realms are too small, he mused. Once one reaches the Xiaoyao realm, unless one possesses a unique opportunity like Kunling, advancing further becomes exceedingly difficult. So many predecessors of the Xiaoyao realm ventured beyond the skies seeking breakthroughs. Did they truly succeed? Or rather, as he spoke, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, peering into the depths of boundless void. Did they truly escape? What lay before him remained shrouded in darkness. Yet within that darkness, a hint of green emerged, resembling a canopy that overshadowed the sun, a crown of trees far grander than anything in the Tian Nan realm. Staring for too long, an unsettling and eerie sensation began to take hold. Within the Tian Nan realm, a gurgling sound echoed. A head with wide-open eyes, still bearing traces of fear and unwillingness, rolled a few times before coming to rest at Guhan's feet. It was none other than Guming. Guhan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Yuan Zhengyang would truly execute Guming. It had taken less than an hour. Former sect master. Lung Yushu retreated a couple of steps in fright, timidly stating, "Rest assured, I will explain to my master." "No need," Yuan Zhengyang replied indifferently. "I killed him right in front of him." Guhan was secretly astonished. "Is my senior brother really this formidable?" "Junior brother." Yuan Zhengyang patted Guhan on the shoulder with a gentle smile. "I heard you are called Fuyulan." Coughing slightly, Guhan felt a bit awkward. "Senior brother. My name is Guhan." "Guhan." Yuan Zhengyang was taken aback, and his eyes turned red again. "Alas, I never expected you would be forced into hiding to the extent of adopting a false identity. It is truly despicable. Rest assured, senior brother will avenge you." Guhan grew increasingly uncomfortable. "Don't misunderstand." Zhongming shot a glance at Yuan Zhengyang. He simply did not wish to tarnish Guhan's name. "Why must you specifically adopt the name Fuyulan?" Lung Yushu blinked, a tinge of curiosity in her eyes. Zhongming scoffed. "Because that name has already reached its nadir of infamy." Recalling how he had been deceived by a chubby fellow back then, causing havoc in Zhongzhou, he felt a surge of anger. Lung Yushu appeared contemplative. "Given the current circumstances, it indeed seems to be the case." Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang, being straightforward and oblivious to the intricacies, sighed once more. "Rest assured, with your senior brother here, no one in the Seven Realms Alliance will harm you. And you will no longer be bullied. You need not endure the hardships of the past." "Senior brother," Guhan thought it inappropriate to deceive an honest person. "I haven't actually suffered that much." "Suffer what nonsense?" Qianyi grumbled. "No one lives more comfortably than I do." "Junior brother." Yuan Zhengyang assumed Guhan was merely trying to console him, his tone slightly reproachful. "Why speak falsehoods with your senior brother? This is too distant. Can't you see how much you have suffered? Besides, you've resorted to scavenging. How could life not be hard?" "Guhan, it's too complicated to explain. You should return to the Xuantian sect." Saying this, he handed Guhan a token and soared into the air once more. "Your senior brother will fetch some good things for you. Those scoundrels from Feiyun sect and Yuanma Palace cannot be allowed to get away with this." Wong. Wong Wong Wong. Upon hearing this, the little black dog, drooling over a pile of storage rings, erupted in fury, barking madly at Yuan Zhengyang's retreating figure. "I, little black, from this day forth, shall be at odds with anyone surnamed Yuan." Watching Yuan Zhengyang's departing silhouette, Guhan felt a warmth spread through his heart, secretly contemplating. This one is the eldest senior brother. Zuyang is the second senior brother. Yu Miao is the third senior sister. Feng Shi, my eldest senior sister, is simply too imposing. A unique case. Let us not count her. Your senior brother treats you very well, Lung Yushu suddenly interjected, an unusual glimmer of envy crossing her eyes. Guhan was taken aback. He could not comprehend why she would suddenly utter such a seemingly nonsensical remark. Miss Lung, recalling Mo Chanin's past, he was somewhat curious. By the way, before you became a disciple of Lingya, what was your identity? The cold rain, rarely silent, found this matter outside the scope of our collaboration. After a brief pause, she coldly replied to Guhan for the first time in such a tone since their acquaintance. In the first volume, chapter 637, titled The Secret of Lung Yushu, she suggested, taking a deep breath before continuing with an unprecedented seriousness in her voice. Do not disclose the enmity between you and my master, nor our plans to him. Otherwise, given his temperament, the first thing he would do is confront my master with all his might. There is no doubt that he would perish. Thank you. Guhan remained silent for a moment. But this too was not within our collaborative scope, was it? Indeed, Lung Yushu nodded, candidly revealing that it would be better for him to confront her master, while her master would certainly kill him. The former sect leader's abilities would ensure that he could not emerge unscathed. If he were to die, you would only harbor more hatred towards my master, and not direct any blame towards me. This is the outcome I desire. Guhan, Qian Yi suddenly interjected, his tone somewhat grave. Ask her why. This could be an opportunity for you to understand her better. Naturally, Guhan was intrigued. What is your reason for warning me? This time, Lung Yushu remained silent for a full quarter of an hour. After a while, she let out a soft sigh. I once had an elder brother. He was a fool. A fool. Guhan blinked, wondering just how foolish he could be. In the presence of Lung Yushu, the term fool perhaps warranted a redefinition. Very foolish. She responded with a hint of mockery. His intellect was inferior even to that of an ordinary person. Instantly, Guhan felt reassured. Meanwhile, Zhongming glanced between them, shaking his head discreetly. The exchange of glances and secretive whispers certainly lacked seriousness. With a flap of its wing, it playfully tapped the engrossed Xiao He on the head. Don't stare, it'll blind your eyes. Woof. Xiao He, startled, quickly redirected his attention to the storage ring. Let us not speak of him. Lung Yushu seemed disinclined to elaborate further, promptly handing several storage rings to Guhan. These contained the spiritual herbs from those 2 medicinal gardens. Guhan accepted them with equanimity. You've given me the treasures. It's hardly excessive for me to take a few leftover resources. Isn't that a bit too much? Lung Yushu inquired with curiosity. I fear you might genuinely desire them. Guhan replied earnestly. Qian Yi interjected, Guhan. Lung Yushu fixed her gaze upon him, letting out a sudden sigh. What would your elder brother think if he knew your true nature? Not much, Guhan shrugged. He is also my elder brother. As he spoke, he signaled Zhongming and Xiao He to follow the guidance of the token towards the Xuantian sect. By the way, mid-journey, he turned back with a serious expression. I am still quite curious about what happened to your brother. To him? Lung Yushu replied indifferently. He died. You don't seem sorrowful? Why should I be sad? Lung Yushu looked at him strangely. He was merely a fool. Existing in this world is a form of suffering. Dying sooner could also mean finding release sooner. Guhan ceased to speak, casting a profound glance at her before swiftly vanishing from the scene. However, Lung Yushu remained. Her gaze fixated on the direction in which Yuan Zhengyang had departed, her face devoid of any expression and her eyes betraying no emotion, reverting to an air of numbness and indifference. Ah, did you see that? Qian Yi interjected. Such a woman is utterly cold-blooded. Exercise caution when dealing with her. Guhan shook his head, pondering. Does she possess some form of sentiment? He trailed off mid-sentence, his expression darkening. You were eavesdropping again. Coughing, Qian Yi stammered. This chicken is quite extraordinary. Let us not divert the topic. Indeed, Qian Yi's tone shifted to one of seriousness. I witnessed its initial display of strength. It is undoubtedly more formidable than it appears. That shameless individual in the realm of freedom may seem mediocre, yet their cultivation is substantial. If it were you, even with a physique akin to a body cultivator, how much could you withstand? One strike? Guhan contemplated. If Goming were to unleash his full power, I could only endure a single blow. The second would surely lead to my demise. Lord Chicken is far from ordinary, he continued. Guhan, aware of the extraordinary nature of Zhongming, recounted its origins. It was discovered by our ancestor, and it may have existed for an exceedingly long time, holding a high lineage. Even you must address it as Lord Chicken. Ignoring the teasing, Qian Yi's tone grew increasingly grave, as if sensing an aura of immortality, albeit faint. Although it has diminished to a nearly imperceptible level, I can still sense it. Hence, its physical form is remarkably powerful. Immortal? Guhan was taken aback. Is there truly an immortal essence within Zhongming? He instinctively added, Lord Chicken claims to have known the ancestor dragon and the first phoenix. Qian Yi fell silent. What is it? Guhan inquired, curiosity piqued. The ancestor dragon, the first phoenix. Qian Yi sighed. They have perished for countless years. Their downfall resulting from the ancient war I previously mentioned, a conflict that involved nearly all beings across the myriad realms. The exact timeline is indeterminate, but it spans at least several 100,000, if not millions, of years. Several 100,000 years. Guhan gulped. Are you suggesting that Lord Chicken may have lived for that long? If what it claims is true, Qian Yi shook his head, it could be even longer. Only such a cataclysmic battle could inflict such severe wounds upon it. The location where your ancestral figure discovered, it was likely a remnant of an ancient battlefield. Lord Chicken. Guhan could not resist glancing at Zhongming and asked, do you recall that great battle? Battle? Zhongming faltered for a moment. What battle? The ancestor dragon. The first phoenix? Little bug? Little bird? At this, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhongming's eyes, and his tone turned melancholic as he murmured, all dead. So it is. Qian Yi shook his head. You say its mind is not sound, which is quite understandable, having survived a battle that shattered the very heavens. Even if it has managed to endure, the trauma is immense. 99% of its primordial essence has been obliterated, leaving it in a state far worse than mine. Immortal? Guhan questioned, perplexed. What precisely does that entail? Since you assert that the immortal beings endure alongside the Tao, it follows that both the ancestor dragon and the beginning phoenix, as well as the esteemed chicken elder, belong to the same era and thus must also be immortal. Yet, their demise remains inexplicable. Qian Yi shook his head, stating that only upon reaching my level can one truly grasp the threshold of understanding. In simpler terms, true immortality requires at least the preservation of one's soul and body. Beyond that, there exists the realm of eternal consciousness and spirit. Do you comprehend why I emphasize the importance of not overlooking any pinnacle? Guhan swallowed hard, pondering the connection to immortality. Indeed, Qian Yi nodded, recognizing this as a potential path, and quite possibly, the most formidable one. Has anyone ever achieved this? I am uncertain. Qian Yi reflected. Having perused countless texts regarding those who have attained the 9 great extremes, yet found no record of success, it is highly likely that none exist, and if they did, they have long been lost to the sands of time. As for the ancestor dragon and the beginning phoenix, he mused, to be precise, they are merely half-steps to immortality. Still some distance from true eternal existence. Half-step immortality? Guhan felt a stir within. Suddenly, he recalled 2 phrases spoken by Yuan Zhengyang on that fateful day. The ancestor dragon undergoes 9 transformations. Its body remains immortal. The beginning phoenix experiences 9 deaths. Its true spirit is unextinguished. Qian Yi affirmed, acknowledging that the legend states the ancestor dragon embodies physical immortality, while the beginning phoenix represents spiritual immortality. According to your words, the dragon mirror is forged from the reverse scales of the ancestor dragon, the toughest scales upon its body, rendering its defenses unparalleled. It is curious that if Yuan Zhengyang were to conceal himself within, no ordinary person could slay him. How then did he meet his end? Guhan could not provide an answer. He only knew that the Flame Emperor seemingly perished alongside Yuan Zhengyang, though the specifics of how this transpired eluded him. And what of the beginning phoenix? He questioned, pondering the connection between his master sister and the beginning phoenix. Qian Yi contemplated, suddenly feeling a rush of uncertainty. The beginning phoenix embodies spiritual immortality, with no true death, only the possibility of rebirth. Your master sister may very well be the beginning phoenix herself. Guhan exclaimed. Is my master sister truly that formidable? He glanced at the lethargic Zhongming, who was comfortably mounted on Xiaohei's back, swallowing hard as he realized that it too was merely a half-step to immortality. Absolutely, Qian Yi expressed with a hint of envy. It has traversed half a step further than I. Guhan fell silent, his curiosity piqued regarding Zhongming's resilience. No matter the onslaught, it seemed impervious to death. Was there indeed a trace of immortality within it? Chicken Elder, Guhan mused, realizing that the venerable being was indeed worthy of such a title. He then regarded Xiaohei with a newfound sense of ordinariness. It appeared unremarkable by comparison. In reflection, he remarked, Xiaohe is truly the most unremarkable companion by my side. However, Qinya hesitated for a moment, uttering a fair observation. The most unremarkable one should be you, in truth. As a member of the ancient celestial dog lineage, it is a rare entity, while you do not even possess a unique constitution. Such narrow-mindedness. Guhan scoffed. Does my body, immune to all toxins, not merit recognition? Guhan departed long ago. Cold Rain Shuyu remained standing there, yet unlike before. Her face was now streaked with tears. Strangely, however, her countenance bore no trace of emotion, and her eyes reflected a complete absence of feeling, as if the one crying were not her at all. At this moment, a gentle voice resonated from behind her, asking, "Why are you crying? Share with your master. Who has wronged you? Or have you recalled something?" Cold Rain Shuyu froze. It was Lingya. Guhan, with a teasing tone, prompted her further. Have you ever contemplated your own origins while inquiring about Cold Rain Shuyu's past? That sword manual and the very sword you hold, do you truly believe they are commonplace? Allow me to enlighten you. The master of that sword manual is likely a formidable being who has transcended the realm of immortality. A true powerhouse. What reason would a stranger have to bestow such extraordinary items upon you? Are you not at all curious about your own lineage? Do you not wonder who your biological parents might be? Guhan suddenly fell silent, mirroring Cold Rain Shuyu's earlier demeanor. After a lengthy pause, he let out a self-deprecating smile. I, Gu, am utterly unremarkable, not even worth a dog's regard. What lineage do I possess? Yet, Qi refrained from mocking him. Instead, he sighed. Guhan, you are evading the truth. You must confront the weaknesses within your heart. Silence. Guhan snapped. Your father may very well be a person of great significance. Why even bring it up? Qi fell silent, and Guhan felt his defenses beginning to crumble regarding his own origins. Naturally, he had his suspicions. When he first awakened the sword manual, he heard the phrase, "He is awakening," and his encounter with the illusionary demon in the dragon mirror had revealed a fragment of his sealed memories, indicating that his background was shrouded in mystery. In truth, as he reflected on this, he smirked wryly. Do you think I blame them? I do not. I believe they did not abandon me willingly. There must be extenuating circumstances. Yet, all of that feels so distant now, and I lack the ability to investigate. Comparatively, I am more concerned about the whereabouts of my adoptive father. As he spoke, he recounted to Qi the strange occurrences that transpired after Gu Tian absorbed the Fui family's lifeblood. What is that thing? Why has my adoptive father transformed in such a manner? Qi did not provide an explanation but hesitated, stating, to ascertain the specifics, I must see him in person. As for his current whereabouts, according to your account, he entered the Forbidden Land over a decade ago and has since vanished without a trace. The ancient path has also been restored. He is most likely in the ancient Song realm. Ancient Song realm, Guhan exclaimed. The extreme southern region. The Valley of 10,000 Burials. Like the Sunset Mountain Range, this place is perpetually shrouded in miasma, teeming with ferocious beasts and demonic creatures. Deep within, even more sinister entities lurk, making it even more perilous than the former. Typically, aside from a few wandering cultivators hoping for a stroke of luck, few venture here. However, recently, the Valley of 10,000 Burials has become bustling with activity. In addition to the wandering cultivators, a multitude of elites from various sects and factions have arrived, seemingly in search of something. At the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Burials, in a certain location, two monks ventured forth into the enigmatic miasma, a thick haze that thwarted their attempts at divine perception. Despite both possessing extraordinary prowess, their vision extended only a few paces around them, compelling them to proceed with utmost caution and deliberation. Be wary, one cautioned. The demon we seek is quite formidable. Upon locating him, refrain from engaging and promptly notify the others. Understood, the other murmured, a curse escaping his lips. This time, he shall meet a fate without a burial. As they conversed, they gradually delved deeper into the valley. Silently, and without warning, two shadowy figures emerged behind them, their forms ethereal and seemingly devoid of substance. But their eyes gleamed with a sadistic thirst for blood. In a flash, they lunged for the monks' necks. The two men's eyes widened in horror, their instincts screaming for help, yet the vitality and energy within them ebbed away, leaving them utterly powerless. In mere moments, they were reduced to lifeless husks, collapsing to the ground in shattered fragments. With this grim sustenance, the shadowy figures solidified, exchanging a glance before preparing to unleash a piercing howl in search of their next prey. At that moment, two colossal hands suddenly emerged from the miasma, grasping their necks with an iron grip. With a slight squeeze, the shadowy figures were obliterated into nothingness. After several breaths, a figure staggered forth from the miasma, tall and imposing, enveloped in an aura of dark energy and malevolence. His body bore gruesome, bone-exposing wounds, some of which were even punctured through, obscured by the swirling dark energy that shrouded him. As the malevolence ebbed, his visage became faintly discernible, a mane of graying hair, a stubbled beard, and a face etched with the ravages of time. Despite his grievous injuries, he appeared only slightly aware, his eyes now a profound black, reflecting brutality and slaughter, yet hinting at a flicker of internal struggle. "Kill Gu Han," he muttered in agony, his voice fluctuating between fury and desperation, as if he were wrestling against the demonic force within. Stumbling forward, he became increasingly engulfed by the miasma. This man, of course, was Gu Tian. Over the years, his demonic roots had taken deep hold, becoming increasingly difficult to control. The only being he truly cared for, the sole entity capable of halting his complete transformation into a true demon, was one individual, his obsession, Gu Han. In the first volume, chapter 639 of the Xuantian Sword Sect, in the Tian Nan realm, Master. Upon hearing Ling Ya's voice, Lung Yushu trembled slightly before turning, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes as she burst into tears. "You have finally returned. Yushu," Ling Ya smiled gently. "Has someone been troubling you? Your master will take care of it." "No," Lung Yushu choked. "It was the former sect master who said you were killed by Gu Chun." "Silly girl." Ling Ya replied soothingly. "He wishes to end my life. It is not so simple. Zhengyang has spoken too harshly. As for you, you have not disappointed your master, having secured the relic. Well done, very well done. By the way," he glanced around, "where is your third senior brother?" With a sudden wail, Lung Yushu, who had nearly ceased her tears, began to weep anew. He is dead. Was it Zhengyang who killed him? It was his disciple. In the cold rain, which fell softly yet mournfully, it was he, known as Fu Yulin, whose true name was Gu Han. He had previously stolen the dog of the third senior brother and was responsible for his demise, albeit in a fragmented manner. She recounted the events to Ling Ya according to a premeditated script, blending 7 parts truth with 3 parts falsehood. Gu Han was no match for Mu Feng. He had merely seized the opportunity to launch a treacherous ambush, while Mu Feng was preoccupied with refining the legacy of the ancient estate, employing despicable tactics to take him down. After she had refined the Taoist treasure, she intended to subdue Gu Han. But the arrival of Gu Chun inadvertently allowed Gu Han to escape. In her narrative, Gu Han was portrayed as a vile and unscrupulous villain, ruthless in his methods, while Mu Feng was the epitome of an unparalleled and noble senior brother, unable to rest in peace. As for Gu Han's actions, Ling Yao was not particularly troubled by the death of Mu Feng. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "Even if it was an ambush that led to your third senior brother's death, it does indicate some level of skill. Where is he now?" "He has returned to the original sect leader," she replied. "And the dog? The dog?" Cold Rain Shu hesitated, seemingly perplexed by Ling Ya's greater concern for the dog than for Mu Feng. Instinctively, she responded, "That dog was quite ferocious, having devoured many people." A peculiar glint flickered in Ling Ya's eyes. He suddenly recalled Zhongyu. Although Mu Feng's death had not triggered the contingency he had set, he was inherently meticulous, believing there to be an undisclosed connection between these two events, even suspecting that someone might be covertly targeting him. However, he had no intention of investigating further, nor did he have the time for such inquiries. If all proceeded smoothly, in 3 months he would ascend to the realm of complete mastery, even reaching the celestial realm, at which point all conspiracies before him would seem trivial. As for vengeance, he had not even considered it. To provoke Yuan Zhengyang over a disciple hardly worth a dog was a risk that could jeopardize his plans, rendering it a grave miscalculation. With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself, "Rest assured, I shall attend to the matter concerning your third senior brother." Suddenly, his form trembled, and he was seized by a violent coughing fit. A luminous aura emanated from him, and a wound several feet long split open, extending from his left shoulder to his right waist, threatening to cleave him in two. Blood flowing incessantly as an overwhelming sword intent seeped from the wound. This was a wound of the Tao. The injury that had plagued him for over 1,000 years flared anew after his previous battle with Gu Chun. "Master." Cold Rain Shu's complexion turned pale. panic gripping her as she exclaimed, "What has happened to you? Please, do not die. We must return." Lingya could no longer afford to concern himself with anything else. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, he vanished from the spot, taking Cold Rain Shu with him. Meanwhile, Gu Han fled swiftly, arriving at the Xuantian Sect. Outside the mountain gate, a colossal sword, over 1,000 feet long, was embedded diagonally in the earth, pointing towards the heavens. Though carved from stone, it seemed to contain a profound enchantment, emanating an inexplicable aura and a heavy, descending sword intent. Beneath the giant sword lay a portal several feet in width, marking the entrance to the Xuantian Sect. Those with wavering resolve and insufficient cultivation, if they recklessly passed beneath the mountain gate, would undoubtedly find themselves unable to maintain composure, revealing their flaws. Such is the nature of grandeur. In a rare moment of praise, Qian Yi remarked, "Your senior brother possesses quite a talent, young lad." Beside them, Chongming's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he spoke. "First, familiarize yourself with the layout here. It is quite similar to that of the Xuantian Sword Sect. This fool has put in some effort." "Is that so?" Gu Han inquired, taken aback. "Are you suggesting that this place was constructed according to Xuantian Sword Sect specifications?" "More or less," Chongming pondered. "The entrance of the Xuantian Sword Sect is far more magnificent than this. This is still the work of that foolish apprentice from back in the day, the very first Sword Master's idea, to erect swords and preserve their essence. Initially, there were only 2 swords, primarily for show, but over time, it transformed into a trial ground for countless sword cultivators to hone their sword hearts." Gu Han suddenly understood. Passing beneath the colossal sword meant enduring the baptism of the sword intent left by the Xuantian ancestor and the first sword master, an unparalleled blessing for any sword cultivator. Chongming continued, "Each subsequent sword master has left behind a sword intent, and by the time it reached Shaoyun, there were already 10 giant swords. In the beginning, people could still pass through the mountain gate, but eventually, no one could." Gu Han couldn't help but marvel at the significance of 10 giant swords and 10 sword intents, especially those left by the Xuantian ancestor and the 9 sword masters. To pass through the gate meant to fully endure the baptism of sword intent from these 10 individuals, making it an extraordinary feat for anyone who succeeded. "Are the disciples of the Xuantian Sword Sect unable to pass through?" he asked curiously. "Not all of them," Chongming considered. "There are perhaps 3 or 5 who can manage it." Gu Han was speechless. "And what about the rest? How do they exit?" "Through the side door." Just as Gu Han was about to explore further, 100 figures suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Although few in number, the sharp aura they radiated collectively strained the very fabric of space, threatening to shatter at any moment. They were all sword cultivators. With a swift motion, the group of over 100 sword cultivators descended, halting outside the mountain gate. Leading them were 4 elders from the Xuantian Sword Sect, among whom was the ascended elder named Yu Ming. Time was limited, and the 5 sword cultivators could only briefly explain the situation. However, upon seeing the chicken and the dog, they had already deduced the identity of the individual before them. It was Gu Han. Simultaneously, Gu Han was discreetly assessing these sword cultivators. Though few, they all exuded an air of ferocity, clearly elite disciples personally trained by Yuan Zhengyang. "Wong." Before anyone could speak, Xiaohe suddenly bared its teeth and growled, its eyes filled with hostility, the aura of a great ascended beast faintly discernible. It harbored no fondness for Yuan Zhengyang, nor for his disciples. A chill ran through the crowd, momentarily silencing them. What a formidable and fierce dog, they thought instinctively, glancing back at Gu Han, who now seemed rather unremarkable in comparison. In the midst of the crowd, Gu Han's demeanor was humble, his brilliance subdued, as he was influenced by the essence of humanity, making it difficult for others to perceive the depths of his character. "Sword Master." The 5 sword cultivators promptly bowed. As first-hand witnesses of the event, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the seemingly unremarkable youth before them, and they understood the high regard in which Yuan Zhengyang held him. They proceeded to relay their achievements to Gu Han. "In accordance with the sect leader's orders, the Gu family has been utterly annihilated, leaving not a single soul behind." Upon hearing this, pride illuminated their faces. Although they lacked the presence of a formidable master, the Gu family remained a deeply entrenched behemoth. To eradicate it completely in a mere half-day was a feat that only the Xuantian sect could accomplish. More importantly, aside from some injuries, they had sustained no losses. This monumental achievement was a source of great pride for them. Indeed, Gu Han praised, "You have all worked hard." Indeed, hard work? The others were taken aback. An uncomfortable sensation washing over them, as they felt Gu Han's words were somewhat dismissive. It was not a deliberate slight against Gu Han. After all, the elite possessed their own sense of pride. They were aware of Gu Han's impressive record, his mysterious identity, and his triumphs over the two prodigies, Jing Feng and Wu Chun. However, hearing it and witnessing it were two distinct experiences. Even though Gu Han was Yuan Zhengyang's junior disciple, it merely allowed them to feign respect. Their underlying skepticism remained unshaken. TSK, Qianyi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. What can one expect from you? Engaging in such mundane matters has led to your scorn. Not much to say, Gu Han chuckled, finding their reactions entirely normal compared to that other sword wielder. Despite their doubts, the attitude of Yuan Zhengyang held enough weight that no one dared to voice their thoughts against Gu Han. Unanimously, their gazes turned to Yu Ming, one of the four elders. Within the Xuantian sect, aside from Yuan Zhengyang, he was the most senior, boasting cultivation at the 8th ascension stage. Moreover, he was the first sword disciple of the Xuantian sect. Young brother, he ventured, keen to gauge Gu Han's depth. I have heard that you have vanquished both Jing Feng and Wu Chun. Truly, you possess exceptional talent. Just average, Gu Han replied cheerfully. Are you quite close with him? Yu Ming inquired. Not at all. Yu Ming shook his head vigorously. Wu Chun is obstinate and excessively proud. His downfall is entirely his own doing, and he cannot blame others for it. In truth, if it were anyone else, even if Gu Han had slain a mere ordinary disciple of the Xuantian sect, the presence of Yuan Zhengyang would not entirely quell the doubts in their hearts. The peculiar expressions of the sword cultivators regarding Wu Chun spoke volumes. They were suppressing laughter. Strangely, everyone shared a remarkably consistent sentiment towards Wu Chun. They found him utterly detestable. Had it not been for Yuan Zhengyang's sudden order to eliminate the Gu family, they might have found it impossible to restrain their mirth upon hearing the news of Wu Chun's demise. Gu Han found himself at a loss for words. He considered the fact that he had managed to evoke such intense disdain from everyone. This peculiar talent of his was indeed unparalleled. Ahem. Yu Ming's expression turned somewhat awkward, concerned that someone might burst into laughter. He quickly pointed to the enormous sword. From your perspective, what do you think of our Xuantian sect's mountain gate? Quite impressive. Gu Han nodded. Distinctive and grand. Yu Ming chuckled with satisfaction, extending his hand. Young brother, please. You're too kind, Gu Han replied. Gu Han naturally understood his implications. With a smile that was neither fully a smile, he took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the mountain gate. Suddenly, a pressure as heavy as a mountain descended upon him. He felt a stir within. This pressure held no lethal force, merely testing his cultivation to a small extent, while predominantly emanating from a mental strain, seemingly compelling him to bow his head. This trivial trial he did not take to heart. Having never bowed before the will of the immortal emperor, how could he yield to such a minor sword intent? Not far away, the onlookers perked up, understanding that as members of the Xuantian sect, the duration it took to pass through the mountain gate could provide a rough estimate of a sword cultivator's foundation and talent. What do you think? Yu Ming looked towards the elders, smiling. How long will it take our sect master's junior brother? Before he could finish, his smile froze. He watched as Gu Han lightly stepped forward again, his aura still unassuming, effortlessly leaping through the mountain gate. It could not be said that there was no pressure. Rather, it was merely slight. The crowd was taken aback. Had he passed? It was less than half a breath, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed entirely at ease. They recalled vividly that half a month prior, Jian Wuchen had deliberately showcased his prowess, taking merely 2 breaths to traverse this mountain gate, a record that had been the shortest among the younger generation of the Xuantian sect. But now, Yu Ming suddenly turned to the 5 sword cultivators. How did he slay Wuchen and that Jingfeng? Just 2 strikes. What do you mean? 1 strike for each. The crowd exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? An elder scolded. There was no time, the individual replied, feeling somewhat wronged. And even if I had told you, would you have believed me? Yu Ming chuckled wryly. Indeed. Matters of this nature would breed skepticism unless witnessed firsthand, and they still needed to test Gu Han's abilities. Not far off, Zhongming narrowed his eyes, appearing indifferent, barely even glancing at the proceedings. What is the point? Is this a test for the Xuantian Sword Master? On the opposite side of the mountain gate, Gu Han similarly gestured with an outstretched hand, smiling. Please. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd stiffened. Ahem, well said. The elders led by Yu Ming were the first to pass through the mountain gate. As Ascendant Realm cultivators, their time spent was comparable to Guhan's. However, owing to their prolonged training and familiarity with the mountain gate, they did not regard it as noteworthy. As for the remaining individuals, the quickest among them took a full 4 breaths to pass. By the end, nearly a third of the disciples lingered outside, gazing at the mountain gate. Their aspirations thwarted by their limitations. What is happening with them? Guhan inquired with curiosity. Yu Ming wore an awkward expression. They took the side entrance. At that moment, the pride and doubt in the hearts of the crowd had vanished without a trace. The disparity was too vast, too evident. Little brother. Yu Ming's face grew somewhat flushed, hastily shifting the topic. Since you are new to the Xuantian sect, how about I show you around? That sounds good. Guhan nodded, seemingly unfazed. Qian Yi felt a twinge of curiosity. This demeanor did not resemble the usual Guhan. What does it mean? You are so petty. And they are deliberately targeting you, yet you choose to remain silent? Guhan, with a tone both earnest and profound, remarked, in life, one must possess a broad heart. Qian Yi? He began to suspect that Guhan had been possessed by another. It is of little consequence. Guhan sighed, reflecting, speaking of which, these individuals are all disciples of my former senior brother. I, too, am considered their elder. When the younger generation acts recklessly and without understanding, it is incumbent upon me, as their elder, to exhibit the requisite responsibility and magnanimity. Qian Yi confirmed, he is indeed the same Guhan. The Xuantian sect, though vast, is not fond of extravagance. Hence, the interior decor is rather simple. Before long, Yu Ming had led Guhan to the entrance of the back mountain. Beside the entrance, a cave, roughly 10 feet in diameter and unfathomably deep, caught Guhan's gaze. Before approaching, a sharp strand of sword intent had already permeated his senses. Younger brother. Yu Ming introduced. Here lies the sword cave of the Xuantian sect. Volume 1, Chapter 641, Breaking Through, Sword Rain. The sword cave was once the retreat of Yuan Zhengyang, where he practiced in solitude. Though subsequently abandoned, the cave has become steeped in his sword intent. In the years following, many accomplished sword cultivators within the sect have trained here, refining their skills with Yuan Zhengyang's sword intent while simultaneously imprinting their own. Over time, the sword intent within has grown increasingly profound. To cultivate within, while rapid in progress, one must also endure the agony inflicted by the sword intent. Compared to the mountain gate, the disciples capable of withstanding the trials of the sword cave are significantly fewer. Thus, this cave serves as both a place of training and a site of punishment. Is that so? Guhan's interest was piqued. I shall take a look. Yu Ming hesitated. He acknowledged the absence of danger, yet cautioned, younger brother, please be wary. The sword intent inside can be quite ferocious, requiring utmost vigilance in response. This was not merely a test. He feared Guhan might let his guard down and encounter peril, leaving him unable to explain himself to Yuan Zhengyang. Among the crowd, many sword cultivators who had previously ventured into the sword cave nodded in agreement. Inside the cave, any lapse in caution could result in injury from the sword intent. Thank you, Guhan smiled, uncertain if his words had registered. In a swift motion, he entered the sword cave, quickly realizing that Yu Ming's warnings were not unfounded. The pressure exerted by the mountain gate primarily targeted the mental realm, yet the sword cave was different. Upon entry, Guhan felt a barrage of domineering and ferocious sword intent descending upon him, as though it would not relent until he was reduced to fragments. Indistinguishable between friend and foe, its aggressiveness was formidable. It was directed solely at his strength and cultivation. Among the onslaught, one particularly tyrannical strand of sword intent was familiar to him. It belonged to Yuan Zhengyang. Although the others were comparatively weaker, the sheer volume of sword intents intertwining created a palpable sense of pressure. In that moment, a surge of competitiveness ignited within him. He yearned to ascertain to what extent he could engage with these sword intents. Boom. Thus, he thought, a sudden brilliance emanated from him, and as his cultivation ascended, a formidable sword aura, forged from the fusion of a heavy sword and a killing sword, surged forth, clashing incessantly with the sword intent within the cave. In an instant, the sword aura and the sword intent exchanged blows, each striving to suppress the other, causing the cave to tremble violently. Outside, the onlookers were filled with trepidation at the continuous thunderous sounds emanating from within the cave. Alas, An elder, visibly anxious, pondered if he could truly contend with the cave's sword intent using his own. Despite his remarkable prowess, this seemed overly audacious. He wished to voice his concerns, thinking that Guhan was somewhat overreaching. The crowd inwardly gasped in astonishment, admiring Guhan's audacity. Typically, when they entered the sword cave, they were cautious, striving to avoid provoking the rampant sword intent, and none dared to confront it head-on as Guhan did. It must be noted that those sword intents possessed sentience, growing stronger in the face of might. Even a few elders would not dare engage in such reckless behavior. It was a path to certain doom. I shall retrieve him. Yu Ming's expression was grave. This young brother was indeed brimming with youthful exuberance. Should he sustain injuries within, we would be unable to justify this to the sect leader. Boom. The ground trembled violently beneath them, and suddenly, the sword cave collapsed with a resounding crash. Collapsed? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Hurry. Yu Ming was consumed by urgency, regretting having allowed Guhan to enter alone. He moved swiftly, intending to rush inside to rescue him. Before he could complete his thought, a dusty figure emerged from the swirling debris, landing before them. Guhan. Yu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you unharmed? My apologies. Guhan replied sheepishly, exhilarated by the thrill of the moment. I couldn't contain my excitement and forgot to wait for my senior brother to return. I will explain everything to him personally. The group stood utterly dumbfounded. Where on earth did such a prodigy emerge from? Coughing awkwardly, Guhan quickly shifted the topic. Shall we continue our exploration? Yu Ming, still processing the situation, momentarily lost for words, soon led Guhan to the back mountain of the Xuantian sect. A throng of people followed closely behind. Originally, aside from a few elders, others were not permitted entry. But they were so captivated by the astonishing display Guhan had just presented that they instinctively forgot the rules. Before their eyes lay over 1,000 long swords. Such an abundance of swords. Guhan gasped inwardly. The back mountain, once desolate, now radiated an air of lofty solitude, accentuated by the presence of these myriad swords. This is the sword forest. Yu Ming managed to suppress his astonishment and proceeded to explain its origin and regulations to Guhan. The swords within were collected since the establishment of the Xuantian sect. Naturally, if a disciple's lifespan came to an end or they met an untimely demise, their sword would return to the sword forest, awaiting a new master. Guhan's understanding deepened, realizing that many of the broken swords within the forest had indeed come to be in such a manner. At that moment, the usually reticent Chongming seemed to have discerned something. In a swift motion, he approached the cave where the original Zhengyang resided. Beneath the dense vines, a hint of black was faintly visible. Is this the object? As its eyes sparkled and a single wing swept through the air, it effortlessly cleared away the vines, revealing a colossal black stone, measuring 30 feet in length, 10 feet in width, and 3 feet in thickness. Its surface was remarkably smooth, crowned with a 2-foot round indentation at the top. Yu Ming and his companions hesitated to speak, fully aware that this black stone represented a taboo for Yuan Zhengyang. Under ordinary circumstances, merely approaching it would earn them a stern reprimand. Yet, they had heard from the 5-sword cultivators that Chongming was referred to as Chicken Grandpa by Yuan Zhengyang. Though they wished to intervene, their apprehension held them back, leaving them to watch in silence. Chicken Grandpa. Guhan felt a stir within. This was indeed the sword steel. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Chongming's eyes. It was his imitation. And truth be told, it bore a striking resemblance. Is this how the sword steel looks? Qian Yi suddenly interjected, puzzled as to why the sword marks were nowhere to be seen. Naturally, he was quite curious about the legendary sword steel. It should be beyond the imitation of senior brother Yuan. Guhan pondered, recalling Chicken Grandpa's words that no one could completely replicate that sword mark, not even the clumsy sword of the ancestral master. Is that so? Qian Yi exclaimed in astonishment, thinking that if given the opportunity, he would certainly wish to behold the authentic sword steel. As he spoke, he glanced at the indentation on the immense stone, pondering its purpose. Guhan's lips twitched slightly. He was about to articulate his thoughts when he noticed Chongming lightly leap into the depression, wiggling his rear and exhaling contentedly. This is delightful. Qian Yi and the others were left speechless. They were no strangers to this giant stone, and their curiosity about the indentation had lingered for ages. Now, the truth was revealed. Wang, Little Black, drooled in envy. Come here. Chongming half closed his eyes, gesturing around him. From now on, this will be your spot. Wong. Little Black jumped up excitedly, resting his head beneath Chongming's wing, persistently rubbing his rear, as if attempting to create a pit of his own. Ignoring the antics of the mischievous pup, Guhan leaned in for a closer inspection and suddenly noticed a small, almost imperceptible corner missing from the giant stone. A flicker of inspiration struck him as he discovered an ancient, grayish-blue sword talisman nestled in his hand. Its shape and size matched the missing fragment with uncanny precision. Senior brother is quite thoughtful, he mused, deeply impressed. Beyond the mysterious sword mark, Yuan Zhengyang had even managed to replicate such a minor detail. Give it a try. Chongming casually glanced at the sword talisman. There might be a delightful surprise. A surprise? Guhan was taken aback, but he promptly activated the sword talisman. Instantly, an aura of ancient sword essence radiated outward. Buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, over 1,000 long swords embedded in the mountainside began to tremble, regardless of their shape, length, or condition. In the next moment, 1,000 swords soared into the air, suspended in mid-flight, their blades quivering as if in jubilant celebration. Clang! At that very moment, a sound reminiscent of a sword's resonance echoed once more, as a fractured black sword fell before Guhan. Alongside it appeared Jian Wuchen's delicate rain sword, which seemed to tremble in fear, retreating into the forest of swords instead of standing in parallel with the black sword. A sudden clarity washed over Guhan. Gently, he closed his eyes. Within his perception, he could distinctly sense the emotions of over 1,000 swords, whether broken or intact, and he was able to control each one with precision. Gradually, he raised his right hand. In silence, the myriad swords bent their bodies in unison, as if paying homage to the sword symbol, to the black sword, and most importantly, to him, conveying their submission. All swords bowed in reverence. The expressions of Yu Ming and the other sword cultivators were frozen in disbelief. The shock was overwhelming, leaving them utterly bewildered. Among the sword cultivators, only the 5 who knew Yuan Zhengyang's title for Guhan murmured in awe, recognizing the astonishing scene before them. He truly is the Sword Master. Qian Yi sighed, sensing a breakthrough was imminent. As he spoke, an ethereal aura suddenly enveloped Guhan, swiftly spreading to the multitude of swords. The Ascension Realm. He seemed to delve into a state of enlightenment, gently pressing his right hand down. In an instant, a rain of swords fell upon the back mountain of the Xuantian Sect. A true rain of swords. The first volume, Chapter 642, Establishing the Sect and Becoming Ancestors. The sacred realm involves absorbing fragments of laws and integrating them into one's soul, allowing one to sense the vast ocean of primordial energy. Harnessing the powers of heaven and earth, an elevation in the realm of existence. The Ascension Realm signifies a further step, establishing an even closer connection with the ocean of primordial energy, drawing forth greater celestial forces and incorporating them into secret techniques, thus leading to a transformation. The more celestial energy one integrates, the more powerful the secret techniques become, until they can shatter the celestial canopy and traverse into the void, achieving the Ascension Realm. However, the strength of secret techniques is not solely determined by the amount of celestial energy absorbed. It also depends on the inherent tier and potency of the techniques themselves. In truth, when a cultivator breaks through to the Ascension Realm, they invariably select their most potent and familiar techniques. For example, the Purple Dragon of Yin Huang, the Azure Dragon of Yun Ao, and the Buddha's manifestation of the Old Monk. In an unexpected twist, by summoning the swords through the sword symbol, Guhan, using the foundation of sword transformation, seamlessly broke into the Ascension Realm. Though it was merely a foundational sword formation, and he had yet to comprehend its myriad variations, the infusion of celestial energy and the support of over 1,000 swords rendered its power astonishingly formidable. Under the coverage of the sword formation, the back mountain of the Xuantian sect was dramatically leveled, leaving it barren and unsightly. As the dust settled, Guhan remained with his eyes closed. The multitude of swords hovering behind him, motionless. He had long since regained his awareness. He simply dared not open his eyes. Rather than feeling elation over his breakthrough, he was enveloped in embarrassment. The sword cave was dismantled by him, and the back mountain had suffered the same fate. He was at a loss for how to explain this to Yuan Zhengyang. He enjoyed reaping benefits, yet he was not truly Fu Yuan. He still had a semblance of pride. Yu Ming and the others appeared dazed, believing that Yuan Zhengyang did not recognize his junior brother, but rather a bandit. The 3 treasures of the Xuantian sect, the sword cave, the back mountain, had been dismantled by him, and it was highly likely that even the sword forest would soon be gone. Only the mountain gate remained. They even suspected that if Gu Han stayed for another 10 days or half a month, even the mountain gate would be in jeopardy. This was unfounded. Yu Ming suddenly recalled the reputation of Gu Han he had previously investigated. Indeed, a seasoned scavenger. When ruthless, he spared even his own kin. Not far away, Chongming feigned sleep with closed eyes, while Xiaohe joyfully rubbed against him, remaining true to his nature. For a moment, Gu Han pretended to break through, while Yu Ming and his companions wore troubled expressions, neither side daring to speak first. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Yuan Zhengyang returned, looking weary and travel-worn, breaking the stalemate. "Master." Yu Ming and the others hastily bowed, their hearts racing with apprehension. Senior brother, Gu Han could no longer maintain his facade, greeting him with a hint of embarrassment. Yuan Zhengyang appeared somewhat bewildered. Was this the Xuantian sect? What happened to the back mountain? He quickly regained his composure, his anger flaring. Who did this? This is outrageous. I have been gone for less than a day, and the sect has become like this. If I were to be away longer, would you tear down the entire sect? He demanded. Did you all dare to lay hands on my junior brother? Everyone trembled inwardly, feeling a tinge of grievance. Lay hands. Who would dare? Even if there was such intent, none could match him. That sword formation was not to be trifled with. Senior brother, it's all my fault, Gu Han said, steeling himself to recount the events. Junior brother did this? Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhengyang's eyes lit up. No wonder. His junior brother had indeed broken through. Well done. Ha ha. Good job on the dismantling. From what I see, your initial powers are already so formidable. If fully realized, it is unimaginable. Truly, he has not chosen the wrong person. Senior brother, Gu Han felt increasingly embarrassed. This was. No matter. Yuan Zhengyang dismissed it nonchalantly. If it's been dismantled, so be it. As long as you are happy, junior brother. The others were left speechless, finally witnessing Yuan Zhengyang's attitude toward Gu Han. These swords. Yuan Zhengyang glanced at the over 1,000 swords, waving his hand. Junior brother, take whatever you need. But is it not enough? What else do you fancy? Take it without hesitation. What belongs to my senior brother is yours. Gu Han fell silent. He suspected that if he continued this conversation, Yuan Zhengyang might even offer him the entire Xuantian sect. At this moment, he finally comprehended the earnest advice given to him by Lung Yushu earlier. For his sake, Yuan Zhengyang was genuinely willing to risk everything against Lingya. Strangely, everyone felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Indeed, junior brother was a true disciple. The sect members were truly like stepchildren. Chicken Master, Yuan Zhengyang then turned to Chongming on the black stone, his tone somewhat anxious. How does it compare to the original? Chongming pondered and felt it was lacking considerably. Yuan Zhengyang smiled wryly. After all, it was merely a replica. However, it is quite comfortable, Chongming suddenly remarked. Chicken Master likes it very much. The atmosphere was charged with unparalleled excitement as Yuan Zhengyang expressed his delight. Beside him, Chongming appeared watchful, his demeanor betraying animosity. Despite the amiable attitude, Xiaohe chose not to extend forgiveness. Suddenly, Yuan Zhengyang seemed to recall something and presented a storage ring to Gu Han, stating, "This is a remarkable item procured by your senior brother. Accept it." Gu Han glanced inside the ring, discovering only 2 items, half a soul crystal, comparable in size to that of the Lingyun Merchant Association, and a pale blue fruit brimming with potent earthly and celestial energy. Clearly, the worth of these items transcended that of any sacred medicine. Senior brother, while you may not need the soul crystal for your cultivation at present, it is a rare treasure worth keeping. It can aid in healing should your spirit suffer any damage, Yuan Zhengyang advised. As for this fruit, it is a divine herb, perfectly suited for your recent breakthrough into the feather transformation realm. Senior brother, you must have gone to great lengths to acquire these, Gu Han remarked, his tone laden with complexity. He understood their true value, recognizing that even among first-rate factions, such treasures were deemed invaluable. It was no trouble, Yuan Zhengyang waved dismissively. The Flying Cloud sect is feeble. Upon learning that I had vanquished Guming, he immediately cowered. A shiver ran through the crowd. Had Guming truly fallen to the sect leader? Yuan Zhengyang continued. As for Zhou Fan of the Yuan Demon Hall, he initially boasted bravado. But after I struck him a few times, he quickly became subdued. Gu Han refrained from further comment. Yuan Zhengyang's casual demeanor belied the exhaustion etched upon his face upon his return, indicative of a fierce battle endured. By the way, Yuan Zhengyang suddenly turned to Yu Ming. Has the Gu family been eradicated? Indeed, Yu Ming responded. What of their resources? Here. Yu Ming promptly presented several storage rings before him. Not for me. Yuan Zhengyang frowned deeply. These are for my junior brother. Of course. Yu Ming quickly redirected his gaze to Gu Han, forcing a smile. Little brother. What did you call him? Yuan Zhengyang interjected sharply. Little brother? Huh. You call him brother, so you ought to address me as Yuan Gu. Yu Ming trembled with apprehension. No, sect leader, that was not my intention. The disciples of the Xuantian sect were primarily Yuan Zhengyang's students. When it came to seniority, he should be considered Yuan Zhengyang's fourth-generation disciple. Senior brother. Gu Han interjected hastily to smooth things over. Let us not dwell on it. Yu Ming looked on with gratitude. At your age. Do not trouble him further. Gu Han added. Do not counsel him excessively. Yuan Zhengyang declared, waving his hand, his tone stern. Respect and hierarchy must be observed. Propriety must not be forsaken. Sighing. Gu Han mused. How is it that my senior brother is so unyielding? Indeed, Qian Yi pondered aloud. What you're doing is not advising, it's inciting. As Yuan Zhengyang's ire began to rise, Yu Ming clenched his jaw and closed his eyes, bowing to Gu Han. I pay my respects to Ancestor Fu. Gu Han's true name was unknown to him. Incorrect. Yuan Zhengyang's expression remained impassive. My junior brother's surname is Gu. Paying respects to Ancestor Gu. Yu Ming promptly corrected himself. Yuan Zhengyang remained silent, casting his gaze over the rest of the assembly, his meaning clear. Paying respects to Ancestor Gu. The crowd echoed in unison. In an instant, over 100 sword cultivators from the Xuantian sect bowed in unison to Gu Han, their voices echoing far and wide. Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. He had merely made a jest, not anticipating that Yuan Zhengyang would take it seriously. Was he truly being regarded as a revered ancestor now? Yuan Zhengyang solemnly declared, from this day forth at the Xuantian sect, all matters shall be governed by my junior brother. His words shall be my words. Should anyone dare to defy this, The crowd trembled in trepidation. Yuan Zhengyang was the embodiment of the Xuantian sect. Who would dare disregard his commands? In a mere breath's time, the once humble Gu Han transformed into the esteemed ancestor of the Xuantian sect. The rapid shift in his status left him somewhat bewildered, yet he found it rather intriguing. Naturally, his adaptability was remarkable. What was the first order of business for this newly appointed ancestor? After careful contemplation, he concluded, a welcoming gift. Clearing his throat, he observed the crowd still bowing before him and endeavored to present himself as an appropriate elder should, raising one hand in a gesture of dismissal. No need for excessive formalities. Since you address me as ancestor, it is only fair that I do not let you call me so in vain. Dear junior brothers. Yuan Zhengyang instantly grasped his intention, his brow furrowing in disapproval. There is no need for such gestures. You have endured hardships for years. What do you have to offer them? Moreover, they are your younger generation and should honor you as their elder, not the other way around. The assembly sighed inwardly. Indeed, they felt as if they had been raised by a stepmother. Brother, Gu Han chuckled, a token of goodwill is hardly significant. Besides, I have destroyed your sword cave, leveled your rear mountain, and taken your sword forest. Let this be my compensation. The crowd could only roll their eyes in silent skepticism. They were well aware that Gu Han intended to present a welcoming gift, yet they harbored doubts about the quality of his offerings. Extraordinary materials? Those were not particularly rare. Sacred herbs or divine medicines. With so many present, there would scarcely be enough to go around. Observing their expressions, Gu Han remained unfazed, embodying the magnanimity expected of an ancestor, and continued, I possess a technique of swordsmanship, known as Qianchong Wanren. Qianchong Wanren? The crowd was taken aback. What kind of technique was this? Despite their initial indifference, they understood that when it came to techniques and secret arts, none could rival the treasures of the Xuantian sect throughout the 7 realms. Brother, Yuan Zhengyang was alarmed. Absolutely not. Qianchong Wanren is a top-tier sword technique contained within the sword talisman. To refer to it as merely a technique is an understatement. This technique, when dissected, comprises the 2 distinct arts of Qianchong and Wanren. Qianchong signifies weight and momentum. When a sword is drawn, its force builds upon itself. Cascading like relentless waves, it can stand alone or be compounded, and when mastered to perfection, it can yield 1,000 layers of sword momentum. Yuan Ren embodies transformation. When a sword is drawn, it is accompanied by shadowy manifestations, sharp beyond compare, capable of obliterating all. At its pinnacle, the sword's shadows may move freely, ranging from mere inches to heights rivaling solitary peaks. The dualities of Qianchong and Yuan Ren can merge into one, synthesizing the advantages of both, culminating in a novel technique, Qianchong Yuan Ren. In the grand expanse of the Xuantian domain, only by becoming a disciple of the Xuantian Sword Sect does one gain the privilege to access this divine power. Yuan Zhengyang had merely heard of it. Senior brother. Guhan shook his head. There is nothing inappropriate about this. What rules? Chongming suddenly interjected, asserting that his words constituted the rules. Yuan Zhengyang was taken aback. He recalled that the Xuantian Sword Sect imposed no significant constraints or regulations, allowing for considerable freedom. If one were to speak of rules, the words of the Sword Master held sway. This divine power, if disseminated by others, would indeed be inappropriate. However, as the Sword Master, Guhan had the authority to bestow it upon whomever he wished, and no one could contest it, much like how Yuan Zhengyang had once guided him. Others could only feel envy and jealousy, with no one daring to question the propriety of it. Sighing softly at this realization, he remarked, "Junior brother, your intentions are commendable." He understood well the immense significance this divine power held for the Xuantian sect, as it could serve as a foundation of their legacy. Subsequently, Guhan inscribed this divine power onto a blank jade talisman and casually elucidated its characteristics to the assembly. Initially, the crowd paid little heed, but as they listened, a sense of disquiet began to stir within them. Could such a swordsmanship divine power truly exist in the world? A sharp intake of breath punctuated the air, followed by a chorus of over 100 gasps. What is wrong with these people? Qian Yi remarked, visibly annoyed. By the way, Guhan pondered, this divine power must surely exceed the heavenly tier, correct? Heavenly tier? Qian Yi scoffed. What a trivial classification. In my opinion, this divine power is at least a masterpiece within the cosmic tier. Cosmic tier? What is that? Qian Yi nonchalantly explained. It refers to the universal classification of techniques and divine powers. As I said, it's merely for reference. Accuracy is elusive. While a higher tier in techniques and divine powers is certainly advantageous, if they do not suit one's capabilities, what use are they? Can you cultivate the formless golden body technique? Or can that portly fellow master your sword scripture? Thus, to discover the technique and divine power most suited to oneself, one must engage in exploration and refinement. Guhan contemplated this. Throughout his journey, the techniques he employed had evolved repeatedly, whether actively or passively, all aimed at maximizing his strengths and combat prowess. This principle had been imparted to him long ago by Yuan Zhengyang. Consequently, although he held Guhan in high esteem, he had never passed down any teachings. Ancestor, an incredulous swordsman gazed at Guhan in disbelief. Is this truly for us? It was no wonder he was so exhilarated. For a swordsman, the allure of an unparalleled swordsmanship divine power was akin to the irresistible charm a transcendent beauty holds for a starved soul, far surpassing that of any divine medicine. Moreover, this divine power could serve as a cornerstone for the Xuantian sect, perpetuating its legacy for generations to come. Just for fun, Guhan remarked nonchalantly, "You can't expect me to let you call me ancestor for nothing." A profound silence enveloped the room. "Thank you, Ancestor Gu." In the next moment, led by Elder Yu Ming, a group of sword cultivators exchanged sincere glances before bowing deeply to Guhan. Unlike the earlier coercion by Yuan Zhengyang, this gesture emanated from the depths of their hearts. Truly, it was not in vain. A palpable benefit indeed. Qian Yi mused, relishing the sensation of being an ancestor. Huh. Qian Yi scoffed. What a naive notion, unaware of the impending doom. What do you mean? Guhan inquired. With a grave tone, Qian Yi recounted, in my prime, I ruled over the ninefold demon domain, my power unmatched. It was during that time that I encountered someone extraordinary, and I stumbled greatly. Now, you have ascended as a sect leader, basking in glory, and you too have a similar extraordinary companion at your side. Two perilous factors at play. You must tread carefully. A hint of panic flickered across Guhan's face. Was there some truth to this? Withdraw. At that moment, Yuan Zhengyang waved his hand, dismissing the others. I have matters to discuss with my junior brother. Brother, Guhan replied, mustering his courage. I believe we can deliberate on this matter of seniority at a later time. Do not worry, Yuan Zhengyang sighed. As for the others, particularly Yu Ming and his three companions, I have watched them grow. Their character is commendable. There is no need for concern over their discontent. However, Yuan Zhengyang continued, placing a reassuring hand on Gu Huan's shoulder. The hearts of people in the southern realm are treacherous. Your years have not been easy. I suspect you have endured considerable hardship at their hands. Gu Huan blinked. Treacherous. Indeed, but who truly suffered remained to be debated. Brother, he interjected, eager to dispel any misconceptions Yuan Zhengyang might harbor. I have only recently arrived in the southern realm. Just a few months ago. Yuan Zhengyang's eyebrows knitted together. You are not from the southern realm? In the first volume, chapter 644, The Roots of Heaven and Earth. The World Tree. Gu Huan recounted his origins, detailing his acquaintance with Yuan Zhengyang, right up to the fateful moment when Yuan Zhengyang fell to the divine sword. He described how he and Chongming pursued the cloud map, inadvertently entering the southern realm. This was precisely what Yuan Zhengyang yearned to understand. Yet, he deliberately concealed the enmity with Lingya. What? Upon hearing Gu Huan's narrative, Yuan Zhengyang lost his composure once more. You mean to say you have only recently assumed the position of Sword Master? He had always believed that Gu Huan had held this title for years. Yet, a few months meant that Yuan Zhengyang had been alive not long ago, and during that time, he had been in seclusion, missing the final chance to meet him. How infuriating! His eyes blazed crimson with regret, and in a sudden fury, he summoned his broad sword and struck fiercely before him. Boom! The earth trembled, and the remaining part of the mountain was leveled by his sword. Why am I so foolish? He lamented, filled with self-reproach. He had been there for a millennium, and I was oblivious. After the swing, he appeared dejected, a mix of remorse and heartbreak evident in his voice, which resonated with a sorrowful intensity. I had ample time to see him. Why, after all these years, have I spent so long in seclusion, toiling in my practice? Merely to catch one last glimpse of Yuan Zhengyang? But the truth was, for 1,000 years Yuan Zhengyang has always resided on that continent. With his cultivation, reaching there should be effortless. However, fate seems to have played a cruel joke on him. His senior brother, Gu Han, let out a soft sigh, uncertain of how to console him. Apart from the final moments, Yuan Zhengyang and Chongming seldom ventured beyond the confines of their seclusion. And those who knew of him on that continent were exceedingly few, let alone across the vast expanse of the southern sky realm. Rise, Chongming suddenly sighed. This is not your fault. Master Ji, Yuan Zhengyang, wept profusely, lamenting his deep-seated resentment. Xiao He, unable to bear the sight, softly called out, do not cry. The dog forgives you. Actually, Chongming shook his head. Not even Xiao Yun would allow you to see him, even if he knew you were here. Since the upheaval occurred, the deeper the entanglement with the Xuantian Sword Sect, the greater the peril. Yuan Zhengyang cried out in anguish, fully aware that, given Yuan Zhengyang's nature, even in death, he would never implicate anyone else. That was his pride, the divine clan. Suddenly, he surged up, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, his tone filled with rage. Is that divine clan, which has wronged my elder, still sealing him there? I shall personally slay him for vengeance. Stop, Chongming reprimanded. Are you seeking death? Even if he has been sealed for so long, he is not someone you can confront at this moment. Senior brother. At that moment, a hand rested on Yuan Zhengyang's shoulder. It was Gu Han, his expression profoundly earnest. That divine clan, leave it to me. I shall use his blood to honor our predecessors. Yuan Zhengyang, the old monk, and Yuan Tian. These individuals were all directly or indirectly slain due to the divine clan. My animosity towards them far surpasses yours. Very well. Yuan Zhengyang, perceiving Gu Han's resolute gaze, nodded in agreement. Master Ji, he then turned to Chongming. I wish to visit the place where he once resided. Chongming paused for a moment, then replied, all right, Master Ji will guide you. Yuan Zhengyang fell silent again, lost in sorrow. At that moment, Qian Yi suddenly spoke. Pray tell, what did that strange tree look like? Earlier, Gu Han had merely mentioned the man-faced flower in passing, without detailing the process, so he had not paid it much mind. But hearing Gu Han's account now, he sensed something amiss. The tree's crown obscured the sun and sky, bearing human-shaped fruits, Dao fruits. Gu Han meticulously recounted everything he knew, exclaiming, without Master Ji, I surely would not have escaped. Qian Yi fell silent abruptly. After a long pause, he slowly began, I have heard a rumor. Rumor? At the dawn of creation, before all beings and things proliferated, there existed a root of heaven and earth, also known as the world tree. What is that? The specifics, I do not know. Qian Yi shook his head. But according to legend, that world tree is unimaginably vast, reaching beyond the 9 heavens above in the depths of the netherworld below, traversing countless worlds. It is said that the fruits born from that tree contain boundless transformations, and any being that consumes them achieves immortality. Immortality? Guhan felt a stir within. Was that not remarkable? Xianyi nodded, postulating that this root of heaven and earth, akin to that peculiar flower, also originated from the gateway of the other shore, thus possessing such extraordinary creation. Could it be, Guhan furrowed his brow, that it was the strange tree I encountered? How could that be? Xianyi scoffed, asserting that the world tree spanned infinite worlds. Merely a single leaf from it dwarfed this so-called 7 realms alliance. That odd tree pales in comparison to the true world tree, not even qualifying as a sapling. However, there may be some connection between them. The origins of the world tree remain shrouded in mystery, and its disappearance is equally unknown. Some records state that it was severed by an omnipotent being, while others suggest it was unable to coexist within the infinite worlds and thus chose to conceal itself. There are even accounts claiming that it became tainted by malevolence. Morphing into a bane, Guhan was rendered speechless. With so many accounts, how can one discern the truth? Never mind. Xianyi seemed to share his sentiment, feeling the discourse was increasingly dubious, and chose to remain silent. If given the chance to observe it directly, conclusions could be drawn. I shall not go, Guhan retorted. Irked. If you wish to go, then go. You're unscathed, are you not? That is because of the presence of the chicken elder. Take it along, Xianyi urged, considering it a mere utilization of a half-step immortal's worth. Do not even think about it. Guhan replied tersely, dismissing the notion. I, Guhan, would rather face death than approach that strange tree. He vowed silently within. Xianyi expressed his regret. He harbored genuine curiosity towards that peculiar tree. At that moment, Yuan Zhengyang's mood gradually calmed, and he added, if you desire to visit the ancient Song realm, I shall accompany you. Very well, Guhan nodded. I left in haste. They remain unaware of my whereabouts, and I am not entirely at ease regarding them. Then let us depart at once. Yuan Zhengyang, eager to witness Yuan Jian's past residence, no longer hesitated. Those outside, he called out, all cultivators above the holy realm, enter. Swish. Forthwith, led by the 4 elders of Yuming, 4 to 5 dozen sword cultivators approached him apprehensively. They had heard the commotion earlier and were now shaken by the sight before them. It was over. The back mountain was utterly gone. They wondered how long the mountain gate could endure. Sect Master, Yuming spoke cautiously. You called us here because your junior wishes to go to the ancient Song realm. Yuan Zhengyang cast a calm glance at him. Do you understand what to do? Understood. The assembly of sword cultivators responded in unison, ready to protect the esteemed ancestor Guhan. Let us move. Yuan Zhengyang commanded with resolute urgency, not wishing to delay even a moment. With a wave of his hand, he took Guhan and Chongming, their sword intent surging as they soared towards the heavens, closely followed by the throng of sword cultivators. Woof! Little Black was bewildered. What about me? I am still here. Woof woof! It growled in discontent, chasing after them with frustration. This Yuan fellow was deliberately obstructing me. Volume 1. Chapter 645. The 9 Heavens Cloud Palace. Oh no, I haven't retrieved the sword yet. In his haste to depart, Guhan found himself somewhat caught off guard, suddenly recalling that the swords were still left behind. He must retrieve them. It is essential. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pondered the situation. Having already presented a meeting gift, would it be a grave loss not to take the swords? With a flicker of thought, he followed that faint connection and regained control over the long swords. In an instant, over 1,000 various long swords trembled lightly, soaring into the air like a pack of steeds, radiating endless sharpness as they flew towards Guhan. Coincidentally, the swords passed by Xiaohe, nearly startling it into revealing its true form. Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang praised. What remarkable skill. It's nothing, Guhan replied humbly. My senior brother is overly generous in his compliments. Woof, woof. Behind them, the dog barked furiously. These 2 senior brothers are truly no good. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Guhan summoned all the long swords into the sword talisman, which housed a nascent miniature world capable of accommodating these swords with ease. Sigh. Not far away, Yuming and the other sword cultivators shook their heads quietly. The Xuantian sect has truly become but a mere facade. Senior brother. After collecting the swords, Guhan inquired curiously, where is that ancient road? To the west. Yuan Zhengyang explained. That place also serves as the boundary gate of the southern heaven realm. Typically, the ancient road remains open, but it was sealed several months ago, guarded by that coward from the Xuantian sect. For ordinary individuals, entering or exiting is nearly impossible. However, rest assured, he is notoriously timid and would not dare to obstruct us. With his cultivation level, even with so many people in tow, our speed is remarkably swift, and there shall be no pauses along the way. As they journeyed westward towards Lingyun City, in the heart of the city, Ji Wui was admiring the fish dragons in his small courtyard when he suddenly glanced upwards, his brow furrowing slightly. What business does that old fellow have, gathering such a crowd? Has he found the chicken? In his eagerness to travel, Yuan Zhengyang naturally chose the most direct route, which fortuitously passed over Lingyun City. With Ji Wui's cultivation, sensing anomalies was not difficult. Contemplating this, he produced a jade talisman and casually transmitted a message, then turned his attention back to the three fish dragons, lost in thought. What is it that is lacking? In the westernmost reaches of the land, within the depths of space, a portal, swirling and measuring several dozen feet in diameter, was embedded in the celestial canopy, slowly rotating, revealing a hint of an otherworldly corner. Before the portal sat a tall, lean elder, cross-legged. It was none other than the ancestor of the Xuantian sect, Hmph. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, a flicker of panic crossing his face. That old fellow is back again. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Gu Han and his companions appeared before him. Yuan Zhengyang. Upon seeing so many people arrive, he became even more flustered. Don't go too far. I have already given you the divine herb. What more do you want? Bringing so many people, do you truly disregard the higher-ups? Get lost. Yuan Zhengyang, uninterested in further discussion, raised his broadsword and struck forward, barking. Good dogs do not block the way. Xiaohe. Don't be angry. Zhongming hastily reassured the irritable dog, stating that it was simply its nature to be straightforward, devoid of any malicious intent. Suddenly, a formidable sword intent descended. Hmph, lacking the courage to confront it, fled in a panic towards the distance. Wait, he shouted from afar, his voice laced with frustration, proclaiming that he would surely avenge this grievance upon their next encounter. Do not concern yourself with him. Noticing Gu Han's apparent worry, Yuan Zhengyang remarked indifferently, he spoke those very words to me merely half a day ago. Gu Han retorted, indeed, he is nothing but a coward. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Zhengyang waved his hand, prompting everyone to step into the swirling portal. As they embarked on their first interdimensional journey through conventional means, Gu Han found the experience quite novel, as if he had traversed countless miles in an instant. One moment, he was in the clear skies of the southern sky realm. The next, he found himself enveloped in an ethereal, translucent passageway, several yards wide and seemingly endless. This was the ancient path. Despite its illusory appearance, it provided a grounding sensation beneath his feet, leaving Gu Han marveling in silence. On either side of the ancient path lay an expanse of boundless emptiness, and the dim light cast a dark and eerie ambience. Among the group of sword cultivators, save for a few, it was their first time crossing realms, and they curiously glanced about. Do not move recklessly, Yuan Zhengyang admonished. The walls of this passage are exceedingly fragile. Should you inadvertently fall out, you may become lost in the void forever. Even I might not be able to locate you. Senior brother, Gu Han inquired with curiosity, what is the reason for this? Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang evaded the question, instead asking, do you know the distance between the southern sky realm and the ancient Song realm? Is it far? A typical saint-level cultivator would require at least a decade of relentless flight to traverse from the southern sky realm to the ancient Song realm. 10 years. Gu Han exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Yuan Zhengyang nodded. However, if one were to take the ancient path, a saint-level cultivator could reach the ancient Song realm in no more than half a month. This ancient path, though seemingly ordinary, is imbued with the essence of the great Tao and contains the laws of space, compressing vast distances to their utmost limits. For instance, he gestured toward one side of the ancient path. If you were to exit from here, the instant you break through the wall of the realm, you would already be at least 100,000 miles away from me. Gu Han felt a pang of anxiety. Could we refrain from using me as an example? It feels rather ominous. He was not entirely accurate. Qian Yi interjected, if one lacks the requisite skills, they may not reach their destination in 10 years. It could very well take a lifetime. Why is that? The void is boundless, Qian Yi reflected. It is filled with mystery and the unknown. Not only does this diminutive Seven Realms alliance pale in comparison, but even my ninefold demon domain and the profound heavenly domain you are familiar with are but a drop in the ocean when juxtaposed with this void. It harbors countless secrets. To speak of the dangers here, while it may appear tranquil, it conceals myriad threats, ghosts, malevolent creatures, demonic beings, and all manner of bizarre entities, even those beyond your comprehension. Encountering them, do not even mention the saint level. Your senior brother would also meet his demise. Guhan wholeheartedly agreed, recalling that strange tree, which was indeed in existence he could not comprehend. Of course, Qianyi remarked, aside from enhancing one's cultivation and traversing the ancient path, there are indeed alternative means for those of lower cultivation to navigate within the void. What means? Magical artifacts. Qianyi elaborated. These artifacts are particularly unique, specifically crafted for use in the void. Not only do they possess formidable defenses, but they also encompass various powerful prohibitions to guard against the elusive malevolence that lurks within the void. These vessels, be they flying boats, starships, or palatial transports, vary in size and value. Do you possess one? That goes without saying. Qianyi declared with pride. The artifact in my possession was forged at a considerable cost of rare celestial treasures, known as the Nine Heavens Cloud Pavilion. It is the very vessel I employ while patrolling the 9 layers of demon realms. Of course, given my cultivation level, I hardly require such assistance. However, as a demon lord, one must maintain an appropriate fade. Strictly speaking, Guhan pondered, it does not belong to you at present. Qianyi fell silent. The conversation had reached an impasse. What a dreary turn of events. In chapter 646 of the first volume, titled Gambling, Guhan, disregarding the sulking Qianyi, inquired curiously, how did you manage to reach the Xuantian Great Domain in your youth? Considering Yuan Zhengyang's talents, several millennia ago, he was at most a saint realm cultivator. Without extraordinary circumstances, he could scarcely breach the celestial curtain of the southern sky, let alone venture into the unknown Xuantian Great Domain. Well, Yuan Zhengyang paused momentarily, sighed, and explained, it's a long story. Millennia ago, due to the disappearance of the alliance leader Yun Qi, chaos engulfed the southern sky, with no one to impose order. As a solitary cultivator with a forthright disposition, life became exceedingly arduous, and I incurred the ire of many. Eventually, I exhausted my savings to procure a sacred herb, and just as I ascended to the saint realm, I attracted the pursuit of enemies. My steadfast nature prevented me from endangering my friends and family, so I chose to confront them alone. Naturally, I was outnumbered. I had no choice but to flee into the ancient path, seeking temporary refuge in another realm, only to be relentlessly pursued by my foes. After a fierce battle, I was cast out of the ancient path, finding myself adrift in the void. Originally, the void harbored no spiritual essence, nor any semblance of life, and I had consumed nearly all of my medicinal pills. Only a dead end awaited me. Yet, fortune smiled upon me in my despair. I unexpectedly encountered a peculiar creature, colossal as a mountain and resembling a swimming fish. Embracing the certainty of my demise, I seized its tail fin as it passed, climbing onto its back, and thus began my wandering alongside it. I endured for several years in this manner. Ultimately, this strange being unknowingly drifted into the Xuantian Great Domain, providing me with an opportunity to escape. It is indeed peculiar, Yuan Zhengyang reflected, as the creature seemed aware of my presence upon its back, yet never paid me any heed or attempted to cast me off. Otherwise, even if I possessed countless lives, it would not suffice to survive. Upon hearing his tale, Yu Ming and the others silently marveled, surprised to learn of Yuan Zhengyang's past experiences before his rise to prominence. To be fair, Qianyi could not resist flaunting his knowledge. Your senior brother was fortunate. What he encountered was likely a void breaker. A void breaker? Indeed. Qianyi softly remarked. The void breaker, an extraordinary entity born from the void, possesses not only unparalleled speed, but also the innate ability to momentarily pierce the tranquil expanse of emptiness, traversing miles in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, this being is one of the few gentle souls. It rarely attacks cultivators unless provoked to the utmost degree. Is it truly that formidable? Such naivete. Qianyi scoffed. The prowess of the void breaker stems solely from a trace of the great Kuan's bloodline within it. The great Kuan? Guhan inquired earnestly, realizing that Qianyi, despite his tendency to elevate his own stature, possessed a wealth of knowledge. The great Kuan. Xianye's tone became grave, capturing Gu Han's full attention. Never mind. I shall refrain from elaborating. Abruptly, Xianye shifted his focus, retreating to a corner to contemplate the golden seal, ceasing any further interaction with Gu Han. Gu Han, unable to restrain himself, suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura that erupted from his being. Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang exclaimed in alarm, swiftly shielding himself from the overwhelming force, allowing the trembling barriers of the ancient path to gradually stabilize. The others in the room shuddered, silently pondering whether Gu Laozu had lost his senses or grown weary of life itself. Senior brother, I am fine, Gu Han forced a smile, explaining. I was merely engrossed in contemplating a divine ability and momentarily forgot that we were within the ancient path. Yuan Zhengyang praised him, with such talent and determination. You truly bring embarrassment to your senior brother. It is only fitting that you are the sword master. Gu Han felt even more embarrassed, suppressing the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Qianyi, when a thought of Leng Yushu suddenly crossed his mind. Will it succeed? Meanwhile, within the desolate realm of the Forgetting Emotion sect, sorrow loomed heavily. Upon receiving news of Mu Feng's demise, Ding Lan and the others were struck as if by lightning, weeping inconsolably, their expressions reflecting the shattering of dreams of dual and triple cultivation. In the serene chamber atop the peak, Lingya slowly opened his eyes. The scar from his sword injury now vanished, restoring his appearance to its former self. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect a certain disarray in his aura and a pallor to his complexion. It was evident that the injury had merely been temporarily suppressed. Master, seeing him awaken, Leng Yushu, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed over with a worried expression. How do you feel? Do not fret, Lingya replied with a gentle smile. I have endured for so many years. I shall not perish just yet. Yet, Leng Yushu's concern only intensified. But what if Gu Qin returns? Perhaps you should explain to him that once you have recovered, you will confront him. He would not agree. Lingya shook his head. For others, he might acquiesce. But he would never forego the opportunity to kill me. Leng Yushu suddenly fell silent. What troubles you? Lingya inquired curiously. With a sudden thud, Leng Yushu knelt, bowing her head in silence. Yushu? Lingya was taken aback. What is this? Master. Leng Yushu abruptly lifted her head, her innocent face now radiating resolve. You should consume me. Foolish girl, Lingya gently reprimanded. What nonsensical words are these? I am not speaking nonsense. As she spoke, tears blurred the cold, rain-shrouded eyes of Leng Yushu. She stared blankly at Lingya. Master, I am, in fact, a herb, am I not? Upon hearing this, Lingya was momentarily taken aback. Leng Yushu had uncovered the truth. He was not surprised, however. He had not anticipated that she would be the one to pierce through this veil of secrecy. It seemed he gazed deeply into Leng Yushu's eyes and said, You already know. Yes, she replied softly. When did you find out? Long ago, Leng Yushu murmured. Once, I accidentally got injured and healed without consuming any elixirs. At that moment, I understood that I was different from others. I was, in truth, a herb nurtured by you, master. Indeed, Lingya fell silent for a moment, then suddenly expressed his thoughts. You, my dear girl, have been exceptionally clever since childhood. If you could not fathom even this small trick of your master, it would be unworthy of your extraordinary intellect. Since you have grasped the truth, you must also realize. He gazed quietly at Leng Yushu. I have been deceiving you. Leng Yushu nodded. I know. You must harbor resentment towards me. Not at all. She gently shook her head. I do not resent you in the slightest. I find that hard to believe. Lingya suddenly laughed. Even clay figures possess a measure of indignation. With the way I have treated you, how can your heart hold no trace of grievance? There is grievance, but no hatred. Lingya ceased to speak further. His calm gaze returned to the depths of Leng Yushu's eyes. He had always believed that a person's secrets lay hidden within their gaze. Zhongyu, a mere fool. Mo Chenyin, astutely intelligent. Gu Chun, resilient and steadfast. He had encountered countless individuals, whether shrewd or foolish, no matter how well they concealed their true selves. He could always detect a hint of flaw in their eyes. This was his skill, a secret art of his own. Yet now, beneath the tears, her eyes were as clear as a spring, seeming to reveal everything within. From her gaze, he discerned no trace of hatred, no hint of anomaly, only a flicker of confusion and resoluteness. For the first time in his life, he felt somewhat misjudged and intrigued, wondering about her reasoning. Leng Yushu did not respond. a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing her eyes as if lost in reminiscence, murmuring, "Master, that day was truly cold, so very cold." Her body trembled slightly, as if she had not felt such chill in ages. Indeed, Lingya too seemed drawn into memory, chuckling softly. "At that time, you had yet to begin your training. For an ordinary person, it was indeed unbearable. It was late autumn. The sky drizzled with fine rain, not heavy, yet the cold winds of late autumn were piercingly sharp. The roads were muddy, and passers-by hurried along, clutching their garments tightly, all seeking a temporary refuge from the storm. At a street corner, in a foul-smelling alley filled with sewage, sat a young girl of about 10 years, slumped on the ground. She appeared gaunt, her tattered dress, riddled with patches, could hardly shield her from the relentless autumn winds and rain. Though her lips were tinged with a pallid hue from the cold, and her body trembled instinctively, her gaze remained vacant, enveloped in a profound stillness. She stared blankly ahead, devoid of any semblance of vitality, seemingly impervious to the biting chill. Or perhaps the cold had seeped so deeply into her bones that she had lost all sensation. Not far off, a youth clad in even thinner garments lay contorted on the ground, motionless, clutching something in his hand. The pungent stench of blood emanated from him, mingling with the foul odors of the alley, rendering the atmosphere nearly intolerable. "Damn it!" On the opposite side, two men exchanged curses, one of whom appeared to bear some injuries. "This kid possesses remarkable strength. Fortunately, we brought our tools. Otherwise, we might not have managed to subdue him. I cannot fathom how he remains so strong despite being underfed. No matter, let us take this girl back. This endeavor will not be in vain. She has good potential. With 10 days or half a month of care and a change of clothes, we could fetch a handsome price for her." As they conversed, the two men approached the girl. Her expression remained unchanged, as if she were oblivious to their presence. "Is she in shock?" One of them frowned. "If she is, her value will diminish." "Let me take a look," the other replied, stepping directly in front of her for a closer inspection, and then raised his hand to strike her. With a visible impact, the girl's cheeks swelled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her expression remained stoic, as if she felt no pain whatsoever. "Damn it!" One man was taken aback, genuinely bewildered. Unyielding, he raised his hand again, delivering several more slaps, but regardless of his ferocity, the girl remained utterly silent. "Curse it! Just finish her off." Before he could complete his thought, a figure abruptly appeared before them, clad in a brocade robe. The middle-aged man exuded an air of elegance and composure. In an instant, the two men vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. In the stillness of the room, I recall vividly the tears of cold rain streaming down, unheeded, as I murmured, "My brother and I have wandered the world, enduring hardship upon hardship. Though I am clever, master, you know well that not every challenge can be surmounted by wit alone. Moreover, my brother is so naive. I not only strive to survive, but also bear the responsibility of keeping my foolish brother alive. We go hungry, we shiver in the cold, and we suffer the scorn and bullying of others." At that time, I wept bitterly, thinking how much easier it would be if my brother were to suddenly pass away. Then, I could live without such burdens and would not have to face hunger daily. "Master, it is not that I am heartless. It is that life is unbearably difficult. Can you imagine?" I wiped my tears, but they seemed endless. At that moment, I was still so young, and taking care of a fool was becoming increasingly untenable. "Indeed," Lingya remarked contemplatively, "this is the true essence of you." "Master," Cold Rain Shu appeared not to have heard, staring blankly at him. "Do you remember the very first words I spoke when we met?" Lingya fell silent for a moment, gazing at her with a gentle sigh. "Ah, poor child." He seemed to echo the sentiments of the past, as if sympathizing with the present plight of Cold Rain Shu. "It is precisely these words." Tears streaming down her face, Lung Yushu suddenly broke into laughter. "Those two individuals had mercilessly taken my brother's life and intended to sell me off. I knew my fate would be far worse than death, yet I found myself powerless, too small and weak to escape. Acceptance became my only option, and despair enveloped me. But it was in that moment that you appeared, master." As she spoke, her gaze became fixated on Lingya, her eyes suddenly igniting with a remarkable brilliance. "You assured me that as long as you were present, I would no longer suffer from hunger, cold, or bullying. It was you who bestowed upon me my name." Recalling this, a middle-aged man glanced at the girl and sighed with pity. It was only at that moment that she became aware of his presence. The chilling atmosphere snapped her back to reality, causing her to instinctively wrap her arms around herself, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. "Child," the man said with a gentle smile. "What is your name?" The girl remained silent, the cold biting deeper into her bones, her shivers intensifying. Finally, she managed to utter through gritted teeth, "It's cold. Just cold." The man chuckled softly and continued, "Forget the past. From this day forth, you shall bear the surname Lung." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to the sky. The biting wind howled, mingled with the sparse, fine rain. "Let us call you Lung Yushu, then, shall we?" In the stillness of the chamber, Lung Yushu continued to murmur, "Master, I truly do not comprehend why you concealed this from me. You were my only hope." Upon arriving at the Forgetting Emotions sect, it became evident, as you had foretold, that I understood what kind of people senior brother, second senior sister, and third senior brother were. Whether genuine or feigned, at least they showed me concern, something I had sorely lacked before. That was enough. "And you, Master, without you, that Lung Yushu would have perished long ago. You granted me a second chance at life." At this point, a radiant glow enveloped her being. "For these years, my relentless cultivation has not been in pursuit of power, but rather because I realized that the higher my cultivation, the more I could assist you, Master." As she spoke, the luminous aura surrounding her intensified, transforming into a pearlescent glow that enveloped her entirely. "I will become a medicinal essence for you, Master. This is the only thing I can do for you, and I harbor no regrets." "Thank you, Master." Her voice grew ethereal, expressing her joy at being able to assist him. As she transformed into a medicinal essence, a rich, fragrant aroma pervaded the air. Gradually, her voice diminished to an almost inaudible whisper, yet it remained steadfast and sincere. As Lingya beheld the radiance before him, his expression remained unchanged. Yet, the light penetrated his eyes, stirring the still waters of his heart, which had been tranquil for countless years. A ripple emerged, causing a minuscule crack in the nearly flawless defenses he had constructed around his heart. The ripple was so slight that it could be overlooked, and the fissure was so fine that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, existence persists, albeit subtly. Lingya reminisces about the moment he took away Lung Yushu. "I am Lingya." In the alley, he gazed at the girl who had acquired a new name, tenderly declaring, "From this day forth, I shall be your master. Follow me in your cultivation. You need not fear hunger or cold, nor the bullying of others, for you shall be my cherished disciple." Upon hearing these words, the girl's once dull eyes suddenly sparkled, radiating an intense brightness. "Yushu." He felt a profound satisfaction, gently beckoning her closer. Initially hesitant, the girl cast a timid glance his way before running barefoot towards him, her small hands clutching his garment tightly, as if vowing never to let go, even in death. At that moment, he beheld her eyes, and in them, he was the sole beacon of light in her life, her unwavering faith. A sigh escaped him, unbidden. What a foolish child she was. As the reminiscence began to fade, the girl's figure gradually blurred, until it transformed into a wisp of azure light, dissipating slowly. Yet a thread of luminescence, finer than a strand of hair, fell into his heart's lake, merging completely with the waters, indistinguishable henceforth. At the lake's deepest point, a tender seed quietly emerged. The heart's essence, a seed of magic. Shifting his gaze, Lingya once more looked towards Lung Yushu, or rather, the orb of white light, his expression returning to tranquility, the heart's lake once again a still expanse, his defenses closing. In that fleeting moment, Lung Yushu truly moved him. Though brief, it was an unfamiliar sensation he had never experienced before. However, true to his nature, he swiftly suppressed this fleeting compassion, reverting to the detached Lingya. Opposite him, Lung Yushu's transformation approached its finality. If not halted, in but a breath, she would cease to exist. With a gentle motion, he extended a finger, and a beam of jade light descended, enveloping the white orb. Silently, the process of her transformation was interrupted. The white light gradually dissipated, restoring her form. Lingya observed her quietly. She seemed yet to awaken, her eyes still clouded with confusion. Yet beneath that bewilderment lay an unwavering clarity, a hint of resolve reminiscent of the past. Unlike Hmph, whose eyes harbored hatred, hers bore none. Their choices stood in stark contrast. The former, having pierced through her thoughts, could not exert control. The latter, having controlled, could not fathom her mind. Human hearts? He chuckled bitterly, reflecting on a lifetime spent calculating the intricacies of human nature, yet still failing to grasp its depths. Before the grand path, Only by completely severing the 7 emotions and extinguishing the 6 desires could one eliminate all variables and avoid repeating that person's folly. Whether it be Mo Chen-in or Leng Yushu. Ultimately, she was merely a tool to him. Even though she held great significance, she remained a mere instrument. Opposite her, the cold rain gradually restored her consciousness, and she looked at her hands in bewilderment. She had not perished, she had triumphed. She had been gambling with her life, and had Lingya acted a breath later, her consciousness would have been entirely extinguished, transforming her into a mere plant. Yet, Lingya ultimately could not sever his emotions completely. The moment his defenses revealed a crack, she had successfully sown a seed of darkness within him. Worth it. In her days, she seemed to glimpse a simple-minded, clumsy youth, his lips moving incessantly as he repeated certain phrases. Sister, you're tired, let me carry you. With me around, you shall never go hungry. With me around, no one can bully you. With me around, you will surely lead a good life. Except for her. No one knew what the boy had clutched in his hand until his last breath. It was a wildflower. In the depths of autumn, finding a wildflower was no small feat, thus he cherished it dearly, refusing to let go even in death, for that day was her birthday. Though foolish, he remembered this better than anyone else. In truth, that day was also his birthday. They were twin siblings, and she had merely arrived a moment after him. The wildflower was white, yet she knew that by the end, it had been stained red with his blood. Gradually, her gaze regained clarity, and the image of the boy slowly faded away. Strangely, her heart suddenly ached intensely, a pain she had endured countless times over the years. The moment she obtained the heart of the demon seed, she had resolved to wager her life, even when the hope seemed dim. No one knew how she had confined her true self in a corner of her heart's lake, enduring torment, especially at the moment she conjectured the truth. No one knew how deeply she loathed Lingya, how desperately she wished for his demise. Through the ancient path, an ordinary practitioner of the sacred realm would require half a month's effort. However, Yuan Zhengyang needed but a little less than half a day. Before Guhan, a swirling portal reappeared, identical to the one in the southern heaven realm. Clearly, this was the entrance to the ancient Song realm. Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang's urgency intensified. Let us proceed. Guhan paused for a moment in silence, glancing back, though he saw only an expanse of shadowy void. He knew that the southern heaven realm lay hidden within. Qianyi, he had no mind to dispute further, sighing lightly. Do you think she will succeed? She will. Qianyi replied without hesitation. He is bound to fall. So certain? Of course. Qianyi scoffed. I told you not to underestimate that woman. You can never truly know what she is capable of. Though Lingya may play mind games, he is not necessarily her match. Moreover, his tone suddenly became fervent. Even I have fallen. Why should he not? Is he more formidable than me? He must fall. Even if he tries not to, he will. I, Qianyi, declare this. Volume 1, Chapter 649. Brother, you may not know me well. Qianyi's words resonated with Guhan, who, as a seasoned elder and a once-fallen demon lord, possessed an unparalleled wealth of experience in such matters, one that Guhan could hardly rival. He harbored a flicker of hope for success. With his emotions gathered, he stepped resolutely through the portal. Following him, the group entered in succession, the last across the threshold being Xiao He, who glanced back with a hint of melancholy. Farewell you. In the core area of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, Geng Ji recounted the information he had gleaned to Ji Wuyo. The outline of events unfolded thus. He had visited the Xuantian sect and, without pausing, was taken by the former sect master to the ancient Song realm. What are the details? Ji Wuyo inquired, his brow furrowing. Is that all? Regrettably, Geng Ji replied with a wry smile. Besides Miss Long, not a single soul was spared. All perished. Ji Wuyo raised an eyebrow, pondering the former elder's alarming bloodlust. There has been an increasing number of peculiar occurrences in the ancient Song realm, murders and other strange happenings. There is another matter. Geng Ji hesitated momentarily. It seems there is a swordsman involved. A swordsman? Ji Wuyo, immediately recognizing whom Geng Ji referred to, was momentarily taken aback. But isn't Fu Yulin a body cultivator? President. Geng Ji pondered. Do you think it possible that he is actually Guhan? Ji Wuyo fell silent for a moment. Realizing his oversight, the two shared a bond. And it was indeed plausible for Guhan to adopt an alias. Yet, as President Yun had expressed that day, Guhan was evidently a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, akin to that esteemed Master Guchun. It was a notion he found hard to accept. The Guhan depicted on the jade talisman, formidable in combat, loyal, imbued with a strong sense of justice, and exceedingly capable. The Guhan in reality, brazen, cunning, petty, lacking moral integrity, and even permitting his dog to pilfer fish. They appeared to be two entirely different individuals. President Geng Ji, equally perplexed, contemplated further. Is there another possibility? Indeed, Guhan and Fu Yulin, Geng Ji suggested, these two are friends. The adage one who associates with vermilion will turn red, while one who associates with ink will turn black holds true. A light dawned on Ji Wuyo, his heart heavy with regret. I see now, what a promising seedling. And yet it has gone awry. This Fu Yulin has thwarted my grand ambitions. In that moment, both men lamented the careless choices of Guhan's acquaintances. Very well. Ji Wuyo shook his head repeatedly. If that is the case, I shall venture to the ancient Song realm myself. President Geng Ji gasped. You have not left Lingyun City in nearly a millennium. Why? You do not understand. Ji Wuyo replied earnestly. This matter bears significant implications. Firstly, the individual known as Guhan requires thorough investigation to ascertain if there remains any hope of redemption. Secondly, with the impending war between the realms, our branch must prepare accordingly. Thirdly, the descent of the divine race necessitates a comprehensive inquiry. Fourthly, he listed several other reasons. In summary, it could be distilled into a single declaration. I must go. President Geng Ji instinctively interjected. Are you suggesting all this merely in pursuit of that chef? Nonsense. With a stern expression, Ji Wui reprimanded. Am I the kind of person who would neglect public duty for personal gain? My departure serves a grand purpose, entirely unrelated to other matters. After years of friendship, how could you harbor such malicious suspicions about me? It is truly disappointing. His ire intensified with each word, ultimately leading him to sweep his sleeve and vanish in a flash, leaving the perplexed Geng Ji standing alone. I was merely inquiring. Why the urgency? With Ji Wui's departure, the three fish dragons rejoiced, seemingly liberated from the threat looming above them, frolicking joyfully in the pond. Sighing, Geng Ji felt a pang of sympathy and asked, would you care for a sumptuous meal? Our guild still possesses some wealth. In the Forgetting Emotions sect, within the tranquil chamber, the clouded mind of Lung Yush began to clear. Ling Wai spoke again. Do you truly wish to assist your master? Indeed, even if it means death, I would willingly sacrifice myself for my master. Very well, Ling Wai replied with a gentle smile. Your willingness brings me satisfaction. Death is not an absolute necessity. Lung Yush was taken aback. Ling Wai suddenly sighed, saying, when I imparted this technique to you years ago, it was out of necessity. I have watched you grow, and I am not devoid of emotions. Even if you were to transmute into medicine, I would still ensure to safeguard a fragment of your spirit. Should a suitable vessel be found, there remains a chance for a new beginning. Master, Lung Yush choked out, you are far too kind to me. Foolish girl. Ling Wai chuckled, stop speaking such nonsense. In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly halted, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The notion of preserving Lung Yush's spirit was contrary to his nature, yet he had not only voiced it, but also found himself genuinely contemplating it. Pondering this, he cast a deep glance at Lung Yush, noticing her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any anomalies, prompting him to meticulously examine himself as well, finding no irregularities. Master, Lung Yush inquired with concern, what troubles you? Nothing. I have detected no abnormalities, Ling Wai replied, suppressing his peculiar feelings. However, with your current cultivation, even if you were to transmute, you could not aid in my recovery. I will enter seclusion immediately. Time is of the essence. In 3 months, I must confront Gu Chun in a life-or-death battle. Lung Yush's complexion paled. What shall we do? Lung Yush, Ling Wai did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Do you aspire to become a practitioner of the free realm, perhaps even achieve the transcendence realm like your master? I do. Lung Yush hesitated. If I could do that, I could help my master, but the time frame is daunting. Daunting? Ling Wai smiled lightly, not necessarily. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the outside, revealing a peculiar expression. It is worth noting that within the Seven Realms Alliance, the Dao fruit does indeed exist. However, Lung Yush queried, the timing of the Dao fruit's manifestation is uncertain, and the last occurrence in the free realm was many years ago, while the transcendence realm has never appeared. Just because it hasn't happened before does not mean it won't in the future, Ling Wai countered with a shake of his head. Master, do you possess a method? Ling Wai fell silent, a glimmer of unusual light flickering in his eyes. Blood sacrificed to the southern sky, nurtured by the blood of countless beings. The freedom to roam lies within reach. You may go first. Upon reflecting on this, he waved his hand, acknowledging that his master needed ample preparation before the impending battle. Indeed, Cold Rain nodded earnestly, declaring, "Master, I shall certainly heal your wounds." With that, she turned and departed, her demeanor exhibiting no sign of disarray. Yet, within her heart, thoughts churned relentlessly. The decisive confrontation was imminent. She understood its significance. 3 months hence would present the prime opportunity to vanquish Lingya, perhaps the only chance. For should he fully merge with Guchun, their prospects would dwindle significantly. Though the demonic seed had been sown, Lingya was no ordinary foe, and the growth of such a seed within 3 months remained uncertain. Suddenly, she recalled Guhan. "I have exerted my utmost. What will you do?" The portal to the ancient Song realm stood unguarded, sparing Guhan and his companions much trouble. To reach the continent where Guhan resided, they would need to traverse another ancient path, necessitating a brief separation among the brothers. Remember, before their departure, Yuan Zhengyang cast a glance at Yu Ming and said calmly, "During my absence, should anything happen to you, even if it's just a single hair gone missing, Yu Ming and the others trembled in fear. "Brother," Guhan interjected, sensing Yuan Zhengyang's sternness, "they are merely young ones. Do not frighten them." Sigh, Yuan Zhengyang shook his head. "I fear for your safety. What if misfortune befalls you while I am not by your side?" "Brother," Guhan pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "You still do not truly understand me. I am not one to instigate trouble. I have come here solely to seek family and friends." Volume 1, Chapter 650, Harmony in All Matters. Discretion is key. "Brother, I know you are a person of integrity." Yuan Zhengyang sighed suddenly. "Yet, although the ancient Song realm is under the stewardship of the ancient sect master and is not as chaotic as the southern sky realm, it is not without its dangers. Do not compromise your own interests. I will shield you from any troubles that arise. Should anyone foolishly provoke you." As he spoke, he cast a nonchalant glance at Yu Ming. "Do you know what to do? Eliminate them?" "No, annihilate their entire lineage." The others were taken aback by Yuan Zhengyang's ruthless demeanor, witnessing a side of him they had never seen before. "Brother," Guhan suddenly asked, "what is your opinion of the ancient sect master?" Yuan Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "I have not met him often, but I have heard much about his character. He is astute and just, yet not rigid. Among the 7 cultivators of the celestial realm, he is the only one I truly admire." "Why do you bring him up, junior brother?" "Nothing in particular," Guhan chuckled. "I am merely curious about his enmity with Lingya." "The two of them?" Yuan Zhengyang shook his head. "Long before I ventured into the Xuantian domain, they were already cultivators of the celestial realm. They have been at odds for countless years. Initially, it piqued everyone's interest, but over time it became commonplace. However, one must acknowledge that they are evenly matched adversaries. Though they are sworn enemies, the absence of one would undoubtedly hinder the other's progress. It is evident that having a worthy opponent to spur mutual growth is a rare and invaluable gift." He suddenly let out a cold laugh, reflecting on the unjust actions of the Lingya master. A millennium ago, he suffered an unknown injury to his path, yet the ancient sect leader's cultivation remarkably advanced, surpassing him by a considerable margin. However, the outcome of the impending battle remained uncertain. In the 7 Realms Alliance, a single thread pulled can affect the entire fabric. The ultimate victory would depend on how many allies the two could rally to their cause. "Junior brother," he advised, "this battle involves great stakes. When the time comes to invade the southern celestial realm, it certainly won't just be the ancient Song realm participating. You could remain in the ancient Song realm, or even return to our original continent to avoid the fray for now." "And you, senior brother?" "Me?" Yuan Zhengyang replied with a smile. "The heritage of the Xuantian sect remains there. Where else could I go? After all, the southern celestial realm is still my home." Yu Ming hesitated. "Old ancestor, we truly have only the mountain gate left. Relocating it would not be a significant task." Qian Yi pondered. "If I were to dismantle the mountain gate of my senior brother, severing his aspirations, would he then leave?" Though underhanded, Qian Yi remarked, "But it's quite pragmatic." "Enough," Yuan Zhengyang said. "Let us defer this matter until my return for further deliberation." With that, he departed with Chong Ming, followed reluctantly by the dog-like creature behind him. "Leaving it here?" Chong Ming expressed concern. Staying with Yuan Zhengyang might mean enduring a few scoldings, but accompanying Gu Han could lead to being thoroughly consumed, leaving not a single hair behind. Don't fret. Gu Han, noticing Yu Ming and the others staring at his hair, expressed his disbelief. You truly believe my senior brother's jest? Old ancestor, Yu Ming cautiously inquired. What are we to do now? This has all come too suddenly. Even now? They were unaware of Gu Han's specific purpose for coming to the ancient Song realm. 3 matters, Gu Han considered: seeking kin, visiting friends, and paying a call to the ancient sect leader. Is it truly that simple? The others were left in a haze. If we accompany you, wouldn't it just be a futile endeavor? You do not understand me well, Gu Han asserted. I am, in truth, a person who cherishes harmony with others. Violence is not the answer. On this journey, we shall strive for discretion and humility, prioritizing peace above all else. Understood? They all nodded in agreement. Qian Yi, astonished, queried, Are you serious? Of course. Gu Han sighed. Surely, I cannot create chaos upon every arrival. It is exhausting, and I have grown weary of such a life. Qian Yi mused. Gu Han, you have indeed matured. Having experienced much, Gu Han replied with a self-deprecating smile. I cannot forever remain the impetuous youth who draws his sword at the slightest provocation. Sometimes, even the sharpest blade cannot resolve every issue. One must employ their intellect as well. Quite rare. Qian Yi praised. I now view you in a different light. Without further ado, Gu Han scanned their surroundings. Realizing the realm gate lay in a desolate expanse, devoid of any presence. Let us proceed. He promptly chose a direction and soared forth, seeking someone to inquire the way. The others hurriedly followed suit. After traversing approximately 10,000 miles, they finally spotted a group of figures in the distance. Gu Han's expression brightened, and in the blink of an eye, he swiftly approached the group of individuals nearby. Adhering to the principles of avoiding conflict and maintaining politeness, he smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Esteemed friends, might you pause for a moment? Is that you? It is indeed you. In an instant, among the group confronting him, a youth spoke with words identical to Gu Han's. Gu Han was rendered speechless. What a remarkable coincidence. This individual was none other than a familiar acquaintance, the one who had previously lost a wager against him, adamantly refusing to sign the Grand Dao contract, and had audaciously challenged him to point his sword at him. There were 8 or 9 individuals in total, and apart from the one he recognized, there was another youth bearing some resemblance to him, with cultivation at the 8th level of the sacred realm, accompanied by 2 others at the feather transformation realm. The remaining members were all also at the sacred realm. The 2 were brothers. The one who had signed the contract was Shi Wu, while the youth beside him was his elder brother, Shi Wan. Brother, it's him. Shi Wu exclaimed excitedly, whispering a few words to Shi Wan. After that, he fixed his gaze on Gu Han, astonished. I never expected you to still be alive. You possess quite the luck. Gu Han smiled enigmatically. Among those who had escaped from the divine flame that day, few remained, and Shi Wu was fortunate to be one of them. What audacity, Shi Wan remarked coolly, to threaten my brother into signing the Grand Dao contract. And yet you dare to come to the ancient Song realm. I truly admire your courage. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Gu Han pondered for a moment. Speak to me respectfully, or else what? Shi Wu's expression turned grim as he realized something. Let me inform you. This is not your continent, and you cannot act recklessly here. The ancient Song realm conceals numerous formidable individuals, far beyond your native capabilities. He continued, moreover, weren't you fond of pointing your sword at me? Come then, go ahead. His anger intensified. Try pointing it at me once more. Before he could finish, dozens of figures suddenly appeared around him, all bearing unfriendly expressions and exuding an air of sharpness. The sound of swords ringing out filled the air as dozens of long swords were directed toward Shi Wu. Shi Wu was taken aback, as was Shi Wan. So many. And they are all sword cultivators. The lowest among them were at the sacred realm, while the higher cultivators were indistinguishable. Where did such a multitude of sword cultivators come from in the ancient Song realm? If you require more, Gu Han kindly offered, I have plenty to spare. Master. A sword cultivator cautiously interjected, there's no more space to accommodate them. At that moment, more than 10 swords were poised at Shi Wu's neck, with the remaining swords piled on top of his head. Gu Han mused that even if he brought forth his 1,000 swords, it would not be possible to accommodate Shi Wu without turning him into a porcupine. Master, another sword cultivator with a stern expression said, these individuals have shown you disrespect. Shall we eliminate them all? Upon hearing this, the brothers' faces turned ashen. Fool, Yu Ming scolded, who granted you the authority to act on your own? Have you forgotten the words of the sect master? The brothers felt a wave of relief wash over them. This individual seemed to be reasonable. Yu Ming then cast a detached glance at the two, declaring, "They must be eradicated." The brothers trembled, nearly plummeting from midair. "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Han regarded Shi Wu with a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing. "You're back to this again." Shi Wu, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil, retorted vehemently, "I am not one to cower in fear of death. However, before you take my life, we must clarify another grievance between us." Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. "What?" "Sacred herb." Shi Wu's voice rang out, firm and resolute. "Have you forgotten?" "I certainly have not. I have willingly accepted the terms of the wager and signed the Great Tao contract. Thus, I owe you a sacred herb. During this period, I have been tirelessly seeking information about you, solely for this matter. Of course, you may choose to forego it, but I must repay this debt. Brother." He glanced at Shi Wu. "Return it to him. Even in death, we must not owe anything to others. What my younger brother says is indeed correct." Shi Wu promptly retrieved a sacred herb from his storage ring. This was the very herb he had brought from his family in preparation for a breakthrough to the ethereal realm, yet he had yet to utilize it. "I have no issues returning it to you," he stated, fixing his gaze on Gu Han. "However, I must clarify one matter. Do you expect me to release you?" Gu Han scoffed. "You underestimate me." Shi Wu retorted with disdain, "Let us keep matters separate. This sacred herb, it should have been returned to you on that very day, yet due to unforeseen circumstances, it has been delayed for so long. In the realm of mortals, debts are to be repaid with interest. As cultivators, we ought to adhere to the same principle. This is merely the principal amount. As for interest, let it be another sacred herb." As he spoke, he gestured grandly, presenting the sacred herb before Gu Han. "Indeed," Shi Wu wholeheartedly agreed. "Brother, you are truly perceptive. Deliver the principle, and should you choose to slay us afterward, feel free to take our tokens to the Shi family to claim the interest. Even in death, we shall not default on our obligations." With the grievances settled, upon witnessing Gu Han accept the sacred herb, Shi Wu displayed a visage of relief. "You may proceed." Shi Wu also bore a resolute expression, ready to face death without fear. With that, the two brothers exchanged a glance, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother, in our next life, let us be siblings once more. Younger brother, on the road to the underworld, I shall accompany you." The onlookers, including the multitude of sword cultivators present, each capable of easily taking the brothers' lives, suddenly found themselves unable to strike. "How can we do this? We've never encountered such individuals." Gu Han, filled with emotion, remarked, "They are far too understanding, so considerate that one cannot bear to kill them." "Ancestor." Yu Ming appeared troubled. "What do you suggest?" Gu Han waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw their swords. "I have a few questions for you. Pray speak." Shi Wu declared with righteous fervor. "Once you have finished, we shall submit to your judgment." Gu Han appeared at a loss for words. "Previously, the Lord of the Ancient Dust Sect brought back a group from that continent. You are aware of this, yes? Where are they now?" "Indeed," Shi Wu responded without hesitation. "They include the descendants of Lord Yun Qi. They have been here for several months now. The Lord of the Ancient Dust Sect even specially provided them with a resource-rich small city as a place for cultivation." "Ah, I see." Gu Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Lord Gu present, they should be faring well, correct? Shi Wu hesitated. "In truth, their situation is not as favorable as one might think." "What?" Gu Han's eyes narrowed instantly. "Speak." Yu Ming was filled with fury. "Daring to play tricks with my family's ancestor, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Originally, Shi Wu hurriedly remarked, "They can live quite well as descendants of the alliance leader, and with the ancient patriarch's endorsement, no one would dare to harm them." However, that particular descendant made a decision to bring his former subordinates and friends to the ancient Song realm, which was met with unanimous opposition. Gu Han understood that these former subordinates were, in fact, the border troops of the Great Yan, numbering in the tens of thousands, or even more. In the eyes of most people in the ancient Song realm, even Yuan Zhengyang, as the descendant of the alliance leader, was considered half an indigenous person, let alone the others. The ancient Song realm was vast enough to easily accommodate these individuals. However, for the people of the ancient Song realm, this matter involved rules and face. Coexisting under the same sky with those they had always looked down upon was something they found difficult to accept. Gu Han comprehended Yuan Zhengyang's insistence. The heavenly punishment had fallen, rendering that continent unsuitable for cultivation. if the border troops were allowed to remain there unchecked. Once the existing resources were depleted, they would be left without a path forward, and their future would be bleak. If he were in the same position, he would also hold the same resolve and make the same choice. The rationale was simple. These individuals were once his comrades in arms and brothers in arms. Not to mention, they had fought fiercely to rescue him from the barbarians, displaying a fearless valor in their struggle. Had it not been for that incident, the number of border troops would have been even greater. One cannot abandon comrades. One cannot forsake brothers in arms. This was the conviction held in the hearts of every border soldier of the Great Yin, including Gu Han, a sentiment that outsiders found difficult to comprehend. In fact, Shi Wu added, the descendant of the alliance leader had proposed to station those individuals in the frigid outskirts of the ancient Song realm, away from the center, yet faced continued opposition. Moreover, this issue was of significant consequence. Even the ancient patriarch could not single-handedly suppress the majority of forces in the ancient Song realm. Nevertheless, he had made it clear that no one was permitted to act against the descendant of the alliance leader. Otherwise, they should not blame him for being impolite. Gu Han remained silent. With Yun Qi having vanished for millennia, it was indeed commendable that Gu Chun could protect his descendant to this extent. Qian Yi sneered coldly. He had encountered many such individuals before, a group of hypocrites. The notion of indigenous versus non-indigenous was merely a matter of whom they deemed easy to bully, lacking a formidable presence to stand against them. According to my temperament, if one person opposes, I shall slay one. If 10,000 oppose, I shall slay 10,000. If all oppose, then I shall eradicate them entirely, leaving not a single soul behind. Just right. This could also serve to seize the ancient Song realm. Gu Han sighed. Qian Yi's words struck at the heart of the matter. Without a strong presence, there was no confidence, no hardened fist, and thus no voice of authority. How lamentable! Shi Wu lamented. Those individuals often intentionally sought trouble, provoking and finding various reasons to take action, which was despicable. How tragic! Shi Wu reflected. Among them, there were no strong figures, only one struggling to hold on, and even that one was nearing their breaking point. Who? The sound of the Dao bell rang 9 times. The Golden List had 9 barriers. The Great Yin Dynasty, the Heavenly Suppression King, Fu Yuan. Volume 1, Chapter 652, The Shi Brothers. One of literature and one of martial arts. Fu Yuan? Yu Ming fell into deep contemplation. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Is that not the alias of the esteemed Elder Gu? Does such a person truly exist? Despite the swirling intent to kill within, Gu Han remained somewhat speechless upon hearing such an extensive list of titles. Is he renowned in the ancient Song realm? One cannot say he is excessively so. After contemplating for a moment, Shi Wu's expression turned peculiar. In comparison to the ancient sect master, he still falls short. Gu Han remarked, this style feels all too familiar. Qian Yi, somewhat taken aback, mused that this true self seems to possess a greater renown than your counterfeit. Has his strength surpassed yours after years apart? You may not be fully acquainted with him. Gu Han pondered. His fame had never been forged through sheer strength. So what is it based upon? A remarkably low baseline. Lower than one could fathom. Even lower than yours. Who do you think you're insulting? Qian Yi fell silent. The thought of a lower baseline than Gu Han struck him with an alarming resemblance to the 9 apertures' exquisite body. Continuing, Gu Han turned to Shi Wu and inquired. Who else has troubled them? Too many to count. Shi Wu hesitated for a moment, unable to enumerate them all. Aside from the Shao family, the Divine Dao sect, and the forces maintaining neutrality with these two, the rest are all targeting them. In truth, Shi Wu reflected, given the identity of the Alliance Lord's descendant and the prestige of the ancient sect master, there was indeed room for negotiation. However, the opposition from the Chong family, Gao family, and the trio from Shuafang City was particularly vehement. Most of those stirring up trouble were secretly instigated by them. According to the power divisions in the Southern Sky Realm, these 5 families all have masters of the Free Realm stationed, qualifying them as first-rate powers, with their influence only subordinate to Gu Chun. When compared to the Southern Sky Realm, they are slightly more formidable. Strictly speaking, Ji Wuya has merely established the headquarters of the Ling Yun Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Sky Realm, focusing solely on business and refraining from engaging in these conflicts. That sounds somewhat familiar, Gu Han mused, as if someone had mentioned these matters to him. Shi Wu, exasperated, reminded him, their actions stem from the deaths of Chong Wei, Gao Su, and Liang Lo. A realization struck Gu Han. He recalled them. Chong Wei, endowed with divine strength. Liang Lu, whose name bore ill omens. Gao Su, rather unremarkable, leaving little impression. Hmph. Yu Ming could no longer contain himself, questioning whether they were all slain by the elder's friends. Certainly not. How infuriating. This is blatant bullying. Not only infuriating, but deserving of execution. Do they truly believe that the elder's friends lack protection? Their entire lineage must be eradicated. Instantly, a chorus of sword cultivators seethed with righteous indignation, their sword intent soaring into the heavens, deeply dissatisfied. They had grasped the situation and understood that the rotund individuals were indeed the friends Guhan sought. With hearts stirred, the long swords that had just been sheathed gleamed anew, awaiting only a word from Guhan to embark on their mission of annihilation. Guhan considered, I was the one who killed them. The crowd fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Elder, Yu Ming suddenly turned to the Shi brothers, asking, what shall we do? Shall we still annihilate them? The two brothers felt a tremor within. We have already provided the holy medicine. 2 of them, no less. Are these sword cultivators truly so unreasonable? Death? I fear it not. Sherwin took a deep breath and solemnly declared, there is one matter I must clarify. Indeed, there are still individuals in the ancient Song realm who stand with Prince Fu. Indeed, Sherwu nodded. That includes us. I may be lacking in talent, yet I possess a keen sense of justice. Sherwin sighed deeply, alas. My brother and I are but insignificant figures, eager to lend our support, yet powerless to effect change. Let us act. Sherwu closed his eyes, resolute, expressing his heartfelt sentiments for the sake of catharsis, not merely to survive. Good. My younger brother. Sherwin sighed softly. If there is a next life, we shall remain brothers. Indeed, dear elder brother, I feel the same. Yu Ming found himself unable to strike with his sword any longer. Not only him, but also Gu Han shared the sentiment. What a talent! Even Qian Yi, seldom one to speak up, remarked, it would be a pity to kill him. Gu Han pondered, have you truly not sought trouble with them? You have insulted us. Such beastly acts are beyond our tolerance. The two brothers bore expressions of indignation. They spoke the truth. The Shi family had initially intended to join in the fray, but time had not permitted. Where are they? Gu Han shook his head discreetly and continued, tell me their location, and then you may depart. 19,000 miles east. You must cross 4 mountain ranges. Then proceed north for 3,000 miles, and you will find a green stone mountain. At its midpoint lies a small city with walls of azure and gold. The two brothers exchanged words, detailing even the trees and grasses along the way. Thank you. You may leave now. Gu Han marveled at the brothers' cooperation, secretly contemplating whether to forego the interest on that sacred herb. You are too kind. Sherwin clasped his hands respectfully, stating earnestly, though we are far apart, may we meet again. Perhaps never. He silently prayed. Regrettably, Sherwu felt a sense of relief within, politely adding, were it not for my brother and I being pressed to eradicate evil, I would gladly escort you myself. Eradicate evil? Guhan was taken aback. What evil? Alas, Sherwin lamented, months ago, a great demon emerged in our ancient Song realm, ruthless and brutal. Having claimed countless lives, 2 shadowy figures accompany him, capable of devouring the essence of cultivators. Countless innocent souls have perished at his hands. He is a great scourge upon our realm. Indeed, Sherwu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a master from the ascended realm aimed to eliminate him. But this demon proved exceptionally formidable, injured yet unyielding, and managed to escape into the Valley of 10,000 Burials. Recently, someone discovered his whereabouts, and due to our proximity, we plan to unite and eradicate him, to purge evil and uphold justice. Sherwin's expression grew serious. This action is in accordance with heavenly principles, and my brother and I are duty-bound. What my elder brother says is absolutely correct. Sherwu's face radiated righteousness. This time, our 4 clans shall mobilize their might. Even if that demon is ferocious, we shall ensure he meets his end without return. Until this demon is vanquished, my heart. Suddenly, a cold, lethal intent descended upon him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The malice, of course, emanated from Guhan. Upon hearing the brother's description, he immediately discerned the identity of that fiend. Without a doubt, it was Gu Tian. A shiver coursed through the 2 siblings. To turn against them so swiftly, what of trust and honor? In truth, Sherwu, suppressing his inner shock, ventured cautiously, if you 2 seek to eradicate evil, we could join forces. At his words, Gu Han cast him a glance, a flicker of crimson light igniting in his eyes, and the aura of murderous intent surrounding him intensified almost twofold. That fiend, he enunciated with deliberate clarity, is my adoptive father. In an instant, the brothers felt their hearts plunge into despair. Swoosh. Dozens of swords were poised at their throats and above their heads. They were left in utter hopelessness. How could they possibly mend this situation? If there is a next life, I vow to remain silent. They silently swore. Chapter 653. Searching for the Sun. No one dared to inquire why Gu Han's adoptive father was the villain. Yu Ming, too, refrained from questioning. The murderous intent radiating from Gu Han was enough to send shivers down the spine of even a sword cultivator of the Ascension realm. The timeline aligned perfectly. The descriptions matched. Qianyi pondered for a moment, concluding that it was indeed likely his adoptive father. They had surmised correctly. He was truly here. You. Gu Han glared at the two brothers, the crimson light in his eyes intensifying. Are you plotting to kill my adoptive father? Shi Wu struggled to speak. I had no idea that fiend was your adoptive father. Outrageous. Yu Ming seethed. How could my esteemed ancestor's adoptive father possibly be a villain? Dare you speak such insolence? I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Shi Wen's eyes brightened suddenly. Your analysis holds merit and is quite convincing. The truth is laid bare. Shi Wu sighed. The evidence is so compelling that there is no need for further contemplation. That esteemed elder is truly not a villain. Brother, we have been deceived. They masqueraded under the guise of exterminating evil to cunningly manipulate us. How vile their intentions. Despicable. Shi Wen exclaimed with indignation, my brother and I, driven by a sense of justice, never anticipated we would be so tragically exploited. We nearly misjudged that esteemed elder. He clenched his fists, regret etched upon his face. This is utterly disgraceful. I too, Shi Wu lamented, to be unable to discern right from wrong. We are unworthy of existence in this world. The crowd remained bewildered. Yu Ming was equally perplexed. What have I analyzed? What evidence? Esteemed elder, the brothers exchanged a sincere glance. Your words are the evidence. The swords at our throats and above our heads are irrefutable proof. Unyielding as iron. What need is there for further analysis? This sentiment, however, they dared not voice aloud. Enough of this prattle. Gu Han interjected coolly. Where's Wanzhong Valley? It's 20,000 miles from here. One must traverse 2 great rivers and a small mountain along the way. Lead the way. Certainly. Shi Wen replied without a moment's hesitation. We have misunderstood that esteemed elder. Leading is our unassailable duty. Indeed. Shi Wu quickly concurred. Within Wanzhong Valley, the miasma still lingered, fraught with peril. However, the number of cultivators arriving here had increased compared to before. Damn it. One member of an exploration group suddenly exclaimed, cursing vehemently. What kind of fiend is this? How many lives have been lost in pursuit of him? Need we even contemplate? Another individual sneered, remarking that the ancient path to that continent had only recently opened. And this fiend had appeared around the same time, undoubtedly hailing from there. A group of scourges. Another person cursed, in my opinion. The descendant of the Alliance leader is utterly oblivious to reality. The leader has vanished for countless years. Does he think it's still the same as in the past? Providing him with a place to reside is already a privilege. To entertain the notion of bringing a band of natives to our ancient Song realm is sheer folly. Had it been me, I would have expelled him long ago. No need for expulsion. The first individual scoffed. They lack any formidable warriors. With so many venturing forth to spar, can they withstand it? They will inevitably be driven out. The term spar was pronounced with particular emphasis, clearly implying something more sinister. Just as well, I have heard that their only capable combatant, Fu Yuan, is also nearing his limit. Bah! Someone retorted disdainfully. What nonsense about Fu Yuan, who claims to be the king of heaven for the Great Yin dynasty. What is the Great Yin dynasty, anyway? What sort of title is king of heaven? The more ignorant they are, the more these provincial natives will inflate their own significance. Amidst their discussions, 2 demonic figures stealthily approached them, unnoticed. However, just as the shadows were about to strike, their forms suddenly stiffened, as though seized by an unseen force. Boom! In the next moment, a figure, riddled with scars and exuding overwhelming demonic energy, erupted from the miasma. It was Gu Tian. Compared to a few days prior, his demonic aura had grown more profound. Yet his injuries were also more severe. It's the fiend. Quickly, alert the others. Block him. Once the powerful arrive, he is doomed. Upon sighting Gu Tian, Panic surged through them, and they hastily sent messages while launching an attack against him. Hold on. Once the true experts arrive, it will be the fiend's end. Unfortunately, the highest cultivation among them did not surpass the feather transformation realm. Though their plan was admirable, they clearly overestimated their capabilities. Roar. The two demonic shadows, released from Gu Tian's control, devoured several of them in mere breaths, leaving only one trembling in fear. Slap. Before the demonic shadow could make another move, Gu Tian seized him by the throat, his demonic energy swirling ominously, revealing a weathered face and pitch-black eyes. Yuhi struggled to suppress the demonic nature within him, controlling the two shadows while gazing at the man in torment. Fu Yulin, where's my son? Where's my son? He retained some memory of the stout man, recognizing him as Gu Han's friend. The man quivered, uncertain. Speak. Suddenly, a flash of brutality ignited in Gu Tian's eyes. His demonic energy surged like a living entity, instantly invading the man's orifices. Visibly, the man's body began to shrivel. Where's my son? The man, horrified, pointed randomly in a direction. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Tian cast the man aside and soared into the air. Puffing heavily, the man gasped, still shaken but also feeling a surge of pride, realizing that Gu Tian was merely delirious. I can easily roar. Before he could finish his thought, the two demonic shadows lunged at him from either side. Gu Han. The sole concern of Gu Tian is his son, Gu Han, and this connection serves as the fragile tether that allows him to suppress his demonic nature and maintain a sliver of rationality. Upon receiving news of Gu Han, an instinctive urge to seek him out surged within him, regardless of his perilous state, his surroundings, or the imminent danger encircling him. Finding Gu Han became his singular obsession. Suddenly, amidst the roiling miasma, a figure of overwhelming malevolence ascended into the sky, fully revealing itself. The demon. He is here. Quickly surround him. Eliminate him. The uproar undoubtedly attracted numerous onlookers, who began to relay messages, drawing even more individuals from afar. Bang! Bang! Before they could arrive, numerous attacks were already descending upon Gu Tian. He did not evade, nor did he retaliate against his assailants. New wounds blossomed across his body, yet he remained oblivious, relentlessly propelling himself toward the direction indicated by his desire to find his son. Block him. Swiftly, two Saint Realm cultivators, accompanied by over a dozen extraordinary beings, obstructed Gu Tian's path. Attempt to flee and you shall perish. With his escape route cut off, a flicker of brutal ferocity gleamed in Gu Tian's eyes. His demonic energy surged violently, transforming into a raging inferno that spanned hundreds of feet. Simultaneously, two sinister and eerie demonic silhouettes re-emerged within the flames. In an instant, those who stood before him were consumed by the inferno, accompanied by a cacophony of bone-chilling crunches and anguished screams. Unperturbed, Gu Tian remained resolute. In his heart, anyone who dared to thwart his search for his son was destined for death. Chapter 654. The Third Demonic Shadow. What a merciless fiend. Such vile methods that wreak havoc upon the innocent are utterly reprehensible. Avenge the fallen. He must not escape today. Voices of curses erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, dozens more figures positioned themselves in his path. Kill! Kill! Gu Tian murmured, seemingly fixated on this singular command, as his inner demonic urge and murderous intent swelled uncontrollably. Boom! Boom! The oppressive might of his demonic presence swept forth, and the inferno once again engulfed those before him. Within mere breaths, they were entirely devoured by the two demonic figures, and the flames expanded by a third of their original size. In that moment, the crowd was rendered speechless by Gu Tian's ferocity and the overwhelming aura of his demonic power, and none dared to impede his advance. His strength far surpassed their expectations. Despite their cries for extermination of demons, the reality of facing him instilled fear within their hearts. Strange. An elder furrowed his brow, his expression darkened. This demon's power exceeds our predictions. Why does he choose to conceal himself here? He was not alone in his puzzlement. Others shared the same sentiment. This encirclement of Gu Tian, bolstered by a multitude of scattered cultivators, numbered in the hundreds, their skills varied. Given Gu Tian's current prowess, with the miasma of the 10,000 burials valley shrouding him, he could easily annihilate 90% of them. Yet, they had only suffered a mere tenth of their forces, and the casualties were far from severe. Could it be that he is deliberately holding back? Nonsense. The elder scoffed coldly, remarking that this fiend was a relentless killer. Devoid of humanity, the horrific fates that befell those who perished at his hands were evident. How could he possibly show any mercy? Following him would only lead to a confrontation with those masters. To be prudent, it was best to notify the ancestor directly. I refused to believe that he could be stronger than the ancestor. The crowd nodded in agreement. Such a ferocious demon could hardly possess any semblance of humanity. Ahead, the path remained unimpeded as Gu Tian, consumed with the search for his son, refrained from taking action, much to the chagrin of the two dark figures, who roared in frustration. Boom, boom. At that moment, numerous formidable auras surged from the distance, converging from various directions towards Gu Tian. Several powerful techniques, far exceeding the holy realm, descended upon him. At that moment, Gu Tian's awareness was limited, and he was utterly oblivious to the impending threat. In an instant, the demonic flames dissipated, and his figure was engulfed by the onslaught of divine powers. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a figure was deeply embedded into the ground. The demon was vanquished. In the distance, the onlookers were invigorated, swiftly gathering around, and in mere moments, hundreds had amassed. As the dust gradually settled, a vast pit, spanning several thousand feet, revealed itself on the ground. At the edge of the pit stood a dozen ascended realm experts. At the bottom of the pit, a solitary figure stood quietly, his body marred by ghastly wounds, deep enough to expose bone, numerous and pervasive. His hair, now gray and disheveled, fell about him, and his face bore the marks of hardship. His eyes were tightly shut, and he exuded no trace of life, resembling a corpse. Huh, one individual sneered. A mere demon dared to flaunt his power in the ancient Song realm, seeking his own demise. He has brought this upon himself. Another spoke with a heavy tone, lamenting the countless innocent lives lost at his hands over the past few months. How could they justify such a simple slaying in light of those who had perished? Simple, one remarked nonchalantly. Sever his head and display it outside the 10,000 Graves Valley to instill fear in the wicked. A splendid idea. The crowd nodded in unison. I shall do it. In an instant, a quick-witted transcendent cultivator vaulted over the crowd, racing to the pit's bottom, reaching out towards Gu Tian. With the demon deceased, the people's hearts were swiftly swayed. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Gu Tian, who had seemingly lost all vitality, suddenly opened his eyes wide. They were pitch black, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The individual recoiled in terror, his complexion paling as he stumbled back, unable to fathom that Gu Tian still drew breath. Gu Tian paid him no heed. Staggering out from the pit, his direction remained unchanged. Still alive? One ascended realm cultivator was taken aback, then scoffed, remarking on his incredible tenacity. Boom. As he lifted his gaze, another technique struck Gu Tian, sending him crashing back into the pit, adding yet another wound to his already battered form. Nevertheless, Gu Tian remained unyielding, struggling to stand once more, and continued to move toward the same direction, muttering incessantly. With their cultivation levels, the crowd could discern his words clearly. Son? One individual furrowed his brow. He was searching for a son? The demon actually had a child? Huh. Another individual scoffed, the spawn of a demon, naturally a little demon himself. This is acceptable. He has taken countless lives, and merely eliminating him is far from sufficient. Since he has a son, let us take the life of his offspring. Blood for blood, it is only fair. Upon hearing these words, Gu Tian halted his steps and turned to face the speaker. You seek to slay my son. I shall ensure your demise. Boom. As the words left his lips, he appeared to relinquish any restraint, a tendril of dark demonic energy swirling forth from him, coiling and transforming into two shadowy figures that charged ferociously at the man. Die! With a thunderous roar, Gu Tian's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged towards the individual. I will bring you to your end. The ground trembled incessantly. Within a mere breath, an overwhelming inferno of demonic flames surged around him, expanding outward. The onlookers were utterly taken aback. The once dying Gu Tian had suddenly erupted with an even greater, more terrifying power. The man, caught unawares, found himself ensnared by the two demonic shadows, which sank their fangs into his shoulders, eliciting a mixture of shock and rage. This little demon dares, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Tian was upon him, his hand extending as the demonic flames engulfed both figures completely. Dare to slay my son, and you shall perish." Accompanied by Gu Tian's savage roar, a chilling, heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, mingled with the sound of crunching, as if his very flesh were being devoured by the two demonic shadows. "Save me." The man's feeble voice echoed once more. The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. They longed to intervene, yet the duo's forms were entirely shrouded in flames. And any hasty action would only lead to further calamity. In but a moment, the man fell silent. At that instant, Gu Tian unleashed a roar filled with agony, the demonic flames appearing unstable, quivering violently. Within the tumult of flames, the onlookers caught a glimpse of the scene. Gu Tian's face contorted in pain, his howls reverberating as a faint double image of him emerged. Beside him, the two shadowy figures seemed to be savoring something, blood dripping from their lips. Upon closer inspection, they clutched remnants in their grasp, an arm, a leg. The tattered clothing indicated it belonged to the earlier cultivator. Roar! Just then, another bellow erupted, as a translucent figure detached itself from Gu Tian, nourished by the surrounding flames, transforming instantaneously into yet another shadowy figure. The third demon shadow. This figure surveyed the left and right, its eyes gleaming with gluttonous malevolence. The arm is delectable. The leg is equally delightful. It opened its mouth, releasing a sinister chuckle, its gaze swiftly shifting to the crowd. So many arms, so many legs, a feast of blood. Chapter 655. His son is Gu Han, and he stands before you. The demon was indeed feasting upon humans. Despite the multitude surrounding them, the crowd felt a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. Roar! Suddenly, the newly emerged third shadow of darkness let out a ferocious roar, instantly breaking away from Gu Tian's side and plunging into the crowd. Its gaping maw revealed a mouthful of jagged, twisted teeth, and it swiftly bit down on the head of a paralyzed transcendent cultivator, chewing a few times before inhaling deeply, reducing the headless corpse to a mere desiccated shell. Before anyone could comprehend the horror, the shadow extended its hands, transforming into two grotesque figures that extracted two blood-soaked hearts from the bodies of two cultivators. Though they were not dead, their shrieks of agony intensified, primarily out of sheer terror. The shadow then devoured the hearts with an expression of exhilaration and ecstasy, as if the torment of living beings was its greatest delight. Simultaneously, the other two shadows, having finished their meal of arms and thighs, cackled maniacally and joined the fray, embarking on their own journey of slaughter. Gu Tian muttered to himself, relinquishing his hold over these shadows and allowing them to wreak havoc. Despite the crowd's size, their strengths were uneven, resulting in considerable casualties within moments. Kill him. The remaining feathered realm cultivators glared at Gu Tian, filled with a desire to flay him alive, and once again launched their attacks in unison. Boom, boom. Various techniques rained down, but unlike before, they did not create an overwhelming force. Instead, they were largely blocked by the demonic flames surrounding Gu Tian. As the shadows continued their rampage, the flames surged, growing even more ferocious. "How dare you kill my son? You shall pay with your lives." Suddenly, Gu Tian's face contorted with rage as he lifted his head, speaking with newfound coherence, and soared into the sky, the demonic flames swirling as he sought to engulf the crowd once more. Boom! At that moment, a colossal azure light, spanning thousands of feet, descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Gu Tian. Ascension Realm. Bang! With a deafening sound, the demonic flames around him dissipated once more, and he fell heavily to the ground, the impact far greater than before. Then, a middle-aged man gradually descended. Ancestor, Senior Luo. Upon seeing him, the crowd hurriedly bowed. The man remained silent, his expression stormy, and with a powerful grip, he summoned 3 beams of azure light. The 3 shadows let out horrid shrieks as they shattered, yet did not perish. Instead, they reformed beside Gu Tian, their faces twisted with fury and unwillingness. Gu Tian, having endured the blow, staggered, on the verge of collapse, his injuries far more severe than before. "Your son?" The man stepped forward, arriving before Gu Tian in an instant, and spoke coldly. "This demon, you have a son?" "Yes," Gu Tian murmured. "I have not seen him for a long time. I miss him dearly." "Stop searching." The man narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, what is your son's name? And where is he? I shall ensure that both of you meet a fate worse than death." "He is called Gu Han. He stands before you." Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, and before anyone could react, a young man, his face etched with murderous intent, landed before the man. Guhan. Upon witnessing Gu Tian's appearance, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and the murderous intent in his heart surged violently. After more than a decade apart, Gu Tian appeared significantly haggard, showing the signs of aging. Father. With a thud, he instantly knelt before Gu Tian, his eyes glistening with tears. You have suffered. At this moment, Gu Tian seemed to finally react, a fleeting expression of anguish crossing his face as the darkness in his eyes gradually receded, restoring a semblance of rationality. He gazed at Guhan in astonishment, uttering, "Is it truly you?" Those words nearly brought Guhan to tears. Beside them, a man was taken aback. You are his son? Just as he was about to speak further, Yu Ming and the others, accompanied by the Shi brothers, approached, their sword energy soaring into the sky, instantly intimidating him into silence. So many sword cultivators. Where did they come from? He suddenly found himself harboring the same thoughts as the Shi brothers had earlier. In this reunion of father and son, the sword cultivators exchanged awkward glances. The ancestor has knelt. Should we kneel as well? Father. Fortunately, Guhan quickly rose, producing his finest healing elixir. You must heal first. No, Gu Tian shook his head. I do not require it. Without allowing him to refuse, Guhan forcefully pressed the elixir into his hands. Not needing it did not imply that the elixir was of no use. It was merely Gu Tian's instinct to reserve the best for Guhan. Father. Guhan took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming, though his murderous intent surged to its peak. You must heal first. I will handle matters here. Over a decade ago, it was Gu Tian who protected him, and now the roles had reversed. Ignoring the three ominous figures lurking nearby, Guhan turned his attention to the middle-aged man, speaking coolly. You just claimed you would ensure my father, and I have no burial place. The man's voice faltered. Without mentioning Guhan, the mere presence of Yu Ming and the four ascended sword cultivators rendered him too intimidated to move. He was a fiend. Unable to fight back, he resorted to reasoning, muttering under his breath about how they were the cause. Suddenly, Gu Tian spoke, struggling to explain to Guhan, they attacked me first. Despite being transformed into a true demon and losing his clarity of mind, deep down, he still wished to maintain the image of a father in Guhan's eyes. He was right. Qian Yi sighed, recognizing Gu Tian's restraint. Otherwise, had he fully extinguished his last remnants of humanity and embraced unrestrained slaughter, he would have long surpassed mere saint-level cultivation. Even Guhan's progress would pale in comparison to his own. Guhan felt a pang in his heart, fully aware that Gu Tian had taught him diligently since childhood. Even when engulfed in peril, he still aspired to uphold a father's image. Instinctively, Gu Tian felt that losing his last shred of humanity meant forfeiting his right to be a father. Years ago, he had ventured into forbidden territories. Today, he exerted immense willpower to suppress his demonic nature, striving to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, all for this very reason. Upon witnessing the wounds on Gu Tian's body, Guhan felt an unbearable ache in his heart. His gaze swept across the remaining individuals in the area, his expression more solemn than ever before. Do you hear me? My adoptive father simply wishes to refrain from further bloodshed. This does not justify your reckless attempt to surround and kill him. The crowd fell silent, their faces betraying a palpable disbelief. Refrain from bloodshed? An earlier assailant, who had intended to sever Gu Tian's head, stepped forward, pointing at the blood and dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. This is the handiwork of your monstrous father. With a slight lift of his hand, Guhan emitted a sharp intent, cleaving the man into a pile of flesh. You are mistaken. He shook his head. I do not intend to reason with you, but to convey a message. In that instant, an ancient sword talisman materialized in his grasp. Today, none of you shall survive. Swiftly, a multitude of swords appeared in the air, varying in shape and size, amounting to over 1,000. Most conspicuous among them was a tattered black sword leading the charge. For every drop of blood shed by my adoptive father, you shall pay with your lives. With that declaration, he raised his right hand slightly before forcefully pressing it downward. In an instant, the sky was awash with crimson light emanating from the myriad swords, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, cascading like raindrops. As the first volume's chapter 656 unfolds, whether in the transcendent realm or the ascendant realm, there was no semblance of resistance against this torrential rain of swords. The thunderous roars drowned out the anguished cries of the crowd. In but a breath, hundreds lay slain upon the ground, while a forest of swords emerged, the soil beneath them now a vivid crimson. The members of the Yu Ming clan exchanged glances, bewildered. Is our ancestor truly so formidable? Why should we even attempt to shield him? The Shi brothers shared a glance, instinctively drawing back. They felt that even if they possessed 10 heads, it would not suffice against the onslaught of these swords. The middle-aged man, stricken with terror, exclaimed, "You actually." He had never anticipated the sheer strength of Gu Han, nor could he fathom that he could effortlessly slay hundreds without even a blink. At that moment, Gu Han beckoned with a grand gesture, and a black sword soared from the forest, landing in his hand. He pivoted the blade, pointing its tip towards his own brow. Instantly, the sword forest responded. Over 1,000 blades quivered, their tips aligning ominously towards him. Speak. He surmised that Gu Han had refrained from attacking him, perhaps intending to negotiate. Adopting the demeanor of an exalted ascendant cultivator, he darkly inquired, "What is it that you desire? Do not misconstrue my intentions." Gu Han shook his head. "I have no wish to engage in discourse." As he spoke, he turned to the Shi brothers, asking, "Do you know the way to their residence?" "Huh, the route to their home? I am aware." "Very well." Gu Han casually glanced at Yu Ming. "Go forth and annihilate their lineage." Although his tone was light, the weight of his murderous intent was palpable. Understood. The sword cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. Promptly acquiescing, the man's heart sank, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "You are truly cruel. Is it not enough to have slaughtered so many? Do you also wish to eradicate their entire family?" Indeed, the actions exhibited are akin to those of a demon, ostentatious and pretentious. "You are not wronged." The Shi brothers exchanged glances and immediately stepped forward. They were willing to risk everything, witnessing Gu Han's murderous intent. They felt that if they did not express their stance promptly, they would undoubtedly be the next victims. Thus, they unveiled the truth. Within the vast expanse of Wanzhong Valley, which spans tens of thousands of miles, there are 4 prominent forces, and the person before them is the patriarch of the Luo family, one of those factions. It was the Luo clan that first clashed with Gu Tian, inflicting injuries upon him, and subsequently instigating the others to come forth and encircle Gu Tian. Moreover, Sherwin added, the Luo family has close ties with the Chang family and had previously sent individuals to trouble Lord Fu. Indeed, Sherwu affirmed, there were also 2 other families that had engaged with them. What? He is actually connected with those indigenous people? The patriarch of the Luo family felt a chill in his heart. You little wretches. He certainly recognized the Shi brothers, and upon having their secrets exposed, he wished he could devour them on the spot. How dare you betray me? Regardless of your claims, Sherwin declared with righteous indignation, I merely speak the truth, devoid of any bias. Precisely, Sherwu nodded. Even if you held a sword to my throat, I would still reveal the truth and restore this elder's honor. One matter at a time. As they spoke, the brothers looked at Gu Han and said, do not think that because we have spoken fairly, you should spare us. The Luo patriarch's eyes turned crimson with rage. Even if he were to die today, he would ensure their demise. Boom. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically. And then he swiftly turned, making a hasty retreat. He fled. The onlookers blinked in astonishment. This one is indeed extraordinary. Elder, shall we pursue? No need. Gu Han shook his head, a formidable and unmatched might emanating from him. The black sword in his hand trembled slightly, vanishing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, over 1,000 swords below surged into action. Under the leadership of the black sword, a torrent of swords ascended towards the heavens, swiftly catching up to the Luo patriarch, all striking down together, rendering any of his efforts futile. In the final moments of his life, he was consumed by bitterness and rage, cursing vehemently, traitors, lackeys, betrayers. Splash. A rain of blood fell. The Luo patriarch met his end. The brothers maintained their expressions, though disdain brewed within them. To be a lackey. It was evident who to choose. You few go. Yuan Ming, the most seasoned among them, promptly assigned tasks. I will keep a few to follow the elder. No need. Gu Han replied calmly. All of you go, and then regroup with me. Understood. Yuan Ming felt increasingly awkward, given Gu Han's current prowess. No one could harm him unless he stepped into the realm of freedom. Even if they stayed behind, it would not matter. Remember, Gu Han instructed, those resources. Rest assured. Yuan Ming immediately assured him, we will bring everything back for the elder. He had begun to sense that this was Gu Han's peculiar inclination. He seemed inherently fond of such things. What about the items that cannot be taken? Gu Han countered with a question. Yuan Yuan was taken aback. Those that cannot be taken simply cannot be taken. Incorrect. Gu Han shook his head, persistently imparting his philosophy to the crowd. What cannot be taken away? You shall consume here. The crowd murmured in agreement, sensing a semblance of logic in his words. We must not waste. They remained unaware that Gu Han's distinctive style had subtly influenced their mindset. The mountains are high and the waters are deep. Until we meet again. The two brothers sighed in relief, bowing to Gu Han as they prepared to take their leave. Let your kin come forth, Gu Han contemplated. But you two shall remain and guide me. The brothers exchanged glances, realizing their predicament. We cannot escape now. Disregarding their concerns, Gu Han turned his gaze to the shadowy figures beside Gu Tian. Compared to a decade ago, these specters had grown immensely more fearsome. And there were now two additional ones. With a roar, the three shadows, sensing Gu Han's scrutiny, unleashed a furious growl, their eyes filled with resentment and malice, fixating on Gu Han's arms and thighs. In their perception, the earlier individuals were nothing more than prey and playthings, utterly annihilated by Gu Han, which left them deeply dissatisfied. With a thunderous gesture, Gu Tian dispersed them, but they quickly reformed within the blink of an eye. This occurred repeatedly until the shadows settled down slightly. Qianyi. Gu Han expressed his concerns. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Indeed, Qianyi replied. From the moment we arrived here, I have been observing Gu Tian discreetly, leading me to the conclusion that they are, in fact, manifestations of Gu Tian himself. What? To clarify, Qianyi explained, they represent the pure, demonic aspect of Gu Tian. You should be aware that different types of demons possess varying paths of cultivation. The true path of demonic existence entails the annihilation of humanity, thriving amidst bloodshed and slaughter. However, due to your influence, it is evident that Gu Tian would not pursue such a path. I surmise that what he absorbed that day was a fragment of ancient demonic flesh. Consequently, his strength surged, along with his demonic nature, leading to the emergence of these shadows from that fragment of his essence. Thus, he sighed, these shadows, regardless of how many times they are dispersed, will always coalesce anew. For they are essentially Gu Tian himself. As long as Gu Tian endures, the shadows shall never perish. Gu Han remained silent, noting the uncanny resemblance of the shadows to Gu Tian. After a brief pause, he expressed his apprehension. If these shadows continue to multiply, shadows signify demonic nature. Qianyi discerned his unspoken question and continued. As the demonic nature intensifies, the backlash he experiences will grow progressively stronger. Yet, paradoxically, this may not be entirely detrimental for him. Beneficial? Gu Han queried. Indeed, from the moment he severed his demonic essence, he has not been traversing the true path of a demon. What path is that? Within the realm of consciousness, Qianyi caressed the golden seal, his tone imbued with complexity. He is following the most arduous and formidable path inscribed within the seal. What path is that? The sovereign of 10,000 demons. Qianyi lamented. Should he falter against the backlash, his demonic essence will unify, leading to the loss of his humanity and rationality. At that juncture, he will transform into the true demon Gu Tian. Conversely, if he withstands it, he shall reign as the sovereign of 10,000 demons. With a mere command, all demons shall bow before him. At that moment, he will embody the demon Lord Gu Tian. Volume 1, Chapter 657. Are we being schemed against? Have you encountered the golden seal? Qianyi continued. It should be evident that those demonic secret arts are merely secondary. The true essence of the golden seal's inheritance lies in the paths it records: true demon, celestial demon, lustful demon, and shadow demon. At the pinnacle of these paths stands the path of the demon lord, which is exceedingly arduous yet immensely powerful. Pausing momentarily, his tone shifted to one of solemnity as he remarked, in fact, upon seeing Gu Tian, I suddenly conceived a hypothesis. What is it? Had it not been for that sword cannon, Qianyi hesitated, with your cultivation at that time, you would have undoubtedly succumbed entirely to the golden seal. Consider this. Which path would you have chosen? Gu Han remained silent, yet within his heart, he harbored an answer. Demon Lord. Qianyi's tone grew grave, without a doubt. Given your character, you would have traversed the path of the demon lord. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, it is now Gu Tian who walks this path. In other words, this individual was meant to be you. Gu Han continued to withhold his words, though his expression darkened ominously. He had always pondered why the black sword, the sword cannon, and the golden seal converged so fortuitously in his possession. Are you suggesting that someone is plotting against me? And against me as well. Qian Yi inhaled deeply. This golden seal is connected to the other shore's gate. No one knows the true extent of the powers that lie behind that gate. Upon reflection, I escaped with but a fragment of my soul, depleting nearly all my strength. Why did I end up in that desolate place, your homeland? Why did I encounter you in the sword cannon? More importantly, Gu Han contemplated, you failed in your possession. Qian Yi retorted, would you perish if I did not mention it? I refuse to back down. If someone is indeed scheming against us, perhaps that person is your own father. Do not mention him. Gu Han's expression darkened instantly. Enough, enough, Qian Yi conceded, feeling the improbability of the assertion. A tiger does not consume its own cub. What kind of father would plot against his own son? If the opportunity arises to open that gate, the truth will naturally be unveiled. Speculating now is futile. As for Gu Tian, he sighed once more. His journey is still long. I cannot assist him, nor can you. His success hinges solely on the depth of his obsession with you. A pang of sorrow welled within Gu Han. He understood that Gu Tian had inadvertently embarked upon this path in a desperate attempt to preserve the last vestiges of his humanity, evidently for his sake. Foster father. Reflecting on this, he gazed at the dazed Gu Tian and gently urged, come with me. Let us seek out the eldest martial sister and the others. No. Unlike a decade ago, Gu Tian paused for a moment, shaking his head with difficulty. I cannot go. I am here. As he spoke, he gestured toward the distant Wanzhong Valley. While the prospect of meeting Gu Han thrilled him, his scant reasoning cautioned him that following Gu Han would bring immense trouble upon him, and even the slightest misstep might endanger Gu Han, which was the last outcome he wished to witness. Foster father. Gu Han would not release him, disregarding the encroaching demonic flames eroding Gu Tian's form. He grasped his arm firmly and declared resolutely, you must come with me. You fool. Qian Yi chastised. If you mention his future daughter-in-law, he will undoubtedly follow you. Gu Han's eyes brightened with newfound understanding. As the whispers reached Gu Tian, his eyes gradually brightened, revealing a clearer demeanor. His speech became increasingly coherent, and an undercurrent of excitement flickered within his gaze. Am I to become a grandfather? Gu Han, glancing at the trembling Shi brothers, snapped. What are you staring at? Lead the way. The two brothers promptly complied, their hearts racing with trepidation. Since earlier, the three shadows of malevolence beside Gu Tian had been fixated on them, their gazes lingering on their arms and thighs, which seemed to tantalize the creatures. They were on the verge of tears. What a predicament! One killing deity was already too much, and now we face another formidable demon. They feared whether they could reach their destination unscathed, covering nearly 200,000 miles. It would take them a considerable amount of time, given the brothers' cultivation levels. In his impatience, Gu Han decided to lead them with haste, significantly increasing their speed. The journey was relatively uneventful, apart from Gu Tian occasionally inquiring about his grandchild. After a substantial amount of time, they arrived. There it is. From a distance, the Shi brothers pointed towards a distant dark speck. The outline vaguely resembled a small city. Though diminutive, the city boasted formidable walls of azure and gold, capable of housing over 10,000 souls. Situated halfway up a mountain, it was enveloped in ethereal mist, rich in spiritual energy, and offered an expansive view, showcasing the care with which Gu Chun had chosen this location. On the city walls stood a dozen figures, their expressions grave, devoid of any appreciation for the scenic beauty. Among them were those most familiar to Gu Han. The most conspicuous was the rotund figure standing at the center, hands clasped behind his back. Although his demeanor remained dignified, his face bore a pallor, suggesting he was injured. The rest included Yin Xianjue, Luo Hong, Zuyang, Yu Miao, Yun Fan, Zhao Shinu, and Shuiyu. Oh dear. Yun Fan expressed concern. The strength of our adversaries is escalating. What should we do? I hope my father can break through soon. Do not fret, the rotund figure replied, echoing Gu Han's mannerisms as he playfully slapped the back of Yun Fan's head. I can still hold my own. Brother Yulin, Yun Fan contemplated. Allow me to take charge this time. With the dragon's mirror in my possession and my unique identity, they would not dare to take action against me. Very well. The rotund figure chuckled. When I collapse, it will be your turn. Upon hearing this, the others silently reflected. Compared to before, the rotund figure had matured considerably and seemed far more reliable. The passing of Fu Dehai had evidently left a significant impact on him. At that moment, Two figures suddenly descended from the sky, hovering just outside the city, towering above the others. Judging by their cultivation, they appeared to be in the ascendant realm. From Luoyin sect, Fandong. From Qingyu Gate, Wuji. We have come to seek your esteemed guidance. As per the customary practice, should one falter, it suffices to dispel your unrealistic fantasies with a mere declaration that we are indigenous, and we shall take our leave immediately. The two spoke simultaneously, their tone laced with sarcasm. The crowd remained expressionless, having heard such words countless times before. Take a breather. Yin Qianjue glanced at the stout man, asserting, "This battle shall be mine. No need." The Lord of Falling Balance waved his hand, insisting, "Allow me. Cease the contention." The stout man sighed, considering his own age and the severity of his injuries. "Do you not understand my defenses? You are aware they are formidable enough to withstand a blow." As he spoke, he soared from the city walls and declared nonchalantly, "I am but a humble servant, with the toll of the Dao bell ringing 9 times. I am Fu Yulin of the Great Yin Dynasty." Volume 1, Chapter 658, Change of Guard. Let another bear the brunt. The same words, yet now? They resonated with a sense of composure and assurance rather than mere bravado. Alas, Yin Qianjue sighed, this lad has grown considerably. Indeed, the Lord of Falling Balance reflected. If only friend Fu could witness this scene. The mere mention of Fu Dahai weighed heavily on their hearts. Fu Yulin? The two exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue igniting in their eyes. The reputation of the King of Heaven had traversed throughout the ancient Song realm during this time. So it is you. Fandong scoffed. I've heard your defenses are unparalleled. Strictly speaking, the stout man mused, merely the second best in the world. Huh. Wu Ji derided, such audacity. Come forth. The stout man inhaled deeply, golden light gradually illuminating his form, shaping into a bell-like silhouette. If you can breach my defenses today, I shall concede victory to you. This is your word. Boom, boom. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, their cultivation levels soaring to their zenith. Both had ascended, one at the second stage, the other at the third. Bang! The stout man, caught unawares, felt the golden light shatter as he collided heavily with the city wall. You are cheating. On the city walls, the crowd felt a weight in their hearts. In the preceding months, due to Gu Chen's influence, although the people of the ancient Song realm had targeted them, few had struck with lethal intent, and the 3 major factions had never appeared. Most were of the Saint and Feathered Ascendants realms. Yet, to their astonishment, today, they faced ascended beings. They were oblivious to the underlying circumstances. With the impending war between realms, these individuals had lost their patience, seeking to resolve matters once and for all. Shameless. The stout man rose, wiping the blood from his lips. His cultivation barely reached the Saint realm, and coupled with his previous injuries, no matter how strong his defenses, they could not withstand the onslaught of 2 ascended masters united. Huh. Fan Si sneered. If you possess no capability to discern our cultivation, who can you blame? Indeed, Wu Ji remarked, gazing at the stout man with a blend of amusement and mockery. Lord Fu, do not take your earlier words lightly. Boom. As they spoke, the two prepared to strike simultaneously, resolute in their intention to either slay the stout man or render him incapacitated, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within the hearts of these indigenous folk. Wait. The stout man's countenance darkened. I have something to declare. Oh. Fancy raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to concede? Very well. Declare yourself an indigenous, a worthless being, and perhaps we may consider sparing you. Dream on. The portly man exclaimed vehemently. I demand a change of personnel. Change personnel? Wu Ji was taken aback. Who will be replaced? The portly man ignored them, turning his gaze toward Yun Fan atop the city walls. Come down. You shall take the stage. What? Me? Yun Fan was bewildered indeed. You just mentioned that you would be joining the fray today. But your dragon armor defense is unparalleled, and it remains steadfast against my golden body. What is there to fear? Yun Fan felt tears welling up. The dragon armor defense was formidable, yet the adversary before them consisted of 2 ascended beings, while he was merely an extraordinary underling. Fear not, the portly man coaxed. You are the descendant of that alliance leader. They wouldn't dare to eliminate you. Come now. Descend and hold the line for me, just for a while. Stand tall and don't let them underestimate you, or I shall summon your father and sister. If worst comes to worst, I can have Master May assist in holding the front. In an instant, the portly man's previously reliable image crumbled before the crowd. They suddenly understood. His prior reliability stemmed from never confronting ascended beings. Change personnel? Lord Fu would make an excellent adversary. Naturally, Fan Si and his companion were reluctant for Yun Fan to take the stage and provided no time for the portly man. In a flash, they appeared before him, their large hands reaching out simultaneously. Damn it! As the assault drew near, the portly man shrieked, "I shall fight you to the end." In that moment, a golden light erupted from him, transforming into a golden ancient bell. On the city walls, the crowd prepared to strike. No matter how unreliable the portly man was, he was still one of their own. Clang! At that instant, a resounding golden chime echoed. Fan Si and his companions' faces turned pale as they retreated instantaneously while the golden bell remained steadfast as a mountain. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was happening? The portly man blinked his small eyes. When did I become so powerful? Instinctively, he glanced ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a long sword had appeared before him, slender and cold as autumn's chill. The drizzle sword. Clang! Before he could fully comprehend, another broad sword descended, landing precisely a yard away from the drizzle sword. In an instant, a sharp and domineering intent surged forth, forcing Fan Si and his companion to retreat once more. Clang! Clang! Following that, it was as if a rain of swords descended from the sky. One after another, long swords fell, each varied in form, accumulating to over 1,000. With mere 3 feet between each blade, enclosing the two men within a circular area spanning dozens of yards. Boom! The sword formation was established, and the overwhelming sword intent rose, leaving the two no room for movement. On the city walls, Yun Fan murmured, "So many swords. Who could it be?" Yin Qianjue furrowed his brow, astonished at such formidable strength. Not only that, the Holy Lord Luo Heng spoke gravely. This individual is also a sword cultivator. Moreover, an exceptionally powerful one. Could it be? Luo Yang's frame trembled. Is it him? Yu Miao's voice quivered. Zhao Shenu and Shui Yu exchanged glances, their eyes reddening. Within the sword formation, the sentiments of Fan Si and Wu Ji stood in stark contrast to those of the crowd. How bold! Where did this sword formation arise from? At that moment, the golden light surrounding the rotund figure gradually dissipated as he approached the two, speaking calmly. "To draw forth my true prowess, you certainly possess some skill." What? The two were utterly astonished. Could it be true? Seemingly perceiving their thoughts, the rotund man sighed softly, revealing, "In truth, I am a swordsman." The crowd gasped in disbelief. In an instant, 4 figures descended beside him. Leading them was a young man wielding a battered black sword, none other than Gu Han. On the city wall, the crowd stood frozen in shock. Earlier, Gu Chun had ventured into the forbidden area seeking Gu Han, yet returned empty-handed. They had merely relocated to the ancient Song realm without anticipating Gu Han's sudden appearance. Or rather, they had not expected him to still be alive. Upon seeing Gu Han, tears streamed down the faces of the 3 women, Yu Miao and her companions. Change personnel. The rotund man suddenly turned to Fan Si and Wu Ji. Emboldened like never before, it was indeed time for a change. In the first volume, Chapter 659, only by knowing the name can one annihilate the clan. The rotund man glanced at Gu Han, sighed softly, "You truly have not changed at all." After a moment of silence, the rotund man abruptly ceased his jovial demeanor, stating, "I thought you were dead." "I am quite fortunate," Gu Han replied with a smile, "not dead yet." "Strange," Qian Yi mused. "Perhaps you harbor some misconceptions about him. He seems quite loyal." Cough, cough. Before the thought could conclude, the rotund man's expression shifted, his tone conspiratorial. "Your strength has progressed so swiftly. You must have encountered some fortuitous events and acquired numerous treasures, correct? Just a bit of wealth." With a dissatisfied expression, he continued, "First, 1,000 or so drops of extraordinary substances to quench my thirst, followed by 10 or 8 half-saint herbs for flavor. Of course, if you possess sacred herbs, that would be even better." Qian Yi thought, "How reckless. The depths of this person's depravity are unfathomable." Ignoring his rambling, Gu Han gazed at the city wall. Offering a wry smile, "I apologize for my tardiness. Gu de gu, Xiao Shidi, Gu Gongzi." Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, rushing from the city wall to stand before him, their expressions vibrant with excitement. Each seemed to harbor a multitude of words, yet none knew where to begin. Although this reunion was not marked by a decade of separation like the last time Gu Han faced a tribulation, the events that transpired had been far too numerous. Gu Han observed the crowd, a mix of emotions crossing his face. In the months of absence, aside from the rotund man, everyone had changed significantly. The Holy Master Luo Hong and Yin Qianjue bore heavy wounds. Yun Fan had matured considerably, while Zui Yang and Yu Miao lacked their previous lightness, seemingly burdened with pressure. Even Shui Yu's demeanor had shifted, displaying more resilience rather than her former gentleness. As for Goddess Zhao, her heart appeared broader, though otherwise unchanged. Not far away, within the sword formation, Fan Si and Wu Ji exchanged glances. Gu Han's abrupt arrival and formidable strength rendered their intentions to create trouble impossible. With this thought, they began to contemplate retreat. Today's battle had reached an unexpected conclusion. Fan Si cupped his hands and, with an air of composure, stated, "Let us concede this defeat. We have ample time ahead." Indeed, Wu Ji nodded in agreement and casually retorted, "I advise you to abandon your unrealistic aspirations. Our ancient Song realm will never accept a group of indigenous people here. Should you persist in your obstinacy?" Fan Si replied coolly, "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise for you to remain within this city at all times. Otherwise, should you venture outside, you must understand that our ancient Song realm is not akin to your trivial continent. It is vast and fraught with peril, given your cultivation. Injury, or even death, is all but inevitable." Upon concluding his words, the two exchanged glances, satisfied with their display. They had maintained their dignity while delivering an effective threat. The task was deemed accomplished. In the distance, the inconspicuous Shi brothers, hidden in a corner, exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads. Another banquet was about to commence, and it would be a consecutive one at that. Upon hearing the threat, the hearts of Yin Qianjue and his companions sank. While it is easy to evade an overt attack, a concealed one is far more challenging to guard against. Although the cultivators of the ancient Song realm dared not act against Yun Zhan and his son due to Yin Qi's influence, the same could not be said for others. Hearing this, Gu Han narrowed his eyes, the smile on his face fading gradually. "Are you threatening me? Judge for yourself," Fan Si replied, his expression impassive. "I can only hope you act wisely." With that, he prepared to break free from the sword array's confines and depart. "Wait," Gu Han called out, his brow furrowed deeply. "Where do you think you are going?" "Naturally, we are returning. Did I permit you to leave?" "What do you mean by that?" "I did not allow you to depart." Gu Han pondered for a moment. "You cannot leave. How audacious." Fan Si's expression darkened. "Do not presume that your modest strength grants you the liberty to act with such impunity. The ancient Song realm still has the ancient sect master here, along with several formidable cultivators. It is not your place to flaunt your prowess, truly believing that we are without support." This sentiment struck a familiar chord. Qian Yi suddenly interjected, "It was said by our senior brother." Gu Han appeared speechless. "Today, I am determined to leave." Wu Ji stepped forward, laughing in anger. "If you have the courage, then make your move." Gu Han chuckled, "You may certainly try." "Huh?" Wu Ji scoffed, "Let us see." As his words fell, his aura surged dramatically, breaking through the sword intense confinement as he soared into the sky, continuously hurling threats. "I hope you remember this day." Buzz. Before he could finish his declaration, over 1,000 long swords trembled momentarily, rising into the air in unison. Boom. In the next instant, the black sword in Gu Han's hand vanished without a trace, only to reappear before Wu Ji, wielding a weighty sword intent that bore down upon him with unparalleled lethality. Behind the black sword, an array of uniquely shaped long swords seemed to possess sentience, their tips rising to directly target him. "How dare you!" Bang. Before he could complete his phrase, the black sword struck him first, and in an instant, both sword intent and pressure erupted, shattering the divine ability he had hastily conjured. With a soft sound, accompanied by Wu Ji's agonized cry, the black sword pierced through his chest, the overwhelming sword intent causing him to plummet from the sky. Rumble. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently. Clang, clang. In the sky, an endless barrage of swords descended upon Wu Ji, resembling a torrential downpour of blades, an exclusive rain of swords meant solely for him. Moments later, as the storm subsided, the tremors ceased. Wu Ji was nowhere to be found. The long swords lay clustered together, forming a gleaming tomb of considerable dimensions, varying in height and arranged with meticulous precision. The onlookers were rendered speechless. While Yin Qianjue and others marveled at Gu Han's prowess, Fan Si was astonished by Gu Han's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Realizing his previous judgment of Gu Han had been flawed, he was not one to adhere to conventions. As a native, bereft of allies and lacking strength, one would expect him to be subservient, especially when compared to a top-tier force like the Chang family, let alone against them. In such a predicament, should he not be compliant and allow them to manipulate him? A sudden thought emerged in his mind. Who truly is the native here? At that moment, Gu Han approached him slowly, his expression impassive. With a flick of his wrist, a black sword fell effortlessly into his grasp. He gazed at Fan Si and coolly remarked, "Weren't you planning to leave? I shan't impede your departure. If you can indeed escape, then you possess some skill." A chill ran through Fan Si. He realized someone stood behind him. "Did you kill my Chang family?" Gu Han interrupted. "The Gao family? Or perhaps Shuofeng City? How do you know?" In the distance, the Shi brothers wore expressions of pride. "We told you. Not leaving." Gu Han's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Fan Si. "Are you truly not going to try?" "And no, I won't leave," Fan Si stammered, glancing at the sword in Gu Han's hand, ultimately refraining from voicing his challenge. "I have a question for you," Gu Han paused, then inquired, "Which sect do you belong to?" "Luoyan sect," Fan Si replied. "And you?" "Qingwei Gate." "Thank you." Seeing Gu Han's sudden politeness, Fan Si's heart stirred, and he spoke sincerely. "I can remain here and cooperate with you. I am not opposed to offering apologies." He had always believed that his ability to endure was his greatest strength. "By biding my time, when the Chang family takes action, I shall reclaim this humiliation tenfold. Today, you threaten me, but in the future, I shall make you kneel." "Apologies?" Gu Han contemplated, gradually raising his sword. "No need. I have no intention of allowing you to live." Fan Si's complexion turned pale. "You may not understand me." Gu Han replied coolly, "When you threaten them, you threaten me. Those who have threatened me are mostly dead. Are you truly that exceptional?" As he spoke, 1,000 swords once again soared into the air, descending upon Fan Si. In the heavens, another rain of swords began to fall. "Why?" Fan Si howled in desperation, surrounded by the array of swords, leaving behind his final words and questions. "What is the name of your sect?" Gu Han remained silent. The Shi brothers exchanged glances, sighing inwardly, aware that knowing the name was essential for annihilation. Chapter 660, The True Inheritance of Qianyi. Boom, boom. After a series of thunderous explosions, another grave emerged upon the ground, Fan Si's tomb. Unsurprisingly, it remained unmarked. "Brother Gu," Yun Fan murmured, "how impressive." Zhao Mengyu and Shui Yu exchanged glances, both letting out soft sighs. Gu Han had departed too swiftly. Not only they, but the others found it difficult to keep pace. "Your cultivation is not high." Yin Qianjue gazed at Gu Han in astonishment. Gu Han held great respect and humility towards Yin Qianjue, a senior figure, having only recently entered the feathered ascendancy realm, still trailing behind the elder. Yin Qianjue felt as though he was being humiliated by Gu Han. It seemed surreal to him. After all, merely half a year prior, Gu Han had just stepped into the extraordinary realm. Sigh. Zhuiyang touched his dagger, feeling a mixture of pride and melancholy. He had not anticipated that his junior apprentice would grow this formidable. Perhaps it was best for him to remain content as a chef. Sigh. Yu Miao, more open-minded than he, glanced at Yin Qianjue and then at Gu Han, deliberately stating, "After all, we are both in the feathered ascendancy realm." Yin Qianjue's face darkened. Were it not for the fact that she was his own daughter, he might have retorted angrily. "Where is everyone?" Gu Han wondered. What about the War King? The senior sister and senior Fu? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present dimmed. Had something occurred? Gu Han felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. "Brother Gu," Yun Fan hesitated, "it's nothing. My father and sister are in seclusion, but senior Fu, his ancestor has perished." Nearby, the stout man's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists. The situation unfolded as such. Yun Fan recounted the experiences of Fu Dahai and the others. Under the ravaging divine flames, the casualties in Zhongzhou had been the most devastating. The Luo Hung sacred land, deep within Zhongzhou, had lost nearly all its members aside from the sacred lord and a few elders who had ventured to the central Dao Palace. Fortunately, the majority of the Fu family had survived, while the Great Yin Empire and the Holy Demon Sect had managed to endure due to their distance. On that day, Gu Chun, unable to locate Gu Han, invited Yun Zhan and his companions to the Gutsong realm. Initially, they had planned to relocate the remaining individuals to the Gutsong realm, but unexpectedly faced significant opposition from a majority of the Gutsong inhabitants, leading to a temporary halt in their efforts. Furthermore, discontent with Gu Chan's decisions and influenced by Gu Han's reputation. Many began to seek confrontations under the guise of sparring. It was not difficult to guess who orchestrated this. At first, only insignificant factions challenged them, consisting of those merely in the extraordinary realm. However, as time progressed, adversaries from the sacred and feathered ascendancy realms, and even today, those from the ascension realm, began to appear. Not only were the challengers growing in strength, but their assaults also intensified. In desperation, Yuan Zhengyang was compelled to enter seclusion alongside Mei Yun, striving to both dispel curses and elevate their cultivation levels. Meanwhile, Feng Shi, due to severe injuries, was coerced by others to focus on healing, barred from engaging in combat. In this war of attrition, the numbers overwhelmed them, resulting in both Yin Qianjue and the Sacred Lord of Luo Heng sustaining grave injuries. Only the stout man, relying on his tough exterior, endured until now, having established the formidable reputation of the Heavenly King Fu Yuan. Xiao Yang and Hua Xing initially managed to hold the fort, but later found themselves strictly forbidden from intervening by both sides, leaving them unable to emerge. In contrast, Qiu Qian could occasionally make an appearance, providing considerable assistance. Brother Gu, Yun Fan sighed. Had you not arrived in time today, they might have resorted to lethal measures against Brother Yulin. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. It is not that my father overestimates his abilities or is avaricious. Rather, those border troops are brothers who have fought alongside us through thick and thin. We cannot bear to abandon them, nor can we. Alas, both the Holy Lord of Luo Heng and Yin Qianjue sighed softly, secretly admiring the late Yin Huang. Without mentioning anything else, the cohesion of the great Yin border troops and the great Yin dynasty is unmatched by any other force. That is true prowess. Rest assured. Gu Han replied, his expression impassive. They are my comrades, my brothers in arms, and I will not leave them to await death. I'm sorry, Zhao Mingyu looked at Gu Han, a tinge of sadness in her voice. I am powerless and unable to assist at all. I feel the same, Shui Yu added, equally disheartened. Among the group, they were the only two who were not adept in battle and had never fought. There is no need for apologies. Gu Han shook his head. In truth, I have encountered far too many so-called prodigies and have slain many of them. In comparison to them, you are not lacking at all. The only reason you do not possess their strength is that we are impoverished. Everyone was taken aback. This was the first time they had heard such a rationale. However, upon deeper reflection, it made perfect sense. Indeed, it was poverty. Whether it was the Fu family or Yin Qianjue's group, whose sacred medicines were all hoarded and treated as treasures, they would only use them in dire circumstances. If we had sufficient sacred medicines and extraordinary materials, just Yun Fan and Zhao Mingyu alone could achieve remarkable advancement in their cultivation. Damn it, the plump fellow cursed. If only we had 10 or 8, no, 3 or 5 sacred medicines. Just give me some time, and those two bastards would never breach my defenses. I would show them. Gu Han remained silent, flipping his hand to reveal several storage rings now in his grasp. The plump fellow stared in astonishment. What is this? Sacred medicines, semi-sacred medicines, extraordinary materials, and various elixirs. How many? I have not counted. Gu Han pondered. There are perhaps around 70 or 80 sacred medicines, a bit more semi-sacred medicines, maybe 100 or 200, and enough extraordinary materials for you to take a bath. Bastard. The plump fellow's eyes instantly turned red, reaching out to snatch them. I knew you struck it rich. I'll take care of them for you. Gu Han's face darkened. He nearly unsheathed his sword to send him flying. He believed that with the plump fellow's low standards, he could very well indulge in bathing with extraordinary materials. After some thought, he decided to entrust the storage rings to Yin Qianjue and the Holy Lord of Luo Heng. These two were 100 times more reliable than the plump fellow. Yin Qianjue appeared somewhat dazed. When did the unit of measurement for sacred medicines change to tens? He spoke with some difficulty. Where did all these sacred medicines come from? Scavenging. What do you mean by scavenging? A scavenger is a profession. Upon contemplation, Gu Han offered them an explanation. However, the prerequisite was to feign weakness, enticing them to strike first. Indeed, the portly fellow understood immediately, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such an approach would yield greater efficiency and rewards. Whoever conceived this strategy must be a genius. Merely a humble endeavor, Gu Han replied nonchalantly, claiming it as his own innovation. Excellent. The rotund man gave a thumbs up, declaring it a surefire path to prosperity. Not bad, Gu Han modestly remarked. acknowledging the need for refinement and improvement. Yuan Fan blinked and instinctively commented, "But isn't this essentially just robbery? What do you think?" Gu Han regarded him as one would a fool, questioning whether his explanation had been insufficiently clear. In the distance, the Shi brothers shuddered inwardly, finally grasping why Gu Han and his companions incessantly mentioned annihilation. So many sacred medicines. How many families must they have robbed? How many clans extinguished? A harbinger of death. A bandit. In that moment, Gu Han acquired yet another moniker in their minds. Young master, Shui Yu shook his head. Regardless, these sacred medicines are hard-earned through your own struggles. It would be a waste to utilize them. Indeed, Zhao Shennu nodded, asserting that their strengths did not lie in combat. Even if they attained the Saint Realm, it would be of little consequence. But to devour, Gu Han stated, once consumed, I shall embark on my next heist. Whose possessions shall I seize? Whoever possesses them, I shall claim. Suddenly, they perceived a distinct change in Gu Han. He was no longer the same as before. Ignorant fools. The portly man scoffed. Did you think this rascal never desired to rob? It was merely a matter of insufficient capability. Of course, Gu Han added, we cannot rob those with whom we bear no enmity. However, as for the likes of Luo Yunzong and Qinghua sect, we must seize from them. Lacking sacred medicines, we shall appropriate sacred medicines. Lacking resources, we shall commandeer resources. Lacking territory, we shall usurp territory. His fervent words ignited the blood of Yuan Fan and his companions, yet instilled fear in the Shi brothers, rendering their legs weak. Bandits. Living bandits. Ha ha. Qian Yi laughed heartily, elated. Gu Han, you have truly inherited a measure of my wisdom. In the first volume, Chapter 661, I shall take all beneath the realm of freedom. Alas, Lord Luo Hong sighed. Though his demeanor lacked the exuberance of others, I recognize your strength. Yet these two are also under the influence of others. Are you implying they have backing? Indeed. How fortuitous. Gu Han suddenly smiled. I too possess allies. The crowd was taken aback. You too? At that moment, as if to substantiate Gu Han's words, dozens of figures suddenly appeared on the horizon, each exuding an air of sharpness. The four foremost figures unmistakably possessed the cultivation of the ascended realm, their aura far surpassing that of Fan Si and his companion. Damn it! The portly man clearly misunderstood, his complexion paling. They have torn the veil. With so many experts, I cannot withstand this. Withstand what? Gu Han replied coolly. They are my people. Your people? Technically speaking, Gu Han pondered, they are all my disciples and Prat GS. The crowd was left speechless. In a mere few breaths, dozens of figures swiftly descended before Gu Han, collectively bowing in reverence, addressing him as esteemed ancestor. Honorable Senior Gu. They subsequently paid their respects to Gu Tianxing in the distance. These individuals were none other than the sword cultivators led by Yu Ming. The crowd was utterly bewildered. Glancing at the four elders of Yu Ming, their expressions aged, and then at Gu Han, who was youthful and handsome. A strange look crossed their faces. Could he truly be the ancestor? Are these truly his disciples? The sword cultivators maintained their composure. Initially, they too found it a bit unsettling, but after repeated calls, it became second nature. So swift, Gu Han marveled at their speed. Esteemed ancestor, Yu Ming chuckled. It just so happens that one of our families was conveniently on the way, and as sword cultivators, our lethality is unparalleled. Those others are merely pretenders, lacking true strength. Thus it required little effort on our part. And the Shi family? They were too slow, so we left them behind. In the distance, the Shi brothers finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Thankfully, they had not been slaughtered. Esteemed ancestor, Yu Ming then presented several storage rings to Gu Han, containing all the items they could carry. And what are the things we could not take? Not a single remnant remained. We consumed everything. The sword cultivators wore expressions of exhilaration. The taste was unmentionable, yet those items were of varying assistance to them, deepening their admiration for Gu Han. When it comes to ingenuity, none could rival old ancestor Gu. Such a perfectly balanced approach. Then, Gu Han informed Yu Ming and the others about the identities of Yin Qianjue and the others, which posed a dilemma for them. How should they address them? The generational gap was too significant. Deep down, Gu Han felt it unnecessary to voice it. However, Gu Tian, as Gu Han's adoptive father, certainly deserved their bow. Yet before them, each had their own considerations. Gu Han promptly intervened to alleviate the situation. In the distance, the two brothers trembled. Elder brother, Shi Wu whispered furtively. Casting a glance at Gu Tian, Why do I feel as though he is fixated on my arm? I feel the same, Sherwin replied, his complexion paling. It seems he is quite interested in my thigh. Elder brother, Sherwu's heart quaked. I wish to return home. So do I, Sherwin suppressed his bitterness. Yet it seemed highly improbable they would be returning. Just as they were musing, Guhan beckoned them over. The two brothers felt their scalps tingle and hastily approached. Oh, the plump fellow looked at Sherwu, blinking. Aren't you that one who still owes? I've already settled it. Sherwu replied hurriedly. Indeed. Sherwin rallied himself. Repaying debts is only right, not only the principal but also the interest. After some contemplation, the plump fellow produced the contract of the great Tao. The items had always remained with him, despite the calamity leading to the demise of most signatories and the erasure of many names. He could not bring himself to discard it, hoping one day to collect what was owed. After all, each name represented a precious herb of the sacred kind. Upon inquiring about Sherwu's name, it was indeed absent from the contract. This contract was also a treasure. Sherwu had previously fulfilled the terms. And thus the great Tao naturally erased his name. What a rarity! The plump figure sighed deeply, lamenting the injustices faced in the ancient Song realm, where everyone seemed to oppress him, with only you being somewhat trustworthy. Lord Fu, seizing the opportunity, remarked, in truth, our Sher family has always stood by your side. However, our strength is limited. We desire to support you, yet are unable to effect change. Indeed, Sherwin nodded in agreement, asserting that justice resides within the hearts of the people. They label you as natives, but that is fundamentally incorrect. The ancient Song realm has always been a land of freedom. Even the revered patriarch has never proclaimed himself as the sovereign of this realm, allowing practitioners to come and go as they please. Who gives them the right to expel you? At that moment, everyone regarded the two brothers with newfound respect. The reasoning was clear to all. The term natives was merely an excuse. In essence, it was the inhabitants of the ancient Song realm who perceived themselves as superior, placing themselves on a lofty pedestal, akin to how practitioners view mortals. If one day, mortals possessed the ability to reach for the stars and suppress practitioners at will, the positions of both parties would inevitably reverse. At its core, it was merely a matter of strength. Alas, the holy master Luo Hong felt a wave of emotion, realizing there were still those in the ancient Song realm who valued reason. Of course, Sherwin declared with righteous fervor, a true man, born amidst the heavens and earth, devoid of justice in his heart, is no different from a beast. Indeed, Sherwu turned his gaze towards Guhan, feeling compelled to clarify, let us be clear. This statement is unrelated to other matters. We will waive the interest. Guhan cast a faint glance at the two brothers, who were touched, realizing their efforts had not been in vain, and they had gained a miraculous herb in return. Furthermore, Guhan pondered, I shall offer you two paths. First, after guiding us, I will allow you to return. From then on, our grievances will be resolved. As long as you do not provoke me again, I assure you, I will not act against you. Second, you may fully align with my side and assist me with a few tasks. Of course, there will be rewards. Upon completion, I shall grant you a boon. The brothers were immediately torn. Deep down, they wished to choose the first option. However, Guhan's propensity for annihilating entire families had instilled a profound fear within them. The Sher family was not formidable enough to withstand such wrath. As for the promised boon, neither took it seriously. Fear not. Guhan's expression remained serene. I am a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity, and I keep my word. Sherwin hesitated for a moment, cautiously glancing at Yu Ming. May I inquire, are you from the Southern Heaven realm? Yu Ming replied indifferently. The Xuantian sect. Gulp. At this, the two brothers swallowed hard in unison. The Xuantian sect was renowned throughout the Seven Realms Alliance for its formidable strength. Sherwu added, the former sect master is a senior brother of our esteemed ancestor Gu. Pausing for emphasis, Yu Ming reiterated, his biological senior brother. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone. The brothers exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Backed by the Xuantian sect, Guhan stood a fair chance even against the three families. The renowned Yuan Zhengyang was a formidable figure, well known below the realm of immortality within the alliance. It was at that moment that several figures reappeared on the distant horizon. 2 individuals from the transformation realm, 4 from the sacred realm, and the remainder are from the extraordinary realm. Ha. Upon hearing that the esteemed seniors Fan and Wu have arrived, we gather here for some amusement. I wonder if that person with the surname Fu can still act so arrogantly today? Before their arrival, words have already reached us. It is evident that they are here to provoke. Gu Han maintained a stoic expression and gently waved his hand, causing over 1,000 long swords to tremble in unison, instantly transforming into a torrent aimed at those individuals. Soon after, the rain of swords halted, only for a rain of blood to descend from the sky. Have you made your decision? Gu Han cast another glance at the two brothers, seemingly growing impatient. Second. Shi Wen's expression stiffened. We choose the second. Indeed. Shi Wu bore a look of fearless determination. My brother and I vow to coexist with justice, even unto death. Very well. Gu Han nodded. Then assist me with a few tasks. What do you intend to do? Qian Yi detected a peculiar tone in his voice, recalling that upon their arrival, he had emphasized the importance of using intellect over swords. Gu Han smirked coldly. What need is there for intellect? For problems solvable by sword, why think? Furthermore, I lack the time and energy for their back and forth. Since the master of ancient dust will not lend assistance, then let us resolve this matter in the most efficient manner. How shall we resolve it? By consulting the sword of ancient Song realm. Alone? With senior brother Yuan. Gu Han sneered. He can handle those in the free realm. I will take care of all beneath that. Chapter 662. The Challenge. Ancestor. Yu Ming's expression was strange as he whispered, What are you preparing to do? What? Are you afraid? Gu Han replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. How could that be? Yu Ming's face flushed. I was merely inquiring, after all. You previously mentioned the importance of acting discreetly and valuing harmony. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the sword cultivators stiffened. In truth, they had only been in the ancient Song realm for a little over a day. 1 day prior, Gu Han had advocated for harmony and discretion. 1 day later, Gu Han was direct, confronting the sword of ancient Song realm. Is that so? Gu Han furrowed his brow. Did I say such a thing? Didn't you? Are you certain? No. Yu Ming's heart trembled. I must have misheard. No. The sword cultivators shook their heads in unison. The ancestor never said that. It is our ears that have failed us. To speak candidly, Qian Yi remarked, there is a reason you can befriend this rotund fellow. Gu Han ignored him, his gaze shifting once more towards the small city. Although the city was modest in size, in terms of location and the abundance of spiritual energy, it was indeed a rare haven. Does this city have a name? The city's skyline was blank, clearly lacking a title. In truth, Yun Fan considered for a moment. My father and sister intended to name it Jade Capital City, but due to their opposition, those individuals could not come, and thus this matter has been temporarily set aside. Jade Capital City, the name of the capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. A splendid name. Gu Han nodded. Subsequently, he extended his hand, and a square piece of azure golden stone, measuring about 10 feet across, materialized before him. From its appearance alone, one could tell that this material was quite extraordinary. By the way, he cast his gaze towards the Shi brothers, pondering the myriad of factions within the ancient Song realm. At the very least, there are over 100. Shi Wen contemplated further, surmising that if one included those lesser factions of little repute, the number could easily reach several hundred. And what of those who conspire in the shadows? The majority, undoubtedly. Understood. Gu Han nodded, choosing silence thereafter. With a flick of his wrist, a black sword once again materialized in his hand, descending gently upon a stone. A series of sharp intents flickered, and in an instant, the stone was deftly cleaved into hundreds of perfectly shaped fragments, each piece measuring half a foot in length, 3 inches in width, and 1 inch in thickness. The surface of these shards bore a distinct sword mark, subtly exuding an air of sharpness and dominance. What is this? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. A declaration of battle. Gu Han smiled, for when one seeks the sword, there exists a manner to do so. This, indeed, is my challenge. As he spoke, he presented a stack of battle decrees before the Shi brothers, instructing, as for the Shao family and the neutral factions of the Divine Path sect, let it be. I am not unreasonable. These are not my intended targets for this inquiry. As for the other opposing factions, one and all, bring them forth. Inform the denizens of the ancient Song realm. Sword cultivator Gu Han seeks to challenge the ancient Song realm. In half a month's time, I shall await your presence in Yujing City. Those with grievances, feel free to exact vengeance. Those with injustices, come forth to redress them. For those with neither grievance nor quarrel, should you seek trouble, I shall gladly accept it. Of course, if you are cowardly and fearful, you may choose not to come. However, those who have previously caused trouble must come here to bow an apology. Otherwise, here, he cast a glance at Yu Ming. Annihilation. The eyes of the gathered sword cultivators turned crimson. Annihilation was imperative. The fervor surged within them. This declaration of battle stirred their spirits, igniting a fervent desire to follow Gu Han into the fray. Great Ancestor Gu is formidable. We, as sword cultivators, ought to embody such valor. Forward we go, cutting down gods as they appear, slaying Buddhas as they manifest. Who dares oppose us? Let them face utter destruction. Upon hearing Gu Han's plan, the expressions of the crowd shifted subtly. Should this challenge truly circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest, potentially alienating even the previously neutral Shao family and Divine Path sect, pushing them into opposition. Gu Han's actions equated to waging war against the entirety of the ancient Song realm, a direct confrontation devoid of any leeway. The pressure he faced was palpable. Engaging to such an extent, even the ever-chaotic Fatty felt an unusual twinge of trepidation. What other choice do we have? Gu Han countered. Shall we continue to retreat? Is there any ground left for us to withdraw? Should we retreat further, we would be forced to abandon the ancient Song realm entirely. You witnessed today, those two ascendants were prepared to strike with lethal intent. Had I not arrived, you would have been crippled here. With no retreat left, we must take the plunge. Their intentions were unequivocal, to apply the least amount of pressure, step by step, until they forced us to our demise. But I shall not adhere to their rules. If we are to engage, let it be on my terms, a decisive battle to determine our fate. Either we retreat to the eastern wilderness, waiting for our resources to dwindle and perish there, or we carve out a future for ourselves within the ancient Song realm, re-establishing our foothold here. The crowd fell into silence. Indeed, the only two paths laid before them were devoid of a third option. Thus, the corpulent man gazed at Gu Han and suddenly remarked, "Are you truly prepared to abandon us and shoulder the burden alone? What do you perceive us to be? Useless? A hindrance? A liability? I, Fat Master, am a dignitary of the great Yin dynasty, and this matter falls squarely upon my shoulders." Although the others remained silent, their sentiments echoed the same conviction. "Rest assured," Gu Han replied with a gentle smile, "I can manage." "Do not overexert yourself," the corpulent man said, patting his shoulder with a soft sigh. "Do you recall our first encounter?" "Of course," Gu Han replied. "That was indeed our first battle side by side." The corpulent man's eyes flickered with nostalgia. "We were pursued together, confronted divine servants together, fought our way out of the barbarian horde together, and caused a ruckus in the central plains together. To say we live and die together is not an exaggeration. This time shall be no different. Do not think to cast me aside. We shall fight together, face our adversaries together, and bear the burdens together." "Enough," the corpulent man interjected, waving his hand. "I, Fu Yuan, have few friends, and you, Gu Han, cannot afford to falter." Upon hearing this, the sword cultivators of the Yu Ming felt a surge of emotion. With such a steadfast friend, our ancestor's life has not been in vain. I believe, Chen Yi pondered, realizing that his prior evaluation had been somewhat unjust. "What nonsense," Gu Han retorted, unaffected. "Just observe." Then, the corpulent man extended his hand before Yen Qianjue. "Bring forth the sacred herb." Yen Qianjue, moved until then, suddenly paused. "What? A sacred herb?" The corpulent man looked at him in bewilderment. "I am here to shoulder my brother's burdens, yet with such meager cultivation. You expect me to bear it alone? First, bring me 10 stalks. Fat Master shall break through a realm." 10 stalks. Yen Qianjue's expression darkened, nearly erupting in protest. "Why not take them all, then?" He gritted his teeth. "Is 10 sufficient?" "Just enough to deal with the immediate challenges," the corpulent man mused. "I can break through a few minor realms. When the time comes for a proper breakthrough, I shall request more." The others were nearly driven to strike him in exasperation. Damn it, how impulsive. Chapter 663, The Thoughts of Ji Wui. The Sure brothers, equally feeling the haste, gazed at the letters of challenge, perceiving them as mountains weighing heavily upon their hearts, nearly suffocating them. Too hasty. We should not have agreed so swiftly. This matter bore great significance. Sherwin did not accept the challenge, bracing himself to meet Gu Han's gaze. Their earlier decision had been somewhat rash. "Can we have a bit more time to deliberate?" Gu Han glanced at him. "Huh." Yu Ming scoffed. "Shall we pay a visit to your home afterward? It seems you've grown weary of exterminating families." "Forget I said anything." As for the second path, it remained unchanged. The two brothers trembled in fear, hastily assuring him. "Do not worry," Gu Han reassured them. "One day, you shall be grateful for this decision. We believe." "Absolutely." The two were on the verge of tears. Believe? What a farce. They thought. If you fail, there is still Yuan Zhengyang to protect you. At the very least, you may preserve your life. But they seem to have already foreseen the future. Should Gu Han retreat from the ancient Song realm, their demise would be inevitable, resulting in the extinction of their lineage and a legacy of infamy that would linger for eternity, their descendants burdened with the perpetual disgrace of being labeled traitors, lackeys, or thieves. No, it is likely that there would be no descendants at all. Yet, despite their fears, in the face of annihilation, they find themselves irrevocably bound to follow Gu Han into the depths of darkness. Go, Gu Han nodded with satisfaction. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Yes. Rest assured about the elixir, ancestor. Yu Ming replied, I will consume what cannot be taken. Leaving resources behind only serves to empower the enemy. Gu Han shot him a surprised glance. He has indeed become quite astute. As he observed the despondent Shi brothers departing with a challenge, he proceeded to introduce Gu Tian's identity to the others. Although Gu Tian had managed to suppress the three demonic shadows during their journey together, the swirling demonic aura around him still instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. Among them, Yin Qianjue felt it most acutely. Though inherently a human cultivator, he practiced demonic arts, and before Gu Tian, he felt an inexplicable urge to revere him. Uncle, the portly man exclaimed warmly, do you remember me? I am Yulin. Gu Tian replied dismissively, not even glancing in his direction. His gaze shifted to the three women, an inscrutable scrutiny in his eyes, as if he were making subtle comparisons. Suddenly, he turned to Gu Han. It's them, no? Gu Han's scalp prickled. Not at all. Though perhaps it could be. Adoptive father. Gu Han chuckled helplessly, secretly vexed, inwardly cursing Qian Yi for his misguided suggestion. He quickly added, I will explain it to you later. Junior brother. Yu Miao remarked, sensing that Gu Han was concealing something from her. What is the matter? Nothing. Gu Han replied vaguely, it's nothing. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Zuyang. Senior sister belongs to second senior brother. No one can take her away. With no outsiders present, the group surrounded Gu Han as they made their way into the city, incessantly inquiring about his recent experiences. Gu Tian silently followed, a new obsession brewing within him, waiting for a grandson to pick and choose. Gu Han recounted the incident of himself and Chongming inadvertently straying into the southern realm, naturally omitting numerous details, such as the Xuantian Sword Master, Lung Yushu, and Lingya. It was not an intentional concealment. Rather, these matters were beyond their reach, and ignorance was preferable. Only then did the others grasp the gravity of Gu Han's statement. There truly was someone behind him. Yuan Zhengyang. Alas, the portly man sighed, a hint of envy in his tone. To have found a senior brother like that, truly a stroke of luck. When will I have the fortune to find a Wuxiang golden body as my master? He glanced at Gu Tian, feeling somewhat envious. Even being an adoptive father would suffice. Qian Yi, overhearing, was left speechless. The Wuxiang golden body he had encountered, although somewhat slippery, was certainly not as shameless as the portly man. He suspected the latter's Wuxiang golden body had mutated, the traits manifesting solely on his visage. Upon Gu Han's entry into the city, within the luxurious parlor of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce's branch in the ancient Song realm, Ji Wuyo sat regally at the head, with the previous president of the Tianyun Association seated below him. Thus, the conversation unfolded. Having listened intently to the unfolding events, Ji Wui furrowed his brow slightly. The two envoys were clearly not formidable enough to contend with the divine beings, while the identity of the supreme being who had vanquished the gods remained a mystery. Nevertheless, this matter lay beyond their purview. Indeed, President Tianyun offered a wry smile, acknowledging that he should not have summoned the two envoys in the first place. It matters little, Ji Wui replied, shaking his head, a flicker of sympathy crossing his gaze. Should you encounter them again, be wary of being reprimanded by the 6 envoys. President Tianyun was momentarily taken aback. So what if I am scolded? It's of no consequence. Ji Wui chose not to dwell on the subject further and continued. That continent has faced divine retribution, leading to a decline in spiritual resources. In time, there will be fewer cultivators. Re-establishing the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce may not hold much significance. It might be wiser to remain here and await directives from the organization. If you so desire, you could also venture to Lingyun City. Not at all, President Tianyun replied with a shake of his head. The workings of the great Tao are unpredictable. There may yet come a day when spiritual resources are restored, at which point I could resurrect the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Like Ji Wui. It was a labor of love for him. Very well, Ji Wui conceded without pressing the matter further. Between them, there appeared to be an equality of standing, rather than the typical hierarchy determined by cultivation levels. President Tianyun inquired with curiosity, after so many years within the Seven Realms Alliance. Have you not discovered a suitable candidate? There is one, Ji Wui sighed. Yuan from the Yuanling realm follows a path of pure slaughter, possessing exceptional talent and combat prowess. Yet, it is precisely his excessive bloodlust that has prevented him from passing the trials. As for the Guhan you mentioned, I intend to evaluate him thoroughly during this visit. Guhan. President Tianyun was taken aback. He is still alive? And here? Indeed, Ji Wui offered a brief explanation. He likely arrived half a day before me. Guhan as well, President Tianyun remarked, somewhat exasperated. But he is always mingling with that Fu Yuan. I fear that over time, he may be influenced, and that would ruin a fine prospect. Ji Wui appeared somewhat speechless. You may not yet realize that he has already been affected. Enough. With this thought, he could no longer remain seated. According to your words, Fu Yuan is also here. They may have already met. I must go and see. Quickly then, President Tianyun provided the location of the small town, then added thoughtfully, if necessary. We might employ certain measures to separate the two. Agreed. Ji Wui nodded, rising to his feet. He then asked, almost casually, I have heard that Guhan has an elder brother? Elder brother? President Tianyun paused, realizing there was indeed one. His name is Zhuiyang. Misinterpreting Ji Wui's intent, he sighed. I have observed him. He is not suitable. Though he possesses unique talents, his disposition is lethargic, and he shuns conflict. Despite having great potential, he is fixated on becoming a chef. Is that not absurd? A chef? Ji Wui maintained an impassive demeanor. Had he not been a chef, I would not have inquired. Chapter 664. You are Fu Yuan? In the small town. Through casual conversation, Guhan learned of the whereabouts of the others. Before arriving in the ancient Song realm, Yin Shi, Fu Yud, Mo Li, Zhou Yi, and Wang Yong were responsible for gathering the remaining clansmen, all congregating in the eastern wilderness, awaiting the moment to enter the ancient Song realm. However, the day had dragged on without their arrival. Where is Senior Tianji? Guhan suddenly turned to the portly figure beside him. Have you seen him? No, the portly man sighed. Although Tianji Valley is located on the outskirts of the central continent, that old man possesses merely the cultivation of a saint. If he were to be any slower, I fear. Guhan too sighed. Tianji Z is most likely gone. A wave of melancholy washed over him. In just a few short months, revered mentors like Yuan Zhengyang, Yin Huang, Fu Dehai, and Tianji Z, all of whom had shown him kindness, had departed from this world. Noticing his despondency, Zhuiyang deliberately pointed to the large black pot. Little junior brother, it has been so long since we last met. Let me prepare a fine meal for you. My lord, Shuiyu mustered his courage. I can also play the zither. I, Zhao Shennu, will not be outdone. I can brew tea. Guhan smiled, sensing the warmth of their concern. Though the town was small and the company few, his heart swelled with a renewed warmth. There's no need for that. He shook his head. I wish to pay a visit. Before he could finish, a figure abruptly descended into the small town. With a stern expression and a menacing scar across his face, it was none other than Xuantian. Upon seeing Guhan, he visibly paused. You're still alive? Guhan felt somewhat speechless. This was indeed a rather unique form of greeting. In the presence of Xuantian, the others bore no animosity. Had it not been for his frequent visits, causing the inhabitants of the ancient Song realm to tread carefully, Fan Si and the other Ascension realm figures would not have delayed their arrival until now. Brother Qiu, Guhan clasped his fists together, sincerity evident in his tone. Thank you. Xuantian's expression was complex. You've grown stronger again. Are you at the feather transformation realm? Just broke through the mirror, Guhan replied with a smile. Your speed has not diminished either. He could tell that Xuantian was not far from the feather transformation realm himself. May I ask for a spar? Xuantian's demeanor turned serious. With such grace, I would be honored to oblige. Guhan responded cheerfully. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Were they to fight upon meeting? Both were warriors at heart. At those words, a glimmer of sharpness ignited in Xuantian's eyes, his aura rapidly ascending, a thread of energy locking onto Guhan. However, Guhan seemed unperturbed, his own aura remaining calm, a smile still gracing his face. Noticing this, a flicker of gravity crossed Xuantian's expression, his presence growing increasingly formidable. With a gentle step forward, Gu Han unleashed a surge of sword intent. Boom! Xuantian's complexion paled as he was sent retreating several paces. I concede, he uttered. His voice strained. Not only had he lost, but he had done so without the means to retaliate. It was merely a friendly exchange, Gu Han chuckled. Do not let it weigh on your mind. As Xuantian appeared disheartened, he prepared to leave. Brother Qiu, Gu Han called out to him. I have one more matter to discuss. What is it? I wish to meet with the ancient sect master. My master? Xuantian was taken aback, as if misunderstanding something, and shook his head, saying, he is currently in seclusion and has previously mentioned that he has neither the time nor the convenience to intervene in matters here. So it is not related to this issue. Gu Han shook his head and said earnestly, it concerns something else, pertaining to his impending decisive battle. Very well. Xuantian, seeing the gravity in his tone, nodded and replied, I shall take you to him, but whether he meets you is beyond my control. Thank you. Gu Han's expression turned serious. After giving a few instructions to the others, and to Gu Tian, he departed with Xuantian. I do not comprehend. As they flew, Xuantian could not suppress his curiosity and asked, how have you advanced in your cultivation so swiftly? His own cultivation was originally superior to Gu Han's, and with the abundant resources and holy medicines available at Tiannan sect, his progress was naturally rapid. Yet, Gu Han, who was destitute, had surpassed him in speed of advancement, which left him astounded. Brother Qiu, Gu Han smiled. It is the life and death crises that most effectively unleash a person's potential. In just a few months, I have faced several life-threatening situations in the southern sky realm. Adversaries such as the master of Xuantian sect, Li Mao, and Mu Feng have compelled me to progress at this accelerated pace. Understood. Xuantian chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I have lived too comfortably. No wonder I cannot withstand even a single strike from that person. Who? Yuan Yi. At the mention of this name, the scars on Xuantian's face appeared even more pronounced. Gu Han had little interest in Yuan Yi or Yuan Air. After locating the others, all his thoughts were focused on Gu Chun and Ling Ya. Qian Yi, he pondered. Do you believe that Master Gu would trust my words? Certainly not. Qian Yi shook his head. As I mentioned earlier, if someone were to claim that you, Gu Han, are their doppelganger, would you believe it? Therefore, you must devise a method to instigate his own doubts. How to proceed will have to be determined once we meet him, as we have only heard of him but never encountered him. Gu Han fell silent. In 3 months, he had a premonition that if Ling Ya truly fused with Gu Chun, the difficulty of dealing with Ling Ya would only intensify. Within the small town, the crowd was left in confusion. Junior brother, is there something you are concealing from us? Zui Yang furrowed his brow. Indeed. Yu Miao nodded. Had it been earlier, he would not have resorted to such radical methods to resolve the issues here. His actions now suggest that he may have more pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianjue and the holy master of Luo Heng exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Just a few months prior, they could still contribute, but now. What a pity. Just as the crowd felt disheartened, the chubby fellow suddenly clapped his hands, his face full of regret. What is it, Brother Yuan? Yin Fan asked. Intrigued. A bet. The chubby man shook his head repeatedly, sighing. If only I had made a wager earlier, winning him 3 to 5 holy medicines would have been splendid. Shameless. The crowd collectively scolded him in their minds. They realized that since Gu Han's arrival, the chubby man had reverted to his true self. No one paid him any mind. Just as he was about to return to his cultivation, a figure emerged above the city wall. A middle-aged man exuding an air of elegance. It was none other than Ji Wuyo. With a single glance, he spotted Zui Yang amidst the crowd, a figure so conspicuous, burdened with a black pot, truly a chef. Gentleman, he possessed a natural grace and would not resort to intimidation. He descended slowly, maintaining a calm demeanor, and inquired, Is Gu Han present? The rotund man paused. Who are you? Ji Wuyo. I've never heard of you. Merely a humble individual. With a look of modesty, the man replied, When the bell tolls 9, the golden list reveals 9 names. From the Dayan Empire, I am the King of Heaven, Fu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyo's smile faltered. You are Fu Yuan? Indeed. The rotund man beamed with pride. It seems my name has reached you. I did not expect to have a bit of fame. How could one not have heard of you? Your name resounds like thunder. His eyes narrowed with intrigue. Indeed. Even his manner of speech was shameless. The rumors were true. Shouldn't I just suppress him directly? Chapter 665. Encountering Gu Chun. Without delving into the encounter between Ji Wuyo and the rotund man, Xiu brothers, during their swift retreat, Gu Han intentionally diverted the conversation towards Gu Chun. I have long heard of the esteemed name of the Grand Sect Master. May I inquire what kind of person he is? Xiu Qian fell silent for a moment. Furrowing his brow, to speak ill of one's master behind their back is not the act of a disciple. So obstinate, so narrow-minded. Gu Han and Qian Yi inwardly cursed simultaneously. Brother Qiu has misunderstood. Gu Han persisted with a smile. I hold no disrespect towards Grand Sect Master Gu. I have merely heard he hails from humble beginnings, yet possesses integrity, detesting evil with fervor, unable to tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes. I have always admired such qualities. To speak frankly, I too come from modest origins, merely a wandering cultivator. Alas, I am not even of a special constitution. Jianyi. Amidst the torrents of the mundane world, merely standing firm is a remarkable feat. Gu Han ignored Qian Ye's bewilderment and sighed. I understand the challenges involved. Individuals like Grand Sect Master Gu, who remain steadfast in their principles, are truly rare. As sword cultivators, though the sword may sever, the spirit must remain unbroken. I revere solely the character of Grand Sect Master Gu, not his cultivation. No one dislikes hearing compliments, and Xiu Qian was no exception. Moreover, Gu Han's words resonated with the teachings he had received from Gu Chen, creating an immediate sense of connection. Indeed, it is not easy being a wandering cultivator. He sighed softly, recalling the day his master was slain, and his inability to save him became his greatest regret. Seizing the moment, Gu Han inquired further about Gu Chen's experiences. Though Xiu Qian knew more details, it merely added some embellishments. In summary, it was a tale of a master's demise. A youth burdened with vengeance, fortuitous encounters, and relentless determination. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Depicting a rise to prominence. Aside from being inspirational, nothing seemed amiss. Ask him about his life before he began his cultivation. Qian Yi suddenly interjected. Gu Han found an opportunity to inquire again. Unclear. Xiu Qian shook his head, recalling that their master had never shared his childhood experiences with them. And the years had passed too long. Were these truly the master's benevolences? Why do you inquire about this? He began to question Gu Han's motives. Nothing much. Gu Han replied casually, fabricating an explanation as he merely found the ancient sect leader's experiences quite inspiring. There's something amiss. Qian Yi pondered for a moment. The Seven Fiends' true solution was far from an impeccable path. Even if Ling Ye had left a contingency plan, fundamentally, Gu Chen's body and soul were derivatives of himself. In other words, a portion of Gu Chen's memories must be fabricated. Moreover, if one were to manipulate the situation. Gu Han nodded, recognizing that the optimal moment would be at the instant he was differentiated. At that point, Gu Chun would be at his most vulnerable, thus easiest to control. This encapsulated Ling Ye's consistent modus operandi. Having found a breakthrough, he refrained from further inquiries. Probing deeper would only arouse Xiu Qian's suspicions regarding his intentions. Here we are. After a considerable passage of time, Xiu Qian suddenly pointed towards a stretch of rugged mountains ahead. That was where the Taihao sect resided. True to Gu Chen's demeanor, the Taihao sect exuded an air of cold austerity, and within the vast sect, not a single soul could be seen. Similar to Ling Ye, Gu Chun had also accepted only 7 disciples. It seemed that the number 7 had long been ingrained in both their hearts. With no inclination to admire the scenery, which provided little allure, Gu Han followed Xiu Qian up to the summit of a peak, where he awaited outside while Xiu Qian went in to meet Gu Chun and explain the circumstances. Brother Gu. Moments later, Xiu Qian emerged, wearing a smile. The master has agreed to meet you. Thank you. Gu Han replied. Don't mention it. Xiu Qian waved his hand. The master holds you in high regard otherwise. No amount of persuasion would have sufficed. Following the direction indicated, Gu Han stepped into a cave dwelling, while Xiu Qian remained outside, waiting. Junior brother? After a short while, a tall young man with a similarly stern countenance approached, curious. What are you doing here? 5th senior brother. Xiu Qian bowed respectfully and explained Gu Han's situation. Gu Han. The young man expressed surprise. Is this the same Gu Han you mentioned, the one you encountered on that continent? Indeed. How rare. The young man nodded, noting, it's the first time I've seen you show such enthusiasm for someone else. He must be quite remarkable. Indeed, he is very strong. Xiu Qian contemplated. Oh, The young man's eyes brightened. How strong? In his presence, Xuantian hesitated for a moment. I am no match for him. So strong. The young man's fighting spirit surged. I heard you say he is a sword cultivator. This is intriguing. Though I do not practice the sword path, I have a fondness for hidden swords. I am eager to see how his sword compares to my collection. Senior brother, Xuantian shook his head. You may not be his match. Haha, that remains to be seen. The young man remained unconvinced and stood beside Xuantian, waiting. At that moment, a young woman arrived, possessing above-average looks and a similarly stern demeanor. Two junior brothers, what are you up to? Xuantian was compelled to recount the situation once more. Guhan. The woman's eyes sparkled. Very strong? I must meet him. With that, she expressed her eagerness. She also joined the two in waiting. After a brief moment, another voice rang out. Oh, what are you three doing? Guhan. So formidable. We must spar. Immediately, another figure joined those waiting for Guhan in the cave. It was the first time Guhan beheld the true form of Gu Chan, whose square visage bore a solemn expression, his long beard flowing freely, exuding an aura of righteousness. Junior, Guhan. I pay my respects to Senior Gu. With a sigh in his heart, he performed a bow. On the surface, Gu Chun appeared to be an independent individual, not only unrelated to Lingya but also his sworn enemy. Yet, fundamentally, Gu Chun was, in essence, Lingya. The relationship between the two was exceedingly intricate, much like the turmoil within Guhan's heart at that moment. You are Guhan. Gu Chun scrutinized him, nodding as he spoke. Indeed, quite impressive. The younger generation is formidable. Your praise is unwarranted, Senior, Guhan replied, maintaining a balanced demeanor. My senior brother has also remarked that among the 7 realms, he solely admires the Gu sect leader. Your senior brother? Yuan Zhengyang. Zhengyang. Gu Chun suddenly enlightened, realizing that the junior disciple he had recently acknowledged was none other than you. Indeed. Excellent. Gu Chun, already appreciating Yuan Zhengyang, found his attitude towards Guhan improved upon learning of their connection. I had searched everywhere for you, only to discover you had gone to the southern sky realm, and even became Zhengyang's junior brother. Where is he? Did he not accompany you? He has returned to my homeland, Donghuan. In the forbidden grounds, amidst swirling mists, a broadsword appeared, embedded in the ground, beside which knelt a sorrowful elder, silent and resolute, having remained in that position for an entire day. The makeshift shelter and small courtyard had long since vanished. Yet, despite the emptiness before him, he was acutely aware that this was the place where Yun Jian had resided for a millennium. Behind him, Chongming's eyes were half closed, remaining quiet. It was Xiao He who, from time to time, cast vigilant glances deep into the forbidden grounds, exhibiting a somewhat agitated demeanor, as if sensing a lurking threat. Volume 1. Chapter 666. Luo Feng, Unintentional. Rise, Chongming said gently after an indeterminate time had passed. How much longer do you intend to kneel? Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhengyang could no longer suppress the sorrow within, tears streaming down anew. Bang! Bang! He forcefully bowed 3 times against the ground, then slowly rose, grasping the broadsword, and declared with resentment, Master Ji, I wish to see that divine execution array. You may only observe, Chongming cautioned, do not act recklessly. Or not only will you be unable to defeat him, but you may also inadvertently release him, causing calamity. Understood. Yuqing sect, once a bastion of prosperity, had now descended into a profound silence, devoid of any trace. A month prior, they had been taken to the Dayan Empire by Murongyan. At this moment, outside the mountain gate stood an elder and a youth, the former with hair and beard white as snow, and the latter merely in his teens. These were Tian Jizi and Luo Feng. You are quite nostalgic, Tian Jizi remarked with an impassive expression. It is not nostalgia, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Though it may be an inconspicuous little sect, it is where I altered my destiny. It holds significant meaning. Let us depart. Having spoken, he lost all interest in lingering, fearing that the Yuqing sect would soon cease to exist. There was another matter. Tian Jizi's brow furrowed, with the descent of heavenly punishment. Not a trace of spiritual energy remained here, and even the original spiritual herbs would gradually wither and lose their medicinal potency due to lack of nourishment. Although I possess some resources, they can only sustain your cultivation to the sacred realm at best. Beyond that, it exceeds my capabilities. The sacred realm, you say? Luo Feng remained unfazed. That is sufficient. As for what comes next, do you not wish to venture outside? Venture outside. Indeed. Luo Feng nodded, stating that your purpose for coming here was merely to observe the movements of the will of the immortal emperor, which had been ensnared in a trap laid by others. However, now that it has suffered a backlash and fallen into slumber, your task is naturally complete. There is no need to remain here in hardship. Venture outside. Tian Jizi's expression turned contemplative. What else can I do? Since you are uncertain, Luo Feng proposed, why not temporarily accompany me and establish your own influence? Influence? Tian Jizi was taken aback, remarking that he did not strike him as someone who coveted power. No, Luo Feng's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. It is merely for the sake of convenience and finding something. Finding what? A key. You. Tian Jizi's expression shifted dramatically. How did you know? Luo Feng did not respond directly, softly stating that all pieces, upon escaping the chessboard, do not seek to flee but rather aspire to become the new players. I am no exception, however. One must tread the path step by step. Now that I have gained freedom and time, it is not too late for anything. Of course. With that, he took a step forward, for there was now a matter of greater importance to attend to. What is it? To buy some candy. Tian Jizi's expression grew complex. Previously, he could faintly guess Luo Feng's intentions, but now he found him utterly inscrutable. As the two departed, the area returned to its previous silence. After a considerable time, a rustling sound emerged, followed by a conversation. Little brother, you have worked hard this time. Elder brother, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. Accompanied by this dialogue, a figure and a serpent walked side by side, hastening from a distance. Yin Qi, Master Li. After escorting Yang Lan and her son to the great Yin dynasty, Master Li felt a sudden urge to take one last look at this place that filled him with regret. Regret, of course, stemmed from not becoming a dominant force in the northern region and failing to fulfill his wish to trample upon Murong's ambitions. Alas, suddenly, Yin Qi sighed, elder brother. I miss our predecessors. So do I, Master Li echoed with a sigh. Yin Qi truly missed them, as did he. Leaving other matters aside, without Gu Han by his side, he felt as though his abilities could not be unleashed, stifled to the brink. Without Gu Han, Master Li's life felt like an endless night, dim and devoid of light. In their reflections, the two brothers gradually distanced themselves as they set off toward the southern region's great Yin dynasty. Suddenly, a flurry of shadows appeared, swiftly approaching from afar, blocking their path. These individuals are exceedingly peculiar, divided into two rows. On the left, 7 or 8 bald men, each exuding an aura of serenity, their bodies subtly shimmering with a divine light. Conversely, on the right, another group of 7 or 8 individuals emanates a sinister aura, their expressions fierce, their gazes imbued with a fervent admiration. Their cultivation levels are astonishingly all at the extraordinary realm. Hmph. From the left, a monk stepped forward, addressing the two brothers with kindness. Esteemed benefactors, you share a connection with the Buddha. Why not sever the 3,000 strands of vexation and return to the seat of the untroubled Buddha, thus escaping the sea of suffering? The master, noticing the politeness of the other party, replied courteously, I apologize, but I am not destined for the Buddhist path, as I possess only horns and no hair. I have hair, quickly asserted Li, the head of the courtyard, but I too am not fated to join you. That is inconsequential. The monk smiled. Meeting is destiny. Just as he was about to continue, the leader of the group on the right abruptly rose, enveloped in dark energy, fervently proclaiming, if that is the case, why not join us in returning to the seat of the untroubled demon lord, to explore the supreme path of demonhood, free and unfettered? The two brothers were momentarily taken aback. Untroubled Buddha? Untroubled demon lord? Why is it all about being untroubled? Before they could respond, over a dozen individuals had already spread out, surrounding them with an unmistakable intent to forcibly convert them. Brother, second brother. The brothers exchanged glances, ready to break through the encirclement. At that moment, 3 figures descended, a man, a chicken, and a dog. It was none other than Yuan Zhengyang. The god-slaying array was not far from the Xuantian sect, and with his cultivation, he sensed the unusual activity and came to investigate. Master Chicken, upon seeing Chongming, Yin Qi, and Li, the courtyard head, were overwhelmed with joy. Leave. Yuan Zhengyang coldly regarded the bizarre amalgamation of demon and Buddha, disdainful of engaging them in combat due to his temperament and cultivation. He merely urged them to retreat. Upon hearing his command, the group dared not linger and promptly withdrew. Meanwhile, in the western desert, at the back mountain of Tianlong Temple, Within the god-slaying array, a young man sat cross-legged. Upon closer inspection, his face was strangely divided. The left side was dignified, radiating with Buddhist light, while the right was shrouded in dark energy, exuding an eerie malevolence. His monk robe mirrored this anomaly. Half pristine white like snow, half pitch black like ink. Untroubled, chants of scripture echoed, blending the sounds of Buddhist and demonic verses into an inexplicable and sinister harmony. As strands of divine power transformed into two energies of Buddha and demon, merging within him. Suddenly, the divine figure's head snapped open, 3 eyes glaring with a hint of anger amidst his indifference. Who dares disturb my tranquility? Following the failure of his plans, he had intended to continue his slumber, waiting for an opportune moment to escape, but had not anticipated the arrival of the untroubled presence half a month prior. He had merely begun to chant scriptures, both demonic and Buddhist, able to even transform his divine power for his own use. Initially, he had been indifferent. However, after enduring this for half a month, his patience had worn thin. Chapter 667. The Truth. Upon hearing the others speak, the chanting abruptly ceased. Unwittingly, he slowly opened his eyes, within which the dual energies of Buddha and demon swirled incessantly. Suddenly, his left eye radiated with a magnificent light of Buddha, his voice resonating with a tone of profound compassion. I am the Buddha, revered by all Buddhas, here to guide the lost. In an instant, the demonic energy in his right eye eclipsed the Buddha's radiance, his tone shifting to one of brutal malevolence. I am the demon lord, worshipped by countless demons, basking in unrestrained freedom. As he spoke, both the Buddha's light and the demon's energy surged simultaneously, subtly forming two distinct figures. At times, his voice was filled with mercy, and at other times, it was filled with cruelty. Once I have transformed this deity, it will be your turn. With that, he cast his gaze upon the head of the divine general. You may choose to become either a Buddha or a demon. Upon finishing his words, he closed his eyes once more, the sounds of Buddha and demon reverberating, hinting at an unyielding determination to not cease until the transformation was complete. In the sky above, the two figures gradually dissipated. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to discern their identities. One was Luo Wushuang, and the other was Gu Han. In the ancient Song realm, at the Taihao sect, Gu Han was, of course, unaware that both of his sworn foes were still alive. At this moment, he was preoccupied with other matters. Having learned of Yuan Zhengyang's whereabouts, Gu Qin no longer inquired further, shifting the conversation. You have come here for your friend Yin Zhandao, have you not? In truth, it is not that I am unwilling to assist him. Rather, I am powerless to do so. I could forcibly suppress the dissenting voices and facilitate this matter, but what then? The more people that come, the more perilous Yun Dao's position will become, facing their overt and covert assaults. The meaning was clear. Gu Chun could manage 100 or 200 individuals, but tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, were beyond his capacity to control. The pressure would ultimately fall upon Yun Zhan. Senior, Gu Han shook his head. I already have a solution for this matter. What? Asked Jian in the ancient Song realm. Alone? With my senior brother. Indeed. Gu Qin instantly discerned Gu Han's intention and nodded. The leader has been missing for 10 millennia. His influence has diminished significantly. If your friend Yun wishes to accomplish this, he must possess formidable strength to intimidate them. Your approach strikes directly at the root of the issue. I hope you will not blame me. Why would I blame you? Gu Han fell silent for a moment, contemplating the potential loss of life, a great many lives. Do not worry about it. Gu Qin shook his head. These people are short-sighted. In their eyes, you are mere natives. Little do they realize that in the eyes of the leader, were we not also considered natives? With his power, he could have enslaved and controlled the 7 realms, yet he chose not to do so, instead expending his efforts to grant a millennium of peace to the 7 realms. Now, those who have benefited from his grace wish to make things difficult for his descendants. As he spoke, a cold laugh escaped him. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. If they all perished, what matter is it to me, Gu Qin? Gu Han sighed inwardly. Gu Qin's temperament was the polar opposite of Ling Ya's. I understand now. Qian Yi suddenly interjected. This Ling Ya is in the process of completing himself. Completing? Indeed. Qian Yi spoke with unwavering certainty, refraining from discussing temperament. As you may have heard, the ancient cultivation technique practiced by Gu Qin is the Taihao Ju, which adheres to the orthodox path of physical cultivation. Ling Ya aims to remedy his deficiencies both in combat and character. Indeed, this individual harbors considerable ambition. Senior, Guhan took a deep breath and inquired. I have heard that you are to engage in a decisive battle with Lingya in 3 months. Are you concerned about Zhengyang? Gu Qin seemed to misinterpret the intent and waved his hand dismissively, stating, with his strength, few can contend with him, and I have no intention of confronting him. In fact, should he choose to come to the ancient Song realm, I would welcome him with open arms. Guhan pondered for a moment. Perhaps after the Jiangwen, he could dismantle his senior brother's mountain gate to alleviate his lingering thoughts. Senior, he queried with curiosity, do you feel confident about this battle? Are you genuinely concerned? Naturally. Guhan directly referenced the original Zhengyang. My senior brother has mentioned that Lingya enjoys manipulating human emotions, excelling in strategy and planning. His actions are often flawlessly executed, leaving no trace behind. His willingness to accept battle suggests he possesses a contingency plan. You must remain vigilant. Zhengyang said this. Gu Chan expressed surprise, not expecting such meticulousness from him. He believed that only those who possess profound insights into Lingya could utter such words, matching his own understanding. Guhan silently shook his head, thinking his senior brother was merely overindulging in his research. My senior brother also remarked, Guhan continued, feeling compelled to shift all concerns onto the original Zhengyang. He fears that in this battle, you might fall prey to Lingya's schemes. Unexpectedly, Gu Chun fell silent for a moment, reflecting, Zhengyang cares for me so deeply. Rest assured, Zhengyang, Guhan replied. Immediately, Gu Chun smiled confidently, declaring, regardless of Ling Ya's machinations, he is doomed. Oh no. Guhan and Qian Yi felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The more confident Gu Chun appeared, the deeper Ling Ya's schemes were buried, so much so that even Gu Chun himself remained oblivious to them. Senior, after some contemplation, Guhan continued. During our time in the Southern Heaven Realm, my senior brother and I uncovered a secret that may prove beneficial to you. This is the primary reason for my visit today. A secret? Indeed. After some consideration, Guhan laid it bare. Due to a dog, I incurred enmity with Mu Feng. One consciousness, 2 bodies. One body, 2 consciousnesses. He elucidated this to Gu Chun with clarity. In conclusion, he added, initially, I paid little heed to this matter. But as you know, my senior brother had extraordinary experiences during his time in a foreign land, and claimed that such methods originate from a certain technique known as the 7 Fiends' True Solution. The 7 Fiends' True Solution. The 7 Fiends' True Monarch. He disclosed this information to Gu Chun directly, still attributing it to the original Zhengyang. What my senior brother said, a single phrase could perfectly absolve him of any suspicion. I have discovered, Qian Yi remarked, that your acknowledgement of your senior brother serves merely to deflect blame onto him. What else could it be? Guhan retorted, shall I expose you? Forget it. Qian Yi chuckled awkwardly. Taking the blame is quite all right. It's not a grave matter. Does your second senior brother not carry a burden as well? Huh. Guhan scoffed. Do you think my second senior brother has not helped me shoulder the blame before? The information is profoundly shocking, even to Gu Chun, who finds himself lost in contemplation. Senior, Guhan fears you may not believe him. Should we wait for Guzi's return to demonstrate? No need, Gu Chun thought. Already convinced to a large extent. The vastness of the void is such that I know less than a mere fraction of it. Thus, the existence of such mystical powers seems entirely plausible. Unexpectedly, he sighed softly, realizing that Zhengyang possesses such insight. Were it anyone else speaking, he would undoubtedly dismiss it. However, Zhengyang's extraordinary experiences in his early years are well known, while few are privy to the specifics of his travels. It is evident he ventured to realms far beyond the 7 Realms Alliance, making his knowledge not at all surprising. Turning his gaze to Guhan, he grasped Zhengyang's implication, a doppelganger. Since the blame was being cast, Guhan unhesitatingly stated, my senior brother believes that 90% of Mu Feng's techniques were passed down from Lingya. It is highly probable that he has also cultivated the 7 Fiends' True Resolution, which gives him the audacity to challenge, for within the 7 Realms Alliance, there likely exists another version of him, an entirely independent self, possibly also at the Xianyao realm. Volume 1, Chapter 668, Will Delivered to the Door. Gu Qin remained silent. While he was indeed combative, he was also quick-witted. A moment of reflection made him realize that this matter could very well be true. If that is the case, he said to Guhan, I shall remain vigilant. His words trailed off as he noticed Guhan's piercing gaze fixed upon him. His brow furrowed deeply. Do you suspect that person is me? Senior, Guhan replied without missing a beat. My brother asserts that anyone could be a suspect. Utter nonsense. Gu Chun felt a twinge of discomfort at the insinuation, retorting with a cold laugh. My background is utterly unblemished. After following my master in cultivation, every trivial matter is vivid in my memory. These are my personal experiences. There can be no hint of falsehood. Zhengyang is simply being overly cautious. Senior, Guhan pressed on. What about before you began your cultivation? Gu Chen laughed in exasperation. Had it not been for Zhengyang's admiration for Guhan, he would have long since dispatched the interloper with a swift blow. Informed Zhengyang. His irritation grew, hoping to dissuade him. I have lived since childhood he faltered, his expression darkening, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. He could not clearly recall. Success, Qianyi exclaimed with excitement. He indeed has issues. A doppelganger. One who has never even entered the womb. Where could his parents possibly be? His memories are all fabricated. Guhan remained silent, tirelessly rummaging through his childhood memories. Constantly compared to Qianyi, he too began to worry that he might be someone's doppelganger with false memories. Thankfully, after a brief moment, he exhaled in relief. He could recall everything. His memories were genuine. As a formidable cultivator at the Xianyao realm, his soul was powerful. Not only could he recall events from his infancy, but he could also recollect moments from within the womb if he wished. Yet now, he found his memories of early childhood somewhat hazy, the places he lived, the names of his parents. The memories of childhood companions were becoming increasingly elusive to him. There was but one possibility. These recollections were fabricated, artificially instilled. And as time progressed, they would inevitably erode until they vanished completely. However, this process would be protracted. For a cultivator like him, without external reminders, he would likely not expend effort in seeking out memories of his youth, thus remaining oblivious to any anomalies. Unfortunately, he encountered Guhan and Qianyi. Upon perceiving the escalating murderous intent in Gu Chen's eyes, Guhan felt a twinge of apprehension. Would he dare to strike? Surely not. Or would he? It was a hasty assumption. Qianyi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized his agitation warranted the presence of his senior brother. Guhan reminisced fondly about the days he could freely poke fun at Qianyi. You may leave. After a pause, Gu Chen slowly closed his eyes. The intensity of his killing intent gradually dissipating, supplanted by a trace of fatigue. His senior brother had mentioned this before. Guhan, in a frenzy of self-preservation, recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that it was imperative to keep this matter secret from outsiders. Gu Chen let out a soft sigh, his intentions becoming clear. Having spoken, he waved his hand gently, choosing silence thereafter. Guhan exhaled in relief and swiftly exited the cave dwelling. Fortunately, Qianyi nodded in agreement. The outcome was still favorable. Dare you say otherwise? You cannot blame me. Qianyi spoke with conviction. Did you not also fail to foresee this? Even the wisest can err. Perhaps not. Guhan retorted coldly. Had that cold rain shoe, with her exquisite intellect, been involved, it would certainly not have been so reckless. Qianyi remarked, there are no more holes in my body, yet the void within my heart seems to multiply. Inside the cave, as Guhan departed, Gu Chun resumed his search for the troubling memories. Yet, no matter his approach, the recollections remained indistinct, growing increasingly nebulous due to his incessant probing, until he could no longer even recall the faces of his parents. At that moment, he truly believed Guhan's words. Lingya, the murderous intent in his gaze was unprecedentedly fierce. You truly deserve to perish. Every individual possesses an independent persona. Such matters are intolerable even to mere mortals. How much more so for one of his unwavering resolve. Although Guhan had just suggested he could seize the opportunity to consume Lingya for his own gain, he fundamentally rejected such behavior. I, Gu Chun, have lived with integrity and honor. Even in death, I shall not allow you to triumph. Outside, the number of those waiting to spar with Guhan had swelled to 5, including Qiu Qian, making a total of 6. Upon seeing Guhan emerge, Qiu Qian hurried forward. Brother Gu, he began, but before he could finish, he was pushed aside by 5 senior brothers and sisters. You are Guhan. We've heard you are exceptionally strong, a swordsman as well. Shall we engage in some sparring? Rest assured, we will not harm you. Each spoke in turn, their intentions unmistakably combative. Brother Gu, do not misunderstand, Qiu Qian quickly clarified. Several individuals did not harbor any intention of provocation. They merely wished to engage in a friendly contest upon encountering a formidable opponent, which aligns with the customary demeanor of the Taihao sect. Guhan found himself at a loss for words. The disciples of Lingyao were renowned for their fervor in dual cultivation, while the disciples of Guchun were notorious for their martial prowess. This left him in a quandary, as he felt reluctant to engage with those who had previously extended considerable assistance to him, be it Guchun or Qiuqian. More importantly, while he indeed sought to inquire about the Jian Gutsong realm, he had no desire to question the Taihao sect. Unexpectedly, the fifth senior brother, who was rather straightforward, left Guhan with no avenue for retreat. To be candid, Qian Yi seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, declaring that if such a matter fell upon his shoulders, he would not tolerate it. I am afraid, Guhan replied, maintaining a stoic expression. I fear that my strikes may be too severe and cause you injury. The others were momentarily taken aback. How audacious! Rest assured, the fifth senior brother retorted with a cold smile. Our master has long proclaimed that when outside, one must engage in fair competition. If one is injured or even killed, it is a testament to one's lack of capability. Moreover, he scrutinized Guhan for a few moments and added, I have heard that you are a sword cultivator, which is fortuitous, for I have a passion for collecting renowned swords. Should you manage to injure me, you may select any one sword from the over 100 I have accumulated over the years. Conversely, if you were to lose, it would suffice for you to relinquish your own sword. Guhan was at a loss for words. The opportunity presented itself so blatantly. Was it not rather excessive to not seize it? One sword will not suffice. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, declaring, I desire them all. Having made the decision to seize the opportunity, he was determined to take it all rather than merely one. To leave any behind would be against my nature. Chapter 669, defeated before the first strike. All of them. The group was momentarily stunned, their tempers flaring. Not only was he bold, but his appetite was insatiable. You wish to take them all? The fifth senior brother's demeanor turned stern. It is not impossible, but my swords are all treasures. If you desire them, you must offer something of equivalent value. Before he could finish his sentence, a multitude of long swords descended behind Guhan, and with the sound of ringing steel, the ground, mountain walls, and crevices were all filled with long swords. Over 1,000 in total. It resembled a forest of swords. Is this sufficient? Guhan smiled. If I were to lose, I would give you 1,000 swords. If you lose, you need only provide me with 100. By that calculation, you would still come out ahead. The fifth senior brother fell silent, his eyes wide in astonishment. Among the sword forest, aside from the broken and inferior ones, nearly half of the remaining long swords were on par with the 100 he had in his collection. Not to mention that several among them were exquisite long swords like the fine rain sword, which even he did not possess in his collection. Among the group, a dark-skinned man seemed to ponder, thinking that perhaps only the sword forest of the Xuantian sect in the southern sky realm could boast such an array of swords. Guhan cast a surprised glance at him, impressed by his keen insight. Fifth senior brother. After glancing at Guhan, Qiuqian said helplessly, I advise you against gambling. You must have expended considerable resources to acquire these swords. No. The fifth senior brother shook his head vigorously. That only makes the gamble more enticing. If he is merely bluffing, then I stand to gain significantly. If he is indeed a true powerhouse. He gazed intently at Guhan, resolute in his belief that even in defeat, he would find contentment. Moreover, these treasures were of no practical use to him, merely gathering dust in his possession. If bestowed upon a master of the sword, they would surely be cherished. His words earned Guhan's admiration. Indeed, Qian Yi remarked, this Guqin possesses a remarkable talent for teaching. Guhan wholeheartedly agreed. He was indeed formidable. Qian Yi felt a twinge of pain in his heart. With each successive blow, he sensed his heart becoming riddled with wounds. For Guhan, admiration was one thing, but reaping the rewards was another matter entirely. Suddenly, just as he was about to speak, a seemingly ordinary female cultivator approached, her curiosity piqued. You possess so many swords. It seems that fifth junior brother has the upper hand. I have 2 holy herbs to add to the wager, but of course, you must first best me to claim them. I too have something to contribute, another voice chimed in. A young man declared, I possess a Bayou fruit, born from a divine root, containing 3 times the concentration of law fragments compared to ordinary holy herbs. Count me in, exclaimed a youth beside Qianqian. I have a piece of extraordinary metal worth, perhaps 2 holy herbs as well. In the blink of an eye, only the dark-skinned man remained without a wager. He was Qianqian's second senior brother. I have nothing of value, he stated frankly, I simply wish to spar with you. Guhan replied. How could I possibly accept that? After a moment's reflection, he dismissed his reservations. Out of respect for Qian, he deemed this match a gift. I shall begin. The group, forthright in nature, made verbal commitments, and the fifth senior brother stepped forward. If I win, so be it. If I lose, it shall then be your turn. He did not utter the words about facing them all at once. While he sought to seize every opportunity, he found the sincerity of these individuals endearing and resolved to accord them due respect. Boom. As he spoke, the fifth senior brother, at the seventh stage of ascension, surged forward, a flash of azure light aimed directly at Guhan. At that moment, Guhan stepped forward. In an instant, dozens of long swords sang a melodious note, halting at vital points of his opponent. The tips gleamed ominously, causing the fifth senior brother to break into a cold sweat. He understood all too well. Had this been a true battle to the death, he would have perished dozens of times in that fleeting moment. I concede, he murmured, clenching his fists, his expression somewhat dejected. Qian shook his head in silence. I told you so, yet you would not listen. Now it's my turn. Qian's sixth senior brother, though only at the third stage of ascension, charged forward with exhilaration, undeterred by the knowledge of his disadvantage. Brother, Qian sighed. You are bound to lose. What? The sixth senior brother was taken aback. I haven't even. Qian pointed above his head, his expression tinged with sympathy. As the sixth senior brother cast a glance around, a sudden shock gripped his heart. He was taken aback to find dozens of long swords hovering half a foot above his head, a sharp aura firmly locking onto him. Any sign of movement would lead to his immediate demise. Truly formidable. He turned to Guhan and remarked earnestly. The sword of our fifth senior brother in your possession truly finds itself in the hands of a worthy master. The fifth senior brother shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, that is my collection. Meanwhile, the only female cultivator present began to exude an imposing presence, revealing her cultivation at the 9th level of ascension. Long before her arrival, a domineering aura descended upon Guhan like an unrelenting tide, layer upon layer, each stronger than the last, seemingly boundless in its ferocity. Guhan was somewhat taken aback. The path this female cultivator tread was even more assertive than that of her male counterparts, reminiscent in some ways of Murong, though certainly not in physique. With a resounding crash, he chose not to wield his sword, and instead advanced step by step towards the female cultivator. With the foundation of the 5 great realms, his cultivation and aura were unparalleled among his peers, bolstered further by the weighty sword intent that accompanied his movements. The clash of their energies was akin to waves meeting mountains. No matter how many tumultuous waves surged forth, he remained steadfast, not only unyielding, but seemingly pushing back against the tide. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, the female cultivator's complexion paled, and she retreated in haste, her aura dissipating without a trace, her face ashen and a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Defeated, she conceded, I could only endure 3 steps. I had overestimated myself. Qian's expression turned slightly unnatural. She had lasted only 1 step. Qian, filled with frustration, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What a sight! Those with broad minds should brew tea. The gentle and understanding should play music. And those of ordinary appearance should strike with force. Truly a disgrace. At that moment, only 2 remained in the arena, one at the early stage of ascension and the other at the 2nd level. A mere glance exchanged between them brought forth wry smiles. It was clear to them that throughout the encounter, Guhan had been toying with his opponents, winning effortlessly. They mused that even if they were to step in, they would possess no chance of victory whatsoever. Winning or losing was secondary. If they could not even draw forth the true capabilities of their opponent, the sparring session held no significance. Gentlemen, Guhan smiled and clasped his hands, indicating his desire to continue. No need, a sudden voice interrupted, carrying an undercurrent of thunderous intent. How about a match between you and me? In an instant, the 1,000 swords trembled slightly. Guhan's expression turned serious. A formidable opponent had arrived. Chapter 670. 1 person, 1 step. In the small town, Ji Wuyo regarded the chubby man, suppressing his impulse to subdue him, and inquired, You've heard of me? The chubby man's eyes sparkled with interest, feeling that perhaps his recent notoriety had caught Ji Wuyo's attention. Not particularly strong, he replied. Upon considering this, he instantly adopted a humble demeanor, deeming himself merely second in the world, hardly worth mentioning. Ji Wuyo's lips twitched. He could no longer contain himself. With a subtle shift, he appeared before the rotund man in an instant, delivering 3 firm pats on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Such a second in the world, such worthlessness." With the first pat, the incredibly hard azure ground shattered instantaneously, causing the portly figure to sink deeply. With the second pat, a substantial portion of his body was already ensconced within the earth. By the third pat, only his head remained above ground. The rotund man exclaimed, "Jiwaya." A thought crossed Jiwaya's mind. Why not bury him entirely? Witnessing this, the onlookers braced themselves as if facing a formidable adversary. Gu Tian's eyes swirled with demonic energy, on the verge of erupting once more. "Your Excellency," Yin Qianjue intoned coldly. "What is your intention?" "Do not misconstrue," Jiwaya replied, casting a deep glance at Gu Tian while recalling the president of Tianyun's directive to separate Gu Han from the rotund man. He smiled lightly. "It was Gu Han who instructed me to do so." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. "Well then, it is of no concern. Had it been anyone else, they would have deemed such actions inappropriate. But with the rotund man, it was quite the norm." "Gu," the rotund man wailed. But before he could finish, Jiwaya waved his sleeve lightly, rendering him speechless and incapable of seeing or hearing. Jiwaya further explained, "You may attend to your affairs." He chuckled. "Since Gu Han has not returned, I shall wait for a brief moment." The others, unperturbed, began discussing resource allocation with utmost seriousness. As Yin Qianjue and Lord Luoheng passed by the rotund man, they seemingly, yet intentionally, stepped upon his head. Goddess Zhao blinked her eyes and, without further ado, pulled Shuiyu to the rotund man's side, stealthily delivering 2 kicks. "What a relief," the 2 women whispered excitedly. "Uncle, follow me," Yun Fan observed with a bemused expression, leading Gu Tian away, deliberately taking a longer route that involved stepping over the rotund man's head. What a splendid opportunity. After all, he had no idea who it was. Even Jiwaya, despite his extensive experience, was left speechless. If even their own could not resist the temptation to kick, how much animosity must this provoke? On the contrary, Yu Miao rolled her eyes, finding the scene somewhat tedious, and chose not to kick the rotund man, simply departing instead. The last to leave was Zhuiyang. "The pot is quite commendable." Observing the chef he had long wished to speak with about to leave, Jiwaya could not help but interject, "The pot is indeed remarkable." With his discerning eye, he could tell that Zhuiyang's sharp knife and large black pot, though seemingly unremarkable, possessed a subtle elegance, with divine patterns flowing within, nearing the threshold of becoming a treasure of the Tao. "Thank you," Zhuiyang replied dismissively. "I have heard Gu Han mention you." Jiwaya pondered for a moment. "He claimed your culinary skills are unparalleled in the world." "Just so. May I have the honor of witnessing them?" "Apologies," Zhuiyang shook his head. "From today onward, I shall refrain from cooking." "Why?" Jiwaya's expression stiffened. He felt that Zhuiyang was intentionally being contrary. "The early hours do not suit the late ones. Yet here I am. You claim you will no longer be a chef?" After a fortnight, Zhuiyang pondered for a moment. His junior brother inquired about the ancient realm of swordsmanship. "I must expedite my cultivation to assist him." Inquiring about the ancient sword realm? Jiwaya raised an eyebrow. What great ambition! Yet it certainly aligns with his usual conduct. It seems another grand spectacle awaits. Thus, Zhuiyang turned to depart, thinking to discuss it another time. To speak candidly, Ji Wu chuckled. "The disparity between you and Gu Han is far too vast. Even with half a year, you would still be unable to assist him. But I must help." Zhuiyang did not falter in his stride. Watching his retreating figure, Ji Wuye recalled the exquisite fish soup from that day and instinctively remarked, "Actually, I could lend a hand." "You?" Zhuiyang halted, turning back to inquire, "How would you assist?" Strictly speaking, Ji Wuye contemplated, within the alliance of the 7 realms, no one would dare disregard my face, including that esteemed sect master. Moreover, I am myself a practitioner of the free realm. Clang. Zhuiyang promptly set up the large black pot, his expression sincere as he asked, "What would you like to eat?" Ji Wuye replied, "It is thus." He found it somewhat challenging to adapt to Zhuiyang's transformation, hesitating as he continued, "I possess a rather fine selection of spiritual food ingredients. Yet no matter how I prepare them, the taste remains amiss. Quite fine. Ingredients from the sacred realm, fresh and alive. Top-notch." Zhuiyang's expression was earnest. "Undoubtedly the finest ingredients I have ever encountered. How did you prepare them?" Ji Wuye did not conceal anything. Before Zhuiyang, he adopted a humble demeanor. shedding any pretense of being the president of Lingyun, divulging not only his method of grilling fish, but also recounting the ingredients Gu Han used when concocting the soup. Such a waste. Zhuang offered a very candid assessment, also pointing out 35 mistakes in his fish grilling and 27 errors in Gu Han's soup preparation. In the end, he expressed great regret, stating that if it were I who prepared it, the flavor could be enhanced tenfold. Ji Wuye was deeply moved. Who knew being a chef entailed such intricacies? It sounds far more challenging than cultivation. Furthermore, Zhuang added, although you possess the finest ingredients, you lack two other crucial elements. What are they? My culinary skills. Zhuang's expression remained calm. Yet the confidence emanating from his tone would make even the previously portly man feel ashamed, along with my pot. Ji Wuye's eyes lit up. This is precisely the confidence I seek. I am in search of the world's foremost chef. Mr. Ji. His expression grew serious, a grand practitioner of the free realm. Now faced with the extraordinary Zhuang, felt a newfound respect. Do you require my assistance? Indeed. I have conditions. Speak freely. Ji Wuye declared with confidence. Whatever you need. As long as it is available within the alliance, it's not that. Zhuang shook his head, getting straight to the point. When my junior brother inquires about the sword, I need you to keep watch over him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must protect him. Certainly. Ji Wuye agreed without hesitation. Safeguarding him would pose no challenge. Yet I too have conditions. Speak. After the inquiry, you shall accompany me and serve as my chef. For how long? 10 years. Agreed. Zhuang did not hesitate for a moment, readily accepting the terms. A decade of servitude. A mysterious expert has come to assist, and he feels fortunate. It seems that Ji Wuye expresses his sentiment. You care for him quite a lot. Of course, Zhuang replies, casting a curious glance at him. He is my junior disciple. Ji Wuye remains silent, yet internally he sighs. If only Gu Han were surrounded by individuals like Zhuang. With this thought, he glances at the plump figure marked with large footprints. Alas, by the way, Zhuang suddenly recalls something and states earnestly, if I follow you, I must bring someone. Who? My junior sister. Also a cook? No, she is a seamstress. Ji Wuye expresses his astonishment. Volume 1, Chapter 671. Where can one find such excellent labor? Taihao Sect. Gu Han turns his gaze towards the voice and sees a purple-haired youth approaching with a slow, deliberate gait, exuding an aura akin to wind and thunder. Senior brother. Upon seeing the newcomer, the six promptly bow in respect. Qian Yi exclaims in surprise. Is that truly a wind-thunder physique? You know? Of course. Qian Yi scoffs. What sort of bloodline and physique have I not encountered? This wind-thunder physique is not exceedingly rare, though in such a small place, it remains quite uncommon. This type of physique harmonizes the advantages of agility and lightning techniques. Why should I explain? Figure it out for yourself. Gu Han chuckles, choosing not to engage in a dispute. Lei Feng, the youth addresses Gu Han, revealing his name, and inquires, Are you Gu Han? Indeed. Truly formidable. As Lei Feng observes Gu Han more closely, his expression grows increasingly solemn. It is no wonder he can achieve such effortless victories. To reach this stage, one can only look to Yuan Yi in the Seven Realms. Upon hearing this name, the faces of the other six grow grave. Qiu Qian instinctively touches the scar on his face, a flicker of unyielding spirit glimmering in his eyes. Yuan Yi. Gu Han has heard this name for the second time. Earlier, he was too preoccupied with finding Gu Chun to pay it much heed, but now he finds himself intrigued. Who is he? Yuan Ling Realm. Lei Feng replies nonchalantly. Yuan Yi is the youngest disciple of the Yuan Ling sovereign and the foremost prodigy of the Seven Realms. Moreover, even thousands of years back, it would be challenging to find anyone of his caliber. His reputation as a prodigy is well-deserved. Upon hearing the word prodigy, Gu Han's expression turned sour. From the once mighty Chu Kuang to the earlier Jian Wuchen, who among them was not arrogant, claiming the title of the protagonist prodigy? But what became of them afterward? How tall is the grass on their graves now? The Yuan Ling sovereign? He finds the name of the Yuan Ling realm quite intriguing. And what of those who named themselves after their realms? Quite the opposite. Qiu Qian interjects suddenly. The name of the Yuan Ling realm was bestowed by the Yuan Ling sovereign after his own name. What audacity! Qian Yi cannot contain himself. What kind of name is Yuan Ling? Wouldn't Yuan Yulin sound better? Gu Han remarks, at the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm. Qiu Qian continues. After the disappearance of the alliance leader, he rightfully became the strongest in the Seven Realms. Currently, The Yuanling realm consists solely of the Yuanling sect. All the powerful figures within the realm are his disciples. One sect, one realm. As he speaks, he glances at Lei Feng, recalling, back in those days, my junior disciple. Suddenly, Lei Feng interjected, let us not digress. Qiu Qian fell silent. Guhan appeared lost in thought. The 7 sons of Tai Hao seemed to have some unresolved enmity with the one named Yuan Yi, yet the latter was reluctant to divulge any further details. Guhan, feeling no inclination to pry, turned his gaze back to Lei Feng and inquired, did you not just say you wished to engage me in combat? Very well. And then what? Lei Feng was taken aback. Are you unwilling? Guhan wore a look of exasperation, feeling that Lei Feng was being obtuse. Just sparring? Without any stakes involved? He had grown accustomed to effortless gains, and the sudden absence of profit dulled his interest. Let us fight. Qian Yi finally could no longer contain himself and spoke up. The benefits you stand to gain far outweigh the value of what you previously accumulated. What benefits? Guhan asked. In thunder. Qian Yi replied in a low voice. If I am not mistaken, this individual seems to possess some fortuitous opportunities. Having absorbed a considerable amount of in thunder, coalescing a thunder source. The method you mentioned earlier for solidifying the indestructible sword body requires precisely in thunder, does it not? Should you let this free labor slip away, you shall weep in secret. In thunder? Guhan's heart stirred. Heavenly thunder, yang thunder, in thunder, Shen thunder, Huan thunder, and destruction thunder. Since his encounter with the deceased Qiyang golden thunder beast in the giant Lu mountains of the barbarian lands, he had not encountered any other attributes of thunder. He never expected to fortuitously encounter in thunder today. What a stroke of luck. Qian Yi, he expressed gratefully. Thank you for the reminder. Qian Yi was ungrateful. You must change your name to Gu Yuan. Guhan felt a wave of shame. Qian Yi was indeed commendable. He ought to treat him better in the future. Enough. Noticing Guhan's silence, Lei Feng shook his head. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. Brother Lei. Before he could finish, Guhan's aura shifted dramatically, his fighting spirit soaring. Over 1,000 long swords faintly hovered in the air behind him, their blades pointing directly at Lei Feng. I humbly request your guidance. Boom. As his words fell, a fierce and overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the others to feel a chill in their hearts. How formidable! Was this truly his genuine strength? It was only at this moment that they realized the disparity between themselves and Guhan. Yet, excitement surged within them. To witness a battle between such top-tier prodigies as Lei Feng and Guhan was a dream come true for these battle enthusiasts. Crackling sounds erupted. Spurred by Guhan's imposing presence, Lei Feng's violet hair danced wildly, with flashes of lightning coursing through it. Let us relocate. Disturbing my master's tranquil cultivation is ill-advised. The first statement came from across the way. The second, however, emanated from the peak 1,000 feet away. As the words faded, the figure of Lei Feng dissipated, leaving behind only an afterimage. How swift! Guhan's eyes narrowed. The wind thunder body. This speed was subtly swifter than his extreme sword escape. Excellent. He too felt exhilarated, casually summoning a dilapidated black sword into his grasp. With a gentle tremor of his form, an ethereal sword intent swirled around him, leaving behind an afterimage as he shot forth, the thousands of swords behind him ringing out in harmonious clarity, closely trailing his every move. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the summit where Lei Feng resided. With a subtle shift of thought, 1,000 swords descended in unison. Boom! The sound echoed. Where the rain of swords fell, the peak, which barely afforded a few square feet of standing space, was instantaneously leveled, transforming into a vast platform spanning 100 feet. The sixth senior brother was left astounded. With such speed of swordplay, it was no wonder I failed to perceive it. The eldest brother, however, remained calm. That dark-skinned man remarked, the eldest brother is faster than he is. Moreover, he paused and added, the eldest brother is indeed a whole realm above him. Lei Feng, at the initial stage of ascension, being the eldest brother and the first to enter the path, found himself outmatched by the second and third brothers. Not due to lack of aptitude, but rather because he advanced steadily, step by step, establishing a far more solid foundation than the other six. In the distance, as the sword rain descended, Guhan felt no joy. He understood all too well that the moment the sword was unleashed, Lei Feng was no longer atop the peak. Suddenly, he sensed something and swiftly turned, positioning his black sword across his chest. Clang! A resonant metallic sound rang out. Lei Feng had appeared before him. Having somehow managed to strike down upon his black sword, his hand surrounded by arcs of lightning, exuding a hint of profound darkness. The ominous thunder. The thunder surged into his body, leaving Gu Han with a tingling sensation. Unlike the searing heat of the Yang thunder, this ominous thunder brought him a chilling feeling instead. In an instant, the long stagnant, indestructible sword body began to operate autonomously, absorbing the entirety of the ominous thunder's power. However, the numbing effect of the thunder rendered his movements even slower than before. Clang, clang. With each strike, Lei Feng shifted his position, and due to his overwhelming speed, it seemed as though multiple Lei Fengs surrounded Gu Han, the lightning flickering and regenerating, creating the illusion that Gu Han was enveloped in thunder. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged positions dozens of times, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, never lingering in one spot for even a moment. The lightning flashed and the sword intent surged. Wherever they passed, the very ground trembled, and mountains, both great and small, crumbled one after another. The onlookers wore complex expressions. They had never imagined that Gu Han, with merely the initial stage of feather transformation, could contend with Lei Feng to such an extent. The eldest brother was mistaken. Xiao Qian sighed. I believe Gu Han is even stronger than Yuan Yi of the same realm. The others shared a similar complexity of expression. This prodigy, where did he emerge from? In the heat of battle, Gu Han's voice suddenly rang out. It seems you are not exerting your full strength? He was decidedly dissatisfied. Pointing to the paltry amount of ominous thunder, he continued, my indestructible sword body would require at least a year to fully cultivate from this. How stingy of you. Lei Feng remained silent. He had indeed held back. After all, this was merely a spar, and he did not wish to seriously injure Gu Han. The ancient elder had once said, in a fair competition, should one die or be wounded, it is due to one's own inadequacy, and others cannot be blamed. Gu Han pressed on. By doing so, do you look down upon me, or do you believe my abilities are so limited? Boom. As his words fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A formidable and oppressive aura began to rise from him, causing Lei Feng to stagger backward, caught off guard. What a profound foundation. Stopping at a distance of 10 zhang, Lei Feng inquired curiously, extreme realm? Such might could not possibly be achieved by merely attaining a handful of extremes. Gu Han remained silent. With a flick of his black sword, he gently pointed it towards Lei Feng. The motion, though delicate, bore the weight of a mountain. In an instant, over 1,000 long swords behind him also pointed menacingly at Lei Feng, transforming one mountain into 1,000, their power magnifying exponentially. Simultaneously, a glimmer of crimson light flickered, revealing a hidden, overwhelming killing intent concealed within the sword's might. Boom! With a sweep of the sword's force, the lightning aura enveloping Lei Feng dissipated instantly, propelling him backward uncontrollably until he found himself 100 zhang away. Struggling to regain his balance, his expression grew exceedingly grave. Only at this moment did he truly recognize Gu Han's formidable prowess. I apologize, he said, cupping his hands in respect. To even contemplate holding back against an opponent of your caliber is a profound disrespect. Henceforth, I shall go all out and fight with everything I have. Do take care. As the last word escaped his lips, a pitch-black thunderous rune manifested on his forehead, and an immense force of dark lightning surged outward, surrounding him entirely. Senior brother. The female cultivator felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Was he truly going to resort to lethal force? Certainly not. The dark-skinned man shook his head. His actions were merely a testament to the qualification of his opponent, deserving of his full commitment. Boom. In the midst of their conversation, Lei Feng had transformed into a towering giant of thunder, the dark lightning power cascading down and warping the surrounding space. Though his form had expanded, his speed remained utterly unaffected. With a mere flicker, enveloped in ceaseless arcs of lightning, he appeared before Gu Han, delivering a powerful strike. In that instant, a concentrated surge of dark lightning erupted, scattering in all directions and instantly impacting the 1,000 long swords. Impressive. Gu Han's eyes sparkled with battle intent. The lightning was indeed capable of influencing his control over those long swords. Their speed and accuracy had diminished significantly compared to before, a realization he had not anticipated. Well then, he thought, shaking his head inwardly, it wasn't he truly a life and death struggle. If he couldn't control it, so be it. He needed to act swiftly. Resolving himself, Rather than retreating, he advanced, swinging his sword to cleave through the lightning. Excellent. Lei Feng's eyes flared with fervor. Despite being influenced by Gu Qian, he was indeed adept in movement, yet it was this head-on confrontation that he relished the most. Without hesitation, he gathered another surge of dark lightning, striking down with his palm. Boom. In that fleeting moment, as sword and palm collided, the violent thunder and domineering sword intent clashed, shattering the very space around them. A deluge of dark lightning surged into Gu Han's body, the tingling sensation swiftly morphing into excruciating pain, visibly causing his body to tremble. It was indeed painful. Yet the power of the Yin thunder is characterized by its gentleness, lacking the ferocity of the Yang thunder. Furthermore, without the influence of curses, there is no chance of interference from the sinister forces of Yin. Although it causes some pain, it is well within his capacity to endure. In fact, he fervently circulated his techniques, absorbing the scattered Yin thunder energy into his being. Pull with all his might. Once this opportunity is lost, it may never return. In the distance, several onlookers were left speechless. His sixth senior brother wore a look of incredulity. He was actually absorbing the Yin thunder energy of the elder brother? How could he dare to do so? Could it be that he possessed some unique constitution related to the essence of thunder? The others turned their gazes towards Xuantian, evidently sharing the same suspicion, for otherwise, it would be inexplicable. No, Xuantian shook his head, to tell the truth. He mentioned earlier that he is merely a wandering cultivator, not of any special constitution. A wandering cultivator? The dark-skinned man expressed disbelief. Search throughout the Seven Realms Alliance and find a wandering cultivator who can contend with the elder brother like this. He has no need to deceive me. A flicker of confusion passed through Xuantian's eyes. He had interacted with him previously and had witnessed him in action multiple times, aside from his sword. There was nothing extraordinary about him. Junior brother, the female cultivator patted his shoulder. Let's converse amicably and refrain from name-calling. Xuantian responded, that doesn't seem right. The man shook his head. I am not of a special constitution either, and I have encountered the elder brothers in thunder before. A lesser amount is manageable. But this excessive quantity is beyond my endurance. Perhaps, Xuantian pondered, one cannot generalize when it comes to people's constitutions. The man remarked. Lei Feng sensed Gu Han's intentions before anyone else and said coolly, you cannot withstand this. If this continues, it will not merely be a matter of hardship. Your physical form is at risk of collapse at any moment. Your goodwill is appreciated, Gu Han smiled, but it is still insufficient. Insufficient? What is lacking? Insufficient energy. Is that so? Lei Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. How much more do you require? The more, the better, Gu Han replied earnestly. I wish to see where your limits lie. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Lei Feng's anger ignited, finally unleashing his true fury. Then I shall oblige you. Just do not blame me if you end up injured or worse. Rest assured. Gu Han chuckled, I shall express my gratitude. Boom. Lei Feng could no longer tolerate the provocation. Under the cover of lightning, the thunder-shaped mark on his forehead reemerged, more distinct and vibrant than before. In an instant, a surge of Yin thunder energy, several times more potent than before, descended, enveloping the two figures entirely and forming a thunderous pool spanning several yards. Gradually, the thunder pool expanded until it reached dozens of yards in diameter. The violent lightning radiated outward, and from a distance, the onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure. Oh no! Xuantian's heart raced in alarm. With the elder brother's heavy-handed approach, would there be? Before he could finish his thought, an unexpected change occurred. The expansive thunder pool, measuring dozens of yards, suddenly began to tremble lightly, and it appeared to be shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the thunder pool had diminished from dozens of yards to just a few. As time elapsed, the thunderous pool gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. With a swift motion, two figures landed. One, with flowing purple hair and an austere countenance, exuded an air of coldness. The other, clad in tattered garments and wielding a black sword, stood a distance away. Their gazes locked, yet neither dared to break the silence. Remarkable, Qian Yi mused, taken aback by the substantial reservoir of thunder energy within this youth, far exceeding his expectations. Indeed, he proved to be a competent laborer. In this moment, Gu Han was equally elated. This journey was far from futile. He reveled in the thrill of it, having advanced to the third level of the indestructible sword body. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, the transformation within him was profound. The amalgamation of yin and yang thunderbolts had fostered a complementary force, rendering his physique more harmonious and natural, incomparable to his pre-battle state. For him, further enhancement of the indestructible sword body was more precious than any wager. "Thank you, Brother Lei," he expressed sincerely. Having offered his gratitude, he felt compelled to honor his word. In stark contrast, Lei Feng's mood was less than favorable. He was no fool. He recognized Gu Han's intent to refine his body, utilizing his yin thunder energy. "Are you a body cultivator?" he inquired. "Somewhat," Gu Han replied. "Was that intentional? Merely coincidental?" Gu Han chuckled. "If you find the experience lacking, I am more than willing to engage you in another bout, ensuring your satisfaction." "Not necessary," Lei Feng retorted, casting a deep glance at him. "Perhaps another time." At that moment, Xuantian and his companions approached, glancing between the two, utterly perplexed. "Has the battle concluded? Who emerged victorious?" Seeing that he had gathered sufficient resources, Gu Han showed no intention of lingering. He clasped his hands and smiled. "Your magnanimity is commendable, and I hold great respect for it. The matter of wagers was merely a jest, not to be taken seriously. Let us consider this concluded." "Unacceptable." One of the men shook his head. "A man of honor must uphold his word. If defeated, one must concede." The others remained silent, incredulous. "It's easy for you to say, standing there without any stake." "Very well," Gu Han responded nonchalantly, deeming it a mere opportunity to forge friendships, urging them to let the matter rest. "Are you truly foregoing it?" Qian Yi asked, surprised, for this was not in line with his usual demeanor. "We cannot exploit them too harshly," Gu Han pondered. "Otherwise, they may not flourish. Moreover, I find a certain affinity with the Taihao sect. Their courteousness and the presence of these benevolent souls delight me." Qian Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for the group. A few sacred herbs held little value in Gu Han's eyes. Had they not approached him, he would not have been so relentless. To him, those who had come to him for guidance were the true treasures. One phrase encapsulated his sentiment. He aimed to extract every ounce of potential, leaving nothing behind. This declaration fostered a deep sense of goodwill among the 7 disciples of Taihao. "Indeed, let us forge a friendship. What need is there for wagers? To give is to show respect for friends. While spiritual herbs possess value, friendship is priceless." "Brother Gu," the 5th senior brother remarked with sincerity, "you are a remarkable individual, and I would cherish this friendship. Yet, the sword remains essential," Gu Han reminded him. The 5th senior brother, his collection, naturally, comprises exquisite treasures. As he gazed upon the more than 100 long swords, each either archaic or exquisitely crafted, Gu Han's spirit soared. He swiftly gathered them, showing no inclination to linger further. With a smile and a cupped fist, he declared, "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We shall meet again in half a month's time." With that, he flickered and vanished into the sky. Half a month? The crowd found themselves bewildered. "Senior brother." Xuantian turned to Lei Feng. "What on earth just transpired?" Lei Feng fell silent for a moment. This individual was not as simple as he appeared. He was a formidable opponent, not merely in combat prowess, but in all aspects. "You have not lost unjustly, senior brother." The female cultivator inquired with curiosity, "Just how formidable is he?" "Very strong." Lei Feng contemplated for a moment before emphasizing, "Very strong, indeed." Observing the ravaged battlefield, the crowd marveled in silence. Within the 7 realms, only Yuan Zhengyang could garner such an assessment from Lei Feng. "Senior brother," seeing Lei Feng still standing motionless, Xuantian asked, "Aren't you returning?" "You may leave first." Lei Feng gradually closed his eyes and softly stated, "I have gained some insights from this battle that require contemplation." "Understood." The others dared not disturb him and departed promptly. Once they were far away, Lei Feng's expression darkened. "Leave? Nonsense. Lei Yuan has been utterly drained, exhausted." As he soared through the skies, Gu Han glanced back at Taihao sect and murmured, from the response of the ancient sect master, "It is clear he believes this matter. Yet, I wonder what countermeasures he possesses." He did not harbor the illusion that merely alerting Gu Chun would suffice. After all, the hidden schemes left by Ling Yu remained an enigma, even to Gu Chun himself. This was the gravest uncertainty. "Let us wait and see," Qian Yi pondered. "There is nothing more to be done here for now. We must consider the progress of that cold Yushu's plans. Should she succeed in implanting the demonic seed, and if Gu Chun is on guard, the combination of their efforts at a critical juncture could yield substantial chances of victory." Very well. Gu Han chose not to dwell further on it. After the inquiry regarding the sword, He would return to Tian Nan realm to see if he could meet her. Tian Nan realm, the forgetting emotion sect. It had been some time since Xuantian declared war here. Lingya managed to suppress his internal injuries and emerged from seclusion once more. After a moment of contemplation, he appeared directly outside Cold Yushu's cave dwelling. A glance revealed her sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, seemingly immersed in her cultivation. He remained silent, merely observing her quietly. As he watched, a hint of gentleness flickered in his gaze. He no longer viewed her merely as a tool, but rather like a father gazing upon his daughter. Within the depths of his heart's lake, in a corner so obscure that even he could not perceive it, a faint sound echoed. Pop. With that nearly imperceptible sound, the demonic seed's outer shell cracked, revealing a tender sprout, thinner than a hair, cautiously emerging. In the outside world, Lingya was suddenly startled, and the softness in his eyes vanished in an instant. He immersed himself deeply, meticulously inspecting every detail, yet still found nothing amiss. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head, deeming himself overly suspicious. He could not fathom that Lung Yushu possessed the ability to influence him. Perhaps, deep within, he resisted such notions and was reluctant to entertain them any further. Perhaps after this battle, a true heir to the legacy could emerge. This thought flashed inexplicably through his mind. Having considered this, he cast another glance at Lung Yushu, whose figure had vanished in an instant. After he departed, a considerable time passed before Lung Yushu slowly opened her eyes, tranquility radiating from within. Due to the demonic seed, she was acutely aware of Lingya's arrival. At that very moment, the demonic seed had already begun to sprout. Exiting the Forgetting Emotion sect, Lingya directly arrived at the Sunset Mountain Range, a place renowned as a forbidden land in the southern realm. His destination was not the periphery. With a slight shimmer, he found himself in a discreet valley deep within the mountains, accompanied by an oddly enchanting fragrance. Thousands of human-faced flowers appeared before him, identical to those in the western desert's forbidden zone. Though they appeared to smile, their eyes held no vitality, resembling the dead. Upon seeing Lingya, the human-faced flowers collectively turned, thousands of lifeless eyes fixating upon him. Lingya, seemingly unfazed, released a breath of aura characteristic of a transcendent practitioner, and directly addressed the myriad human-faced flowers. I have come here to propose a transaction. In the first volume, Chapter 674, The Endless Scheme, the Dog. In the ancient Song realm, under the protection of the sword cultivators from the Yu Ming clan, the Shi brothers had already dispatched dozens of challenge letters. Although it was still early for the news to spread throughout the ancient Song realm, it had already stirred considerable commotion. The messengers were filled with trepidation, while the recipients seethed with anger. In no time, many who received the challenge letters and considered themselves capable hurried towards the newly established Yujing city, eager to discern the identity of Gu Han, who dared to stand alone against the ancient Song realm. Atop the city walls, a large black cauldron was raised high, appearing rather peculiar. Inside, it simmered an unknown concoction, the broth a milky white, exuding a vibrant sheen, revealing glistening pieces of meat as it bubbled. Beside the cauldron, Zhuiyang was wholly engrossed, occasionally producing a jade vial to add a measure of powder. In an instant, an indescribable aroma began to waft through the air. Not far away, Ji Wui gazed in awe. From the beginning until now, Zhuiyang had added over 100 different powders to the broth, each measured with meticulous precision, never exceeding the required amount. To his astonishment, Ji Wui remarked, "This 7-insect flower is a highly toxic spiritual herb, of little use beyond the rare elixirs it contributes to, yet you have repurposed it as a seasoning." With unwavering focus, Zhuiyang did not glance back, meticulously engaged in his task. This flower, imbued with a natural fragrance, possessed a venomous essence capable of fully awakening the inherent aroma of the ingredients. Although it was poison, its culinary application was indeed rare and precious. However, moderation was essential. These seasonings required precise measurement. A slight deficiency would result in a loss of flavor, while an excess would overshadow the original taste of the broth. The art of cooking, seemingly simple, was fraught with intricacies. A slight deviation could lead to monumental errors. Ji Wui nodded repeatedly. Such meticulousness. A single effort had garnered this chef's decade of allegiance, a worthwhile investment. Within the Lingyun Merchant Association, his primary objective was profit. However, as he accumulated wealth, a sense of ennui crept in, leading to the cultivation of minor hobbies. Previously, He had indulged in fish-keeping. Now, however, he felt an eagerness that was palpable. No need to rush. Zui Yang's hands remained steady. The timing was not yet right, and the flavor still needed refinement. Since you have agreed to assist, I cannot afford to be negligent. Moreover, refrain from speaking to me, lest I become distracted. Ji Wui dared not utter a word, his anticipation growing within. It was already so aromatic. Was it not yet perfect? Suddenly, from the distant horizon, figures emerged, over a dozen in number, led by 3 ascended realm cultivators, flying towards the small city with palpable menace. Asking about the sword in the ancient Song realm? Are you seeking death? Even before their arrival, their murderous intentions had already permeated the air. In an instant, Zui Yang's hand trembled, causing him to add a tad too much seasoning. Was that acceptable? Ji Wui's eyelids twitched violently. This broth. Zui Yang quickly withdrew his hand, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. It was no longer perfect. Ji Wui fell into silence. Simultaneously, those dozen figures had landed at the city ramparts. Where was Gu Han? The leader's gaze was icy, a harbinger of doom. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended upon the crowd, silent and swift, annihilating the ascended cultivators and reducing them to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. You've spoiled my grand endeavor. Truly infuriating. Ji Wui's expression darkened as he brushed his sleeve lightly. Mr. Zhua. He then turned to Zui Yang, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, with me here, no one shall disturb you. He pursued perfection. Since the flavor of the broth had already been compromised, he had no intention of tasting it further. Zui Yang felt the same. At least in the realm of cooking, he harbored an inexplicable obsession. This time, no one interrupted. Under Zui Yang's nearly flawless culinary skills and the simmering of this almost perfect black pot, a bowl of nearly perfect broth was presented before Ji Wui. His eyes sparkled with delight. As anticipated, just from the aroma, one could discern the exquisite flavor of this broth. It is complete. Zui Yang looked at him, urging, do take a taste. Excellent. Ji Wui, without hesitation, produced a pristine white jade bowl, one he had deliberately retrieved from the Lingyun branch before his departure. Woof, woof, woof. As I was about to savor the dish, a familiar and somewhat urgent bark suddenly echoed from a distance. Ji Wui's expression darkened. This persistent dog. How annoying. Could it be that it had come drawn by the scent? His suspicion was confirmed. Little Black had indeed tracked him down by the aroma. Before Ji Wui could react, several figures landed atop the city wall, none other than Yuan Zhengyang and his companions. Woof. Upon seeing the pot of soup, Little Black's mouth watered profusely, and without hesitation, he dashed to the pot's edge. With a swift movement, he slurped up every last drop of soup and meat, leaving the bottom of the pot cleaner than if it had been licked. Ji Wui, holding a jade bowl, stood frozen in disbelief. Burp. Little Black, thoroughly satisfied, let out a fragrant belch. Crack. Ji Wui's face grew increasingly grim as he crushed the bowl in his hand. Yan Qi and his brother trembled in fear. President Ji, Yuan Zhengyang remarked, furrowing his brow, what brings you here? You are a person of status. There is no need to hold a grudge against a mere dog, is there? Little Black. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise rang out. It was Gu Han, who had just returned from Taihao sect and coincidentally crossed paths with Yuan Zhengyang. Senior, Vanguard Gu. Yan Qi and his brother were filled with excitement. As was customary, the group exchanged pleasantries. Excellent. Upon learning of Gu Han's intentions, Yuan Zhengyang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Junior brother, what a bold initiative. Let us join forces and challenge the ancient realm of Jiangu. This will serve to intimidate the lesser factions and set an example. Zhongming. President Ji? Observing Ji Wui's sour expression, Gu Han felt a sense of bewilderment. What are you doing here? Junior brother, Zui Yang relayed Ji Wui's willingness to assist. Naturally, he omitted the matter of the transaction. President Ji, Gu Han expressed his gratitude, feeling moved. With Ji Wui's presence, his endeavor to challenge the sword was almost guaranteed success. Even if Ji Wui refrained from direct involvement, his mere status would be enough to deter many, making it a significant favor in Gu Han's eyes. Recalling Zui Yang's advice, Ji Wui refrained from mentioning the deal and reflected, loyalty is admirable, yet sometimes one must be cautious in choosing friends. Think it over carefully. Gu Han. He was utterly perplexed, but chose not to dwell on it as he entered the city with Yuan Zhengyang and the others. The dog remained, 2 glossy black eyes fixated on the large pot, wearing an expression of lingering desire. Shall I make another batch? Zhuiyang suggested helplessly, looking at Ji Wuyo. Mr. Ji. Ji Wuyo squinted, inquiring, I have a more precious ingredient here, truly top tier. More precious? Zhuiyang's interest piqued. More valuable than the Holy Realm? Indeed, Ji Wuyo nodded, his gaze shifting to Little Black as he stated expressionlessly, ingredients from the Ascension Realm. Woof! Little Black trembled in fear, abandoning thoughts of the delicacy and swiftly disappearing from sight. Zhuiyang, Chapter 675, Rising Prominence. Arriving within the city, Gu Han promptly inquired of Li Sun and Yin Qi about the recent circumstances of Murong Yin and Yang Lan. Upon learning that they were both well protected within the Great Yin dynasty, he felt a sense of relief and subsequently presented each of them with a storage ring. Thank you, Senior. Yin Qi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Li Doyuan, on the other hand, enthusiastically shouted the slogan that showed his allegiance to Gu Han. After shouting, he wore an expression of sheer delight, as he had long suppressed his enthusiasm. You are remarkable. Yuan Zhengyang cast an appreciative glance at him. For him, flattering others was mere sycophancy, devoid of integrity. However, praising Gu Han was a sign of discernment and propriety. Senior, Li Sun interjected, though I am unworthy. I once served under Commander Gu and contributed in my own modest way. Indeed, Yuan Zhengyang's admiration for him deepened. Should you find yourself in need or facing difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Li Doyuan was overjoyed. Surely, Commander Gu's influence was substantial. Not long after, they encountered a rotund figure buried in the earth, with only his head visible, bearing the marks of large footprints. Your Highness, Li Sun and Yin Qi gasped in shock and rushed over. Yet, regardless of their frantic calls, the portly man seemed oblivious, remaining silent. Such is the handiwork of Ji Wuyo. Yuan Zhengyang discerned immediately. Gu Han wore an enigmatic expression, beginning to understand why Ji Wuyo had uttered those words to him. Clearly, the rotund man had offended him. Utterly absurd. Yuan Zhengyang furrowed his brow. Aware that those present were Gu Han's close friends, he prepared to lift the restrictions. Senior brother. Gu Han stifled a laugh and quickly restrained him. There is no need for haste. Indeed, there is no urgency at all, Zhongming asserted with calm assurance. Yuan Zhengyang paused, conceding. Since my junior brother and Ji Yi say there is no rush, then I shall wait. Ha ha. Qian Yi laughed heartily, finding it cathartic and exhilarating. Gu Han, quickly. Step on him a couple of times. That is excessive. Gu Han replied, perplexed. Has the rotund man offended you in any way? Is it necessary to kick him when he is down? With that, he stepped onto the man's head as he walked past. Qian Yi laughed again, while Zhongming leisurely ambled away after stepping on the rotund man's head, accompanied by Yuan Zhengyang, leaving Li Sun and his brother exchanging bewildered glances. Wong. At that moment, a dog barked, and a shadow swiftly darted past the two, its hind paws fortuitously landing on the rotund man's forehead. A great demon from the Ascension Realm, belonging to the Celestial Dog Clan. The impact was significant, causing two large swellings to immediately appear on the man's forehead. Brother. Yin Qi's eyes lit up. Could it be that His Highness is about to transform into a dragon? Li Sun. With two formidable experts, Yuan Zhengyang and Ji Wuyo, present, the small town was undoubtedly the safest place in the ancient Song realm, second only to Taihao sect. Gu Han, reassured about the safety of his companions, informed Yuan Zhengyang of his intention to enter seclusion. This was not only to enhance his cultivation, but also to refine the long swords he had acquired. He had not walked far when Cloud Fan joyfully rushed over. Brother Gu, my sister and my father heard that you have returned and specifically came out. Is that so? Gu Han was instantly filled with delight. Soon, they arrived at a serene and elegant courtyard where the War King and Feng Shi were present. Strangely, Gu Tian was also there. Compared to before, the War King's cultivation had advanced to the feather transformation realm, and with the refining of the dragon seal, his demeanor had grown increasingly profound and reserved, resembling that of the Flame Emperor to some extent. Feng Shi remained extraordinarily beautiful yet cold. However, upon seeing Gu Han, a rare smile graced her frostbitten face, clearly indicating her genuine happiness that Gu Han was still alive. Senior, Master Sister. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Han introduced each person's identity. It turned out they were descendants of the Alliance leader. Yuan Zhengyang's expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands toward the War King, saying, my apologies. There is no need for such formalities, Taoist Yuan. Yunzhan quickly returned the gesture. He silently lamented that after 10,000 years, although few within the Seven Realms Alliance still remembered the grace of Yunqi, there were still some who did. Uncle Gu. Following this, Yuan Zhengyang bent down and performed a deeper bow to Gu Tian. Gu Tian clearly did not react at first, faced with Yuan Zhengyang, who was significantly older yet showed respect as a junior. Even his rationality faltered a bit, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Senior brother. Guhan felt even more out of place and whispered, "Let us maintain our own discussions." No. Yuan Zhengyang waved his hand decisively, stating, "Rituals and laws must not be disregarded. Others may have their own discussions, but Uncle Gu, as your adoptive father, is your closest kin. Since we are brothers, I am the junior, and we must not disrupt the ethical order." Guhan felt helpless. He understood that Yuan Zhengyang's straightforward nature would render any persuasion futile. At that moment, Chongming suddenly fixed his gaze on Gu Tian, a strand of multicolored divine light swirling around him. His pupils momentarily split, transforming into double pupils. "Young man, the path your adoptive father treads is highly problematic. It is not the righteous way. It is perilous, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Not only could it harm him, but it may also endanger you." Others could not perceive it, but he sensed the pure demonic nature suppressed within Gu Tian. Naturally averse to demonic entities, he possessed abilities that subtly restrained such forces, yet being Guhan's adoptive father, he refrained from direct confrontation. "I will not." Gu Tian's eyes flared with demonic energy, and his figure faintly manifested double shadows, as if the three demonic reflections he had suppressed were about to re-emerge. Deep within, he harbored a similar aversion toward the multicolored divine light emanating from Chongming. This aversion did not stem from personal sentiment, but seemed to be intricately linked to the path he was following. Yuan Zhengyang felt a bit anxious. He was uncertain about whom he should assist if a conflict arose between Chongming and Gu Tian. "Master." Guhan shook his head and earnestly declared, "I trust my adoptive father. No matter how he changes, he would never harm me." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Let us hope so." Chongming suddenly sighed, and the divine light gradually receded, with his pupils returning to normal. Meanwhile, Gu Tian, touched by Guhan's words, a flicker of struggle passed through his eyes, and the thread of demonic allure was once again suppressed. In that moment, a heavy weight lifted from Chongming's heart. After a brief silence, Chongming's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. He found the presence of Ji Yi strangely familiar, hoping that the concerns Ji Yi harbored would not come to fruition. Familiar? Guhan furrowed his brows, pondering how Ji Yi could seem familiar when he had only met his adoptive father for the first time. Perhaps it is indeed possible. Qian Yi hesitated and mused. The familiarity it speaks of does not pertain to Gu Tian, but rather to someone who has traversed a similar path. Could it be that Guhan's heart tightened in alarm? Is it the path of the Demon Lord? Almost. Qian Yi nodded. That battle concealed too many secrets. It is possible that it had encountered someone akin to Gu Tian. No. Not merely a person, let us refer to him as the ancient demon for now. He must have traversed a similar route and has succeeded. It is evident that their factions differ, which accounts for the immense hostility. "Ji." Guhan turned to Zhongming and inquired, "Have you encountered anyone like my adoptive father?" "I cannot recall," Zhongming replied after a moment of silence. "Perhaps yes. Perhaps no." This chicken. Qian Yi was taken aback. How unreliable. Guhan sighed inwardly. Relying on Zhongming's memory to improve was akin to expecting a glutton to care about their appearance. Utterly impossible. Qian Yi pondered and then suggested, "Do you think this golden seal might be related to the ancient demon?" "No." Qian Yi shook his head. "The golden seal is of too high a rank. Even if the true demon lord were to arrive, complete control would remain exceedingly difficult. However, at this juncture, he shifted his tone. What you should truly be concerned about is not this, but whether the ancient demon still lives. Why? If he is dead, that is self-evident. If he is alive, he might very well be the previous demon lord. Should Gu Tian embark on this path, it would equate to challenging his authority. A confrontation between the old and new demon lords is inevitable, with no possibility of compromise." Guhan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Thus, Gu Tian's journey to becoming the demon lord became even more arduous. Hope that was already slim had now become even more elusive. "You need not worry." Qian Yi offered reassurance. "While I may not be well-versed in other matters, I have conducted research on these demons. The demon abyss is, in fact, a remnant of an ancient battlefield filled with headless demons. It is highly probable that the ancient demon has perished. Even if he is not, he would likely be no match for this chicken. The stronger Gu Tian becomes, the lesser the crises he will face in the future. Gu Han remained silent. Yet a firm resolve took root in his heart. If that ancient demon were alive, he must be found beforehand to eliminate the threat to Gu Tian. Zhong Ming no longer focused on Gu Tian, his gaze shifting to the War King and Feng Shi. Little bug, little bird, it spoke with a tone of melancholy, murmuring, "Indeed, they are all gone." It was acutely aware that, although the two before it bore the essence of old acquaintances, they were no longer those individuals. Retracting its gaze, a sense of despondency washed over it as it quietly withdrew to a corner, falling silent. From its demeanor, Gu Han suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. This sentiment he had previously encountered within the sword intent of Yuan Zhengyang. It was quite pitiable. Qian Yi sighed, pondering whether anyone from that era still lived. His comrades, friends, and fellow soldiers had all departed. For him, at times, living too long became a form of torment. Gu Han suddenly realized that a poor memory might not be such a bad thing after all. Qian Yi continued, "As you journey further and elevate your cultivation, those individuals will drift farther away from you. It is not merely a gap of realms. It is more profoundly a limitation of lifespan. One day, as you reach the pinnacle of cultivation akin to my status, your lifespan may stretch towards infinity, while theirs will only extend a mere 10,000 years at most." Gu Han remained silent. Setting aside other concerns, one could see how fervently Ling Yi pursued elevation. The path of cultivation indeed grew increasingly arduous with each step forward. Especially, Qian Yi's tone turned melancholic. As time eroded, those once cherished companions from his youth now bore white hair. The pain within his heart was palpable. Gu Han, taken aback by Qian Yi's sudden remark, found his own sorrow dissipate instantaneously. He steadied his emotions and turned to Feng Shi, earnestly declaring, "Senior sister, I have fulfilled my promise. I witnessed Yun Tu's demise with my own eyes." A glimmer of relief flickered in Feng Shi's eyes. "Little junior brother, thank you. Thank you for avenging my father and for avenging my seventh brother." The War King wore a complex expression, lamenting, "If only my elder brother had encountered Mei Yun sooner. Perhaps the curse of the dragon seal could have been broken, and matters would not have escalated to this point. Indeed, if Mei Yun had appeared even earlier, the tragedy befalling our clan might have been averted." Cursed? Gu Han was taken aback, bewildered by the term. "What tragedy do you speak of, elder brother?" Yun Fan hastily explained, "It is as follows." Upon hearing the explanation, Gu Han experienced a moment of clarity. The conflict between father and son, the fratricide stemming from the inheritance of the dragon seal, bore such a curse. It was no wonder that not a single son of the Flame Emperor remained, nor that Yin Tu had so ruthlessly slain his father. All of this traced back to the curse. Now it makes sense, Qian Yi mused. I was puzzled as to how the bloodline of the ancestor dragon could be so potent. Not only should it dominate the myriad realms, but it also constitutes a formidable power. I never imagined that due to this curse, only a handful of descendants remain. No wonder the ancestor dragon clan has remained hidden from the world for so long. The dark clan is that formidable? Gu Han questioned, perplexed. Can they truly curse even those half-immortal from the ancestor dragon lineage? Indeed, Qian Yi sighed. The divine clan is tyrannical, with individual combat prowess exceptionally pronounced, as you should be aware. Conversely, the dark clan is enigmatic. Their individual strength is rather average. Their true strength lies in their unpredictable and insidious curses. It is said that as long as a powerful entity within the dark clan senses even a wisp of their opponent's aura, the curse can take effect. How terrifying! Gu Han gasped in astonishment. And there is something even more horrifying. Qian Yi continued, the recollection sending a shiver down his spine. When I discovered that dark curse years ago, I came across a record stating that merely knowing the name of one's opponent could allow one to curse them across boundless distances. Gu Han fell into deep contemplation. He perceived the world as perilous, believing that one must adopt an alias when traversing its treacherous paths. In contrast, Qian Yi sighed, stating, the 9 incomplete nether curses bestowed upon you by me pale in comparison to the curse upon the ancestor dragon. It is astonishing that Mei Yun can even absorb the curses of the nether clan. Does this not render him their nemesis? His origins undoubtedly exceed your imagination. What of Mei Jiaoxi? Gu Han inquired, recalling the subject. Yin Fan appeared somewhat awkward. Mei Yun remains in seclusion. Over the past few months, his injuries have scarcely improved. In his quest to prove himself, He has relentlessly absorbed the power of curses, to the point of expelling blood countless times. Brother Gu, he whispered, we have advised him numerous times, yet he would not heed our counsel. Gu Han looked on in bemusement, empathizing with Mei Yun's desperate desire for validation. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly eager for Mei Yun's emergence from isolation. A prodigy? A marvel? I beg your pardon. Anyone daring to act before Mei Jiao, she has already lost. Such a name, Qian Yi remarked, was chosen rather hastily. It was bestowed by his master. What? Qian Yi was taken aback. He had a master? Who was this extraordinary figure? A mere mortal, Gu Han replied, equally incredulous. He recounted the tale of Mei Yun's master. How could this be possible? Qian Yi expressed disbelief. It seems plausible, Gu Han reflected. Mei Jiao, she once mentioned visiting a graveyard where the grass had grown so thick that the tombstone was nearly invisible. Impressive, Qian Yi exclaimed, genuinely astounded. Indeed, remarkable, Gu Han echoed, marveling at the fact that a mortal could live alongside Mei Yun until their natural demise. This was nothing short of a miracle. In chapter 677 of the first volume, Qian Yi's appearance was discussed. At this moment, Yuan Zhengyang posed a question. May I inquire why the alliance leader departed all those years ago, and where he may be now? It has been millennia since his return. Without his guidance, the alliance exists in name only, and it is likely to disintegrate soon. The War King paused momentarily before responding, my uncle is no longer among us. This revelation, which he had not even shared with Gu Qian, was only divulged due to Yuan Zhengyang's evident connection with Gu Han. Impossible. Yuan Zhengyang's expression shifted. When I was still weak, I had the fortune to meet the alliance leader. His prowess was unparalleled. Who could rival him? It was the cursed dragon. The War King sighed softly, recalling the former master of the dragon seal, who had been forcefully subdued in the past. Our clans suffered greatly, and we lacked the strength to eliminate him. So we sealed him in a hidden place. Periodically, the master of the dragon seal and dragon mirror must go to reinforce the seal. However, the previous master of the dragon seal perished while suppressing a top-tier evil creature. My uncle ventured forth alone, carrying injuries that ultimately led to unforeseen consequences. In his weakened state, he could no longer manage the remaining affairs. Thousands of years ago, he found my elder brother and Yun Ao, barely passing on the dragon seal and dragon mirror before he achieved enlightenment. A heavy silence enveloped the assembly. Upon observing Yun Qi, one can discern that, aside from a select few, the lineage of the ancestor dragon is filled with illustrious figures. Perhaps this embodies the true essence of the ancestor dragon's legacy. Indeed, it is worthy of admiration. After understanding Yun Qi's endeavors, Qian Yi could only shake his head repeatedly, pondering the burdens of such responsibilities. Why endure such strain? Were it me, I would dismiss the curses of the aberrant dragon entirely. Love as one pleases, as long as it does not encroach upon me. Gu Han remained silent. Though he admired Yun Qi, he too believed that the weight of his existence was excessively burdensome. Inquiring about matters pertaining to the ancient Sword of the Tsang realm, the War King had naturally heard from Yun Fan. Bowing deeply to Gu Han, he expressed, I thank you on behalf of the border troops. Look at that. Qian Yi scoffed. Why burden oneself with such responsibilities? Senior, Gu Han disregarded him, hastily avoiding the gesture of reverence. He earnestly stated, in the past, the border troops risked their lives to confront the barbarian tribes for my sake. How can I quantify such gratitude? As the vanguard, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I shall wield my sword to carve a way for them. Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang raised his thumb in approval. Well done. Your elder brother supports you. With me here, you may strike down whomever you wish. If you find yourself unable to do so, I shall assist. These words bolstered Gu Han's resolve. The discussion inevitably circled back to the matters concerning the ancient sword, and the group ceased their chatter, preparing earnestly. Senior sister. Upon noticing Xi's pallid complexion, Gu Han realized her injuries had yet to heal. Contemplating briefly, he produced a soul crystal, remarking, you will find this useful. Xi's injuries stemmed from her divine essence, making them far more challenging to mend than mere physical wounds. At this stage, the soul crystal represented her most effective healing remedy, and due to the connection with the true spirit of the phoenix, it could even enhance her cultivation. Xi did not hesitate to accept it. That's mine, Qian Yi lamented inwardly. Strictly speaking, Gu Han thought for a moment, turning his back on past allegiances. I earned this, and given your condition, what's the harm in having one more or one less? Bah! He cursed silently, realizing that upon encountering something more exquisite, he had begun bestowing soul crystals. Junior brother, before departing, Feng Shi called Gu Han aside, her gaze uncharacteristically tinged with hesitation. I have something to discuss with you. Nearby, Yun Fan wore a peculiar expression, swiftly retreating with Gu Tian. What is it, senior sister? Gu Han inquired, utterly perplexed. The original Feng Shi was already a vision of beauty, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, but now, with this unexpected demeanor, she not only retained her grace, but also augmented her allure. This was the first time he had witnessed such a side of her. Junior brother. Once the others had vacated, Feng Shi inhaled deeply, fixing her earnest gaze upon him. I will forever regard you as my little junior brother. Gu Han was taken aback. Why say this out of the blue? Feng Shi hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have never contemplated personal matters, nor will I because of you. She believed that enduring prolonged suffering was less desirable than swift resolution. Although it may cause Gu Han some heartache, it is imperative to clarify matters in advance to prevent him from becoming further ensnared. Gu Han immediately comprehended the situation. He finally understood why Gu Tian had come here. Senior sister, he said solemnly, his expression darkening as he looked at Feng Shi. Trust me, do not heed the unfounded words of my adoptive father. The situation is not as you perceive it. Truly, I regard you solely as my senior sister. Ah, Feng Shi exhaled a sigh of relief. That is indeed good. Gu Han, too, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thank goodness. The misunderstanding had been rectified. He believed that only he could broach such a topic with Feng Shi. Had it been anyone else, they would have been scorched to ashes by her wrath. TSK, Qian Yi scoffed. Such beauty, yet such an icy demeanor. You truly do not find her appealing? In my opinion, while the one who brews tea and the one who plays the zither may not be as stunning, they are still quite lovely. What do you know? Gu Han retorted dismissively. A remarkable woman like senior sister possesses no interest in trifling matters of romantic affection. Huh? Qian Yi laughed derisively. Have you ever considered that perhaps it is your own lack of charm that is at fault? Gu Han scoffed coldly. What does that even matter? Not necessarily. Qian Yi chuckled. If you possessed my appearance, the outcome might be quite different. You consider yourself handsome? Gu Han inquired incredulously. Allow me to enlighten you. Qian Yi grinned with self-satisfaction. When I first embarked on my cultivation journey, during my initial outing for training, a multitude of senior sisters vied to accompany me, even to the point of conflict. Even the female cultivators from rival factions would not dare make a move against me. Not to mention the holy maidens and celestial beings I encountered subsequently. I have countless venerable connections. What do you think I rely on? Talent is secondary. It is primarily my looks. You, Gu Han, without your cultivation, are merely an ordinary person. Yet, even if I lost all my abilities, I could still thrive solely on this visage. Gu Han, in those days. As he reminisced, Qian Yi sighed. The world has but 4 words to describe my appearance. What are they? Enchantingly beautiful. Gu Han. Chapter 678. Reactions from Various Families. Part 1. Time passed swiftly, and several days had elapsed. The Sure brothers, trembling with trepidation and resolute in their determination to face death, dispatched a series of challenge letters to every significant force in the ancient Song realm. Before a grand and imposing citadel, Sherwin quivered nervously. We are the last ones. Indeed, Sherwin nodded. Once we deliver this, our mission will be complete. Despite their words, the brothers appeared pale, daring not to approach even a single step closer to the towering fortress before them, known far and wide as Shuafang City in the ancient Song realm. The city lord, Liang Yi, was a formidable master in the 7th realm, his authority immense and his temperament ruthless. He was known for his unwavering decisiveness, and crucially, Liang Yi had only one child, Liang Lu, whom he had doted upon excessively. Gu Han's act of killing Liang Lu had severed Liang Yi's lineage, inciting a hatred in him that surpassed even that of the Chong and Gao families towards Gu Han. Delivering a challenge here was tantamount to courting death. Go. In the distance, Yu Ming urged. What are you afraid of? We are here to support you. Sherwin's face turned ashen. If they were to make a move. Rest assured, Yu Ming's expression darkened. If they dared to act, both the sect leader and the venerable Gu would surely avenge them, ensuring their deaths were not in vain. The Sure brothers were in a state of turmoil when a terrifying aura suddenly surged from within the city. In an instant, more than 10 figures descended before them. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in black robes, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Liang Lu. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a throng of menacing figures in dark attire flanked him, poised to eliminate the brothers on the spot. To his left stood a striking woman, her voluptuous form clad in a tight-fitting purple leather skirt, her beauty captivating. It was Liang Yi's adopted daughter, Liang Yu. "Are you here to deliver a challenge?" She spoke first, her melodious voice laced with a hidden threat. The brothers, trembling in fear, presented the final challenge letter. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have been elated to receive a greeting from Liang Yu, perhaps stealing glances at her alluring figure. However, at this moment, they were desperately racking their brains on how to preserve their lives. Boom. Upon seeing the challenge letter, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Liang Yu's eyes as a silver whip, extending over 10 feet, suddenly appeared in her grasp. "You two wretched creatures are truly seeking death." "Miss Liang," Sherwin's heart quaked. "Let's discuss this calmly." Indeed, Shi Wuqiang attempted to maintain his composure. "In the event of battle, we shall not harm the envoys." "Huh, nonsense. Envoys, traitors, lackeys, sellouts. You deserve to die." Immediately, a chorus of curses erupted. The brothers had heard these titles countless times over the past few days, perhaps not less than 8,000, and had become thoroughly immune. "Enough. Call us whatever you wish." Swoosh. At that moment, Liang Yu's silver whip lashed out like a silver serpent towards the two. Hmph. Yu Ming would not stand idly by as the brothers were struck down. He swiftly moved beside them, deflecting the whip with a casual wave of his hand. "You." Liang Yu seethed with rage, ready to strike again. "You're." Liang Yi's stern voice suddenly rang out, "Stand down." At his words, Liang Yu resentfully retracted her silver whip. "A challenge letter?" Liang Yi reached out, taking the stone tablet marked with sword scars into his hand, his eyes narrowing. "Very well. To have killed my son and dared to come to the ancient Song realm is one matter, but to challenge the multitude of cultivators here alone? Truly, the audacity of youth is commendable." Though it was praise, the chilling murderous intent in his tone was almost palpable. "This challenge letter," he continued, his voice growing more ominous. "I shall accept it. I am eager to witness the capabilities of this Guhan. Thus, esteemed ancestors, we await your arrival." Yu Ming showed no sign of retreat, not even bothering to bow, and turned with a group of sword cultivators to leave. The brothers hurried to follow. At this point, their task was accomplished. Yet they felt no relief. The Shi family had now become utterly infamous. In just a few short days, their reputation in the ancient Song realm has eclipsed that of the esteemed Zhun Tian Wang Fu Yuan. Likewise, the infamy they have garnered far surpasses that of the rotund figure from Zhongzhou. To some extent, the resentment towards the Shi family within the ancient Song realm may even exceed that directed at Guhan. "Elder brother," Shi Wu transmitted quietly, "what shall we do now?" After a brief moment of silence, Sherwin made a decision that would be deemed remarkably astute in retrospect. "Let us relocate," Shi Wu exclaimed, "Foster father." Outside Shuafang City, Liang Yu wore a puzzled expression. "Why, despite their arrogance, do they allow them to leave? The Chong family and the Gao family harbor as much animosity towards them as we do." Liang Yi replied coolly, "Why do they refrain from taking action?" This left Liang Yu perplexed. "It is quite simple." Liang Yi inhaled deeply. "Whoever strikes at them now will face the wrath of Yuan Zhengyang." Even in the throes of vengeance, he retains a degree of rationality. Among the few in the realm of freedom, he fears no one. Except for Yuan Zhengyang, the pinnacle swordsman whose renown spans across the 7 realms. This formidable elder instills a sense of trepidation, dissuading him from acting alone. However, Liang Yu's face betrayed his dissatisfaction. "The vendetta for my younger brother must be avenged." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Liang Yi's eyes. The grudge for a slain kin is one that cannot coexist. No matter how powerful Yuan Zhengyang may be, he is but a single man. With war looming between the realms, his choice to appear at this juncture renders any thoughts of retreat futile. "We must contact the other families. This time, we shall ensure they remain forever within the ancient Song realm." Upon concluding his words, the battle decree in his hand was swiftly reduced to dust, cascading through his fingers. Yuan Zhengyang is formidable. He must never be confronted alone. Simultaneously, the patriarch of the Chong family issued directives. The most prudent course of action is to unite all forces within the ancient Song realm and, with minimal cost, ensure he is permanently detained here. Severing the arm of the Southern Sky realm. Patriarch. Below, a young man with a stern countenance declared, "Leave Guhan to me. I shall personally avenge Chong Wei. Gu Han is of lesser concern. He merely rides on the coattails of Yuan Zhengyang's might. The Gao family was also deliberating their strategy for the forthcoming duel. If only they could ally with others to eliminate Yuan Zhengyang, the remaining issue of Gu Han would be trivial. His current arrogance will be met with a dire reckoning. The duel presents an excellent opportunity to eradicate those indigenous individuals. As for Gu Han, a youth, bearing a resemblance to Gao Su, wore a cold expression. I shall personally tear him apart, for the sake of my fourth brother's vengeance. Go. The patriarch of the Gao family, aged and grizzled, yet with a glimmer of shrewdness in his murky gaze, commanded, investigate the stance of the Shao family and the Divine Path sect. They have allowed matters to escalate to this point. Let us see if they will make their position known. At this moment, due to the battle decree, the ancient Song realm stood united against a common foe, with opposition forces swelling to an astounding 90%. The only two families that remained neutral were still the Shao family and the Divine Path sect. Within the Shao family, a heated debate erupted, clearly indicative of a lack of consensus on how to approach Gu Han, leading to significant divergence in opinions. One faction argued for the continuation of a neutral stance. The opposing party perceived Gu Han's demeanor as excessively arrogant. Despite having Yuan Zhengyang as his backing, it was deemed necessary to teach him a lesson. Outside, Xiaoyang could only manage a bitter smile. Old Qian, he sighed. The fact that the challenge was not directed at our Shao family indicates that Brother Gu harbors no animosity towards us. Why should we wade into murky waters and become adversaries? They remain blissfully unaware of the formidable nature of Brother Gu. In expressing this sentiment, he was torn between public duty and personal feelings. On one hand, he recognized Gu Han's character. Those who had crossed him often faced dire consequences. On the other hand, his heart was tethered to his unattainable goddess, who remained oblivious to his existence. Since his return, he had faced setbacks and, confined to his quarters, had diligently pursued a breakthrough to the sacred realm. He mused that perhaps he would finally catch a glimpse of Feng Shi's shadow. Unrequited love has always been a humbling affair. Old Qian sighed again, harboring silent concerns. However, as a member of the clergy, he had no standing to voice his opinions on such significant matters, especially when even Xiaoyang was unable to interject. Ultimately, after a lengthy debate, it was the patriarch of the Shao family who declared to observe further, thus temporarily bringing this farce to a close. I hear that Gu Han is quite formidable. A young man approached Xiaoyang, remarking nonchalantly, since he seeks a duel, I would like to meet him. This individual was none other than Xiaoyang's elder brother. Xiao Lang, known by the moniker Xiao Invincible, Xiaoyang felt exasperated. Previously, he had idolized Xiao Lang, but after encountering Gu Han and Feng Shi, he began to view his brother as rather ordinary. The title of invincibility seemed exaggerated. He contemplated that given his rapport with Brother Gu, perhaps he could intercede on his brother's behalf and spare him a dire fate. Coincidentally, the Divine Dao sect had also split into two factions. Yet, similar to the Shao family, the sect's patriarch had personally stated that they would remain neutral, thus concluding a day-long dispute. Hua Xing listened with disappointment. From his perspective, neutrality was cumbersome. They should have been the first to pledge allegiance to Gu Han. As he pondered, a voice emerged from behind, a familiar presence. The chief disciple of the Divine Dao sect, his elder brother Guanshan, famously known as Guan Unbeaten. Brother, he quickly bowed in respect. Do not overthink it, Guanshan chuckled. Our sect's stance hinges on the attitude of the ancient patriarch. Hua Xing merely sighed. Brother, Guanshan interpreted his silence as concern for Gu Han, shaking his head. I am aware of your connection with this Gu Han, but as you have seen, his arrogance reaches the point of challenging the ancient Song realm. Even with the former sect leader's protection, such hubris is unwarranted. True strength lies in humility. This man is far too arrogant. Guanshan insisted. I must teach him a lesson. Hua Xing thought to himself. Is it truly so that you, known as unbeaten, are invulnerable? He pondered silently that, given his friendship with Brother Gu, if he were to plead for mercy, it should be sufficient to ensure his senior brother's body remained intact. In the Taishao sect, numerous factions had come forth in recent days to lodge complaints against Gu Han's reckless audacity, in truth hoping that Gu Chun would take action to suppress Yuan Zhengyang, the primary support behind Gu Han. In response, Gu Chen's answer was succinct and unequivocal, get lost. Consequently, no one dared to provoke him further. Atop a peak, the 6 scions of Taishao gathered. Inquire about the sword in the ancient Song realm? Xuantian expressed his astonishment, realizing that the matter he referred to half a month prior was indeed this. Such audacity. Indeed, the dark-skinned man chuckled, noting that those fools failed to comprehend that they mistakenly believed he relied solely on the prestige of the former sect master, neglecting his own formidable prowess, which would inevitably lead them to suffer greatly. It should be recognized that his audacity was firmly grounded in genuine strength. Third brother, the female cultivator, interjected, shaking her head. You are overly optimistic. Even with the former sect master backing him against those in the free realm, the inquiry about the sword does not strictly adhere to one-on-one combat. Should those individuals shamelessly band together, no matter how high his battle prowess, what then? The fifth brother curled his lip, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Has he forgotten how many swords he possesses? Others may fear being besieged, but will he? The group considered this, and, indeed, it was true. In terms of one-on-one combat, Gu Han, as a sword cultivator, wielded unparalleled lethality, with no rivals among those below the free realm. In terms of group attacks, how could over 1,000 swords fear a siege? It was more likely they would yearn for the challenge. The more they contemplated, the more exhilarated these battle maniacs became. It's decided, the man declared with fervor. Since he is our friend, we shall go together to support him. As disciples of Gu Chun, they had fully absorbed his temperament, never prioritizing status or lineage. If they found someone agreeable, they befriended them. If not, they simply acted. Just as they were about to prepare for the spectacle, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Gu Chun. This marked his first appearance since Gu Han's visit. Master. They hurriedly bowed in greeting. What is it? Gu Chun seemed to intuit their intentions. Are you going to watch the battle? Yes. It would be beneficial to observe. Gu Chun nodded, acknowledging that there were indeed many aspects from which they could learn. Master. The female cultivator glanced at Xuantian, her teeth clenched as she inquired. In your opinion, who is stronger, Gu Han or Yuani? Gu Chun fell silent for a moment. Yuani cannot compare to him, not merely in combat strength, but in every aspect, he falls short. What is this? He looked at Xuantian, sensing his unresolved turmoil. Rest assured, Master, Xuantian replied, shaking his head. I am no longer troubled. The scar on my face remains, but the wound within was healed during the 6th trial of the Golden List. That is good to hear. Gu Chun nodded, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a parting admonition. I am going to visit Taoist Mu Tsang in the Mukan realm. While I am away, you must not neglect your training. The group responded in unison, affirming his words. By the way, Xuantian suddenly interjected. Should we inform senior brother about our plans to watch? No need. The man waved his hand dismissively. Senior brother has gained much insight from this battle and will likely be in seclusion for 2 to 3 months. It is best not to disturb him. The female cultivator sighed deeply, pondering how if Gu Han were to visit more frequently, the master brother's cultivation would likely experience a remarkable surge. The others wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Gu Han is truly a blessing for the Taihao sect. In the first volume, Chapter 680, titled The Costly Path of Sword Cultivation, under the watchful eyes of Yu Ming and the other sword cultivators, the Shi family fully embraced Gu Han's principle of taking everything they could and consuming what they could not carry away, relocating en masse from their ancestral lands, which had nurtured them for countless generations, to settle anew outside the small town. They could not afford to remain any longer. A calamity loomed over them. The patriarch of the Shi family, nearing the end of his lifespan, was nearly driven to his demise by the betrayal of his own kin, wishing fervently to strangle these unfilial descendants with his own hands. However, upon seeing Yuan Zhengyang and Ji Wuyo, his anger dissipated. Xuantian Sect and Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, one formidable in strength, the other influential across the 7 realms, supported by them. The odds of success in this sword inquiry appeared significantly in their favor. Subsequently, after discussions with Yin Qianjue and the Holy Master of Luang, the Shi patriarch was presented with a longevity fruit, which nearly sent him into raptures, praising the Shi brothers to the heavens, converting from darkness to light, recognizing their discernment. The Shi family's prodigy, a century of lifespan. For one in his condition, that was a divine gift, something for which one could not even beg. Meanwhile, under the benevolence of Chong Ming, the chubby fellow, who had been suppressed for an entire day and night, was finally released. Who trampled on this esteemed one? He demanded. His eyes bloodshot, his head adorned with footprints and 2 large lumps, glaring fiercely at Yin Qi. Yin Qi, being honest, recounted the events in detail. mentioning the seniors and the rooster, and finally, cautiously glancing at the slumbering little black creature nearby. A dog? The chubby fellow instinctively touched the lumps on his head, which indeed resembled paw prints. Where did this mutt come from? His emotions spiraled, utterly collapsing. Pointing at the little black creature, he cursed vehemently, outraged that anyone would dare to raise a paw against him. Humans and roosters were one thing, but a dog as well? Such humiliation. Bark. Disturbed from its rest. The little black creature was even more furious than he was, chasing the chubby fellow for 3,000 miles before returning contentedly to resume its nap. After some time, the chubby fellow returned, adorned with bite marks. The first thing he did was procure the sacred medicine and enter seclusion. He vowed that if he did not avenge this grievance, he would not be worthy of being human. He secretly made a vow so vicious that even he felt it was cruel. In contrast to the commotion he stirred, the outside of the city had grown remarkably tranquil. Initially, many sought to provoke, but after Yuan Zhengyang effortlessly dispatched them from atop the city walls, none dared to approach for the time being. Of course, this tranquility was merely superficial. At that moment, countless cultivators from the ancient Song realm awaited in silence for the day Gu Han would officially engage in the sword inquiry. Time swiftly passed, and at long last, that day arrived. Within a quiet chamber of the small town, Gu Han gradually opened his eyes. The divine medicine had been entirely refined. His cultivation had ascended to the 4th level of the Ascension realm. If only he could acquire a few more. He could not help but sigh. Had it not been for the divine elixir procured through the assistance of the original Zhengyang, he would have had to invest at least 100-fold more time in his cultivation. Be content. Tian Nan retorted with a hint of annoyance. You possess the sacred realm, and each time you draw upon the power of heaven and earth, you harness far more than your peers in the same realm. Even at your ordinary pace of cultivation, you surpass the average individual by 10-fold or more. Such an achievement is beyond their wildest dreams. Moreover, in such a small place, where would one find an abundance of divine medicines? Gu Han was not greedy. With a mere thought, 1,000 swords appeared around him. In the feather transformation realm, the enhancement of one's cultivation equates to an elevation of one's supernatural abilities. After breaking through, the connection he shared with these 1,000 swords became even more profound, allowing for a more fluid and harmonious manipulation. The greatest advantage was that he could command a greater number of swords. He calculated briefly, without compromising accuracy. The maximum number of swords he could control was 2,000. However, including the ones he had won, he possessed only slightly over 1,300 swords, which still left a significant gap. Not to mention that acquiring more was impossible. Even if it were feasible, the wealth required would be astronomical. Sword cultivation truly demands a fortune. He felt a twinge of headache. The imagined symphony of 10,000 swords was still far from realization. It is not sword cultivation that is costly, Tian Nan corrected. It is your approach that is excessively extravagant. Regardless, Gu Han slowly rose, gazing outward, contemplating a swift avenue for financial gain. Robbery. Yes, Gu Han smiled. This was indeed a shortcut. As his words fell, he swiftly moved to the outside of the quiet chamber. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard heavily fortified with prohibitions, Ji Wuyo drained the soup from his bowl. The jade bowl. He had prepared more than one. Without the disturbance of the dog, he could finally savor Zhuang's culinary skills in complete tranquility. The most exquisite flavor. His face radiated with ecstasy and reminiscence. Crafted with care, Zhuang remarked, naturally delicious. Heart, can you not focus on your cultivation? Zhuang quizzically glanced at him, asserting that cooking, too, follows a principle. The ingredients are secondary. The key lies in how one treats them. Ji Wuyo fell silent for a moment, realizing the absence of something. What does that mean? Just allowing you to accompany me for 10 years is far too little. Spare me the trivialities. Zhuang disregarded his protest, stating, I have done what I needed to. Now it is your turn. Naturally, Ji Wuyo smiled, and with a flicker of his form, he brought Zhuang to the city walls, where they beheld the original Zhengyang sitting upright like a stone sculpture. Just as he was about to speak, a growl from the dog echoed nearby. Ji Wuyo's expression remained impassive, still yearning to steal a taste. In your dreams, not even a whiff will you catch. You stay behind to assist. The original Zhengyang suddenly opened his eyes, puzzled. Surely, it cannot be just for the sake of food? It is certainly not. Ji Wuyo chuckled, offering no further explanation. He lingered partly for Zhuang's culinary prowess, but more so to closely observe Gu Han once more, to discern whether he truly possessed the potential to become a ferryman of the underworld. Gu Han, of course, remained oblivious to his schemes. Upon exiting the quiet chamber, he beheld Yu Miao awaiting him. "Third senior sister, I took some time to create a garment for you." Yu Miao's fatigue was evident, yet her tone brimmed with excitement as she presented a weightless, snow-white robe. "Give it a try. Is it durable?" She had prior experience when crafting attire for Gu Han. Aesthetics were secondary to resilience. Gu Han's thoughts stirred. An invisible blade of energy swiftly descended upon the robe. Although the sword's force appeared diminutive, its potency was formidable, capable of overcoming even the most formidable of adversaries. Yet, when it met the robe, it seemed to dissipate entirely, leaving the fabric immaculate and untouched. "Senior sister." Gu Han felt a surge of joy. He recognized the material's exceptional quality. With this robe, he would no longer have to worry about the embarrassment of his garments tearing mid-battle. "This is Yun Jin," Gu Han remarked, and Yu Miao, delighted, responded. "It is a reward from the golden list, specially reserved for you." Soon, at Yu Miao's urging, Gu Han donned the new robe. His already striking appearance was further enhanced, exuding an elegant, ethereal charm. "Indeed," Yu Miao praised, "Junior brother, you are truly handsome. With looks like yours, you could captivate countless celestial maidens." Qian Yi, somewhat envious, remarked. "Senior sister, I see no one offered to make me clothes during my time." Gu Han smirked. "With your beauty, do you even need clothing?" After bidding farewell to Yu Miao, Gu Han's form shimmered, and in but a few breaths, he found himself atop the city walls. The gentle breeze swirled around him, and the flowing sleeves of his robe billowed gracefully. In that moment, Gu Han truly embodied the essence of a sword immortal. "How splendid!" Zhao Shen knew, and Shui Yu blushed, gazing at him in awe. "Indeed, he resembles Yuan Zhengyang, who also favored white garments. He is undoubtedly the premier sword immortal in my eyes." However, Chongming shook his head discreetly. "What nonsense! Within half a day, he will surely reveal his true self." Gu Han surveyed the crowd, noting that with the resources he had procured, everyone had not only recovered from their injuries, but had also made remarkable progress in their cultivation. Particularly, Feng Shi had astonishingly ascended to the 7th level of the sacred realm within a mere 10 days, despite being one of the most severely injured. Clearly, the soul crystal had been immensely beneficial to her. He continued to observe, only to discover that the plump fellow was absent. Curiously, he inquired, "Where's the fat one? How could he possibly miss such a lively gathering?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Yun Fan's face as he quietly began to explain. The rotund individual was deeply provoked and, before retreating into seclusion, vowed not to emerge until he reached the Transcendence realm. As for Mei Yun, who had initially exited his own seclusion, he was just recovering from injuries and hurriedly absorbed a fresh wave of curses before retreating once more to heal. Wang Xiaohe, for the first time, felt a sense of despondency. He discovered that the corpulent figure's golden body was exceedingly hard, proving to be an excellent tool for sharpening his teeth. After many days of abstaining, his teeth began to itch. "Junior brother." Upon seeing Gu Han's arrival, Yuan Zhengyang slowly rose, solemnly declaring, "Take action freely. Your senior brother will support you." Old Yuan, Ji Wuyo chuckled. "With age, your temper seems to have intensified." "Hmph." Just as Yuan Zhengyang was about to respond, he suddenly gazed into the distance. "They are coming." As the words fell, a multitude of tiny black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon, densely packed with people. These were the various factions, both large and small, who had been simmering with pent-up frustration for half a month. This time, they had brought their finest warriors. And although not all were mobilized, they represented a significant majority of the elite from the ancient Song realm. The sheer scale of their presence far surpassed the earlier attempt to assassinate Gu Han at the outskirts of the Kunling tomb. In an instant, from all directions, a throng surged forth, resembling a rolling black cloud, relentlessly advancing towards the small city. The expressions of the crowd grew solemn, as the sky dimmed significantly, overshadowed by what felt like a dark cloud looming overhead, inducing a sense of oppression in their hearts. At the rear of the city wall, the members of the Shi family trembled with fear, realizing there were indeed many, but they had not anticipated such a vast assembly. "Senior brother," Gu Han suddenly smiled. "I actually prefer not to speak with others from a height." "Indeed." Yuan Zhengyang nodded. "I share the same sentiment." "What a coincidence." Ji Wuyo laughed. "I too dislike it." Boom, boom. As the conversation concluded, a tremendous sword intent surged forth, accompanied by an unmatched formidable power, directing itself towards the dark clouds above. In an instant, the clouds dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky once more. It was as if rain had fallen, with the countless raindrops being individuals, scattered chaotically beneath the city walls, on the mountainsides, and across the wilderness, creating a scene that was both disheveled and comical. Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang glanced at Gu Han. It's up to you now. The absence of his presence in the realm of freedom served merely as a deterrent, not a genuine intervention. Nearby, Ji Wuyo remained silent yet amused, eager to witness how Gu Han would navigate the day's inquiry regarding the sword, as it was, for him, the one matter even more significant than indulging in fish. Gu Xianfeng. Unexpectedly, before Gu Han could voice anything, a figure surged from the crowd, striding to his side. Without a word, with a resounding clatter, he produced an enormous object. It was, astonishingly, a throne of pure white jade, standing a height of 10 feet and measuring 3 feet in width. The throne was meticulously carved from a single block of white jade, adorned with countless exquisite patterns that subtly resembled a sword shape, and its edges were encased in gilded gold. Strangely, the throne itself was shaped like a long sword, bearing a resemblance to the black sword in Gu Han's grasp. Magnificent, dominant, grand. The individual presenting the throne was none other than the esteemed Li, the head of the estate. Gu Xianfeng. He wore a stern expression and gestured for the guests to take their seats. Gu Han remarked, "Everyone, this is my creation." Lord Li, appearing modest, replied, "I simply lack the time. Some aspects remain unrefined and rather crude. I hope you can overlook this." Gu Xianfeng. Yun Fan, taken aback, exclaimed, "You possess such skill?" Li, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I am but a humble individual. Before I embarked on my journey of cultivation, I dabbled in the art of carving." The crowd was utterly in awe, proclaiming, "Indeed, Lord Li is truly gifted and deserves his reputation." Shitty. Yuan Zhengyang's admiration for Li Sun grew, and he eagerly turned to Gu Han, his eyes sparkling. "Quick, give it a try?" The others looked on with anticipation. In truth, Gu Han furrowed his brow. "I am a person who has never cared for such things. Remember, this shall not be a precedent." With that, he took his seat. It fit him perfectly. The throne was indeed crafted by Lord Li specifically for him. Qian Yi smirked. "Didn't you just say you didn't care for this?" "I cannot disappoint his kind intentions," Gu Han pondered, and considering the atmosphere, he resigned himself to it. "Everyone." Gu Han directed his gaze towards the multitude of ancient Sangye cultivators, who had just risen and were still processing the situation. He spoke calmly. "I am the sword cultivator Gu Han. Today, I seek to challenge the ancient Sangye. Who shall accept the title of the first sword?" Though his voice was soft, it carried an undercurrent of sword intent. Clad in white robes and adorned with white jade, he appeared ethereal, setting him apart from the mundane world. The sharpness of his aura signified his identity as a sword cultivator. In that instant, Gu Han transformed into the Grand Sword Immortal. Despite the numerous attendees, they were merely the vanguard. The true depth of the ancient Sangye, such as the cities of Shuafang, the Gao family, and the Chang family, had yet to make an appearance, not to mention the Shao family and the Divine Path sect. Upon hearing the phrase "challenge the sword," none dared to step forward in response. Their fear was not of Gu Han, but rather of the two formidable experts, Yuan Zhengyang and Ji Wuyo. "What's this?" Gu Han chuckled as he noted their silence. "Earlier, you indigenous folks were quite brazen, yet now you seem to have turned into cowards. You are many in number and elite among your ranks. Surely you are not afraid of me? Who are you calling indigenous?" Upon hearing the blatant insult, anger flashed across the faces of the crowd, and they began to voice their protests. "I come from outside. You are all natives," Gu Han replied coolly. "In my eyes, you are indeed the indigenous ones." His reasoning was sound and convincing. Before the crowd could respond, two voices chimed in. Yu Ming blinked. "This sounds familiar." Turning around, he recognized the two prodigies from the Shi family. Years ago, Sherwin stepped forward, stating earnestly, "The leader comes from beyond the heavens. His accomplishments are beyond measure, and he is a descendant of the legendary ancestral dragon. His status is beyond dispute. Not only within our ancient Sangye, but all cultivators across the 7 realms are, in his eyes, undeniably indigenous." "Indeed," Shi Wu echoed. "You once referred to others as mere natives, yet now you cannot bear to be addressed in the same manner?" He gestured towards Yun Zhan and Yun Fan, asserting, "The very presence of the leader's blood relatives serves as both rationale and testimony. Before them, you are but natives." His words ignited further ire among the crowd, yet no one could counter his claim. In the face of Yun Qi's identity, all their rebuttals seemed feeble, for the truth was undeniable. Indeed, Ji Wuyo cast a surprised glance at Gu Han, recognizing this as a test of virtue. He had anticipated Gu Han would unleash a violent onslaught, yet before striking, he had first sought to question the moral high ground. Clearly, judging by the crowd's reaction, his words had deftly struck at their vulnerabilities, proving to be remarkably effective. A blend of courage and cunning, Ji Wuyo bestowed a high commendation upon Gu Han. Hmph. Yuan Zhengyang shot him a glance, retorting, "Is your praise necessary? My junior brother is inherently exceptional." Gu Han felt a tinge of awkwardness. The two brothers were not his orchestration, and his intentions were far simpler than they appeared. Direct action was all that was required. His words rang with sincerity. Sherwin then solemnly declared, "We act solely for justice, for fairness, and to voice our grievances. Elder brother speaks truth." Sherwu nodded, addressing the crowd. "I urge you to abandon the shadows and embrace the light. Do not lead yourselves astray. Traitors, lackeys, the sellouts must perish." Unable to refute, the crowd swiftly directed their fury towards the two prodigies. The two remained unfazed. Curse them. Continue to curse them. A mere blink of an eye reveals the true heroes. Progeny of the Qilin, the ancestral figure of the Shi family extolled. With such descendants, how could the Shi family not prosper? Hmph. Li Dayuan, with an impassive demeanor, felt no threat to his standing. Foolish youths. So Navi, Li and Gu, hailing from the same hometown and having shared life and death experiences. How could your flattery ever compare to the bonds we share? At last, a saintly realm cultivator could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at the two brothers, declaring vehemently, "I shall rid the Gutsong realm of you traitors." Brother Gu. At that moment, Yun Fan interjected, "This man has sought trouble. Is that so?" Gu Han suddenly smiled, turning his gaze to the saintly cultivator. "Then let you be the first to receive my blade, shall you? Do not be so arrogant." The saintly cultivator retorted. Yet before he could finish, a sharp intent flickered, and a fine line appeared upon his brow, leading to his immediate demise. His lifeless body collapsing to the ground. "Master," a young man of merely extraordinary realm dashed forth, weeping over the corpse. "I swear, I shall make you pay." Yet, his vow was cut short as a similar blade mark appeared upon his brow. "Sir." At that moment, a cultivator of the Ascension realm stood forth, glancing at the two corpses, and coldly remarked, "Your strikes seem rather ruthless." He is merely grieving the death of his master, and with his current low level of cultivation, he poses no threat to you. Why must you? Do you not understand? Gu Han interrupted him, stating, "To question the sword is to embrace death." "Very well." The cultivator took a deep breath, declaring, as their sect leader, "I shall." "That is precisely the case," Gu Han remarked coolly. "The third sword is yours to receive." Boom. As the words fell, an overwhelming sword intent suddenly surged forth, swiftly arriving before the cultivator. A single syllable barely escaped his lips before he was reduced to a crimson shower beneath the fierce sword intent, staining the two corpses below. "Sect leader, senior brother, avenge them." In an instant, several more stood up, their eyes ablaze with fury directed at Gu Han. If glares could kill, Gu Han might have been torn into countless pieces. Emotionless, Gu Han merely flicked his fingers. The fourth sword, the fifth sword. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed over 10 swords, resulting in the demise of just as many under his blade. Throughout it all, he remained seated upon his throne, never once rising. Such a ferocious bloodlust. Ji Wuyo sighed in admiration. Gu Han remained silent. To question the sword indeed entails death. He understood that the more ruthlessly he killed today, the more resolute his demeanor, the deeper the fear he would instill in these individuals, thereby thoroughly intimidating them. Even in his absence in the future, his reputation would ensure peace in this realm for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Some individuals are inherently resistant to lessons learned through hardship, simply because the punishment has not been severe enough. What? Yuan Zhengyang appeared somewhat displeased, feeling pity for them. When did Ji Wuyo become a moral paragon? Do not misunderstand. Ji Wuyo chuckled. Back when Lord Yun was still alive, he rendered immense favors to the 7 realms. You are well aware that had he not established order and halted the conflicts, the death toll would have multiplied tenfold, 100-fold. The ancient Song realm might have been seized by others long ago. These sects and factions, his gaze swept over the crowd below. The stability we enjoy today, the status they hold, None exist without having benefited from his grace. Yet now, how few remember. It is lamentable that they now seek to trouble his descendants. Such ungratefulness. They deserve to die. Upon hearing this, the Kirin scion of the Shi family exchanged glances. They resolved that after this matter concluded, they would erect a longevity tablet for Lord Yuan, worshipping him daily and praying monthly. At that moment, Gu Han's voice rang out once more. Who will take the next sword? Volume 1, Chapter 683. My time is limited. Come at me together. Your Excellency. An elder of the feather transformation realm stepped forward, speaking earnestly. To question the sword is one thing, but your methods are so brutal. You have slain so many. How many truly held enmity against you? Is this chaos and reckless violence truly the outcome you desire? Indeed, Gu Han praised him. At least someone possesses a silver tongue. I merely advise you. The old man sighed. One should show mercy when possible. It is better to refrain from sowing seeds of slaughter. While your sword may be unsheathed, remember that beneath its edge lie countless innocent lives. Well said. Gu Han nodded in agreement, glancing behind him. Before my arrival, it seems they bore no grudge against you, did they? If not for the protection of Elder Gu, how many do you think would have perished at your hands? The old man faltered. That is an entirely different matter. How can you conflate the two? Then let us not discuss it. Gu Han suddenly smiled. This sword shall be yours to receive. Boom. A formidable sword intent descended, and in an instant, a flash of cold light severed the old man in two, extinguishing his life. Behind him, the crowd suddenly felt a sense of vindication. Hypocritical scoundrel. You deserve this. One middle-aged man, seemingly acquainted with the old man, stepped forward in outrage, pointing at Gu Han. Brother Zhou has always been benevolent. How could you strike with such malice? Do you not fear divine retribution? Not at all. Gu Han replied, his smile widening. I have witnessed worse. Over the years, under the influence of the Celestial Emperor's will, he had been ensnared by the Tao on numerous occasions. Fear? Nonsense. You wish to receive this sword? Then come forth. The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with determination. Even if I perish beneath your blade, what of it? I may die, but countless compatriots in the ancient Song realm remain. You may slay one, but can you eradicate millions? Such sanctimonious drivel. Utterly hypocritical. Upon hearing this, Shi's son, the Qilin, could no longer contain himself. Deep down, they had already deemed themselves Gu Han's most loyal followers. Their master faced condemnation, and naturally, they could not remain silent. You are no better. Shi scoffed. Do you think I am unaware? What happened to your eldest disciple? Do you not know? Brother speaks true. Shi added disdainfully. It has barely been 3 months since his death, and you have already taken his dual cultivation partner as your 13th concubine. What do you think you are? Utter nonsense. The middle-aged man erupted in fury. Huir and I shared a deep bond. Our feelings were genuine, far removed from your vile insinuations. Such a pity, Gu Han sighed. Poor Huir, destined to be a widow. What do you mean? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Gu Han said no more. In the next instant, he vanished from the throne. Simultaneously, a sharp intent flashed across the venue as Gu Han reappeared, now standing below, holding the middle-aged man's head aloft. At that moment, it became clear to all that Gu Han's prowess was not merely derived from Yuan Zhengyang's intimidation. He himself was a deeply concealed master. Their assessment of Gu Han's strength had been gravely misguided. Enough of this, he declared, tossing the head aside. His gaze swept over the multitude of cultivators, and he chuckled. How long shall we continue this questioning? My time is limited. You may all come at once. At his words, the crowd felt a surge of excitement, yet instinctively glanced towards the figure of Yuan Zhengyang atop the city wall. He was the one they truly feared. Do not be afraid. Gu Han smiled faintly, stating, if you are capable of killing me, it would indeed be an accomplishment. President Ji is merely here for the spectacle and will not intervene. As for my senior brother, rest assured, he is a man of integrity and will not seek retribution later. Indeed, Yuan Zhengyang nodded affirmatively. I assure you, we shall not strike against you. Is that a promise? An ascendant realm cultivator stepped forward, gazing intently at Gu Han. You will not regret this. Naturally, the more, the merrier. In an instant, over a dozen ascendant realm cultivators emerged, bringing their number to a staggering count. Initially, these individuals refrained from acting, fearing that should they kill Gu Han, Yuan Zhengyang would seek vengeance later. However, now that the words had been spoken, their hesitations vanished. I shall join as well. Count me in. One declared. Since he mentioned the more the better, we must accommodate him. As conversations flowed, wave after wave of individuals stood forth, quickly encircling Guhan, and upon a cursory glance, the crowd numbered 500 to 600. Besides the Ascendant Realm cultivators, there were dozens from the Feather Transformation Realm, and 200 to 300 from the Holy Realm. The remaining were extraordinary realm practitioners, and some who had yet to reach even that level. They believed that with so many formidable figures gathered, Guhan would likely meet his end in an instant, leaving no opportunity for them to act. Naturally, they sought to partake in the excitement, enhancing their sense of involvement. On the city walls, witnessing the multitude, concern rippled through the onlookers. 500 to 600 individuals, though a fraction of the total number, included a third of those above the Holy Realm. Old Yuan, Ji Wuyo remarked, his brow furrowed as he addressed Yuan Zhengyang. Are you truly unconcerned? Yuan Zhengyang paid him no mind, casting a glance at Yu Ming, and coolly instructed. Note this, whoever harms a single hair on my junior brother's head shall face the annihilation of their entire family. Understood. Yu Ming straightened, attentive. Old Yuan and Ji Wuyo exchanged astonished glances. Are you serious? Of course. Yuan Zhengyang retorted. Then your previous statement was also pointless. Ji Wuyo responded, exasperated. You are utterly disregarding principles. Principles? Yuan Zhengyang scoffed. Compared to my junior brother's safety, they are insignificant. Ji Wuyo fell silent, reflecting on his dealings with Zui Yang and Yuan Zhengyang's demeanor. Initially, he viewed Guhan's quest for the sword as somewhat reckless, yet now it seemed profoundly significant. So many people? In the distance, Guhan's brow suddenly furrowed. It's your own words. A cultivator from the Ascendant Realm sneered. If you wish to backtrack, it is too late. Boom. At that moment, a vast sea of flames, spanning thousands of feet, erupted above him, painting the sky a brilliant crimson. On the city walls, Feng Shi narrowed her eyes, eager to join in the fiery spectacle. You are mistaken, Guhan countered, shaking his head. What I meant is, it is insufficient. What? The crowd paused in confusion. Boom. In the next instant, an unparalleled sword intent surged from Guhan, heavy as 1,000 mountains, imbued with an overwhelming murderous aura that caused the very walls of the mountain to tremble, as if they might crumble at any moment. On the city walls, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying prowess of Guhan when he unleashed his full might. Ji Wuyo found himself somewhat unsettled, realizing the extent of his own capabilities. Only the elder, Chongming, remained composed. Had he not possessed such formidable abilities, how could he possibly bear the title of the esteemed Xuantian Sword Sovereign? As Guhan's sword aura intensified, the essence of his sword flowed with an ethereal grace. Clad in white, he emanated a chilling aura of death, truly embodying the demeanor of an unparalleled sword immortal. This sight stirred a deep melancholy within Yuan Zhengyang. Apart from appearances, he bore an uncanny resemblance in other aspects. Contemplating further, he turned to Yu Ming, dismissing the need for remembrance. Since my junior is unharmed, my words must hold weight, he stated. Ji Wuyo inquired, Sect Master? Yu Ming blinked, responding earnestly. Actually, it is still essential to remember. Why? Yuan Zhengyang questioned. Yu Ming elucidated. Though the individual has perished, their resources remain. We must retrieve them for our esteemed ancestor. Indeed, another elder concurred. What cannot be taken must be consumed. We cannot allow others to benefit. Yuan Zhengyang sighed, having forgotten that his junior lived a rather frugal existence. Ji Wuyo pondered. Frugal? He fell into deep thought. There were 2 crystalline tokens in total. One had been given to Lingya, but to whom had the other been entrusted? In Chapter 684, Who Dares to Oppose? Yuan Zhengyang commended the gathered sword cultivators for their thoughtful deliberation. The others were deeply moved. It had been many years since the sect master had praised them. The 2 promising heirs of the Sher family exchanged glances and stepped forward once more, confidently asserting their familiarity with the path ahead. Without hesitation, they transformed into guides once again. At the rear, the elder of the Sher family and even the head of the Sher clan expressed sentiments of fulfillment, pondering the legacy left behind by their predecessors. Be cautious. From afar, sensing the sword aura emanating from Guhan, the ascendant's eyes widened in alarm as the impending dread loomed. Boom. Before the words could leave his lips, hundreds were enveloped by Guhan's sword aura. In an instant, over 1,000 glimmers of cold light flashed past. In that fleeting moment, those whose cultivation fell short of the sacred realm were silenced before they could even utter a cry, utterly obliterated by the sword formation. Their longed-for sense of participation had finally manifested. Then, the cold light pivoted, targeting the remaining adversaries. A sacred realm cultivator, ensnared by the sword formation, watched in horror as several beams of icy brilliance descended upon him with overwhelming lethal intent, sending him into a frenzy. Save me! Save me! Puff! The cold light swept through, and he met the same fate as those before him. Not only they, but even the several dozen ascendant cultivators found it immensely challenging to contend with Gu Han's formidable sword aura, leaving them with no strength to confront the sword formation. Do not misunderstand, Gu Han remarked coolly. What I refer to as insufficient is not an inadequate division. Indeed, with 1,300 swords, the number of participants was too few to wield one sword each. In but a fleeting moment, 500 to 600 individuals had perished, with the remaining 200 completely incapable of resisting, destined to become souls beneath his blade. You shall perish. Kill him. The eyes of a dozen ascendant cultivators burned with fury. These individuals, predominantly their descendants, represent the profound essence of their faction, cultivated through countless efforts and dedication. To see them so easily slaughtered by Gu Han naturally brings forth a profound sense of anguish. Boom! Amidst the howling winds, a conflagration descended upon Gu Han. The collateral damage was of no concern to the ascendant cultivators. After all, their ranks were nearly decimated, and they could no longer harm their own. Bang! Bang! Instantly, the sea of flames collided with Gu Han's sword aura, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward. The remaining few, who were barely resisting, were immediately overwhelmed by this pressure, their lives extinguished by the sword formation. Amidst the severed limbs and broken bodies, Gu Han remained expressionless. With a mere thought, a glimmering cold light trembled and instantly materialized in his hand, a black sword. Boom! With a gentle lift of the black sword, a weightier sword aura descended upon the battlefield. Heavy as a mountain, completely suppressing the inferno, the ascendant cultivator spat blood, his face a mask of horror. Everyone attacked together. At that moment, the remaining dozen cultivators unleashed their abilities upon Gu Han, his figure swallowed by a myriad of dazzling lights. Rumbling. The mountainside could no longer withstand the terrifying force and collapsed with a resounding crash. Swish. Before anyone could catch their breath, a figure emerged from the radiance. Clad in a pristine white robe, untouched and unscathed, the black sword in hand descended upon the first ascendant cultivator to strike. No. As death approached, the cultivator found himself with no avenue of escape and could only hastily channel his powers, enveloping himself in flames, surrendering with a plea, I concede. I give up. Puff. Before he could finish his sentence, the black sword pierced through the flames, lightly tapping his forehead. In an instant, his body stiffened, vitality swiftly dissipating. I do not consent. Only then did he receive Gu Han's response. Too late. Tian Yi shook his head. The man was dead and could no longer hear. It was not meant for him. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in Gu Han's eyes as he swiftly locked onto the remaining foes. It was meant for the living. Boom. The sword aura surged once more, revealing the true form of over 1,000 cold lights, each a uniquely shaped longsword. Descend. The black sword quivered slightly, lowering by 3 inches. To the other longswords, the black sword appeared as their leader, drawing forth their collective might, raining down upon the remaining foes like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the tardy Taihao Six had just arrived to witness this scene. Powerful. Xiao Qian's brows knitted in astonishment. He was even stronger than during his match with the senior brother. I told you. The man shook his head vigorously. He is utterly unafraid of being besieged. Magnificent. The 5th senior brother beamed with pride. Among these swords lies my collection. At this moment, under the relentless onslaught of Gu Han, the ascendants fell one after another beneath his sword, and in but a fleeting moment, only one remained. Battered and bruised, his face marred by despair as he faced the threat of over 1,000 long swords aimed at him. Listen to me. I truly surrender. I genuinely concede. He pleaded, panic evident in his voice. Gu Han smiled faintly. I cannot accept that. With a resounding clang, the long swords descended, completely entombing him. Thus, of the 500 to 600, not a single soul survived. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as those remaining were gripped by terror, afraid to utter a sound. The earlier hesitation of some ascendants who had refrained from joining the fray now filled them with a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. How formidable! In terms of numbers, The deceased comprised roughly 1/10 of their ranks. Yet, in terms of strength, these individuals represented a full third of their power. How could they possibly continue? They harbored no doubt that should Gu Han unleash his fury in conjunction with his invincible sword formations, he could very well slay them all. Ignoring them, Gu Han collected the 500 to 600 scattered storage rings from the ground. His control over the sword formations so precise that not a single storage ring was harmed. For him, scavenging was the quickest way to wealth. However, this action diminished his ethereal sword immortal aura significantly. After all, a sword immortal does not engage in scavenging. There lies a distinction between them and celestial beings. Woof, the dog, observing with envy, resolved to request a chance to battle alongside Gu Han later. At that moment, the 6 sons of Taihao descended upon the city walls. As despair gripped the hearts of the people, the sight of these figures ignited a flicker of hope within them. The Lord of Wangu will seek justice for us. This man is so bloodthirsty. May the Lord of Wangu punish him severely. They exclaimed. Indeed, we are on the brink of war with the southern realm. How can we fight with so many elites lost? Instantly, over a dozen individuals stepped forward, vociferously denouncing Gu Han's transgressions. Hearing their words, the man furrowed his brow, mimicking Gu Qin's demeanor perfectly. Get lost. In the past, upon hearing that the War King intended to bring the border troops into the ancient Song realm, they were acutely aware of the rigidity and malice of these individuals. Had it not been for Gu Chun's intervention, they would have sought him out to demand accountability. Had they known it would come to this, why act so rashly then? One remark plunged the crowd into utter despair. Punish me? Gu Han regarded the dozen individuals with indifference. The long swords quivered with a chilling sound, once again transforming into streaks of cold light, claiming their lives. Is there anyone else? Gu Han flickered back to his throne. Who dares to receive my next strike? No one spoke. No one dared to answer. In fact, their bodies involuntarily recoiled. They were terrified of being slaughtered. The 6 sons of Taihao observed Gu Han, nodding discreetly. His words were undeniably domineering. His throne exuded an even greater aura of supremacy. No one dared to respond. Very well, I shall articulate my rules. Gu Han suddenly smiled. From this day forth, this city shall be known as Yujing City. The expanse of Yujing City stretches for 100,000 miles, all under the dominion of the Great Yin Empire. Everything within this territory belongs to the Great Yin Empire. Finally, and most importantly, no one is permitted to trespass into this jurisdiction. As he spoke, the black sword in his hand flickered and, with a clang, was thrust diagonally into the ground before the crowd, trembling slightly as if to proclaim sovereignty. The consequences shall be borne by those who dare to infringe. Feeling the unspoken sword intent emanating from the black blade, the crowd was visibly shaken and retreated several paces. Gu Han scanned the crowd and continued, I have spoken my piece. Who is in favor and who is opposed? The first volume, chapter 685. I apologize, opposition is futile. I oppose. Suddenly, a figure soared from afar, a chilling tone accompanying his words. I am from the Gao family. Buzz. The black sword resonated, transforming into a beam of cold light that shot into the sky, instantly reaching the man. The sword's brilliance pierced directly into his brow, pinning his lifeless body deep into the adjacent mountainside. I apologize, Gu Han stated, opposition is futile. The gentle swaying of the corpse, in conjunction with his words, sent chills down the spines of those present. The main figures had arrived. Both Zhengyang and Ji Wuyo gazed towards the horizon. Although the earlier individuals could be deemed elites of the ancient Song realm, when it came to true depth of power, it was these 5 families that reigned supreme. Perhaps to allow these individuals to gauge Gu Han's strength, or perhaps to assert their own distinguished status, they had delayed their arrival until now. Gu Han remained unfazed. This scene was one he had long anticipated. Before their arrival, he had introduced the identities of the 6 sons of Taihao to the crowd, thereby naturally earning their goodwill and respect, not for strength, but for attitude. Without the assistance of Gu Chun and Xiu Qian, their predicament would be tenfold more difficult before Gu Han's return. Where his brother lay? Gu Han inquired curiously, wondering about his absence. Do not misunderstand, the man chuckled. The senior brother engaged in a battle with you and gained profound insights. He has since entered seclusion and will not emerge for 2 to 3 months. Hence missing this confrontation. Gu Han understood. 2 or 3 months. How swiftly the wool grows. Thanks to you, the female cultivator remarked with a smile. If you were to visit often, I am certain the senior brother would be delighted. Rest assured, Guhan replied with genuine sincerity, I will visit frequently. He believed these individuals were quite admirable, eagerly inviting him to partake. They were truly a rare breed of lucrative opportunity, second only to the 7 sons of Taihao. Boom. At that moment, the air quivered, and factions from 5 directions surged forth, each comprising dozens to nearly 100 individuals, the weakest among them being at the saint level. However, aside from Liang Yi, the other 4 from the Free Realm remained concealed, seemingly hidden in the background. In an instant, the figures descended, their positions delicate. The Chang family and Gao family, led by Liang Yi, stood in opposition to Guhan, while the Shao family and the Divine Path sect strategically positioned themselves between the 2 factions, subtly indicating their stance. The once despondent crowd seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, their faces adorned with expressions of longing. After all, aside from the Taihao sect, these 5 factions represented the pinnacle of strength within the ancient Song realm, serving as their final bastion of confidence. Master Gao, your arrival is most fortuitous. Master Chang, you must advocate for us. Mayor Liang, this individual is ruthless and has slain many of our kin. You must exact vengeance on our behalf. In an instant, dozens of cultivators stepped forward once more, reiterating their accusations against Guhan. Guhan remained impassive, yet he meticulously memorized each of their visages. Brother Gu. Hua Xing spotted Guhan, while Xiao Yang's gaze landed on Feng Shi. Their faces lit up with joy as they approached to greet him. Come back. Halt. 2 sharp admonitions rang out, issued by the heads of the Shao family and the Shindao sect, who intervened to prevent the 2 from drawing too close to Guhan. Wary of potential misunderstandings from Liang Yi and his companions, Brother Xiao, Brother Hua, Guhan acknowledged their predicament with a knowing smile. It has been several months. Yet you both retain your charm. The 2 exchanged wry smiles, their expressions tinged with helplessness and regret. Such audacity. Suddenly, a voice laced with murderous intent thundered forth. It was the head of the Gao family, a middle-aged man with a long beard. Upon seeing a kin member impaled against the mountainside, his countenance darkened as he glared at Guhan. Did you do this? What do you think? Guhan replied with a bemused smile. No need for your assistance. Allow me. With a flick of his hand, the black sword trembled momentarily before returning to his grasp. The sword intent lingering within the corpse erupted violently, shattering it into fragments. Damn it! The Gao family members seethed with fury. Guhan's actions were akin to delivering a resounding slap to their collective face. You are Guhan. Liang Yi spoke coolly. You are the one who has slain my Hmph. Before he could finish, a surge of sword intent emanated from Yuan Zhengyang, his white beard fluttering slightly. What purpose does it serve to stand so high? Does it make you appear formidable? Indeed, Ji Wuyo nodded in agreement. Standing tall merely invites a greater fall. Boom, boom. As their words settled, a magnificent and overwhelming sword intent erupted from the 2, cascading down upon the assembly, including the Shao family and the Shindao sect. In an instant, aside from Liang Yi, the others faltered under the weight, collapsing onto the ground. Liang Yi's expression darkened as he struggled to maintain his composure, desperately trying to preserve what little dignity remained. In terms of strength, he fell short of Ji Wuyo, and against their combined might, he was utterly outmatched. Come down. Yuan Zhengyang sneered. What are you, to dare stand above me? Huh. Ji Wuyo remarked nonchalantly. I have never been fond of being shorter than others. Even amongst the cultivators of the Free Realm, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. The 2 individuals, one having witnessed the splendor of the Xuantian Great Domain and the other of extraordinary lineage and mysterious identity, regarded Liang Yi with disdain, considering him insignificant even in the face of transcendent realms. With a resounding crash, their overwhelming aura surged, pressing down upon Liang Yi until he could no longer withstand it and fell. Are you Ji Wuyo? He fixed his gaze upon the city tower, demanding, Are you to meddle in this matter? Ji Wuyo, rarely seen and from a different realm, was not often encountered. Yet Liang Yi held some impression of this enigmatic president of the Lingyun Association. Although Ji's strength slightly paled in comparison to Yuan Zhengyang, he deemed Ji far more consequential. What of it? Ji Wuyo's expression remained unchanged. Must I explain my actions to you? You. Liang Yi's gaze shifted to Qiu Qian and the others, a sense of foreboding filling his heart. Is it possible that the ancient sect master will also intervene? Do not misunderstand, Qiu Qian replied expressionlessly. We have come solely for personal ties. It does not represent our master's stance. He has made it clear that he will not interfere. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He presumed that Ancient Qin's intent was not to concern himself with Gu Han's fate. If Ancient Qin remained uninvolved, with only Yuan Zhengyang and Ji Wuyo to contend with, he believed he could withstand the pressure by uniting with a few others. You are Gu Han. Suddenly, a voice rang out, a melodious yet mocking tone. A striking woman clad in a form-fitting purple leather skirt turned her gaze towards Gu Han, scoffing. Are you the one seeking a duel, or is it they who challenge you? Backed by two practitioners of the free realm, you certainly possess great audacity. Such a manner of challenge truly broadens one's horizons. With a flourish, she brandished a silver whip, which danced like a silver serpent around her arm, revealing her cultivation at the 6th layer of feather transformation. This was none other than Liang Yu. The expressions of those atop the city wall grew peculiar. The blood on the ground has yet to dry. How do you find the courage to speak such words? Miss Liang, a distant cultivator cautiously interjected. What of him? Liang Yu, inherently proud, was disinclined to listen further, relying solely on her own judgment. If one lacks capability yet speaks boldly, one risks their life for mere reputation. Indeed, a young man from the Chang family nodded in agreement. What Miss Liang states resonates with my sentiments. This was Chang Wei's elder brother, Chang Luo. Merely that. Another young man from the Gao family stepped forward, his tone laced with mockery. If I had numerous experts at my back, I too would consider challenging the Seven Realms Alliance. This was Gao Su's elder brother, Gao Yuan. On the city wall, the Shi brothers swiftly elucidated the identities of several individuals to Gu Han. Without mentioning the two young masters, they emphasized Liang Yu, for her tight attire, silver whip, and voluptuous figure rendered her identity unmistakable. In conclusion, the brothers exchanged furtive glances, with a hint of mischief as they added. Liang Yu's attire is merely due to her peculiar and somewhat private proclivities. Gu Han remained silent, though Qian Yi could not restrain himself, remarking, not particularly remarkable in appearance. Yet one has many tricks up their sleeve. Gu Han merely scoffed. What a lack of discernment. Is this what you call having many tricks? Where do you place the leader of the Xuantian sect? Even the esteemed elder is overshadowed here. In the first volume, chapter 686, Qian Yi digs the wall. At a corner of the city wall, the divine maiden Zhao cast a glance downward and suddenly rolled her eyes with a captivating flare. Is this all? What gives you the audacity to don such tight attire? Shui Yu, feeling bashful, momentarily lingered his gaze on Zhao and Liang Yu, his cheeks flushing as he secretly thought Zhao looked splendid in her attire, while the woman opposite appeared utterly unattractive. You too. The brothers exchanged enigmatic glances. And without needing to guess, Liang Yu understood their unspoken words. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome. The two pretended not to notice, having witnessed Gu Han's prowess. Their mindset remained as steady as an old dog, entirely unperturbed by any threats. Xiaolang, Guanshan. Liang Yu then directed her gaze toward Xiao and the people of the Shindao sect, alluding to them, not to mention the rest. One of you claims to be invincible, while the other boasts of being undefeated. Do you have nothing to say in the face of such ostentation? She was well aware of their arrogance. Aside from the 7 sons of Taihao, they looked down upon everyone in the younger generation of the Gutsong realm, naturally seizing the opportunity to fan the flames. Mind your own business. Xiaolang replied coolly, no need for you to instruct me. Guanshan did not offer him any pleasantries either. Atop the city wall, the Shi brothers began to whisper among themselves again. Liang Yu had previously set her sights on them. Although her attempts had failed, it left them with a strong aversion towards her. Gu Han appeared contemplative. Liang Yu seemed more suited for the Tian Nan realm. You wretched beings. Liang Yu's expression darkened. You are doomed. Wang. Xiao He was taken aback, instantly enraged, baring its teeth and preparing to bite Liang Yu to death. Yet it was powerless against the one named Yuan. Can't we handle you? Aren't you here to inquire about the sword? Liang Yu, oblivious to the impending danger, flicked her silver whip, a streak of silver light suddenly descending upon Gu Han. Do you dare to duel with me? I have heard whispers of a peculiar sword intent that you possess. Is that what you used to slay my brother? What? Without the support of others? Do you find yourself lacking in true skill? Her words were unceremonious. The silver whip was equally unyielding, in the blink of an eye arriving before Gu Han. Suddenly, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated, and a blaze of crimson flames fell before Gu Han, reducing the tip of the silver whip to ashes. Subsequently, A figure in a red dress gracefully approached the city wall. Fengxi. Her expression remained as frigid as ever, with an ethereal phoenix phantom flickering in her eyes, clearly having ignited true fire. Junior disciple, leave her to me. After months of recuperation, she had not engaged in battle, yet with her temperament. How could she remain indifferent to such provocations? Though she remained silent, her anger had accumulated significantly. Now, witnessing Liang Yu's audacious provocation towards Guhan, how could she possibly endure it? So beautiful. In that moment, regardless of friend or foe, everyone was momentarily entranced. Her beauty was unparalleled, flawless in every aspect. Her aura was uniquely cold, standing apart from the world. Liang Yu was also fair of face, yet when compared to Fengxi, she was akin to a mere chicken beside a phoenix, utterly incomparable. Alas, Xiaoyang sighed bitterly, feeling even more inferior. She was clearly a fire starter. Qinya shook her head with a hint of regret, pondering the cold demeanor of the individual before her. To speak candidly, I must confess that I hold a favorable view of the one who brews tea and plays the lute. Guhan observed the crowd's gaze, yet Fengxi remained unfazed. Instinctively, she reached for her waist, only to find it empty, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Her wine flask was gone. So much had transpired lately that she had not yet found the time to procure a new one. Your Highness. Just as she lamented, Li Deyuan's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward, presenting a wine flask with utmost reverence. A small token of respect. The flask, a fiery red, emanated a faint, intense warmth, crafted from exquisite material. Adorning both sides of the flask was a beautifully intricate carving of a celestial phoenix, lifelike in its detail. At first glance, Fengxi was captivated. She took the flask into her hands, feeling its considerable weight, indicating it was filled to the brim. The onlookers blinked in unison. It required no inquiry. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Li Deyuan. Your Highness. Yin Qi approached, eager to explain. This flask was carved by my elder brother during his leisure over the past few months, using a piece of millennia-old fire spirit jade. Within, it conceals 36 restrictions, rendering its space comparable to a small storage ring, capable of holding a substantial quantity of wine. Second brother. Li Sun waved his hand dismissively, displaying modesty. No need for such praise, it is merely my duty. The crowd was thoroughly impressed and found no surprise in Li Deyuan's adeptness at crafting. It would have been more peculiar had he not possessed such skills. Your Highness, Yin Qi continued, his honest nature compelling him to elaborate. My elder brother knows of your fondness for strong spirits. The wine within this flask was meticulously brewed by seeking out Dr. Xue, utilizing 99 varieties of fire attribute spiritual herbs. You must give it a taste. Fengxi's eyes sparkled with interest. Without hesitation, she raised the flask and took a hearty swig. Though she was a stunning beauty, she displayed no trace of a demure demeanor. Rather, she exuded a boldness rivaling that of any man. Beauty and fine wine. She alone rendered everything around her pale in comparison. The wine was intensely spicy, with a subtle hint of fiery essence. What a splendid wine. Fengxi's eyes grew brighter, and the ethereal image of the celestial phoenix within her gaze became increasingly vivid. For an ordinary person, this wine would be difficult to savor, yet her innate affinity for fire made it perfectly suited to her palate. With appreciation, she glanced at Li Deyuan and nodded in approval. In the past, her choices had leaned towards mundane spirits, and due to her temperament, even with her high status in the Dian Empire, no one had thought to please her in matters of wine. Except for Li Dian, of course. As even Guhan had never contemplated such a gesture. As long as your highness enjoys it, Li Sun smiled, exhibiting no arrogance. His prowess had become ever more profound, concealing his strength with subtlety. His eyes briefly scanned the Shi brothers. Younglings, take heed. If you wish to threaten my standing, you have a long journey ahead of you. Li Deyuan, though aware of his many talents, still found it somewhat incredible that Li Sun could brew wine as well. I am but an unworthy individual. The humble Lord Li presented a fresh answer, newly learned. The crowd pondered, with Ji Waya yearning to inquire, can you cook? Guhan. Qian Yi spoke in a solemn tone. Might I propose a bargain with you? What matter? Sensing the gravity in his words, Guhan's tone became serious. Speak freely. Qian Yi felt a touch of embarrassment. If one day I am able to recover, would you consider gifting him to me? On what grounds? Guhan scoffed. I would not let you suffer a loss. I shall exchange treasures and the 9 heavens cloud palace for him. No deal. I am only looking out for your best interests. Qian Yi earnestly advised, observe him. His flattery is already masterful, reaching a near-perfect state. Even your icy senior sister has been ensnared, let alone you. You cannot control this person. I have traversed the vast demon realms. I have encountered all manner of individuals. Naturally, I can dream, Gu Han replied, his expression wary. Do not even think about it. He felt that Qian Yi was being unscrupulous, attempting to undermine him. A mere treasure? A mere 9 heavens cloud palace? To think of trading away his esteemed lordly? Absolutely not. Chapter 687 of Volume 1. Sister, allow me to handle this. The arrival of Feng Shi nearly eclipsed all attention and admiration, as Gu Han continued to debate the ownership of lordly with Qian Yi, momentarily forgetting himself. Liang Yu, you all, clad in a striking ensemble and bearing her status. She was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went, and such neglect was unbearable. With a flick of her silver whip, she directed it towards Gu Han. Aren't you here to inquire about the sword? Must you only hide behind women? Before she could finish, a clear splash of liquor erupted from the wine vessel. The potent spirit ignited spontaneously upon its emergence. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Could this truly be drinkable? Is it genuinely enjoyable? Feng Shi cast a fleeting glance at Liang Yu, remaining silent, and gracefully stepped forward. Her battle skirt danced, its colors becoming increasingly vibrant, matching the intensity of the flames. Boom! The crimson flames soared, swiftly transforming into a celestial phoenix hundreds of feet long, its eyes gleaming with 2 orbs of transparent fire. Qian Yi temporarily set aside thoughts of lordly, astonished. Indeed, she is gradually tapping into the true power of the primordial phoenix. Indeed, Gu Han nodded. Senior sister is significantly stronger than before. Feng Shi's flames were no ordinary fire. Liang Yu's silver whip, a top-tier magical artifact, was instantly reduced to ashes upon contact with the phoenix's flames. Liang Yi's heart sank. The moment Feng Shi struck, he realized that although she was merely at the 7th level of the sacred realm, Liang Yu stood no chance against her. Step back. Concerned for his adopted daughter's safety, he was prepared to disregard his identity and intervene. On the city walls, Zhengyang sneered. In a fair contest, life and death are fated. Do you dare interfere, thinking I am irrelevant? Boom. As he spoke, with a grand flourish of his hand and a billowing beard, he grasped a broadsword taller than himself. With a swift motion, he cleaved downwards, and the once dull blade gleamed with a sudden sharpness, becoming unparalleled in its edge. Boom! An overwhelming sword intent descended, instantly immobilizing Liang Yi. Gu Han. Qian Yi could no longer restrain himself, addressing Gu Han with a proposal, but was met with a curt refusal. Gu Han's expression darkened. This Qian Yi had been excessively audacious lately, even attempting to entice his former senior brother. At that moment, the celestial phoenix unfurled its wings with a delicate flap, releasing a resounding cry that completely engulfed the bewildered Liang Yu. Only one word remained of the righteous legacy. Boom. Subsequently, the figure of the celestial phoenix dissipated, and Liang Yu, clad in tight attire, along with his silver whip, vanished without a trace. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The shock brought forth by Feng Shi's prowess eclipsed even her own beauty. How formidable! Xiao Lang's expression turned gravely serious, while Xiao Yang felt a profound sorrow within. It was futile, the distance between them only grew. Against her, I stand no chance. Guanshan swiftly assessed the situation, sighing at the thought of Gu Han being her junior brother, uncertain of her true strength. Senior brother. Hua Xing could no longer contain himself, stating earnestly, I am unfamiliar with this young lady, but if Gu brother engages you, there is but one course of action available to you. What is it? To kneel and beg for mercy. Hua Xing replied with utmost seriousness, for you cannot hope to escape. Guanshan contemplated a moment of fraternal betrayal, contemplating the elimination of Liang Yu. Feng Shi appeared to have accomplished a trivial task, indulging herself once more while her gaze swept over the crowd, preparing to select her next opponent. Senior sister. Gu Han could no longer hold back, suggesting, shall I take my turn instead? Why? Such a waste. Gu Han lamented. It was indeed exhilarating, but you have exhausted the storage rings. Woof. Xiao He also voiced his discontent towards Feng Shi. Spendthrift. It would be better if I took the stage. Very well. After delivering one strike, the anger within Feng Shi had dissipated significantly, and she retreated to the city wall, ceding control of the situation to Gu Han. With his beloved son and adopted daughter lost, Liang Yi's eyes turned crimson, fixating fiercely on Feng Shi and Gu Han, declaring, "I will slay you myself." Boom. Yuan Zhengyang brandished his broadsword, his figure shifting to appear before Liang Yi in an instant. "You dare to strike? I shall accompany you." Bang. As his words fell, the broadsword was hefted high, unleashing a weighty sword intent that struck Liang Yi, sending him sprawling. "Today, Yuan Zhengyang," wielding the broadsword, intoned coolly, "I am Yuan Zhengyang, and I challenge the ancient realm of Tsang. Who dares?" He cast a glance skyward, inviting them to come forth together. In an instant, two cold huffs resonated, and two formidable presences simultaneously locked onto him, belonging to the ancestral elders of the Chang and Gao families. "Huh," Yuan Zhengyang scoffed, revealing himself while hiding nothing. Boom. With a lift of his broadsword, he executed a swift slash, severing the two elders' binding energies. "Yuan Zhengyang, do not be so arrogant. Our ancient realm of Tsang is not without its champions." Two additional voices of discontent arose, belonging to the ancestors of the Shao family and the master of the Divine Path sect. "Attempting to intimidate me?" Yuan Zhengyang cast a calm glance at the broad sword in his hand, its edge growing ever sharper, its sword intent increasingly profound and domineering. "My reputation, Yuan Zhengyang, has never been forged through mere bluster. It has been carved out through countless battles with my concealed blade. If you dare to challenge me, come forth together. Let your blood serve as a tribute to my concealed edge." With a resounding roar, he raised his sword, instantly tearing through layers of space, soaring skyward. Witnessing this, Liang Yi, with bloodshot eyes, pursued him. On the city wall, Ji Wuyo sighed, recalling that in his youth, Yuan was indeed a man of great spirit. However, once he gained fame, he sheathed his sword and refrained from action for many years. Such a Yuan was a sight unseen for many a year. "Is the soup good?" Zhuiyang inquired nonchalantly, carrying a large black pot beside him. "Are you merely watching? Have you taken my soup for free?" Ji Wuyo's expression stiffened. In truth, he had agreed with Zhuiyang that he would only intervene if Gu Han faced peril, but now, after a moment's thought, he shifted his form and vanished into the air. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds, especially since he would continue to partake in their hospitality. Thus, he chose to disregard such trivial matters. "What are you doing here?" Yuan Zhengyang expressed his displeasure upon seeing him follow. "I prefer to handle this alone." Ji Wuyo glanced at Gu Han, whose expression was grave atop the city wall. "Are you certain you do not want me to intervene?" Yuan Zhengyang remained silent, tacitly accepting his assistance. For Gu Han's sake, he was willing to abandon his principles, and such a minor matter of face was of no concern to him. Below, witnessing Ji Wuyo's movement, Gu Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What is this?" On the opposing side, Chang Luo sneered at Gu Han's expression. "Are you worried that if he dies, your support will vanish?" Blustering, Gao Yuan scoffed. "You were shielded by a master, and just moments ago, you hid behind a woman. Is this how you seek a duel?" Not only they, but Xiao Lang and Guanshan also cast disdainful glances at Gu Han. Liang Yu's earlier words had indeed made an impact. Only Qiu Qian and his companions maintained impassive expressions, neither defending Gu Han nor reminding others of his formidable prowess, their gazes resembling that of spectators observing a fool. Suddenly, Gu Han smiled. "Hiss." Xiao Yang and Hua Xing exchanged frightened glances, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Before his rampage, Gu Han had worn that very same smile. Volume 1, Chapter 688. "Are you invincible? Are you unbeaten?" Gu Han glanced at Xiao Lang. "Invincible? No, no, no." Under his gaze, Xiao Yang felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, hastily clarifying, "I do not dare to claim invincibility." Disregarding him, Gu Han turned his gaze to Guanshan. "Unbeaten? No, no." Instantly, Hua Xing's complexion turned pale, panic setting in. "I have been defeated. I have been defeated." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang and the others furrowed their brows. Unreliable. Coward. Suddenly, a soaring elder from the Shao family could not contain his derision, declaring, "Invincible? Our young master is not so ostentatious. His victories are earned through his own efforts. The invincible reputation is merely a favor bestowed upon our young master by others." Silence. Xiao Yang's expression changed drastically. "Do you wish for my elder brother to perish?" You. That elder, with a high standing in the Xiao clan, felt somewhat humiliated by Xiao Yang's reprimand. Coldly, he remarked, "Since returning from that continent, how have you become so timid? Are you truly willing to diminish your own prestige to elevate another's?" Indeed, within the Divine Path sect, another elder stepped forward and calmly stated, "My esteemed disciple, Guan, did suffer defeats in his early years. However, after achieving a certain level of cultivation, he has known no losses since. Of course, he still falls short compared to the 7 sons of Taihao, but he is far superior to those who hide behind women." You, Huaxing trembled within. "Elder Feng, are you trying to harm my elder brother?" "Hmph." Elder Feng retorted, cowardly as a mouse, unworthy of great responsibilities. "Do you suggest we kneel and submit to him? Do you think I wouldn't want that?" Frustrated, Huaxing blurted out, "I simply lack the authority." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. Very well, very well." Elder Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards a dark-faced man, "Sect Master. Such rebellious words must not be tolerated. Even if he is your disciple, he must be severely punished." Indeed, among the Shao clan, the elder also looked towards the clan leader. "Leader, you must discipline him properly." These two were undoubtedly the most adamant faction advocating for Gu Han to be taught a lesson. The saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. As the foremost power in the ancient Song realm, they had long harbored discontent towards Wang, believing him to be overreaching. Now, due to Gu Han's inquiry into the sword of ancient Song realm, their dissatisfaction had reached its zenith. "Let us discuss matters objectively. After all, he is my son." And the Shao clan leader endeavored to defend him, insisting that personal matters should not be conflated with other issues. "My son can only be disciplined by me." Indeed, the sect master of the Divine Path looked slightly cold. "Elder Feng, it seems you are overstepping your bounds. My own disciple can be dealt with as I see fit, but no one else has the right to speak of him." The two families were not united in their opinions. Deep down, they harbored great dissatisfaction towards the two elders, feeling they were complicating matters and dragging the two families into this muddy water. Ah, how poignant. "Once, I too was mistakenly perceived as living off others' fortunes. I never expected you would share such a fate." Atop the city walls, Gu Han rose once more, stepping forward into the air, drawing closer to the ground with each measured stride. Calmly, he declared, "I understand now. Your invincibility is earned by your own efforts, and his unbeaten record relies solely on his own strength. Only I, Gu, am renowned without substance, merely posturing." As he spoke, he gently descended to the ground. In an instant, the stones within a 3-zhang radius beneath his feet transformed into dust without a sound. The two young masters, behind the Chang and Gao families, a cultivator who had witnessed Gu Han's ferocity, could no longer contain himself. The power of this individual, in fact, before he could finish, he suddenly caught sight of Gu Han's eyes, rendering him speechless with fear. The murderous intent, it was purer than ever before. "I shall take the lead." In Chang Luo's eyes, a fierce battle intent surged forth, compelling him to step forward. "I shall go first." Gao Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, "I wish to test his true capabilities. You two are inadequate." Gu Han disregarded the two, directing his gaze behind them, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Bring your father here." The two were instantly taken aback. "And you as well." Gu Han cast a glance at the Shao family, then at the members of the Divine Path sect. "You too. Come forth." "Brother Gu." Shao Yang's expression changed dramatically. "You must exercise restraint. My Shao family truly has no intention of opposing you." "Brother Gu," Huaxing nearly pleaded, "given our previous camaraderie, could you spare the others?" After a moment of silence, Gu Han nodded. "Very well. I shall only take the lives of the two of them." Upon hearing this, the two sighed in relief. "Take them away. Such unstable elements, the seeds of trouble, should be eradicated swiftly." In response, the two let out an angry laugh, swiftly moving to the center, joining the three families. "You foolish children, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. Just because others lacked the courage did not imply we shared the same deficiency." The two glared coldly at Gu Han, simultaneously berating the members of the Shao family and the Divine Path sect. The sword cultivator Gu Han paid no heed to their provocations. His gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke coolly. "Today, I shall question the sword of the ancient Song realm." With each utterance, over 100 long swords materialized around him. By the time he finished speaking, a dense forest of swords surrounded him, spanning more than 10 zhang. Gently, he beckoned with his hand, and a black sword descended into his grasp. In that instant, as he broke into the feather transformation realm, that inexplicable aura re-emerged, even clearer than before. As the sound reverberated, each long sword responded, their blades bending slightly as if bowing in homage. On the city wall, the sword cultivators, including Yu Ming, felt a stirring within, drawing out their own long swords. With a hum, dozens of long swords trembled, their spirits murmuring, expressing their submission to Gu Han. The crowd exchanged glances, sensing a shared understanding, and bowed deeply to Gu Han, paying homage to the Sword Master. Nodding slightly, Gu Han softly commanded, "Rise." In an instant, including the long sword in Yu Ming's hand, over 1,000 long swords let out a clear cry, piercing through space and transforming into a rain of swords, descending upon the gathered crowd. Simultaneously, an intensely violent sword intent erupted from Gu Han. Under the influence of this sword intent, the long swords, while appearing light and ethereal, were in fact immensely heavy. One sword equated to a mountain. 1,000 swords represented 1,000 mountains. The overwhelming weight of the sword's presence, coupled with its formidable killing intent, rendered Chang Luo and Gao Yuan pale, finally comprehending why Gu Han had demanded they call him father. If one mountain could not be obstructed, how could they withstand 1,000? This father must be acknowledged. Failing to do so would lead to a tragic fate. Father. Without hesitation, both spoke in unison, seeking salvation. However, the sword's momentum was swifter than they had imagined. They barely uttered half of the word father before they were directly engulfed. Reduced to a mist of blood, Chang Luo and Gao Yuan, mere trifles, were certainly not regarded by Gu Han. As their figures trembled slightly, suddenly, 3 figures of Gu Han appeared amidst the chaos. One stood in place, while another confronted the elder of the Shao clan and the elder Feng of the Divine Path sect. On the city wall, a man's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "I was mistaken. I was wrong." Wrong? The others, engrossed in the unfolding events, turned to him in confusion. The man managed a bitter smile. He realized he was outpaced by his senior brother. In the first volume, chapter 689, A Clash of Strength, All-Out Assault. Upon seeing Gu Han suddenly materialize before him, the elder of the Shao clan felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively attempting to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level of ascension. However, just as he began to harness his power, a tattered black sword, imbued with a weighty sword intent and overwhelming lethality, descended upon his brow. With a soft thud, a minuscule drop of blood appeared at his forehead, quickly expanding into a crimson line, his life force draining away with each trickle of blood. In his final moments, a surge of intense unwillingness welled up within him, and he summoned his last vestiges of strength to strike at Gu Han. Yet, he struck only at an empty space. The Gu Han before him was merely a fleeting shadow. Not far away, Elder Feng also bore a sword mark upon his brow, his vitality swiftly waning, leaving behind a faint trace of reluctance, for he too realized that the Gu Han before him was but an illusion. How could this be? A cultivator's face turned pale, astonished that he could slay 2 individuals simultaneously. Had he mastered the technique of external avatars? No. Those of higher cultivation soon comprehended the truth. It was merely that his speed was unparalleled. His swiftness had created the illusion of 3 Gu Hans appearing at once. His formidable strength enabled him to dispatch both foes in a fraction of a second, so fleeting that the intervals were nearly negligible, thus giving the impression of simultaneous kills. Buzz. Thousands of swords rang in unison, locking onto the life force of several hundred individuals. Clang, clang. The long swords descended in a flurry, as if a rain of blades fell from the heavens. Each raindrop bore the weight of a mountain. Boom. The ground quaked, as mountains fell in this indiscriminate assault. A fierce and domineering sword intent radiated outward, forcing the onlookers to retreat in fear, daring not to approach. After a few breaths, as the dust began to settle, the 1,000 swords harmoniously chimed once more, finally resting behind Gu Han. At that moment, the ground within a 1,000-foot radius of Gu Han had been sliced down by a full yard. Among the 3 families, the Sacred Realm and Ascended Realm cultivators had vanished without a trace, leaving only a score of Ascension cultivators standing, nearly half of whom bore wounds. Of course, the dozens who had earlier betrayed him were also effortlessly dealt with. On the ground, hundreds of storage rings lay scattered, glimmering in disarray. On the city wall, the dog watched with keen interest. Feng, she pondered thoughtfully, beginning to grasp why Gu Han had not permitted her to intervene. After all, the concept of scavenging had never crossed her mind. With a swift motion, Gu Han stowed away the storage ring, brandishing his black sword. which elicited a symphony of 1,000 blades resonating in unison, all aimed at the remaining adversaries. Next strike, who dares to accept? Cursed be it. The two clan leaders' eyes blazed crimson in an instant. Not only had they lost their beloved sons, but their elite kin were also annihilated by Gu Han's hand. In a fit of madness, they charged at him. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Han's thoughts commanded the 1,000 swords to rise and fall. Under the relentless assault of the sword formation, the figures of the assailants were once again engulfed. Suddenly, two thunderous booms reverberated through the air as two figures broke free from the encirclement of swords. The head of the Chang clan and the head of the Gao clan. One ascended to the 8th level of the celestial realm, accompanied by a towering giant shadow, while the other, at the 7th level, was flanked by a colossal beast that roared incessantly. The giant bellowed, and the beast howled. Their forms rapidly converged, merging into one. With a resounding crash, the head of the Chang clan emanated a faint metallic sheen, his fists swinging to shatter swords that dared to approach, surging towards Gu Han with overwhelming force. Divine strength? Gu Han felt a flicker of familiarity, suddenly realizing the source of Chang Wei's prowess, the power of bloodlines. With a mere flick of his wrist, hundreds of swords rose in response, temporarily thwarting the head of the Gao clan's onslaught. Unwavering, he swiftly closed the distance to the head of the Chang clan, the black sword in his grasp brimming with boundless sword intent, crashing down with immense force. A clash of titans. The ground where their forms intersected shattered with a tremendous sound, a deep fissure rapidly forming and extending outward, cleaving the very mountain range that housed the small city in twain, transforming one mountain into two. The bloodline of the mountain overlords? Qian Yi discerned the underlying truth. No wonder such strength was exhibited. This clan was naturally endowed with immense power, akin to divine strength, rivaling the ancient giants, yet had become a rarity since the cataclysmic war of antiquity. As the confrontation intensified, Gu Han discovered that the giant's shadow bore a striking resemblance to humanity, yet was not truly human. I demand your life. Before he could utter another word, the head of the Chang clan's furious roar echoed once more. As the giant's shadow fully integrated into his being, his physique swelling to the point of tearing his garments, strange black patterns emerging upon his sinewy skin. In an instant, his strength surged tenfold. With a mighty swing of his fists, he struck down upon the blade of Gu Han's sword. Boom! The collision of fist and blade unleashed a torrent of energy, causing Gu Han's white robe to billow as he sank into the ground. Being forced to retreat rapidly by the head of the Chang clan, clearly outmatched in raw strength. Yet, even in his retreat, Gu Han harbored no intention of yielding. If he was to instill fear, he would do so to the fullest. If one mountain was insufficient, then let it be 10, 100, 1,000 mountains. As the mind stirred, drifting externally, the long sword, which was engaged in an incessant struggle with the ethereal figure of the beast associated with the head of the Gao family, suddenly emitted a sharp cry. Instantly altering its trajectory, it shattered the fabric of space and descended upon the head of the Chang family. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the might of a mountain transformed into the strength of 10 mountains. Gu Han's retreat slowed momentarily. Bang! 10 mountains then morphed into 100, without even mentioning the lethality. The weighty sword's force landing upon him caused the head of the Chang family to flush crimson, his muscles bulging once more, evidently reaching his limit. 1,000 mountains! He exclaimed softly. Over 1,000 long swords were summoned back, all falling in unison, transforming 100 mountains into 1,000 in an instant. Boom! Thunderous roars. The divine power is finite, yet the mountain's might is boundless. The giant figure that surrounded the head of the Chang family flickered and vanished, letting out a mournful howl before shattering violently. Dirt was flung into the air, and rocks scattered wildly. As the force of 1,000 mountains pressed him deep into the ground, fearsome fissures sprawling outward. The small mountain range, already split in two, collapsed further by half. In the blink of an eye, a pit several yards wide and unfathomably deep appeared on the ground, and the head of the Chang family had utterly vanished. He was buried alive. On the battlefield, Gu Han gasped for breath, his arms slightly numb, having lost feeling. Such a head-on clash, even with his profound foundation in the five extremities realm, proved to be somewhat strenuous. Not to mention, innate divine strength had its own merit. Certainly, the overwhelming force demonstrated by slaying the opponent was quite apparent. Gazing upon the deep pit, The head of the Gao family was struck with horror, a sense of sorrow for the unfortunate filling his heart. "Are you friends?" Guhan suddenly inquired. Indeed, the head of the Gao family stifled his panic and replied coldly, "Brother Chang is indeed my dear friend." "What of it?" In the distance, Xiaoyang quietly explained that Guhan seemed to place great importance on the term friend, and it was possible that he might show mercy and spare the head of the Gao family. Just as he finished speaking, Guhan continued, "The pit is quite large." He glanced at the abyss, then solemnly added, "He is rather lonely down there. As a friend, it is only reasonable for you to accompany him, is it not?" Xiaoyang. Suddenly, he felt a bit anxious. If Brother Gu were to seek trouble, perhaps it would be best to have his father kneel and beg for mercy. Opposite, Huaxing was also in a state of alarm. If Brother Gu were to come seeking vengeance, perhaps it would be wise to have his master bow first. Ignoring the subtle thoughts of Xiaoyang and his companion, the eyes of the head of the Gao family turned red once more. "You insolent wretch, you have gone too far." Boom. As he spoke, his aura erupted violently, hands flying in a flurry as he instantly formed a highly peculiar seal. Buzz. The seal, barely an inch in circumference, trembled lightly and was directly imprinted upon his forehead. Visibly, his previously robust physique appeared as if it had been drained of vitality, shrinking to a frail and desiccated form, his aura waning. In stark contrast, the ethereal figure of the beast upon him transformed from illusion to reality, manifesting into a 3-meter-long entity with a fearsome visage, unleashing a terrifying aura that pervaded the surroundings. It was indeed stronger than the head of the Gao family by several degrees. A roar erupted as the monstrous beast lunged towards Guhan. Beneath its bloodied maw lay a set of jagged, menacing fangs, while simultaneously, a spectral light shot forth from its mouth, landing upon Guhan in an instant. "Huh." Guhan furrowed his brow. Enveloped by the eerie glow, he felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire. His once nimble movements suddenly became sluggish. Another roar echoed. The beast had now arrived before him, its mouth agape, ready to bite down. Kill. With danger looming, Guhan hesitated not for a moment. With a sharp exclamation, his aura surged to its zenith. Forcing himself free from the mire for a brief instant, he raised his dark sword, meeting the beast's gaping maw head-on. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently. Whoosh. In the next moment, over 1,000 long swords erupted from the pit where the head of the Chang family lay buried, instantly surrounding the dark sword. Clang, clang. With a resounding metallic ring, they coalesced into a massive sword over 100 feet long. Bang. Another thunderous sound reverberated as the colossal sword struck the beast, eliciting a pained roar as a terrifying force exploded forth. Guhan's figure was violently propelled backward, and the massive sword disintegrated, transforming back into over 1,000 swords that scattered in all directions. Before him, the monstrous beast swayed unsteadily, its form flickering between reality and illusion, seemingly gravely wounded, and its gaze towards Guhan now bore a hint of fear. Meanwhile, the head of the Gao family hunched slightly. Intriguing. Guhan glanced at his shattered palm, his fighting spirit surging anew. Once more. Whoosh. 1,000 swords resonated, gathering once again at his side. Woof. However, before he could strike again, an excited bark suddenly rang out, followed by a shadow flitting past. As Xiaohei landed before the monstrous beast. Woof. Roar. Their eyes met, and both beasts let out a simultaneous cry. Yet, one was gravely injured yet still exuded an aura of dominance, while the other bore no semblance of lethality, appearing rather foolish. Indeed, foolish, in the minds of the onlookers. No dog with even a modicum of sense would engage in such a suicidal act. Boom. The beast could no longer contain itself. Unable to defeat Guhan was one thing, but to have a mere mutt dare to provoke it was a serious blow to its pride. Roar. With a thunderous growl, its gaping maw opened wide, ready to devour Xiaohei on the spot. Howl. Just as it was about to strike, another roar resounded. The so-called foolish dog, as perceived by the crowd, suddenly transformed in stature, swelling to over 1,000 feet tall, exuding an imposing presence, its malevolence far surpassing that of the monstrous beast. With a whoosh, its cavernous mouth opened wide, resembling an unfathomable abyss, and it snapped down. Grr. The once mighty beast, now reduced to a pitiable state, let out a mournful cry as it was effortlessly seized by Xiaohei, who casually chewed a couple of times before swallowing it whole. The process was remarkably straightforward. So simple it sends shivers down one's spine. Guhan was rendered speechless. How could this dog be so adept at uncovering hidden treasures? Woof! It swallowed the exotic beast. Little Black, satisfied, belched contentedly and returned to the top of the city wall. In an instant, a vast space cleared around it. Was this dog truly so ferocious? Lord Chicken, Yin Qi trembled in fear, nearly brought to tears. Do not worry, Zhong Ming reassured. Little Black has been rather picky lately and shows no interest in you. Yin Qi felt a sense of relief, though a nagging feeling soon arose that something was amiss. Below, the crowd of onlookers exchanged glances with Guhan, swallowing hard in unison. Surely, only a ruthless individual could raise such a savage dog. Suddenly, the head of the Gao family staggered back a few steps, blood spurting from his mouth as his cultivation plummeted, swiftly descending to the saint realm. This exotic beast was, in fact, a genuine beast soul, captured by the ancestor of the Gao family years ago, intended to serve as the foundation for a secret divine technique of their clan. As the life forces of man and beast intertwined, they thrived together or suffered together. With a swift motion, Guhan appeared before him, his long sword raised, pointing directly at his brow. Will you descend on your own, or shall I assist you? At that moment, the remaining dozen or so ascendants in the vicinity still possessed considerable strength, yet none could muster the courage to impede him. Thud! The head of the Gao family instantly knelt. Yet, he was not kneeling before Guhan. Ancestor! He exhausted all his strength to cry out to the heavens, pleading for a swift appearance to slay this wretch. To his astonishment, his desperate shout indeed elicited a response. Zhengyang, with a furious roar echoing through the air, a small black dot suddenly appeared overhead, moving at incredible speed, drawing closer. Ancestor! The expression of the Gao family head brightened. His ancestor had arrived. Bang! Mere breaths later, a corpse plummeted from the sky, landing not far from him and creating a deep crater. It was none other than the ancestor of the Gao family. The head of the Gao family turned pale, utterly despaired. The ancestor had come, but not in the form of a living being. He stared blankly at Guhan. You have destroyed the Gao family. To be precise, Guhan pondered, responding earnestly, that statement is not entirely accurate. You are neither weak nor the righteous party, and it was indeed you who sought to annihilate us first, yet failed. If anything, you should consider yourselves the architects of your own misfortune. With that, as the words fell, a flash of sword light erupted from the long sword, piercing through the brow of his adversary, stealing away his last breath. With a thud, the corpse collapsed to the ground, fortuitously meeting the gaze of the Gao family's ancestor. Their eyes locked, as if 1,000 words hung in the air. Though the content remains an enigma, it seemed that Zhengyang intended it thus. Although battles at the Free Realm are far more perilous and intense, the storage ring of the Gao family ancestor remained intact upon his hand. Naturally, Guhan would not overlook this. As for the head of the Chong family, having exerted too much force earlier, his storage ring had been destroyed. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. A cultivator at the 8th ascension, endowed with innate divine strength. Another at the 7th ascension, possessing the beast's soul transformation. In the ancient Song realm, where no one dares to challenge the zenith of power, these two were renowned masters. Yet they were effortlessly dispatched by Guhan. Moreover, he appeared merely fatigued, but that is not the end of it. Guhan's gaze shifted to the remaining adversaries, and with his next strike, he inquired who would accept the challenge. Chapter 691. The Sword Inquiry becomes a spectacle. On the city wall, the 6 sons of Taihao remained silent. Such formidable prowess. Suddenly, Qiu Qian spoke. Indeed, the female cultivator nodded, albeit his technique seemed somewhat ineffective. Their Taihao sect's mountain range had suffered the loss of a third at Guhan's hands. Do you believe a thought crossed the mind of one man? Is it possible? What? The crowd was taken aback. The man pondered further. Could it be that the senior brother's so-called enlightenment was, in truth, a means of recuperation? Everyone, brother. Below, Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Lang, asking, are you still invincible? He speaks the truth. Xiao Lang clenched his fists, only to release them despondently. We are indeed mere natives, a group of unsophisticated aborigines. To speak candidly, Xiao Yang continued to prod him. Even if you called him father, you would still not attain invincibility. Xiao Lang's expression turned bitter. Though the words may sting, they are indeed the harsh truth. Nonsense. The head of the Xiao family felt a pang of shame and glared fiercely at this wayward son. Did you not foresee his immense strength? Why did you not disclose it earlier? Were you deliberately leading the Xiao family into peril? Had you revealed it sooner, even if we did not submit, we would never have dared to provoke him. I truly did not know. Xiaoyang shook his head. The last time I encountered him, he had yet to break through to the sacred realm. Then why intuition? Xiaoyang contemplated. My instincts tell me that those who oppose him do not meet with favorable outcomes. Coincidentally, across from them, Huaxing gestured towards Guanshan, senior brother. It is not that I underestimate you and master, but even together, you would be buried. Guanshan remained silent, his confidence severely shaken. Like Xiaolang, his undefeated record seemed laughable before Gu Han, akin to a child's playfight. Wayward disciple. The leader of the Divine Path sect's face darkened with fury. If you knew of his prowess, why did you not speak up? Was it intentional? I genuinely did not know, Huaxing replied earnestly. I too was taken aback by Brother Gu's rapid progress and strength. Yet there is one thing of which I am certain. What? As he observed the remnants of the Chang family, Gao family, and Shuafeng city being cast into the deep pit by Gu Han, Huaxing felt a shiver. Those who stand against him are destined to be buried. To bury others was not Gu Han's primary objective. Scavenging was. Profiting was. From the inception of the sword inquiry until now, he had amassed nearly 1,000 storage rings, including those from prominent figures such as the head of the Chang family. It cannot be said that he made a significant profit. Rather, it was an overwhelming gain. Witnessing Gu Han's adept scavenging, the head of the Xiao family suddenly felt a pang of regret. He transmitted to Xiaoyang, "You share a bond with him, cough. Could you possibly retrieve that storage ring? It contains 30% of our Xiao family's resources." So much. Xiaoyang's eyes brightened. "Fear not, father." He assured on the spot that there was no problem and that he would take full responsibility. The head of the Xiao family felt a sense of relief. After all, this son proved to be somewhat capable. Opposite them, the leader of the Divine Path sect was also communicating with Huaxing, clearly discussing the same matter. Observing Huaxing's expression, it was evident he agreed with great promptness and decisiveness. In fact, the two deceased individuals held significant positions within the Xiao family and the Divine Path sect, managing resources and wielding considerable power, which explained their previous uncompromising attitude, showing little regard for the faces of their family head and sect leader. Brother Gu. When it came to the interests of the Xiao family, Xiaoyang did not hesitate. He turned to Gu Han, sincerity etched on his face, and said, "The storage ring of the clan elder who just perished contains 30% of our Xiao family's resources." Gu Han raised an eyebrow, surprised by the amount. "Indeed." Xiaoyang thumped his chest and chuckled. "My father said it's all yours as an apology." The head of the Xiao family was taken aback. "That's right." Huaxing immediately chimed in. "There's also 30% of the resources from the Divine Path sect in his possession. My master said, Brother Gu, feel free to take it, and if it's insufficient, come back for more." The leader of the Divine Path sect was equally shocked, his expression darkening as he cursed inwardly at his disciples. Gu Han suddenly smiled. Such courtesy from both esteemed seniors. If I were to refuse, it would appear overly affected, indeed. The two men felt their faces darken further. What courtesy? We never intended to give. Just as they prepared to voice their demands, they noticed Gu Han gazing at the deep pit, his smile more radiant. And he thought better of continuing their earlier discussion. A chill ran through them as they felt a pang of anxiety. "Young brother, you speak too lightly." The head of the Xiao family's expression hardened. "It is my laxity and discipline that has allowed such a rebellious person to emerge from my family. Compensation is warranted." "Quite right." The leader of the Divine Path sect asserted. "If it is insufficient, I can certainly provide more." Gu Han mused. "If the people of the ancient Song realm were all this cooperative, why would I need to ask for a sword?" Reflecting on this, he turned his gaze to the remaining individuals and smiled lightly. "The pit is quite vast. It will require many more to fill it. Who will accept the next sword?" Everyone felt their scalps tingle in fear. If it weren't for a shred of their remaining dignity, they might have knelt down to beg for mercy. "No more?" Gu Han pondered. "Is there anyone who opposes my previous words?" No one dared to speak. Opposition? Forget 10,000 miles. Even if you were to conquer the ancient Song realm, we could only watch. Gu Han chuckled. "It seems you are quite cooperative. In that case, this inquiry into swords comes to a close." As he spoke, the 1,000-odd long swords responded, falling to the ground and no longer pointing threateningly. In an instant, the remaining individuals sighed in relief, grateful to have survived. Without hesitation, they all began to move away, eager to distance themselves from this place. vowing never to set foot within 100,000 miles of this small city again. Instinctively, they cast a glance at the deep pit, their hearts trembling anew. No, 100,000 miles is not safe. It must be 1,000,000. Wait, Guhan's voice suddenly echoed again. Have I permitted you to leave? As the crowd's collective anxiety surged once more, emotions oscillated dramatically, leaving many on the verge of despair. Yet, Guhan offered no explanation. With a swift motion, he returned to the city walls. My lord, a recently inactive Ascendant Realm cultivator stepped forward with a wry smile. At this juncture, our fates rest entirely in your hands. Whether to slay or to spare, we shall accept, but please, spare us further torment. A clear decision, if you will. His plea resonated with all present. Ignoring the man's words, Guhan turned his gaze to the War King, his expression grave. Today, the great Yin dynasty shall re-establish its foothold in the ancient Song realm. The War King fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly, reflecting on how his brother and clan uncle would have found no regrets in witnessing this moment. I beseech you, allow me to bow before you. With that, he bent low in a gesture of respect. Yet, as before, Guhan deftly sidestepped the gesture, refusing to accept it. One must admit, Qianyi remarked with a touch of sentiment, as descendants of the ancestral dragon, they are a people of conviction and ideals. I can comprehend this, yet I cannot embody it, for I am inherently selfish. I too, Guhan chuckled, but it is precisely my inability that breeds admiration. You know, Qianyi praised, your self-awareness surpasses that of the rotund fellow. Not so, Guhan retorted with dissatisfaction. Surely, my superiority lies in my appearance. Qianyi. In the first volume, chapter 692, Guhan's character was perceptively analyzed by the astute Li Dajuan. Esteemed guests, he addressed the visibly anxious assembly. Today marks the momentous day of the great Yin dynasty's resurgence. Your journey here has not been easy. Why not witness the ceremony before departing? Upon hearing this, the crowd's worries dissipated entirely. Just a ceremony? Then there are no issues. The Shi brothers reacted swiftly. Esteemed elder, Sherwin respectfully presented a storage ring to the War King, having acquired it from the Shi family's ancestor. My Shi family wishes to offer 2 sacred herbs as a tribute to the great Yin dynasty. The War King was momentarily taken aback. That is unnecessary, esteemed elder. Sherwu interjected solemnly. Please, do accept. For a ceremony to be deemed respectful, it must not lack offerings. His voice resounded clearly, reaching every ear. Esteemed elder. Guhan responded with a smile. Accept their heartfelt offerings. Reluctantly, the War King complied. The crowd, even those who were less perceptive, quickly grasped the situation. For the ceremony, offerings must be made. I, the Yang sect. A voice rang out from the crowd, as the previously silent Ascendant Realm elder clasped his hands in respect. I present a sacred herb as a tribute to the great Yin dynasty. My Wu family presents a sacred herb as a tribute to the great Yin dynasty. My Wang family presents a sacred herb as a tribute to the great Yin dynasty. My Mou sect presents a sacred herb as a tribute to the great Yin dynasty. In an instant, what began as a deadly confrontation transformed into a jubilant gift-giving ceremony. The remaining factions, numbering around 30 or 40, each contributed at least 1 sacred herb. Let the offerings commence. With unwavering determination, they were resolved to deliver their offerings, even if it meant significant sacrifice. It became apparent to them that those who presented gifts were regarded as guests, invited to witness the occasion, while those who refrained were seen as troublemakers, intruding upon boundaries, and likely to face dire consequences. Suddenly, with a booming voice, Xiao Yang exclaimed, 3 sacred herbs from the Xiao family. To which Hua Xing, refusing to be outdone, retorted, 3 as well. At this proclamation, both the patriarch of the Xiao family and the leader of the Divine Path sect nearly coughed up blood in disbelief. Unruly child. Wicked disciple. They cursed internally. Everyone was engaged in the act of gifting. Even the 6 sons of Tai Hao expressed their sentiments. With the exception of a dark-skinned man who stood empty-handed. He addressed Guhan with a respectful gesture, his demeanor calm, saying, I can only extend my congratulations. Guhan was left speechless. Is that it? Even Xiao Qian sent a gift on behalf of Lei Feng, and you merely offer a few words? The man, equally baffled, replied, what? My heartfelt blessings are not sincere enough. Laughter erupted from Qianyi. This miserly fellow is undoubtedly your greatest adversary. Guhan mused that the man's nature was to become more resilient in the face of strength. Encountering a penny pincher only intensified his desire to extract something from him. This inclination was not born of a lack of resources, but rather an instinctive behavior of a seasoned scavenger. At that moment, a figure darted into view. Ji Wuyo reappeared before the crowd. Observing the seemingly harmonious exchange of pleasantries, he almost questioned if he had stepped into the wrong place. Wasn't this about asking for the sword? How did it transform into a gift-giving affair so swiftly? President Ji? Guhan's heart sank. Abandoning the thought of extracting from the miser, he anxiously inquired, "Where's my senior brother?" "Rest assured," Ji Wuyo replied, steadying his demeanor, "he is unharmed. I simply could not leave you unattended, so I returned to keep an eye on you." After a brief pause, he added, "I am well aware of the old man's strength. In a one-on-two confrontation, he holds the advantage. For Guhan's sake, Yuan Zhengyang was truly risking everything. Their clash was a life-or-death struggle that sent the ancestors of the Shao family and the master of the Divine Path sect scrambling to maintain neutrality. The situation quickly escalated into a 2-on-3 scenario, with Yuan Zhengyang's prowess far surpassing the others. With Ji Wuyo's support, it did not take long before he decisively eliminated the elder of the Gao family, prompting the remaining two to flee. After a brief discussion, one continued the pursuit while the other returned to safeguard Guhan to prevent any unforeseen complications. The old man said, Ji Wuyo reflected, if those two had survived, they would undoubtedly pose a threat to you. Thus, they had to be eliminated, allowing you to focus on your sword inquiries. The rest shall be entrusted to me. I am curious, how did you suddenly acquire such a junior brother who is willing to risk his life for you? Guhan remained silent, suddenly filled with gratitude for Lung Yushu's earlier counsel. What is the situation? Ji Wuyo shifted the conversation, inquiring about the current circumstances. Guhan proceeded to explain. Gifting? Ji Wuyo raised an eyebrow. I had thought you would eliminate them all. President Ji. Guhan spoke earnestly, regardless of whether you believe it or not. I am not one who relishes killing. Is that so? Ji Wuyo chuckled. And what about the three families? They have met their end at my hands. Ji Wuyo fell silent for a moment, pondering. Is this not a penchant for bloodshed? This is merely a method. Guhan reflected. It is not the objective. Had they been like the Shao family and the Shindao sect, I would not have needed to resort to asking for a sword. We would have resolved matters amicably. Not far away, the heads of the Shao family and the Shindao sect felt a sense of fatigue. 30% of the resources. Who would remain cordial in such a situation? Ji Wuyo remained contemplative, weighing something in his mind. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone unusually grave. We have been observing you from the shadows all along. Guhan felt a stir within. He understood clearly that Ji Wuyo referred to we, not I. Who are you? He inquired, curiosity piqued. What exactly are you observing me for? A multitude of factors, Ji Wuyo considered, talent, combat prowess, and most crucially, character. As for us, our influence is vast, beyond your imagination. This statement was transmitted through sound. And the purpose? Guhan pressed. Surely, there must be a reason for your scrutiny? Ji Wuyo was taken aback. You do not doubt my words? I believe. In contrast to others, who might dismiss Ji Wuyo's particular status, Guhan had faith, bolstered by Qian Ye's presence. In truth, Ji Wuyo contemplated before candidly revealing, we belong to an immense organization that seeks unique talents to execute certain specialized tasks. Which is why we have been observing you. Guhan understood. The special talents Ji Wuyo referred to were, in fact, the ferrymen of the Yellow Springs. This group was shrouded in mystery. Qian Yi cautioned, engaging too deeply with them could bring unforeseen consequences. Heed my advice. There is truly no need for you to wade into these murky waters. I wish to give it a try, Guhan insisted. What were the findings of your observation? He turned his gaze towards Ji Wuyo, eager to know why the favorable discussion had suddenly shifted. If there were areas where he fell short, he would gladly amend them. Quite astonishing. Ji Wuyo mused. I can hardly discern where your potential lies. Talent, exceptional. Combat ability, formidable. Character, outstanding. Wisdom, remarkable. Guhan listened intently, and Qian Yi reflected, setting aside other considerations, that their organization's discernment was indeed commendable. Yet, Qian Yi felt a pang of realization. He had misjudged Ji Wuyo's insight, which was both sharp and precise. President Ji. Suddenly, Ji Wuyo hesitated. While he had spoken decisively about the previous attributes, he faltered when it came to character. Pondering for an extended moment before finally conceding 4 words, barely acceptable, passable. Guhan was taken aback. He never anticipated that one day such terms, laden with negative connotations, would be applied to his character. He felt that Ji Wuyo's assessment was gravely misaligned with reality. Meanwhile, Qian Yi concluded that he had misinterpreted Ji Wuyo's acumen. The latter's judgment was indeed piercing and precise. Gu Han spoke with utmost seriousness. You may not fully understand my character. Perhaps, Ji Wuyo chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. In truth, during the time we have spent together, if one were to look closely, one could still uncover some glimmers of virtue within your character. Indeed, Qian Yi, reveling in the drama, urged everyone to keep their eyes peeled. Gu Han's expression darkened. This conversation is futile. For instance? He asked, a hint of stubbornness evident as he gritted his teeth. For instance, Ji Wuyo fell into contemplation. Gu Han. After a brief pause, Ji Wuyo resumed. Speaking earnestly, the primary reason for my visit to the ancient Song realm is you. Even if you had not sought me out, I would have wished to discuss this matter with you. Character? Let us set that aside for the moment. Gu Han's expression soured once more. The only comfort he found was that Ji Wuyo was finally willing to discuss the matter of the ferryman of Huangquan, not outright rejecting him. This issue was of great significance. Ji Wuyo's demeanor grew serious. Let us speak elsewhere. Nearby, as the two prepared to depart, a sword cultivator blinked and suddenly turned to Yu Ming. Elder, our swords. A jolt ran through Yu Ming's heart. Do not panic. Despite his effort to remain composed, Yu Ming felt a surge of anxiety. Gu Laozu was not that kind of person. In fact, if they were to force a summoning, they would most likely be able to retrieve those fateful long swords, for Gu Han had merely borrowed them, never intending to seize them. Elder, gritting his teeth, he chased after them, a conflicted expression on his face. Our swords? Gu Han paused, suddenly recalling that after the questioning, he had collected the swords belonging to Yu Ming and the others, forgetting to return them. My apologies. He smiled sheepishly, waving his hand, and dozens of long swords soared back into their respective owners' grasp. For reasons unknown, the cultivators felt a sudden joy akin to recovering something lost. Elder, a sword cultivator discreetly transmitted a message, somewhat conflicted. If next time the elder borrows swords, should we lend them or not? They wished to lend them, but feared that Gu Han might borrow and not return. You are overthinking it. Yu Ming patted his shoulder with a sigh. Does Gu Laozu even need to consult us when borrowing swords? The others nodded in agreement. Ji Wuyo wore a peculiar expression. If not, he pondered for a moment. Deciding to refrain from further discussion, Gu Han felt somewhat weary. He realized Ji Wuyo suspected him of exploiting familiarity. Such a thing was beyond his character. Especially towards a group of juniors. He had not given it much thought. Take your time to consider. Faced with Ji Wuyo's persistent questioning, he grew furious and ignored him. Summoning the Shi brothers and Deanly, compared to the ferryman of Huangquan, there was a smaller yet significantly important task at hand. Resources. In today's conflict, nearly half of the elite forces of the ancient Song realm had been buried by him. Naturally, those resources could not be preserved. To prevent others from reaping the benefits, he needed to act swiftly. The Shi brothers took the lead. Yu Ming and the others served as enforcers, while Deanly coordinated the overall plan. In the blink of an eye, an almost flawless team was assembled. As I mentioned earlier, after contemplation, he turned to the Shi brothers, assuring them that they would not regret their choice today, for he would honor his promise. From the resources available, the Shi family would receive a 10% share, serving as compensation for their arduous efforts and fears during this period. A mere 10%, though it may seem insignificant when considering the totality, it amounted to a staggering figure. The Shi brothers were overwhelmed with excitement, their words becoming a jumble of emotions. Initially, they spoke of ideals and justice, but soon their discourse transformed into grand proclamations of the greatness of Gu de Jianxian, who would unite the ancient Song realm for countless generations. An assertion that sent shivers down Li Sun's spine. He had not forgotten about the esteemed leader of the Li family. Without even a glance, he directly handed over a handful of storage rings, nearly 100 in total. The Shi brothers secretly envied this treatment, as only the closest confidants enjoyed such privileges. Li Sun, humble as he was, noticed the immediate emotional reaction from the Li leader, whose eyes glistened with tears, pledging to serve as a vanguard for generations to come. Gu Han smirked slightly, his brother's response piquing his curiosity. You are not alone. Do you not have a partner? Surely, you have no offspring? The second brother jested, to which the Li leader chuckled softly. Just a few descendants, but if I desire, I can have many. The mention of many instantly caught Gu Han's attention. Li leader? You comprehend this? His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Li Sun was taken aback by Gu Han's reaction, yet he responded nonchalantly. This is not difficult. I shall research it forthwith. Be diligent in your studies. Gu Han insisted, his expression turning serious as he conveyed a few words discreetly. Rest assured, Vanguard. Li Sun replied with equal gravitas, vowing to uphold the Vanguard's trust. Meanwhile, in the southern sky realm, within the Lingyun Merchant Association, the gaunt Mo Sun was about to take a brief respite to converse with Manager Exine when he suddenly shivered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The Xuantian sect shall take 30%. After briefing Li Sun, Gu Han resumed the distribution of resources. Ancestor, Yu Ming exclaimed, surprised. Our Xuantian sect has no need for such excess. We are few in number. Why take so many resources? Indeed, indeed. He dared not argue further. When bestowed by the elder, we shall not refuse. If the ancestor offers, we shall accept. At a corner of the city wall, witnessing the Sure brothers being favored and observing the sycophantic expressions of others from the ancient Song realm, the Sure ancestor's eyes suddenly welled with tears. Ancestor, the Sure family had inquired, astonished, what troubles you? Wiping away his tears, the Sure ancestor straightened his back and gestured towards the people of the ancient Song realm, lamenting. Look at them. Just before today, how arrogant and imperious they were. Yet now, have they not been humbled by our friend Gu, obediently presenting their congratulations? Where has their former pride vanished to? Over the past month, he continued, growing increasingly passionate, my Sure family has borne the weight of infamy, nearly facing extermination. Everyone claimed we were mere sycophants by Gu's side. Yet today, I wish to pose a question to them. What is so wrong with being a dog? Before he could finish his thought, a pitch-black dog suddenly sprang forth from the side, clamping its jaws tightly around his thigh without relent. Xiaohe was genuinely enraged. One after another, they seemed intent on challenging the dog, having reached the limits of his patience. He felt it was time to take decisive action. Ignoring the ruckus caused by the dog, Gu Han reserved the remaining 60% of resources entirely for the War King and his companions. While establishing authority was essential, mere bloodshed could only provide a temporary reprieve. To address the underlying issues permanently, the only solution was to cultivate one's own strength. These resources served as the foundation for that strength. As for you all, he glanced at Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyu, smiling. Take what you need. There will be no change when Sister Morong arrives in the future. The others found Gu Han's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Junior brother, Feng Shi suddenly interjected. Are you concealing something from us? It's nothing much, Gu Han replied, sensing their concern. He smiled. I may not linger here for long. There are a few matters to attend to in the southern sky realm. You all should rest while here. Brother Gu. Yun Fan scratched his head, feeling uneasy. Why does it sound like you are making arrangements for the future? In an instant, numerous pairs of eyes fixated on him intensely. Silence. Zhao Shenu snapped. Can you speak properly? Young prince, Shuiyu unexpectedly expressed her frustration. You are being excessive. Unlucky. Yin Qi sighed heavily, shaking his head repeatedly. This fellow. Jin Yi scoffed. Isn't he cursing your demise? Yun Fan, the War King's naive son, was not surprising Gu Han with his words. Yun Fan, he chuckled. I heard you inherited the Dragon Mirror? How's the defense? Not too bad. Let me see. Gu Han pondered, having once entered the Dragon Mirror realm. He possessed some knowledge of this treasure and might offer valuable advice. Wonderful. Yun Fan expressed his gratitude. Brother Gu, you have no idea. I have never been quite adept with the Dragon Mirror. As they spoke, a faint azure light manifested around him, resembling a massive scale. Clang. Gu Han abruptly drew his sword. Bang. With a cry of anguish, Yun Fan was sent flying by a single strike, his landing unknown. The advice is simple. Gu Han stated expressionlessly, endure more blows. The sudden interjection shifted the attention of the onlookers, sparing Gu Han from further probing inquiries. At that moment, Ji Wuyo approached. Hesitating briefly, shall we have a discussion? What is it? Gu Han replied curtly, don't you think I've become too familiar with you? You misunderstand. Ji Wuyo shook his head, earnestly stating, you are correct. Our acquaintance has been brief, and my understanding of you is limited, thus my judgments may be skewed. Internally, he sighed. Oh well, one must settle for the best among the less competent. Gu Han chose not to elaborate further, wary of provoking Ji Wuyo and jeopardizing his plans. After exchanging a few more words, the two departed together. After Gu Han's departure, Zuyang subsequently departed, and I sought out my junior sister, as there were matters I wished to discuss with her. Just moments ago, when inquiring about the sword, Ji Wuyo flawlessly fulfilled his promise. Naturally, he would never go back on his word. Yin Qianjue and Luo Hong, the Holy Master, exchanged a glance, both sighing in resignation. The relationship between Zhuiyang and Yu Miao was indeed peculiar and delicate. They had initially believed that, after spending considerable time together, they had developed feelings for each other. However, they later realized that was not the case. Zhuiyang had never expressed affection for Yu Miao, nor had Yu Miao ever admitted to liking Zhuiyang. Their bond resembled a blend of love, familial affection, friendship, and even the camaraderie of fellow disciples. In truth, not only they, but even Qian Yi, a veteran in matters of the heart, was utterly perplexed and could not discern the nature of their relationship. Before long, Yun Fan returned to the city walls, battered and limping, and immediately began to lament, claiming that Brother Gu had been excessively harsh. No one offered him sympathy. He had just mentioned that the War King, with a stoic expression, had already discovered a method for him to swiftly master the dragon mirror. Really? Yun Fan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then elated. I thought Brother Gu was merely saying that to inflict punishment upon me. Indeed, the War King nodded. The more you endure, the better. Yin Fan. Meanwhile, Yin Qianjue, Luo Hong, Divine Lady Zhao, Yin Qi, and even Shui Yu stepped forward, expressing their willingness to assist Yun Fan in this endeavor. Only Feng Shi walked directly to the side of Chong Ming, distancing herself from the crowd. After a brief moment of silence, she spoke directly. He is indeed concealing something from me, isn't he? Were it anyone else, Chong Ming would have shown little interest. However, Feng Shi's unique status prompted him to ponder seriously and respond. His deliberate concealment from you indicates that this matter is perilous. Not only will you be unable to assist, but your reckless involvement could lead to your demise. What exactly is it? I do not know. Chong Ming shook his head, disinterested in revealing more. As the rooster was equally uninterested in listening. I understand. Feng Shi nodded, turning to leave. I shall retreat into seclusion. Observing this, Xiaoyang, who had been waiting at a distance, finally mustered the courage to approach, feigning nonchalance as he smiled. Miss Feng, do you remember me? I do not, she coldly replied, leaving behind those 3 words. Feng Shi did not even cast a glance in his direction, her pace unimpeded, leaving him with a stunning yet elusive silhouette. Did Xiaoyang's heart shatter? Chong Ming certainly did not care. He would do whatever Gu Han did. That was his true sentiment. Unlike Feng Shi and the others, his mission, or rather, the purpose he had set for himself long ago, was to continue alongside the Xuantian Sword Sect. Later, it evolved into a journey with Yuan Zhengyang, and now it had transformed into one with Gu Han. Regardless of what lay ahead, he would resolutely forge onward, for it seemed that only in this manner could he reclaim a semblance of meaning in his existence. With this thought, he steeled himself and chanced upon a corner of the city walls where a restless little black creature flailed about, and the ancestor of the Shi family was left battered and bruised. He felt a twinge of solace. Fortunately, in his solitary existence, he had the companionship of a dog. In a secluded spot several dozen miles from the small town, atop a solitary peak, stood Gu Han. Jiahui possesses a decisive temperament. Once he has chosen Gu Han, he naturally will not linger in hesitation. He states plainly, as I have mentioned earlier, I am affiliated with a vast organization, the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce. In the future, you may also encounter the Luyun Chamber of Commerce and the Kaiyun Chamber of Commerce, all of which are merely peripheral forces of our organization. And I am but a peripheral member. Gu Han remains silent. Jiahui assumes he is taken aback and chuckles. No need to be surprised, our president. Gu Han ponders for a moment and suddenly inquires, why does your Chamber of Commerce all incorporate the word cloud? To be frank, Qian Yi seems contemplative, and I too am quite curious. Jiahui responds, our organization is substantial. He reiterates this point. I am aware, Gu Han replies with a curious glance. I merely wonder why it is specifically cloud and not wind or rain or something else. Jiahui's expression darkens. Is that what I should be discussing, clouds? How should I know? I joined the organization when it was already cloud. If you ask me, whom should I inquire? And what about wind and rain? That's simply absurd. Why not mention thunder and lightning? Gu Han adds, indeed, it could also be thunder or electricity. Jiahui is left speechless. Enough. He can no longer contain himself. Were it not for the dire need for personnel within the organization, he would have exploded long ago. I shall ask you this only once. His face darkens like the bottom of a pot. Do you wish to become a ferryman of the Yellow Springs? In Volume 1, Chapter 695, Amidst the Carnage, there lies redemption. Jiahui, the president, observes Gu Han, who, undeterred by his tone, does not immediately acquiesce but instead asks earnestly, I have a crucial question to pose. I do not know. Jiahui, teetering on the brink of fury, exclaims, I am equally unaware of why it involves clouds. You are mistaken. Gu Han had not anticipated that a mere casual inquiry would nearly drive Jiahui to madness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he adds, I merely wish to understand whether this ferryman of the Yellow Springs has any relation to the true Yellow Springs. Instantly, Jiahui's expression turns grave. Compared to the question regarding clouds, this inquiry evidently touches upon the core of their organization. He gazes deeply at Gu Han, astonished that he knows of the Yellow Springs. I am aware. After a moment of silence, Jiahui continues, as a peripheral member, my sole responsibility is to generate revenue for the organization. As for the most confidential matters, they are beyond my reach. However, I can affirm that it exists. Then that is reassuring. Gu Han exhales in relief. I am willing. Alas, Tian Nan silently sighs. He believes that with Gu Han uttering those 3 words, the trajectory of his fate is about to change. However, he understands Gu Han and his relentless determination, so he refrains from offering much counsel. Jiahui is momentarily taken aback. Gu Han has once again deviated from the norm. He feels that, knowing Gu Han's nature, he would typically inquire about the benefits, the dangers, or at the very least, the duties of a ferryman of the Yellow Springs before joining. Yet, in this instance, he finds himself unprepared, lacking the words to convey. President, Gu Han expresses with a perplexed look, you are not having second thoughts, are you? Jiahui sighed, and resolved to explain the situation to him. The ferryman of the underworld is a core member of our organization, with a rank far superior to mine. Their duty is not to amass wealth, but to undertake exceptionally specialized missions, all of which carry an alarmingly high mortality rate. How high? 70%. Gu Han fell silent for a moment before chuckling. I suspected it was too good to be true. That old man was deceiving me all along. Who? The one from the black market. After a moment's reflection, Gu Han recounted the words of old Mu from years ago, who had told him that becoming the ferryman of the underworld offered great benefits. He did not deceive you. Jiahui pondered. However, if you truly agree to this, he will certainly explain the associated risks. As per the organization's regulations, we never force anyone, for that would serve no purpose. 70%, Gu Han mused, isn't entirely dreadful. After all, there's still a 30% chance of survival. I am willing. Gu Han did not hesitate. Though curiosity piqued him, what makes this task so special, and why is the mortality rate so high? Killing, Jiahui considered, and redemption. Can't we communicate normally? I am not speaking in riddles. Jiahui shook his head. The specifics of the task are beyond my knowledge. However, a saying has circulated within our organization that elucidates the essence of this mission. What saying? Redemption through slaughter. Gu Han was utterly speechless. That amounts to saying nothing. As you previously stated, Jiahui added, killing is merely a means, not the end. This is why our organization emphasizes character. The act of killing brings not only destruction, but also redemption and rebirth. The choice lies solely within your thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he added earnestly, I believe you should maintain distance from Fu Yuan. Why? He will lower your standards. Gu Han silently lamented. He felt that Jiahui did not truly understand him. Could his standards be lowered by anyone else? Chairman Ji, Gu Han replied, somewhat displeased. Though the fat man may lack integrity, he was once my comrade in life and death situations. He is my friend. Your interference in my personal affairs is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? I apologize, Jiahui reflected, I misspoke. As he spoke, he unexpectedly turned to leave. However, Gu Han suddenly declared, you make a valid point. From this day forth, I, Gu Han, will not coexist with Fu Yuan. Excellent. Jiahui immediately turned back. From this day forth, you shall be a candidate for the ferryman of the underworld. Candidate? Gu Han was taken aback. Is that even a thing? Indeed, Jiahui nodded. The organization is meticulous in its selection process. Once you pass the trials, you will naturally become a formal ferryman of the underworld. Gu Han grimaced. After declaring that I will not coexist with that fat man, I am merely a candidate? Am I being toyed with? What benefits are there? There are certainly benefits. Jiahui, without hesitation, remarked, all of our external forces serve the ferryman of the underworld. Wealth, intelligence, personnel, everything can be summoned by them. Of course, due to the unique nature of the task, they seldom exercise such authority. And this is merely a fraction of the benefits. I do not conceal the truth. Should you successfully pass the trial, you shall naturally come to know more. Guhan felt a stir in his heart. So, does that mean the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce is mine? It belongs to the organization. Aren't they essentially the same? Suddenly, Ji Wui felt a pang of concern. Was this decision too hasty? What is the trial? Guhan inquired once more. Given the circumstances, Ji Wui steeled himself and responded. Upon my return, I will report to the organization. A formal envoy will arrive to present a task equivalent to the trial. However, it is merely a trial. Regardless of success or failure, your life will not be in jeopardy. Yet, you may be away from the alliance for a period. For how long? Guhan pressed. Uncertain. Ji Wui pondered. It could be a month, or perhaps several months. Yet, Yuan managed to accomplish it in just 3 days. I have also heard of someone who took nearly a year. Yuan. Guhan recognized the name. Is it him again? Ji Wui elaborated. Yuan, the illustrious disciple of the primordial spirit master, undoubtedly the finest talent across the 7 realms. In his quest for a defeat, he traversed the realms in search of peers to battle, yet none could withstand even a quarter of an hour against him. Upon arriving in the ancient Song realm, he faced Xiao Qian and defeated him in a single move, nearly taking his life. Lei Feng, once scolded for his defeat, regarded it as the greatest shame of his life. At this point, Ji Wui sighed. Yuan Yi's cultivation was at the transcendent level, while Lei Feng had already reached the sacred realm. Guhan raised an eyebrow. He could surmise how Xiao Qian had acquired that scar on his face. And judging by the reactions of Tai Hao's 7 sons, they had yet to reclaim their honor. Is that all? Jian Yi scoffed. Transcendent level. Unable to slay even a sacred realm practitioner. What sort of prodigy is that? Defeat and death are 2 distinct concepts. Guhan interjected. I have slain a sacred realm being, and it was but a fragment of Lingya. I have also experienced Lei Feng's prowess. Comparatively, he was far superior to that red-haired individual, though still weaker than Lingya's avatar. Is he also a ferryman of the underworld? No, Ji Wui shook his head. He was once a candidate, but he failed the trial. Why? Do not inquire. Qian Yi retorted with a cold smirk. It was undoubtedly because he was too swift. Guhan chose to ignore him. Too swift? Ji Wui echoed, providing an identical response. Guhan mused. Chapter 696 of Volume 1. Tuo? Swift. It is a word laden with subtlety. Outside of specific contexts, it carries a negative connotation. Otherwise, it predominantly signifies efficiency and capability. Guhan remained perplexed. How could he fail after only 3 days? He failed, Ji Wui sighed. Not due to his strength, but rather because of his disposition. Disposition? Guhan inquired. Indeed. Ji Wui nodded. I have previously mentioned that slaughter can lead to destruction or redemption, depending solely on one's mindset. However, the slaughter brought forth by Yuan results in nothing but annihilation. In truth, your swordsmanship also bears the shadow of slaughter, albeit less overt. Yuan treads the path of slaughter as well, and indeed, he embodies the purest form of it. Your slaughter is merely a means, while his is an end in itself. Guhan suddenly understood. He finally grasped why Yuan was so formidable. When he first acquired the slaughter sword, he wielded it with the purest intent of killing, possessing a profound understanding of the path of slaughter. This unadulterated path of killing is immensely powerful, but it also harbors significant risks. Frequent immersion in such thoughts inevitably influences one's temperament. Over time, as his murderous intent intensified, so too did his strength. This is a double-edged sword, as has been noted in the sword scriptures. However, as his comprehension deepened, coupled with the guidance from Yuan Zhengyang, he discovered that the character for slaughter within the slaughter sword symbolized power rather than a narrow interpretation of killing for the sake of killing. Reflecting on this, he concluded that this individual had likely succumbed to the path of slaughter. Indeed, Ji Wui nodded, noting that he had only taken 3 days because he employed the most extreme methods. In this trial, the least significant factor was, in fact, time. In comparison, I hold greater faith in you. I must say, Guhan chuckled, President Ji, your insight is commendable. By contrast, the one who chose Yuan is essentially blind to the truth. Ji Wui fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that he too had selected him. Guhan, indeed. He remained unfazed. Moving too swiftly is indeed unwise. Enough. Ji Wui felt slightly fatigued. You shall accompany me back to the guild. I will report to the organization and request an envoy to set forth a trial for you. Should you succeed, President Ji. Guhan interjected suddenly. Can we postpone this trial? Postpone. Ji Waya was taken aback. For how long? 2 or 3 months. You wish to partake in that grand battle? Ji Waya instantly comprehended his intention, furrowing his brow, deeming it entirely unnecessary. Fundamentally, this is merely a personal grudge between Lingya and Gu Chun. It holds no benefits for you. Moreover, with me and old Yuan present, no one would dare compel you to participate. Why then would you force yourself into this murky water? For both public and private reasons. He did not wish for Guhan to encounter unnecessary complications. President Ji, Guhan sighed. I have my reasons for needing to go. The demonic seed. Cold Rain Shu. He was eager to witness the outcome of the battle between Lingya and Gu Chun. If he participated in the trial now, he would most likely miss it. Seeing his resolve, Ji Waya ceased further persuasion and merely sighed. In that case, I respect your decision. Having waited all these years, I am not concerned about these 2 or 3 months. However, you must exercise caution. Once the grand battle commences, it will not merely involve the 2 realms. And a moment's carelessness could prove detrimental, even with old Yuan watching over you. After imparting this warning, he prepared to take his leave. President Ji, Guhan called out to him. Could you assist me with a small favor? How small? Ji Wui was exceedingly prudent. He first stated that, at present, you are merely a candidate. Regardless of your aspirations, although I am inclined to assist you, I cannot misappropriate the resources of the Lingyun Merchants Association for your personal endeavors. It is unnecessary. Guhan contemplated for a moment, expressing his need for swords. Undoubtedly, the Lingyun Merchants Association, which spans the 7 realms, is the most suitable for this task. Ji Wui was rendered speechless. Is this merely a trivial request? Old Yuan Sword Forest has already been entrusted to you. Is that not sufficient? It is insufficient. I can offer my aid. Ji Wui mused, yet the time frame is too short. Even if I mobilize all available resources, I cannot guarantee the quantity, as sword cultivators are scarce. Furthermore, many swords within the 7 realms reside with old Yuan, and the prices may be somewhat elevated. Prices? Guhan was taken aback. Are you asking for money? Naturally. Ji Wui was similarly astonished. This is a transaction. Moreover, I have yet to charge you a commission. With your current financial capacity, President Ji, Guhan sincerely remarked, you have seen that I have already exhausted those resources. What do you mean? I am quite impoverished. Do you expect to receive something for nothing? Ji Wui was incensed. Not yet having become a ferryman of the Yellow Springs, you are already contemplating exploiting the Lingyun Merchants Association? Should you pass the trial, he spoke candidly, these items would be freely granted to you without question. However, Guhan, I am a businessman, and I bear my own missions and responsibilities. I have already exercised my personal authority to waive the commission for you, but I will not engage in a loss-making transaction for those swords. President Ji, Guhan pondered for a moment. How about we make an agreement? What? Let those swords be on credit for me. You must be dreaming. Allow me to finish. Guhan patiently continued. I will only take them on credit until the end of the trial. If I succeed, I shall own nothing. If I fail, then we shall address the consequences as necessary. What do you think? Ji Wui fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons very well. After a lengthy pause, he appeared to have made a resolute decision. I agree. Such promptness? Guhan was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated Ji Wui would prolong the discussion. It is not my eagerness. Ji Wui shook his head. Collecting your payment is merely a matter of duty. My agreement to extend credit is solely because I wish for you to pass the trial more than anyone else. After all, you must survive this great battle to face subsequent challenges, and these swords serve as a safeguard for you. Rest assured, I shall return and dispatch someone to attend to this matter, and I will inform you of the results promptly. With that, he showed no intention of lingering and turned to depart. By the way, seemingly recalling something, he paused momentarily and emphasized, since I assumed the presidency of the Lingyun Merchants Association, this is the first time I have ever extended credit to another. You are the only one capable of compelling me to break certain principles. With a sense of inexplicable sentimentality, he vanished in an instant. He was overly confident. Xian Yu was also quite reflective. Having spent considerable time with you, he discovered that Ji Wui's principles were, in fact, worthless. He then sighed again, the mortality rate soaring to 70%. You have certainly found yourself an excellent position. Let us not dwell on this further. Guhan shook his head. realizing that the most pressing matter at hand was not this. With that, he departed, intending to return to the small town. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered the 6 sons of Tai Hao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he subtly inquired about Gu Chen's situation. The master was absent from the sect, and Xiao Qian did not conceal the truth. He had gone to the Muchen realm to visit the elder Mu Tsang. Mu Tsang? Indeed. He was a close friend of the master. Volume 1, Chapter 697, Reunion with Mei Yun. In the Muchen realm, at the back mountain of Tsangmu sect, the sea of clouds floated, and the towering peaks resembled islands of immortals amidst the waves of the cloud sea, appearing and vanishing in an extraordinary manner. At the highest point of the mountains, a simple table was placed in the center. On either side sat 2 individuals facing each other. With a white jade teacup before them, mist rising gently from within, the fragrance of tea wafting soothingly. One person appeared middle-aged, his demeanor commanding respect without anger. He was Gu Chun. The other, with hair graying, bore a naturally kind and benevolent expression. He was the founder of Tsangmu sect, Mu Tsang. You are about to engage in a decisive battle with Lingya, Mu Tsang remarked, his gaze fixed on the teacup, smiling as he added. You did not come to me merely for tea. Mu Tsang. Gu Chun began to speak slowly, asking an unrelated question. How long have we known each other? Over 10,000 years, Mu Tsang replied, somewhat surprised, teasingly saying, back then, I was already a practitioner of the Ascension realm, while you had just begun to fly and had to address me as senior. Yet now, your cultivation surpasses mine. My origins. Gu Chun fell silent for a moment before inquiring, do you still remember? Naturally, Mu Tsang responded, even more astonished. You hail from the far northern region of the ancient Tsang realm, a mortal town under the jurisdiction of the South Yu Kingdom, called Gu Family Town. As he listened, Gu Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. When he first met Mu Tsang all those years ago, he had mentioned his origins once, and after so many years, the elder remembered every detail clearly, while his own recollection had grown increasingly vague, even inferior to that of another. What troubles you? Mu Tsang noticed his disquiet. You seem somewhat unsettled, which is unlike you. It is crucial to remain focused before a great battle. Gu Chen remained silent. Help me with a task. He finally spoke again after a moment. What task? Mu Tsang was taken aback. Assist me, Gu Chen said expressionlessly. Kill Lingya. Mu Tsang was increasingly puzzled. Earlier, when I offered to help you, you not only rejected my offer but rebuked me, insisting on a fair and honorable fight. Why the change of heart today? Do not ask. Gu Chen shook his head. My conflict with him is no longer a mere personal grudge. Understood. Mu Tsang nodded. I shall assist you. He did not press further. Having known Gu Chen for many years, he understood his temperament well. Unless there were extraordinary reasons, Gu Chen would not make such a request. As a close friend, he would naturally do everything in his power to help. Since we must kill him, he pondered, we must ensure absolute certainty. Ming Xian and Lu Zhen are also dissatisfied with Lingya. I have a good relationship with them, so why not? Very well. Gu Chen nodded. You may contact them. The more, the better. He was straightforward, yet not inflexible. Now, he has confirmed his relationship with Lingya and has, for the first time, comprehended the terrifying nature of Lingya's methods. If one were to suggest that the other party had not left behind any contingency plans, he would not believe it for a moment. Naturally, he would no longer entertain thoughts of a one-on-one, fair confrontation that would not be righteous but rather foolish. At any cost, eliminate Lingya. With this thought, he abruptly rose, a surge of domineering energy cascading down, dispersing the sea of clouds and revealing the unfathomable abyss below. A glance revealed an expanse of impenetrable darkness, where amidst the endless obscurity, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him, eerie and inscrutable. Much like Lingya's tactics. In the small town, Gu Han had returned for half a day and had learned of Gu Chen's whereabouts. He and Qian Yi immediately deduced the true intentions of the opponent. Not foolish at all, Qian Yi remarked. He even knows to seek assistance. I thought he would be overly confident and choose to confront alone, offering his head to Lingya. Gu Zhongzhu is honorable and forthright. Gu Han contemplated for a moment, realizing that he was not a narrow-minded individual, somewhat akin to his former senior brother. Indeed, mentioning Yuan Zhengyang, Qian Yi naturally extolled his virtues, upright yet adaptable, seemingly dull but actually possessing great inner depth. It was likely that back in the day, Yuan Zhengyang recognized this trait, which is why he offered guidance. Such a person ought to be cherished. But I digress. Unintentionally, he spoke too freely. In truth, he felt that compared to Gu Chun and Yuan Zhengyang, Lingya posed the most formidable challenge. Initially, I believed him to be merely an ordinary figure in the carefree realm. Little did I expect that he had acquired the possessions of the true monarch of 7 evils. Judging by his strategies and schemes, this person undoubtedly has a significant background. Not to mention, even among the great domains, with his cunning and intellect, he would certainly be a formidable leader. Qian Yi, Gu Han suddenly inquired. Do you think if Lingya's plot succeeds and he ascends to the celestial realm, he would remain here? Naturally not. Qian Yi shook his head, asserting that the so-called 7 Realms Alliance is but a trifling territory. With his temperament, how could he possibly condescend to dwell here? Indeed, Gu Han sighed. If he were to leave, finding him again would become exceedingly difficult. The vast void stretches endlessly. Just considering the distance between the Southern Sky Realm and the ancient Song Realm, setting aside the gates between realms, there lies an immeasurable chasm. Not to mention even larger domains. At that time, even if he were to attain great cultivation, seeking the other would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Do not worry, Qian Yi reassured, no matter how meticulous Lingya's calculations. He ultimately cannot foresee you or me. Now that Gu Chun has made preparations, coupled with that girl surnamed Long, does he still think he can ascend to the celestial realm in one fell swoop? It's utterly laughable. As for Lung Yushu, specifically regarding her 9 apertures exquisite body, he harbored an almost obsessive confidence. After all, he had loved, suffered, and hated. To the Southern Sky Realm, Gu Han promptly stood, reasoning that with her intelligence, if successful, she would surely leave me a clue. Initially, he intended to wait for Yuan Zhengyang's return, but now he could not afford to delay. Just as he stepped into the outer chamber, he encountered someone head-on. Master Mei. After several months apart, he appeared more spirited, shedding much of the timorous demeanor that once cloaked him, and his face was adorned with newfound confidence. Gu Han, at long last I see you, Mei Yun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Regardless of his darkening nature, he maintained a profound fondness for Gu Han, a sentiment rooted in the simple fact that Gu Han had once chosen him as his mentor. For most, the slightest recognition received in moments of vulnerability and despair is a memory cherished for a lifetime, and Mei Yun was no exception. In a flurry of questions, he grasped Gu Han's arm, sharing a wealth of information. For instance, he had begun to gain preliminary control over his abilities. Furthermore, prior to the calamity, Han Fu had received guidance from the enigmatic Tian Nan, enabling him to escape to the eastern wasteland and preserve his life. However, out of fear of Mei Yun, he stubbornly refused to return. A hint of sadness crept into Mei Yun's voice as he pondered this. The old Tian Nan, despite his peculiar temperament, was indeed a decent person. He had successfully guided Han to safety, so why had he not escaped himself? Gu Han felt a stirring within. He surmised that given Tian Nan's nature, it was implausible that he would remain passive if he had foreseen the impending catastrophe. Had he truly perished? Was this the essence of Mei Yun? Just as he was lost in thought, Qian Yi unexpectedly spoke. Seemingly unremarkable, he was surprisingly connected to the underworld clan, which was quite unexpected. Gu Han reflected. It seemed only Asha and Ji Yi could discern the extraordinary nature of Mei Yun. Asha possessed the eye of broken illusions, while Zhong Ming was born with the rare twin eyes, both remarkably unique. This seemed less related to cultivation and more tied to certain extraordinary abilities. Let us not forget, Qian Yi reminded, the one who knows him best is still his master, whose grave grass grows several feet high. Gu Han mused, were it not for Mei Yun's solemn oath, he might have believed that old man was an unparalleled sage beyond the mundane world. By the way, Qian Yi contemplated, why not let him try that thing? What? Gu Han inquired, intrigued. The 9 fragmented underworld incantations. Underworld incantations? Gu Han felt a surge of interest. For him, these incantations had little significance beyond compelling others to swear oaths while scavenging, but for Mei Yun, it was an entirely different matter. Mei teacher, allow me to present you with a token of our reunion. Thank you, Gu Han, Mei Yun replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Rarely, aside from my master, has anyone cared for me as you do. You surpassed that wretched fat man by 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. For the first time, Gu Han felt a pang of guilt, prompting introspection. Had his own standards, perhaps unconsciously, been diminished by the fat man? Should he truly attempt to sever ties with him? Amidst his reflections, he multitasked, handing the underworld incantations to Mei Yun. Instinctively, Mei Yun began to recite the incantation. In truth, the underworld incantation was not particularly difficult. It comprised a series of peculiar and convoluted syllables. Upon completion, it would summon a fragment of the ancient curse's power that lingered in the ether. However, the effect of Mei Yun's recitation was wholly distinct from that of Lung Yushu. As soon as he commenced, Gu Han felt an indescribable, ancient malevolent force, seemingly existent yet elusive, coalesce around Mei Yun, akin to a living entity, imbued with profound malice and gradually encroaching upon him. In an instant, he retreated a considerable distance. Despite his current cultivation, he dared not entangle himself with this curse in the slightest. Indeed, Qian Yi was elated. He was undoubtedly connected to the underworld clan. This curse could only reach its zenith of potency in his hands. While speaking, Mei Yun had already recited the 9 fragmented underworld curses one by one. Immediately, the small courtyard was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, saturated with this indescribable malevolent curse power, compelling Gu Han to retreat further. Not far away, within another courtyard, a group was assisting Yun Fan in refining the dragon mirror, and upon sensing the unusual occurrences, they hurried over. However, the first to arrive were Zhongming and Xiaohe. Woof! The dog barked furiously, baring its teeth, yet dared not approach even a fraction closer. It too exhibited a hint of trepidation. Bang! Radiant colors erupted from Zhongming. His pupils split in two as he bellowed. I have always asserted that he is not human. To others, this might seem an insult. Yet to Qian Yi, it bore a different significance. He was right. This Mei Yun might genuinely not belong to the human race. Could he be of the underworld clan? Gu Han furrowed his brow, yet it didn't quite align. The appearance of the underworld clan was entirely different from that of humans. It was difficult to ascertain. Qian Yi hesitated, stating, his appearance and abilities resemble those of an underworld member donning human skin. Had it been in the past, Gu Han would have dismissed this notion outright. However, with his enhanced cultivation, broadened experiences, and the constant insights from the well-versed demon Lord Qian Yi, his perspective had undoubtedly expanded beyond that of an ordinary individual. Though this speculation seemed somewhat ludicrous, he believed it to a significant extent. The curse's power arrived rapidly and dissipated just as swiftly. Before long, it vanished without a trace. Yet, it did not dissipate entirely. Rather, it was absorbed wholly into Mei Yun's body. As a bizarre and intricate rune flickered upon his forehead, he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Mei instructor. Gu Han exhaled in relief. How do you feel? Mei Yun blinked and responded, echoing his past demeanor. Not bad? The others remarked in unison, it seems so. However, Mei Yun's brow furrowed once more, as if contemplating something. I have gained some new abilities. What abilities? To curse others. Hiss. Not only Gu Han, but everyone collectively inhaled sharply. They understood all too well what this entailed. For the first time, Mei Yun was not passively influencing others, but could actively engage, purposefully and selectively maximizing his own abilities. It was indeed terrifying. I wish to test it. Mei Yun appeared somewhat bashful. I believe I can still control it. As he spoke, he cast his gaze upon the others, eager to try. Instinctively, except for the War King and Zhongming, the rest of the group subconsciously took a step back. Even the dog retreated. Very well. Gu Han was equally curious about how Mei Yun's newly evolved ability differed from that of the underworld clan. Yun Fan, he scanned the surroundings. He instantly fixed his gaze on one person and gently said, come here. Brother Gu. The battered Yun Fan nearly burst into tears. I was wrong. With a swift kick, the War King, expressionless, sent him sprawling before Mei Yun and coldly remarked, a dignified man of 7 feet, reduced to such a cowardly state. What kind of decorum is this? Mr. Mei can curse you, but he can also lift the curse. Have you forgotten? Mr. Mei. Yun Fan's voice trembled. Please be gentle. Rest assured. Mei Yun patted his chest confidently. I know my limits. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and the strange rune on his brow reappeared. Chanting softly, he declared, I curse you to stumble. The crowd stared in confusion. Yun Fan was perplexed as well. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Mei Yun's fingertip landed on Yun Fan's forehead, and a chilling breath, finer than a strand of hair, penetrated into his brow. Gu Han, standing nearby, sensed a slight anomaly, while the others remained oblivious. Instead, Zhongming laughed coldly. What a sinister path. The target was not Mei Yun but rather the curse's power, which represented the underworld clan. Although nearly depleted, certain instincts etched in the bones remained unchanged. No matter how many years passed, these innate sacred clans remained his sworn enemies. Well, how do you feel? Guhan fixed his gaze on Yun Fan, inquiring, any sensations? A bit chilly, Yun Fan pondered. Aside from a shiver when the curse entered, he felt no other oddity. Mr. Mei, he scratched his head, this curse seems ineffective. I feel perfectly fine. Take a few steps, Mei Yun confidently encouraged. All right. Yun Fan, being carefree, was unperturbed by the suggestion and promptly lifted his foot to walk. Yet, before he could take a step, his complexion turned pale. Suddenly feeling his internal energy spiraling out of control, his breath became chaotic, and with a thud, he fell face down. The crowd exchanged knowing glances. Does this seem familiar? Zhao Shennu blinked and asked. Too familiar. They all nodded in agreement. Yun Fan's appearance mirrored Guhan's state after being cursed years ago when he would occasionally spit blood. Guhan was left speechless. Mei's teachings are formidable. He understood the implications more deeply than others. Though aimed at Yun Fan, Mei Yun bore no malice. He was merely testing his abilities, resulting in this comical outcome. Yet, what if the target were a true enemy? It would cease to be amusing and become a matter of life and death. What a pity. Qian Yi observed with more clarity than him, feeling regretful. Given some time, perhaps he could have directly cursed Lingya to death. Not worth forcing it. Guhan was quite at ease. To curse someone in the Xianyao realm, given Mei Yun's current ability, was indeed far from sufficient. After a brief chat, he expressed his intentions to the crowd, also preparing to persuade Gu Tian to stay. During this time, Gu Tian had isolated himself in a secluded courtyard. Fearing he could not control his increasingly surging demonic nature and might inadvertently harm others. Even though he was aware of Guhan's plans, as the moment of parting approached, everyone still felt a tinge of reluctance. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Mei Yun called out to him with a serious expression, saying, Guhan, I will give you a parting gift in return for the greeting gift you gave me. A parting gift? Just wait. As she spoke, Mei Yun began to recite the 9 great curses once more. In an instant, the small courtyard was once again filled with the power of the curse. With a swift motion, Guhan grabbed Yun Fan and dashed out. He could not withstand this curse. Brother Gu, Yun Fan, disoriented and pleading, said, Please spare me. Learn from the fatty. Guhan was slightly displeased, exclaiming, You possess the dragon mirror for protection and unparalleled defense. How can you not endure a little bump and bruise? Yun Fan felt like crying without tears. He found Guhan to be far more terrifying than Mei Yun's curse. At that moment, a light exclamation was heard, and Mei Yun's face had turned a deep crimson. The strange rune on her forehead was clearer than ever. Under the illumination of the rune, the power of the curse in the courtyard instantly contracted, transforming into an identical rune, which she then wrapped in her spiritual energy and shakily handed to Guhan. Take it. My student cannot be bullied when out in the world. Whoever dares to provoke you, use this curse to bring them to ruin. After managing to utter those words, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Guhan felt a pang of heartache, a pang of conscience. Volume 1, Chapter 699, Good. Great good. Mei Yun fainted. The one most flustered was the War King, relying on Mei Yun for the curse within the dragon's seal. He naturally could not allow her to encounter any mishap and hurried over to check on her. Guhan, being more decisive, directly fed Mei Yun a sacred herb. In his understanding, nothing could rival the sacred herb when it came to healing. Upon ingestion, the effect was immediate. Mei Yun suddenly opened her eyes, her complexion flushed, and her aura extremely unstable. I need to enter seclusion. Preoccupied with concern, she had not sustained any injuries but was merely exhausted. As she spoke, she rushed towards a quiet chamber. Mei Yun, the War King closely followed, saying, I will assist you. To Guhan, the potency of the sacred herb was trivial. Yet for Mei Yun's current cultivation level, it was nearly unbearable, posing a risk of being overwhelmed if not assisted. Guhan, remember, whoever provokes you, curse them to death. As she ran, Mei Yun did not forget to give her instructions. Guhan felt touched and amused, carefully holding the cursed rune in his hand. Indeed, Qian Yi once again confirmed his suspicions. There must be a significant connection between her and the Nether clan. This rune was forged from Mei Yun's exhaustion, containing such potent curse energy that even Guhan dared not let it touch him. Yet, Mei Yun seemed to possess an innate ability to suppress the rune with her meager spiritual power. After putting away the rune, Guhan recalled something else and turned to Shui Yu, asking, Miss Shui, how is the esteemed Dr. Shui? Regardless of how many times she faced Guhan, Shuiyu would always blush, softly replying, "Grandfather is doing very well." Qianyi sighed, reflecting on the matter. This one is good-natured and possesses remarkable musical talent. Guhan, have you truly given this any thought? Guhan remained unresponsive. He recounted his encounter with the ghost doctor to Shuiyu. The fate of the ghost doctor could hardly be deemed favorable. Although Shuiyu had never met him, she was acutely aware of Shui Mao's deep reverence for this mentor. Upon hearing the news, her eyes turned red with sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Guhan handed the token to Shuiyu, saying, "This is a relic of the esteemed ghost doctor. When he arrives, please pass it along to him on my behalf." To his surprise, Shuiyu refused to accept it. Clearly, despite the few words left by the ghost doctor in his final moments, his intent was unmistakable. The token was meant for Guhan, not for Shui Mao. If grandfather were to know. Seeing Guhan's insistence, she added, he would not accept it either. Reluctantly, Guhan kept it for the time being. The ghost doctor, Hmph Yuan, and the Tian Nan camp. He sensed a monumental secret lay hidden within, yet the clues were frustratingly scarce, as if a thick fog obscured the truth from his view. Qianyi, he sighed, have you heard of the Xian realm? I have not. Now is not the time for levity. Qianyi, naturally, was serious. He had some knowledge of the Tian Nan camp from years past, and upon hearing Guhan's explanation, he frowned. However, my ignorance does not imply their non-existence. Within the void, myriad powers exist, scattered far and wide. Even I cannot claim to know them all. He pondered, uncertain if that person had ultimately triumphed. Guhan sighed again. Logically, the existence of the ghost doctor and this token suggested a high probability that the Xian realm still thrived. The individual from back then must have succeeded. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the situation was riddled with inconsistencies, far from straightforward. Regrettably, he thought, if only the ghost doctor had spoken more before his passing. I am indeed curious, Qianyi continued, about the connection between that mysterious figure and you. Does it matter? Guhan replied. It does. Qianyi insisted earnestly. What if that person is your biological father? Guhan suppressed the urge to strike him. Who it is does not matter, he stated solemnly. Qianyi, as you mentioned, they have guarded for millions of years. If the outcome is ultimately unfavorable, what kind of despair would that entail? Imagining the scenario, should he invest endless time and endure countless perils to gather the key fragments, only to discover that the flower Qianyi spoke of was nowhere to be found? He would not only be filled with despair, but also driven to madness. Qianyi fell silent. Even if those obsessions had faded, such an outcome would indeed be cruel. Suppressing his troubled thoughts, Guhan earnestly admonished the others, emphasizing the utmost importance of refraining from involvement in the conflicts between the realms. Given their current strength, they would only serve as fodder, with no other outcome likely. Previously, upon learning that Zhuang and Yu Miao had accompanied Ji Wuyo to Lingyun City, he was deeply concerned and had sought out Ji Wuyo to ensure that the two would not be entangled in this chaotic turmoil. Naturally, Ji Wuyo had assured him with a resounding promise. In the southern sky realm, within Lingyun City, as Zhuang, burdened with a large black pot and a dagger at his waist, approached, Gengji could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Ji Wuyo and said, President, allow me to introduce this gentleman. Ji Wuyo smiled and replied, This is Mr. Zhua, a senior of Guhan. And this is Miss Yu, his senior sister. By the way, he added with a solemn tone, both Mr. Zhua and Miss Yu are remarkable individuals. Truly rare in this world, we must not treat them lightly. Gengji felt utterly bewildered. The chef had truly arrived. This thought consumed his mind. By the way, Ji Wuyo could not suppress his curiosity. How is my fish dragon? Previously in the small town, Zhuang had indeed not prepared the fish dragon for him, but rather a selection of the finest ingredients he had gathered over the years. Yet, in comparison to the fish dragon, they were still quite lacking. With you absent, they have been in much better spirits and have plumped up considerably, Gengji instinctively remarked. Is that so? Ji Wuyo's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. As he spoke, he turned to Zhuang and Miss Yu, inviting them to proceed. Just as they were about to depart, they noticed two figures approaching from a distance. One was a vibrant beauty, resplendently captivating, Xiaoro. The other, however, bore a pallid countenance and trembled as he walked, Emo's son. Upon seeing the group, they hurriedly bowed in respect. This only added to Gengji's confusion. The last time he had seen Emo's son was merely half a month ago, and now he appeared to have lost even more weight. Soon enough, Zhuiyang and Yu Miao discerned the relationship between Mo Sun and Gu Han and learned that Mo Sun's relentless efforts were merely in response to a casual remark from Gu Han. My junior brother is truly reckless. Zhuiyang shook his head in disapproval. Indeed, Yu Miao furrowed her delicate brows. Upon realizing their identities, Mo Sun became even more respectful and quickly remarked, "It is of no concern. For the sake of my predecessor's wishes, I would not hesitate to meet any fate." Faced with the mess left by Gu Han, Zhuiyang could not stand idly by. After inquiring about Mo Sun's residence, he resolved to provide ample nourishment during this period. Subsequently, urged by Ji Wuyo, the three entered a small courtyard and beheld 3 fish dragons swimming joyfully. However, upon seeing Ji Wuyo, particularly Zhuiyang's attire, they became dejected once more. Mr. Zhua, Ji Wuyo could no longer contain his excitement and pointed at the fish dragons. "What do you think of these ingredients?" "Excellent." Zhuiyang's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he swiftly drew forth his dagger, immediately proposing a culinary plan: 1 steamed, 1 braised, and 1 prepared as a soup. "Splendid." Ji Wuyo laughed heartily. "Truly splendid." "Oh, the poor fish dragons," Yu Miao sighed softly, swallowing hard. As the first volume reached its 700th chapter, they prepared to return to the southern realm. In the ancient Song realm, within the small town, having given his instructions, Gu Han promptly departed for Gu Tian's small courtyard. Observing this, the others also began to leave. Yun Fan appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "Don't go. Don't leave me all alone." However, neither Remy nor Guzi paid him any heed. Yin Qianjue and Lord Luo Hung expressed their inability to assist. "Hmph." Goddess Zhao rolled her eyes beautifully, lifted her chin proudly, and strode away, pulling Shuiyu along with her. "Young prince." Only Yin Qi, with his innocent nature, encouraged, "Do not fear. You can do it." "Right." Yun Fan, filled with determination, declared. "What is there to be afraid of? It's merely falling down. With the dragon mirror by my side, my defense is second only to Brother Yulin. A few minor tumbles cannot defeat me." As he spoke, he took a bold step forward. Plop. Once again, he landed face down. Nevertheless, due to his tenacious spirit, even after stumbling every 3 steps or falling every 5, he bravely pressed on, covering a considerable distance. Soon, the panicked voice of the ancestral elder from the Shi family echoed from afar. "Oh dear, young prince, why such a grand display? You are exhausting this old man. It cannot be allowed." Yin Qi. A quarter of an hour later, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, soared out of the small town, heading towards the boundary gate. Gu Han, alongside Ji and Guzi, had concocted a tale to Gu Tian, claiming he was off to handle trivial matters in the southern realm, assuring him he would return within 3 months and advising him to wait there. Initially, he had wished for Chongming and Xiaohe to remain, but Chongming resolutely refused. Naturally, Ji followed along with Guzi. The journey was surprisingly calm. At that moment, the cultivators of the ancient Song realm, upon seeing him, would rather detour than risk provoking him. Stepping once again onto the ancient path, Gu Han experienced a renewed sense of insignificance. In comparison to the vast emptiness, he felt as minute as a speck of dust. "Do not speak of you." Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Qian Yi remarked, "Even the great Kuan, in comparison to this void, is merely a drop in the ocean, utterly insignificant." "What exactly is the Kuan?" Gu Han inquired, curiosity piqued. After only hearing half of the tale last time, he felt quite unsettled. "I have not seen it myself," Qian Yi continued, not withholding this time, "but the records about it are scarce. It is said that the Kuan resembles neither fish nor fowl, its size unknown, and it feeds on realms." "Feeds on realms?" Gu Han gasped in astonishment. "Master Ji." He turned to Chongming. "Have you ever heard of the great Kuan?" "Kuan?" Chongming blinked. "What is that?" Gu Han described it in detail. Upon hearing, a flicker of confusion crossed Chongming's eyes as he fell into deep thought, murmuring, "Very large, indeed." Qian Yi was taken aback. Could it be that this chicken knows? "Master Ji." Gu Han had not expected that a casual inquiry might yield genuine insight. "Do you truly know?" "I do not." Chongming's eyes regained clarity as he shook his head, "But I suddenly recalled a very large creature that once bullied Master Ji." "Who?" Chongming pondered deeply. "Stinky fish?" "Gu Han." "Qian Yi woof." Guzi exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he began to search around. "Fish? Were there any fish? If it were anyone else, they would surely dismiss Chongming's ramblings as nonsense, paying no heed." Yet Gu Han understood. The small worm seemed to represent the ancestral dragon. The small bird appeared to symbolize the primordial phoenix, and the stinky fish. Guhan strongly suspected that even if it was not the true Great Kuan, it was undoubtedly related. However, no matter how he inquired, Chongming could only recall so little. Indeed, Jie proved to be unreliable. He sighed. Qinya pondered, referring to the ancestral dragon as a little worm and the primordial phoenix as a little bird. What about himself? Guhan contemplated a little chick? Qinya. Returning once more to the southern heavenly realm, Guhan noticed that the elder from Feiyun's sect was absent. Along the way, he encountered very few cultivators, each bearing expressions of concern, seemingly troubled by the impending battle. For reasons unknown, he felt that the southern heavenly realm had taken on an unsettling aura, as if imbued with an extra measure of malevolence. Strange. Chongming also sensed something amiss, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Woof! The dog barked furiously, equally irritable. At that moment, shadows began to emerge from the distance, led by a cultivator in the Ascension realm accompanied by 2 from the Sacred realm, followed closely by nearly 100 others, all wearing expressions of despair. Guhan initially paid them no heed, but soon recognized 3 familiar figures among the crowd. Qingqing and his 2 disciples. Chongming was also taken aback. Wasn't he this the scavenger? I shall take a look. Without hesitation, Guhan swiftly approached the group, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that these nearly 100 individuals seemed to be suppressed in their cultivation, with the highest barely at the initial stage of the Sacred realm. Senior. Upon seeing Guhan, Qingqing and his 2 disciples trembled with excitement, crying out for help. You 3 have been quite unfortunate, Guhan remarked, utterly speechless. The first time they met, this master and his disciples were cornered. The second time, they were outright captured. The 3 wished to weep, for their luck had indeed been rather poor of late. Who are you? The Ascension realm leader, seemingly recognizing Guhan as formidable, spoke in a low voice. I am an elder from Feiyun's sect. If you wish to meddle, you should consider your own standing. Is that so? Upon hearing the name of Feiyun's sect, Guhan smiled, introducing himself. I am Guhan. Qingqing and the others were taken aback. Has the senior changed his name? What Guhan? Li Han. The Ascension realm cultivator, visibly impatient, stepped aside, warning, otherwise you will meet a grim fate. Guhan was momentarily stunned, realizing that after the battle outside the ruins, there were scarcely any survivors, and his identity was known to very few. Allow me to rephrase. He chuckled, merely an unremarkable individual. Fu Yulin is also me. What? Instantly, the group was aghast, their scalps tingling with fear. In recent times, the name Fu Yulin had become infamous and notorious, almost a nightmare for all. At that moment, Chongming and the little black dog fluttered over, casting sideways glances at the crowd. Chicken, dog, names, all matched. You. The Ascension realm cultivator struggled to suppress his fear, stammering. You are Fu Yulin. What of it? You have delayed the master's important affairs. You shall pay, master. Guhan furrowed his brow. Lingya, you are doomed. The man's expression brightened. For you directly called the master's name. Yupht. Before he could finish his words, a trace of sword intent descended, and he instantly erupted into a mist of crimson. Hiss. Whether it was the few from the Flying Cloud sect or those captured behind them, all gasped in shock. The reputation of Fu Yulin paled in comparison to the reality. He was indeed brutal. Speak, Guhan said expressionlessly, directing his gaze toward a Sacred realm cultivator. I find myself most intrigued by this significant matter. In the eyes of the onlookers, Guhan, no, Fu Yulin, was so ferocious, with his minions lurking ominously, that the Sacred realm cultivator was instantly paralyzed with fear, divulging everything he knew. Half a month prior, shortly after Guhan departed from the southern heavenly realm, Lingya sought out the sect master Pan Fu of the Flying Cloud sect, seemingly to convey certain instructions. Subsequently, Pan Fu ordered the capture of those rootless loose cultivators and individuals from insignificant forces. In the span of 2 weeks, over 50,000 had been apprehended, led away by the sect leader and elders to unknown fates. Typically, when they departed with 1,000, only 1 would return. The fate of those individuals need not be elaborated upon. Meanwhile, 100,000 miles east of the Flying Cloud sect, in a rarely trodden narrow valley, for figures hovered in the air, silently observing nearly 1,000 cultivators below, bound by restraints, their faces etched with terror, unable to utter a word. That is sufficient, spoke a gaunt elder, standing at 5 feet tall. Let us commence. Yes. Beside him, a middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, then exchanged glances with the other three, shifting to various positions. With swift gestures, they formed intricate seals, each casting a unique spell. These figures were none other than the sect master and elders of the Flying Cloud sect. In an instant, the seals were complete. They called out in unison, and the spells descended, activating an exceedingly intricate barrier within the valley, spanning 100 feet. The barrier trembled for an instant before emanating a jade-like radiance, enveloping those cultivators. In an instant, anguished screams echoed throughout the valley. Visibly, the forms of these individuals withered rapidly, as strands of their vital essence were extracted by the barrier, drawn into itself. Before long, they were all dead, their ends grotesquely tragic. Correspondingly, the barrier transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Soon after, the bloodlight retracted, vanishing into the earth. Enough, Hmph sighed in relief. The 54th barrier has been established. The task assigned by the higher-ups is complete. Master. The sect master of the Flying Cloud sect hesitated. Each barrier requires the essence of 999 lives. Will our actions not have consequences? What consequences? Hmph scoffed. They are merely the lives of loose cultivators and insignificant forces. Their deaths will not alter the power dynamics of the southern heavenly realm. Now that the barrier is complete, when the people from the ancient Song realm arrive, they shall know the true severity. And you, old man, await our next encounter. I shall exact my revenge. Boom. As the words fell, the atmosphere trembled, with a sweeping motion of his large sleeves. The bodies of nearly 1,000 individuals were instantly reduced to dust, scattering with the wind, leaving no trace of abnormality in the surroundings. However, the aura of malevolence had intensified slightly. In the Yuan Demon Hall, situated tens of thousands of miles to the west, the Hall Master, Xuantian, was engaged in establishing forbidden laws alongside a few trusted confidants. One elder, reveling in the anguished cries of the cultivators below, remarked with a gleeful expression, "Master, the forbidden law bestowed upon us is indeed extraordinary. When the people from the ancient Song realm arrive, even if we are outmatched, this law will ensure our invincibility and grant us a significant advantage." As he spoke, a flash of bloodlight flickered across the formation before retreating into concealment. "Success!" exclaimed an elder, exhilarated. "The 54th forbidden law has been accomplished." "Excellent," Xuantian declared, his gaze fixed upon the hidden formation, his voice laced with hatred. "The soul-devouring bloodban is not only aimed at the ancient Song realm, but also at Yuan Zhengyang, who dares to deceive me. This time, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your Xuantian Sword Sect, particularly that Fu Yuan." The Hall Master pondered for a moment, recognizing that Yuan Zhengyang was a formidable figure, arguably the strongest below the immortal realm, serving as the backbone against the ancient Song realm. Xuantian scoffed. "Yuan Zhengyang harbors ulterior motives. Allowing him to remain is a perilous gamble." The Master's intent echoes this sentiment. Understanding the gravity of the forthcoming battle, Xuantian did not conceal his ambitions from his inner circle. This was a golden opportunity for a grand reshuffling of power across the realms. Seizing this chance would propel the Yuan Demon Hall to unprecedented heights. Immortal realm? The lord of a realm? Others may do so, why should I not? Go. He commanded coldly. Continue capturing more people. Master, the elder hesitated. Isn't the forbidden law complete? Xuantian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the law is complete. But the first Hall Master requires many more souls for resurrection. For ages, the Yuan Demon Hall harbored a secret. Thousands of years prior, the inaugural Hall Master, renowned alongside the revered Kuan Ling, had been thought to have exhausted his lifespan and departed from the mortal realm. Yet, only the successive Hall Masters and their closest confidants knew that while his life had indeed waned, he had not perished. In secret, he had utilized an unparalleled arcane method to transform his essence, achieving the form of a shadow demon, remaining in slumber until now. Throughout the years, he had been regarded as the ultimate foundation of the Yuan Demon Hall. The elder hesitated. Might this action provoke the Master's displeasure? You fail to comprehend him. Xuantian derided. You, I, the Yuan Demon Hall, and even the entire Southern Sky realm could perish without him batting an eyelash. As long as we fulfill his directives, we shall act as we please. He is a shadow demon. With unwavering confidence, he declared that ordinary techniques and divine powers would not harm him in the slightest. In this battle, The Yuan Demon Hall shall undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor. In his words, it seemed he could already envision the first hall master, in his shadow demon form, unleashing his formidable might. What, after all, was Lingya plotting? Upon hearing the cultivator's account, Gu Han furrowed his brow deeply. Lingya was an individual driven by the utmost pragmatism. If necessary, he could extinguish the lives of beings across the 7 realms without so much as a blink. Yet, if it were not required, he would not take a single life. Something felt amiss. Qianyi pondered, realizing that he must be preparing for something significant. Though this individual knew far too little, perhaps you should seek out that dwarf for answers? The dwarf, of course, referred to Pan Fu. Gu Han remarked. Does he truly disregard others in the realm of tranquility? Enough of this. He quickly resolved to return to the Xuantian sect and see if he could have a chance encounter with her. She must possess some crucial knowledge. The Xuantian sect was sparsely populated. With Gu Han and his companions' departure, the sect grew increasingly desolate and forlorn. Outside the mountain gate, following the provocation from Gu Han, several newly initiated disciples diligently honed their skills beneath the towering sword, their efforts earnest and sincere. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared silently at a short distance from the mountain gate: Su Man, Ding Lan, and Lung Yushu. Senior sister, Lung Yushu timidly said. If Master were to find out. Do not worry, Su Man reassured her. Master is not present. Indeed. Ding Lan frowned. Do you not wish to avenge the 3rd senior brother? Upon hearing this, Lung Yushu's eyes reddened. I truly do wish to. Not long ago, Lingya had departed once more, prompting Ding Lan and her companion to bring Lung Yushu along to confront Gu Han. Of course, while the 2 women led the charge outwardly, it was Lung Yushu's few words that stirred their resolve. She too longed to see Gu Han. Who are you? The newcomers, unfamiliar with the 3 women, paused in surprise. I am Lung Yushu, she instinctively responded. My master is the revered Lingya. And these are my senior sisters. The expressions of the 2 women darkened. Useless. You cannot even provoke him. Seeing their disdainful gazes, Lung Yushu clenched her teeth, summoned her courage and feigned ferocity, declaring, I have come to challenge Gu Han. Chapter 702, The Demon Puppet. With a plan forming in his mind, Gu Han was disinclined to linger further. He turned to the 2 saint-level cultivators and said, Indeed, you have been quite cooperative. Please convey my regards to your master. Yes. Yes. They replied, though inwardly they cursed, adhering to Pan Fu's consistent mannerisms. Wait, when we meet again, I shall repay this grievance. Just as this thought crossed their minds, 2 flashes of sword intent suddenly pierced through the air, and their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Forget it, Gu Han remarked expressionlessly. I shall not trouble you further. With that, he effortlessly collected 3 storage rings, including the one from the recently deceased Yu Hua realm cultivator. The hound had not claimed them, finding them beneath its interest. Chen Xing and his 3 disciples exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that in merely a few months, their elder's skills had grown even more refined. Witnessing Gu Han's ruthlessness, over 100 individuals scattered in alarm, leaving only the 4 disciples and a seemingly honest wandering cultivator behind. Thank you, esteemed elder. Though the man trembled in fear of Gu Han, he still bowed respectfully before timidly preparing to leave. Wait, Gu Han called out, causing the man to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. Like Hmo's son, Chen Xing is also one of the few honest and sincere individuals in the Tian Nan realm. He is indifferent to the life and death of others, yet he does not mind lending a helping hand to his disciples. As war looms between the 2 realms, given your cultivation levels, you would merely serve as cannon fodder. It is advisable to seek refuge in Lingyun City for the time being. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing hesitated, ultimately summarizing his predicament in 5 words, too poor to afford it. The peculiar regulations of Lingyun City are such that everyone desires its protection. Yet the meager resources of a wandering cultivator are insufficient to last even a few days. Although Gu Han had previously bestowed upon him a substantial amount of resources, his habitual frugality, coupled with the necessity of relying on these resources for future cultivation, made him unwilling to waste even a single bit. Monetary compensation? What sort of compensation? Gu Han replied nonchalantly, just mention my name when you arrive. The president will grant you this favor, allowing you to stay as long as you wish. He paused momentarily before adding, when you mention my name, do not bring up Fuyuan. Chen Xing was bewildered, yet understood that Gu Han's background and identity were far more mysterious and formidable than he had imagined. eliciting a deep sense of gratitude. Furthermore, his 3 disciples had already begun to regard Gu Han as a deity. Years later, influenced by their experiences, they would elevate Gu Han's methods of fishing and scavenging, earning him considerable fame and even a multitude of disciples, with Gu Han himself revered as their ancestral master. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Just then, Gu Han glanced at the one cultivator who had bowed in respect and contemplated. "If you wish to accompany us, you may." The individual was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowing and expressing thanks, nearly prostrating in gratitude. He understood that while others had narrowly escaped with their lives, the impending war could spell doom for them all. With the protection of Lingyun City, he no longer had to worry about his safety. In a split-second decision, 2 entirely different outcomes were forged. Woof! Upon hearing that they were heading to Lingyun City, the dog was thrilled and eagerly volunteered to lead the way. However, Zhong Ming, concerned about its exuberance, chose to accompany it personally. Gu Han had no objections. Just as they were about to depart, Zhong Ming suddenly called out, "There is one very important matter." "What is it?" "Bring back that tablet from Master Ji." Gu Han replied, "At the Xuantian Sect, outside the mountain gate." Upon hearing Lung Yushu announce her name, several disciples of the Xuantian Sect immediately recognized her identity. However, even though they knew she had come seeking trouble, the notion of fighting felt utterly devoid of potency. For a moment, they exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. "Miss Lung," one of them pondered, clasping his hands respectfully yet assertively, "the ancestor is not currently in the sect." "What?" Lung Yushu was taken aback. "He is not here?" Instantly, her hard-won courage dissipated completely, and she dejectedly said, "Then I shall return another time." The individual deliberated, uncertain how to respond. "Shall we not escort you?" "No need for that," Lung Yushu replied earnestly. Beside her, the 2 women nearly spat blood in exasperation. "In my heart, I unexpectedly began to harbor grievances against Lingya. Why did he take that fool, Lung Yushu, as his disciple?" "Junior sister." Su Man's expression darkened. "We are here to seek justice for junior brother Mu." "Indeed," Ding Lan sneered coldly. "Even in his absence, this cannot simply be overlooked." "Oh." Suddenly, a faint voice descended from above. "What do you intend to do?" Accompanied by the voice, a figure gracefully landed outside the mountain gate. It was Gu Han, old ancestor. Several disciples of the Xuantian sect looked delighted and hurriedly bowed, recounting Lung Yushu's earlier words. With a wave of his hand, Gu Han dismissed them. His gaze swept over Su Man and Ding Lan, and an overwhelming killing intent surged within him. Initially, the 2 women had been taken by his elegant demeanor and striking appearance, which exuded a deep and restrained charm, causing their vengeful thoughts to wane. Yet, under Gu Han's gaze, they felt an icy chill run from head to toe, and any unusual thoughts vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lung Yushu suddenly spoke. "If you wish for them to die, a mere thought from me can take their lives, but not at this moment." She spoke audibly, ensuring the 2 women heard her clearly. "Junior sister." Su Man's expression darkened. "Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you in league with him?" Ding Lan was equally furious. "If Master finds out, you will not be spared." Gu Han felt a stir within him. "Do you still not understand?" Qian Yi chuckled coldly. "They are no longer who they once were." As you can see, Lung Yushu disregarded their inquiries, her expression devoid of emotion. "They are now my demonic puppets. Of course, my puppets do not only include these 2. There is another whom I did not bring out." As she spoke, a glint of dark light flickered in her eyes. In an instant, the 2 women were stunned, their expressions entirely erased, standing like puppets behind her, motionless. "Kneel," Lung Yushu commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 women knelt down, obedient as marionettes. With a mere word, Lung Yushu glanced at Gu Han. "They will perish before you, and they will execute any method of death you can conceive without a moment's hesitation." Gu Han remained silent. This was the first time he had witnessed the terrifying effects of the Dao Heart Demon Seed. However, the most terrifying aspect was still Lung Yushu. "I do not comprehend." He inhaled deeply. "In less than a month, they are too foolish." As if sensing his unasked questions, Lung Yushu replied nonchalantly. "I planted the demon seed in them half a month ago, and it has grown rapidly. I merely suppressed its power in daily life to prevent Master from noticing. Today marks its first use." "What about Lingya?" Gu Han pressed. "Where is he? Did you succeed?" "He has gone to the Yuanling realm." At this point, the calmness on Lung Yushu's face faded slightly, her tone tinged with excitement. "Moreover, within Master S. Heart Lake, I have successfully implanted a demon seed. In terms of sheer strength, the Yuanling realm undoubtedly stands as the most formidable. The reason for this lies in the fact that the Yuanling sovereign is a pinnacle practitioner of the free and unfettered realm, and within the realm, there exist 7 masters of the same caliber. In contrast to the chaos of the Tian Nan realm and the factional disputes of the Gutsong realm, the Yuanling realm possesses a singular voice from top to bottom, which is a crucial factor contributing to its might. One sect, one realm. Beneath the Yuanling sovereign, the 7 individuals of the free and unfettered realm are either elders of the sect or his direct disciples, with nearly all practitioners of the realm being his students or grandchildren. On ordinary days, the 7 masters are responsible for managing the sect, while Yuanling himself remains reclusive, seldom appearing before others. At the back mountain of the Yuanling sect, a simple thatched cottage stands, exuding an air of tranquility. This is Yuanling's sanctuary for profound cultivation, and unless significant matters arise, few dare to disturb him. Before the thatched cottage, 2 figures stand facing each other. One, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and gentle demeanor, is Lingya. The other, a tall and reserved young man, is Yuanling. Yuanling, my friend, Lingya begins, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. You haven't even offered me a cup of spiritual tea. This is hardly the way to treat a guest. What brings you here? Yuanling, unyielding, retorts, we share no camaraderie. I owe you nothing. I seek your assistance, my friend, Lingya responds. Not interested, Yuanling dismisses him curtly. Will you not allow me to finish my proposition? Lingya presses on. Not my concern, Yuanling replies coolly. The fate of you and Gu Chun is of no consequence to me. I have no desire to involve myself in your conflicts. If you seek allies, look elsewhere. Friend. Lingya remains unfazed by his indifference, smiling. Should you lend me your strength, I shall bestow upon you the Tian Nan realm. What say you? Forgive my candor, but I remain unmoved. If you perish, the Tian Nan realm will naturally fall into my hands. Quite reasonable, Lingya surprisingly concedes. With your prowess, no one could contest you. Perhaps I have been overly confident. However, I am well aware of your intentions. Since the departure of the former leader, you are the most powerful, and this leader position has been vacant for millennia. You have long coveted it, haven't you? Yuanling falls silent, his thoughts pierced by Lingya's words. The position of leader is indeed something he yearns for. Yet, compared to Yunshi, his strength does not suffice to dominate the other 6 realms, rendering his aspirations but a fleeting thought for now. Will you assist me? After a moment, he speaks again. With your current abilities, it is far from sufficient. It is insufficient. Lingya's eyes glimmer with intrigue. But what if we incorporate the Tao fruit? In the Tianan realm, of course. Unlike those 2 fools. Lung Yushu continues, he is no longer my puppet. His defenses are too formidable to breach, and I dare not interfere with the growth of that demonic seed. Should he uncover my intentions, given his current favorable disposition towards me, it would not suffice to ensure my safety. Guhan expresses a hint of disappointment, sighing. It is indeed remarkable. The only one capable of planting a demonic seed in Lingya's heart must surely be you. Undoubtedly, Qianyi declares with pride. I have long asserted that regardless of Lingya's background, he will undoubtedly falter before the 9 apertures Linglong. It is unclear when this all began. His painful insights had all transformed into a source of pride to flaunt before Guhan. And you? Lung Yushu countered, asking, what have you gained in the ancient Song realm? Has Gu Chun uncovered the truth? Guhan nodded, recounting Gu Chun's reactions and actions. Upon hearing this, Lung Yushu appeared less than amused. He understood that whether or not Gu Chun discovered the truth or sought assistance was secondary. What truly mattered was the confidence bestowed upon him by his master, along with the contingencies left behind. So, according to your assertion, Guhan replied with a hint of resignation, we have labored for so long without a shred of certainty? No, Lung Yushu shook his head. That contingency was insufficient to grant him complete peace of mind. This was precisely why he sought the Yuanling realm and endeavored to pursue the Tao fruit. Clearly, he too lacked absolute certainty. Tao fruit. Indeed, Lung Yushu nodded, recalling how he had explicitly stated that it would enable him to attain the state of free will, even the state of carefree existence. Yet, he could not fathom how one could predict the emergence of the Tao fruit, or how a Tao fruit of the carefree state could possibly manifest. Yuanling realm. Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing Ling Ya's remarks, Yuanling's expression instantly turned frosty. The Tao fruit held immense renown within the 7 Realms Alliance. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, with various theories circulating. Some believed it to stem from a divine root, a gift from the Tao, while others claimed it to be a malevolent object, birthed from the consumption of cultivator's essence and blood. Both narratives had persisted for ages, and many had ventured into the void seeking to uncover the truth, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. However, for him, the Tao fruit was not of great significance. In terms of value, it paled in comparison to the Tian Nan realm. If Ling Ya's gaze suddenly deepened, could it be a Tao fruit of the carefree state? Impossible. Yuan Ling was utterly unconvinced. Since the emergence of the Tao fruit, the highest tier attained had merely been that of free will. He had once acquired it. But a Tao fruit of the carefree state had never manifested. I have a way. Ling Ya did not conceal his intentions. 2 months hence, a Tao fruit of the carefree state shall surely come into being. My friend, you must comprehend the implications of such an emergence. Whoever possesses it will wield the power to shatter the existing balance of forces. A Tao fruit of the carefree state equates to a cultivator of the same level. Once it appears, the equilibrium that has been maintained for nearly 10 millennia across the 7 realms will cease to exist. Huh? Yuan Ling scoffed. You claim it will be so? If you doubt me. Ling Ya shook his head and turned to leave. I cannot help it, though you are the ideal partner. My options are not limited to you alone. After a moment of silence, Yuan Ling suddenly halted him. Wait, if such a thing exists, why wouldn't you keep it for yourself instead of sharing it with me? Not just you. Ling Ya hesitated momentarily before turning back with a smile. Everyone within the 7 Realms Alliance shall know. Such audacity. Yuan Ling sneered. This was a blatant scheme. Once the news spread, regardless of its veracity, everyone would be compelled to investigate. Even he would be drawn in. I shall not conceal this from you, Ling Ya said softly. The emergence of the Tao fruit relies on the collective efforts of everyone. If you agree, then gather all the elites of the Yuanling realm and venture to the Southern Sky realm. With you at the helm, the others will surely follow. When the Tao fruit appears, I shall have my methods to determine its rightful owner. Of course, whether you believe it or not remains entirely your choice. Unbeknownst to them, the positions of the two had subtly shifted. He had initially sought assistance, yet at this moment, he found himself in control of the Yuanling. The Yuanling's gaze flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons. If the news were true, he mused, with his own strength, even without Ling Ya, he could seize the Tao fruit. At that point, he would essentially have 3 transcendents on his side, their power naturally overwhelming the other realms. With a mere display of subtle tactics, he could dominate without even lifting a finger, ascending to the position of leader. If the news were false, he could simply turn around and eliminate Ling Ya, seizing the Southern Sky realm in the process. Whether true or false, he would certainly not suffer a loss. In the Southern Sky realm, while Long Yushu was undoubtedly exceptionally clever, Guhan's knowledge of the Tao fruit far surpassed hers due to his broader experience. He sighed. If you were aware of the number of fruits, you would not speak so lightly. Many? Thousands upon thousands. How do you know? To be frank, Guhan replied earnestly. I nearly became a Tao fruit myself. In the Yuanling realm, the final question lingered, with a resolution in his heart. The Yuanling voiced a query that had troubled him for countless years. You seem well versed in the origins of the Tao fruit? Why ask unnecessarily, my friend? Ling Ya smiled. To take something, one must first give. All divine treasures and opportunities in this world abide by this principle. How could a miraculous entity like the Tao fruit be obtained without due cause? The Yuanling fell silent. Back in the day, Yun Shi seemed to have an understanding of the Tao fruit's origins, yet he never elucidated this to others, strictly forbidding anyone from engaging with it. Leaving behind words that echoed with Ling Ya's sentiments. For all that one gains, one must lose in equal measure. Now, after 10,000 years, those words had long been forgotten. Very well. Ultimately, he could not resist the temptation and cast another glance at Ling Ya. I shall accept this matter. Excellent. Ling Ya smiled serenely. You are a decisive individual. You shall not regret your choice today. And you? The Yuanling disregarded his flattery, frowning as he asked. What do you truly desire? Is it merely for me to assist you in dealing with Guqin? Is that not enough? Ling Ya gazed at the sky, expressing his sentiments. For you, the position of leader among the 7 realms may be an aspiration, but for me, this alliance is ultimately too small, merely a cage. The vast expanse of the void is resplendent. If one cannot behold it fully, would that not be a great pity? The outside world may be splendid, the Yuanling remarked coolly, but how many unknown dangers lurk within the void? Those most prone to demise are often the excessively curious. Lingya offered no rebuttal. Contentment with the status quo and yearning for adventure are merely two different pursuits, each with its own merits and demerits, not necessarily indicative of superiority. An agreement was thus reached. Lingya naturally did not wish to linger. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a tremor emanating from behind the thatched cottage, where a portal suddenly materialized. Within the portal, an unfathomable number of ferocious beasts roared, their malevolence surging skyward. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent ascended, causing the beasts to cower to the ground, their ferocity extinguished. Moments later, a figure emerged from the portal. His appearance was unremarkable, his expression impassive. Yet his eyes bore an intense malevolence, his robes drenched in blood, dripping incessantly. His cultivation was undeniably that of an ascendant. Soon after, the portal sealed shut. He bowed respectfully to Yuan Ling, his murderous intent retracting entirely into his being, though a semblance of agitation lingered between his brows. Yuan. Lingya regarded him with a nod, acknowledging, indeed, a promising talent. Naturally, Yuan Ling replied with a hint of sarcasm, "My method of accepting disciples is not as casual as yours." The Seven Realms Alliance consisted of 7 members of the Carefree Realm, where the other 6 were cautious in selecting disciples, while Lingya seemed to accept any and all, indiscriminate of quality. "What's the matter?" Yuan Ling inquired, sensing Yuan Yi's agitation. "Master," Yuan Yi's tone grew increasingly fraught. "The pace of slaughtering ferocious beasts is unbearably slow. I am utterly weary of it." His path was one of purest carnage. In the Yuan Ling realm, nearly all cultivators were his juniors, and Yuan Ling would not permit him to unleash his wrath indiscriminately. Instead, he had raised countless ferocious beasts for Yuan Yi to slay as a means of cultivation. Initially, this yielded great results, but in recent years, Yuan Yi's progress had stagnated. He had grown tired of the beasts and yearned to kill humans, swiftly, freely, without restraint. "No matter," Lingya replied nonchalantly, "in 2 months, come to the Southern Sky Realm, and you may slay as many as you desire. No one will stand in your way." "Is this true?" Instantly, Yuan Yi's expression shifted to one of intense excitement, a thread of murderous intent locking onto Lingya. Naturally, Lingya appeared unfazed by Yuan Yi's rudeness. Chuckling lightly, "I fear you may not kill enough." With that, he flickered and vanished, leaving behind a single remark, "Yuan Ling, my friend, I await your esteemed arrival in the Southern Sky Realm." As Yuan Yi witnessed his departure, the murderous intent within him became uncontrollable, compelling him to return to the secret realm, seemingly eager to unleash his frustrations upon the ferocious beasts. Yuan Ling remained silent, yet inwardly he sighed. In the past, although Yuan Yi had walked the path of slaughter, his bloodlust had not been as intense as it was now. Ever since Ji Wuyo's arrival, after Yuan Yi had disappeared for several days and returned, his innate bloodthirst had grown increasingly difficult to suppress. "Yin of the Yellow Springs?" He murmured coldly, "Ji Wuyo. This debt will eventually be settled." Upon Yuan Yi's return, aside from these 5 words, he had no recollection of anything else, regardless of the efforts he exerted to uncover any trace. Thus, while he harbored resentment towards Ji Wuyo, he was acutely aware of the latter's enigmatic origins, which instilled a sense of caution, preventing him from taking action. Lingya, turning his gaze towards the heavens, he squinted, declaring resolutely, "Regardless of your schemes, the victor shall undoubtedly be me." In the Southern Sky Realm, within the small courtyard of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, a sudden explosion echoed. Geng Ji, his expression dark, waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable aura that rendered 3 fish dragons unconscious, subsequently handing them over to Zhuiyang. "Mr. Zhua, thank you for your efforts," Zhuiyang stated, gripping a sharp blade, his demeanor solemn. For a chef, confronting such exquisite ingredients felt akin to a pilgrimage. Geng Ji's scowl deepened as he offered a few perfunctory words before swiftly moving to another small courtyard, where he found Ji Wuyi with his hands clasped behind his back. "Completed?" Ji Wuyi inquired upon his return. Geng Ji retorted, "President, is your cultivation not superior to mine? Those fish dragons are merely of the sacred realm. Do you truly require my assistance?" "You do not understand," Ji Wuyi sighed, reflecting on the years of nurturing that made it difficult for him to act decisively. Geng Ji was perplexed, thinking Ji Wuyi spoke nonsensically, unable to act, yet capable of speaking. "Enough," Ji Wuyi said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Let us not dwell on that. Have all matters been addressed?" They are being attended to. Geng Ji repressed his disdain, realizing that the time was too brief. Even if the branches collaborated, their findings would be scant. No matter. Ji Wui waved dismissively. Effort is what counts. President, Geng Ji hesitated for a moment. Unable to resist, have you truly chosen him? The tallest among the dwarfs? Ji Wui voiced his thoughts, admitting there were no better candidates available. Geng Ji remained non-committal, reasoning that if any mistakes were to occur, it would be Ji Wui who would face the reprimands from the sixth messenger. By the way, Ji Wui pondered, how is the situation in the southern sky realm? Very dire. Geng Ji frowned deeply. The Feiyun sect and the Yuanma palace have been secretly capturing lower-tier cultivators, and none have returned. Roughly estimated. Over 100,000 have disappeared since your departure. Such numbers? Ji Wui sneered. Zhou Fan and Pan Fu do not possess such audacity. This must be the command of Master Lingya. It seems he can no longer remain idle. Then we shall not intervene, Ji Wui remarked coolly. Besides, we cannot afford to interfere. Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 705. The Return of Lingya. Woof, woof. Simultaneously, a faint yet distinct sound of barking echoed through the air. Geng Ji appeared perplexed, understanding the true meaning of lingering spirits. They had pushed him too far. Ji Wui's face turned ashen with fury, for he felt more pressure from the approaching dog than from Lingya himself. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly returned to his courtyard, where Zhuiyang was diligently preparing the ingredients, guarded closely by Yu Miao, who watched intently without blinking. In the distant sky, a dark figure grew larger, unmistakably the dog. With its keen sense of smell, it detected the aroma of fish even before entering Lingyun City. With a cold smirk, Ji Wui flicked his sleeve, casting a transparent barrier over the courtyard. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The dog collided forcefully, pressing firmly against the barrier. And the two, one human and one canine, exchanged glances, resembling a pair of sworn enemies. Outside the gates of the Xuantian sect, upon hearing Gu Han's explanation, even the scheming Lung Yushu felt a sense of astonishment. She had never anticipated that the fruit in question was linked to the bizarre and malevolent human-faced flowers found in the depths of the setting sun mountain range. Its humanoid appearance stemmed from its origins as a human being. Surprised, her complexion paled slightly. This fruit turned out to be such a thing. As she regarded Gu Han once more, a barely perceptible glimmer of understanding flickered in her eyes. Although Gu Han had merely mentioned the human-faced fruit and the strange tree, he had inadvertently revealed sufficient information for her to deduce that he was not a native of the Tian Nan realm. According to your words, she steadied her mind. It was indeed possible to attain the Dao fruit of the free realm or even the carefree realm through certain special methods. Given her master's nature, even the slightest hint of information he provided indicated he possessed considerable confidence. Gu Han remained silent. The strange tree was indeed sinister, and the method to obtain that fruit must also be equally nefarious, likely connected to the unusual activities of the Feiyun sect. Once I return, Lung Yushu continued. I can attempt, but her expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. What's wrong? Master is coming. With her level of cultivation, she could not detect Ling Ya's movements. But due to the influence of the demonic seed, she was able to sense a faint awareness. Gu Han's heart sank. If the two were to meet, it would arouse Ling Ya's suspicion, and their plans would be rendered futile. I have a way, Lung Yushu quickly responded. One that can alleviate his doubts to the greatest extent. What method? This mountain gate. Lung Yushu glanced towards the nearby structure. You need not worry about it. Gu Han was taken aback. How terrifying. Qian Yi sighed. This woman can even guess your thoughts. Forgive me, senior brother Yuan. Gu Han silently apologized in his heart. However, Lung Yushu chose not to elaborate further. A flicker of eerie light appeared in her eyes, and the dazed expressions of Su Man and Ding Lan vanished, restoring their clarity. Naturally, their previous memories were also erased. As a puppet of darkness, every movement and utterance of theirs could be precisely controlled by Lung Yushu. Little junior sister. Su Man exclaimed sharply, tear down his mountain gate. Indeed, Ding Lan added fiercely, let the old man know we are not to be trifled with. With Lung Yushu's acting skills, she can seamlessly integrate. Are we truly demolishing it? Of course. Stop dawdling. The two women urged incessantly. Upon hearing this, Lung Yushu gritted her teeth, her cultivation soaring in an instant, a spiritual light manifesting on her brow, within which a palace, merely an inch tall, trembled incessantly. Dao treasure. Kunling's legacy. Boom. In an instant, the sky darkened as the treasure transformed into a vast expanse, overshadowing the heavens, exuding an unparalleled pressure as it descended heavily upon the mountain gate. Crack. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted as the colossal sword, which had existed since the inception of the Xuantian sect, came crashing down. Not only that, but under the full force of Lung Yushu. The area outside the mountain gate lay in ruins, the very landscape subtly altered. Swish, swish, swish. Such a tremendous commotion inevitably alarmed the disciples of the Xuantian sect, who hurried to the mountain gate. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were filled with despair and indignation, their eyes reddening with fury. The last symbol of the Xuantian sect had been obliterated. Boom. At that moment, a more imposing and weighty aura surged forth, seeking death. Immediately, Guhan's voice, laden with murderous intent, resonated. With a swift motion, he grasped a black sword that had fallen into his hand, his figure flickering as he appeared before the remnants of the legacy, raising his sword to strike. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as a heavy and domineering sword force descended upon the remnants, clashing with the spiritual light, causing energy to scatter and forcing the disciples of the Xuantian sect to stagger backward. Ancestor! The crowd cried out in anguish, "Our mountain gate is gone." Boom! Upon hearing this, the sword force surged threefold. Lung Yushu's complexion paled. It was no pretense. She was not adept at combat, even with a treasured artifact in hand. She was no match for Guhan. "Junior sister," Su Man shouted as she rushed forward, "we will assist you. Suppress him." Dinglan also cried out incessantly, seeking vengeance for their senior brother. At that moment, Lung Yushu's voice echoed once more in Guhan's ears. "Master has arrived." Wretched fool. Guhan narrowed his eyes, seeking death. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura surged toward the two women. Bang, bang. Before they could even approach Guhan, they were violently thrown back, coughing up blood from their grievous injuries. "Daring to dismantle my mountain gate. You have no regard for my esteemed senior brother." His voice dripped with malice. The sword force atop his long sword nearly doubled in intensity, instantly cleaving through the layer of spiritual light encasing the treasured artifact, striking at its core. Clang! A resounding metallic sound echoed as the remnants of the legacy were sent flying, carrying Lung Yushu along with it. Senior sister, though gravely injured, her concern for the safety of the two women was paramount. "You must flee. I will hold him off." No sooner had she spoken than another mountain-like sword force descended. Witnessing this, the two women exchanged glances and instantly fled into the distance. However, this action was not under Lung Yushu's control. Just as they had barely escaped 100 paces, a figure suddenly blocked their path. "Lingya, master?" Seeing Lingya's expression, the two women trembled, unable to feel any joy. Earlier, upon returning to the Forgetting Emotions sect, Lingya had grown inexplicably worried at the absence of Lung Yushu. After inquiring a few questions from Jiang Ping, he learned that the three women had come here, and without a moment's delay, he rushed over. Upon witnessing Guhan wielding his sword, he frowned slightly, and with a gentle sweep of his sleeve, a jade light descended to meet the sword force. Boom! Guhan did not evade. Instead, he altered the direction of his sword force, striking directly against the jade light. In an instant, the sword force doubled in weight. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed. The brilliance of the jade light exploded, and the sword's momentum scattered widely. Struggling to withstand Lingya's fierce strike, Guhan's form heavily descended, causing the earth to tremble, and a deep pit over 100 yards in diameter appeared in the arena. Within the pit, Guhan stood resolutely with his sword, a hint of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he seemed scarcely aware, his gaze directed far into the distance. In the first volume, Chapter 706, The True Yang, Seeking Guidance, Guhan had encountered Lingya twice before, once through the memories of Mo Chenin, and once in the guise of the illusionary demon Xuanzi. This was his first meeting with the true form. He appeared refined and gentle, exuding an air of sophistication, seemingly more upright than Gu Chan at first glance. "Guhan." Xianya's voice was low and serious. "Be careful not to reveal any flaws, or all your previous efforts will be in vain." After a brief silence, Guhan responded, "Understood." Xianyi sighed inwardly. He fully comprehended Guhan's emotions, facing the person he loathed most in this life, the one he yearned to kill, while desperately suppressing the agony within him was beyond mere words to describe. At that moment, Lingya approached Lung Yushu and gently inquired, Are you all right? For reasons unknown. Seeing Lung Yushu injured, despite knowing that with her constitution she would recover swiftly from such minor wounds, evoked an unfamiliar feeling of concern within him. I'm fine. Lung Yushu timidly glanced at Guhan, her eyes dimmed. I'm sorry, master. I caused trouble. It's not your fault, Lingya replied without a hint of reproach. He then turned his attention back to Guhan, a strange glimmer flickering in his eyes. You are the junior disciple of Zhengyang? In his recent assault, Lingya had merely struck without intent to take Guhan's life. Firstly, because of Zhengyang, with a great battle imminent, he did not wish to complicate matters. Secondly, the actions of the three women, for any faction, dismantling a sect was a profound disgrace, and Guhan's reaction was entirely reasonable. His nature was such, if necessary, he could annihilate countless beings across the 7 realms without a second thought. If not required, he would naturally refrain from action. His earlier indifference to Yuan Yi's provocation stemmed from this very principle. In essence, he was driven by utilitarian motives. Lung Yushu understood him well, thus playing along with this charade to divert his attention. It was beneficial for her, for Guhan, albeit slightly detrimental to the sect. Boom. Before Guhan could respond, a formidable and domineering sword intent suddenly manifested in the sky, scattering the clouds and revealing the azure expanse above. Lingya raised an eyebrow. Zhengyang? In a fleeting moment, a figure descended into the arena. With hair and beard billowing, the left hand bore 2 severed heads, while the right wielded a broadsword, his robes stained with blood. The sword intent around him fluctuating ominously. It was Zhengyang. The 2 heads belonged to Liang Yi and the ancestor of the Chang family, though lifeless. Their eyes still held traces of despair and horror. Upon his first glance, he beheld the dismantled sect. On the second, he noticed the injured Guhan. Return. He waved his hand dismissively, sending the disciples of the Xuantian sect back to their mountain stronghold. The mountain gate has been breached, and my junior brother has been harmed. In a fit of rage, he turned his gaze towards Lingya, laughing with fury. What an audacious figure you are, Lingya. Do you truly believe that I, Yuan Zhengyang, can be trifled with? With that declaration, a magnificent sword intent surged forth from his being, and in an instant, 2 heads were crushed into oblivion. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he prepared to strike directly at Lingya. No. Cold Rain Shu had not anticipated Yuan Zhengyang's timely arrival. Her mind raced as she attempted to placate him. This has nothing to do with my master. It was I who dismantled the mountain gate. Huh? Yuan Zhengyang scoffed. That may be so, but the reckoning must still be directed at your master. You. Cold Rain Shu was on the verge of tears. Why are you being so unreasonable? Senior brother, Guhan, worried for Yuan Zhengyang's safety, sought to intervene. Do not stop him. Qian Yi interjected suddenly. Your senior brother is not foolish. His actions surely serve a purpose. What purpose? Guhan was taken aback. If I am not mistaken, Qian Yi pondered, he is seeking an opportunity to break through his current limitations. Break through? Guhan was momentarily stunned. He had not noticed earlier, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Yuan Zhengyang's sword intent was becoming increasingly domineering and unstable. Boom. Before he could speak again, Yuan Zhengyang had already swung his sword towards Lingya. The sword intent was overwhelming, relentless in its pursuit, shattering the very fabric of space as it surged towards Lingya. In a fleeting moment, a jade light flickered around Lingya, swiftly transforming into a barrier that shielded him and Cold Rain Shu. Boom. In that instant, the sword intent collided with the jade light, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through everything within a 1,000-foot radius. Suddenly, 2 mournful cries rang out. It was Su Man and Ding Lan, who, sensing the impending disaster, attempted to flee but were a moment too late. Half of their bodies were engulfed, instantly turning to a mist of blood, while the remaining half staggered and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth in a horrific scene. Naturally, despite the tragedy, both were in the feather transformation realm and had not suffered fatal injuries to their souls. They could not die, though they were in excruciating pain. Again, seeing Lingya block his attack, Yuan Zhengyang was not the least bit disheartened. The sword intent emanating from him grew heavier, as if on the verge of transcending a critical threshold. Boom. With a powerful slash of his sword, the space did not shatter but instead revealed a slender black line, the end of which pointed directly at Lingya. Lingya narrowed his eyes, the jade light around him thickening further. Meanwhile, Guhan retreated once again. Senior sister, prior to him, Cold Rain Shu had already distanced herself from Lingya, rushing to the side of the two women. Seeing Yuan Zhengyang make another move, she instinctively took them far away. She refrained from utilizing her demonic seed. The two women, having recently joined Lingya's sect, were unaccustomed to the rigors of cultivation and had indulged in a life of ease. Thus they were entirely unprepared for such trials. How painful! I wish I could die. They longed for the sweet release of death. Senior sister, Cold Rain Shu wiped her tears incessantly, offering reassurances, as long as I am here, I will not allow you to perish. Death is not an option. We can only endure this pain. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The clash of sword intent and jade light resumed, their might more terrifying than before. Yet, the jade light shuddered only slightly, still managing to withstand the onslaught of sword intent. Lingya's complexion had paled further. A thunderous sound erupted as Yuan Zhengyang's sword intent seemed to have reached its zenith, unable to ascend any further. Under the guidance of his will, it surged into the broad sword, and with a flicker of his form, it appeared before Lingya, descending with lethal intent. Lingya's eyes glimmered with a trace of coldness. Are you using me? Huh? Yuan Zhengyang scoffed. I am Yuan Zhengyang, here to impart wisdom. As you wish. Lingya, too, harbored murderous intent. Extending his right hand, a jade light, denser than before, surged forth, aimed directly at the broadsword. However, midway, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once overwhelming sword intent suddenly bore a hint of lightness and agility. In the next moment, as their weapons met, the jade light shattered continuously, the sword intent being gradually extinguished, devoid of any significant power, as if they had mutually annihilated each other. Drip, drip. Lingya, supporting the tip of the concealed sword with his right hand, watched the blood steadily fall, seemingly oblivious to it, his gaze fixed on the broadsword. Do you truly fear nothing? Do you dare to strike? Yuan Zhengyang remained expressionless. A standoff ensued. Chapter 707. Senior brother will guard your path. Very well, Lingya. Unfazed by Yuan Zhengyang's provocation, praised. What a remarkable Yuan Zhengyang, and what a splendid concealed sword. Flattery, Yuan Zhengyang replied nonchalantly, having found the opportunity to break through. He had no intention of striking, retracting the broadsword and returning to Gu Han's side. Qianyi, Gu Han suddenly inquired. You have found the opportunity to break through, haven't you? Naturally, Qianyi replied, showering praises. He had been trapped at the pinnacle of the Free State for many years, merely a step away from advancement. Since their meeting, he had engaged in numerous battles against others in the Free State, gaining insights, and eventually discovering the opportunity to break through, a natural progression. There are countless geniuses in the world, yet those who reach the pinnacle are but 1 in 10,000. Individuals like your senior brother, initially unremarkable but later achieving remarkable feats through accumulation, are even rarer than those 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Gu Han understood. Although he regarded himself as a junior, Yuan Zhengyang was considerably older, even surpassing Yuan Zhengyang in age. His achievements thus far were not solely due to Yuan Zhengyang's guidance. Zhengyang, Lingya's jade light flickered, instantaneously healing his wound. He remarked, you are indeed extraordinary. Previously, I underestimated you. And you, he added, glancing at Gu Han, your sword is excellent. And you are even better. No need for your praise, Gu Han replied coolly, avoiding his gaze, fearing that another glance would unleash the murderous intent within him. Indeed, Yuan Zhengyang nodded. My junior brother is not swayed by flattery. Seemingly intrigued by Gu Han, Lingya remarked, with your abilities, not only in the Southern Sky Realm, but also renowned across the 7 realms, is well within your reach. Why, then, have you remained inconspicuous until now? Only recently revealing your brilliance? My junior brother is content. Yuan Zhengyang remained utterly unmoved. His indifference was beyond reproach. Lingya contemplated for a brief moment before continuing. Both of you, as brothers in the craft, are exceptionally rare talents. I genuinely admire you, and I find myself lacking individuals of your caliber by my side. Why not accompany me? I assure you, the rewards you will reap from my guidance will far exceed your expectations. This was undoubtedly a sincere invitation. After the forthcoming battle, he intended to leave this place, naturally desiring a few true followers by his side. Undoubtedly, within the 7 Realms Alliance, both Yuan Zhengyang and Gu Han stood out as the most suitable candidates. There is no need for that. Yuan Zhengyang remained steadfast, declaring, I am resolute. I cannot bend. What say you, junior brother? One must be practical. Guhan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "One cannot always envision beautiful prospects." Ha ha ha. Yuan Zhengyang's hearty laughter echoed. "Indeed, it is my junior brother who speaks with wisdom." Humph. Qian Yi scoffed dismissively. "You think you can poach what I cannot?" He had attempted to recruit Gu Tian, Yuan Zhengyang, and even the esteemed Li De Yuan, and in earlier times, he had even made an attempt on Guhan. Alas, without exception, he had failed. He believed that Guhan's defenses were far sturdier than that of the Black Sword. They were utterly impenetrable. "Very well," Ling Ya sighed, a tinge of disappointment evident in his demeanor. "Truly capable individuals are often proud and unruly. Perhaps I have overestimated my reach. Missing out on you is indeed my loss. But your loss in not recognizing me is equally significant. With that, I hope you will choose wisely." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and with a sudden chill, he vanished without a trace. Yet, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Guhan. As for Su Man and Ding Lan, he paid them no heed. A person so utterly pragmatic, nearly devoid of emotion, would not burden himself with useless encumbrances upon deciding to depart. "Hmph," Yuan Zhengyang sneered. "He has even forsaken his disciples. He possesses no trace of humanity. What distinguishes him from a beast?" In the distance, Li Yin and Ding Lan wore expressions of despair, their souls fleeting from their battered bodies. Given their cultivation, even if Ling Ya disregarded them, finding a means to mend their physical forms would not be insurmountable. However, the pain was unbearable. They could not endure it. They would rather seek a new vessel than reclaim their former selves. As they prepared to flee, two razor-sharp intents of sword energy suddenly flashed by, pinning them mercilessly against a nearby cliff. Instantly, their faces contorted in agony. The pain intensified. The soul is far more sensitive than the flesh. The identical torment was magnified tenfold. Under the oppression of the sword energy, escape was impossible, and every moment became a torment of countless blades slicing through them. Wishing they had perished earlier, the assailant was none other than Guhan. He gazed at the serene Bodhi seed nestled within the sword talisman, whispering to himself, "Just two more, junior brother." In that moment, Guhan appeared somewhat unfamiliar to Yuan Zhengyang, and he found himself unable to finish his thought. His complexion turned pale, and he felt a tremor in his aura, nearly losing his balance. With a swift motion, he drove his broad sword into the ground, using it for support to prevent himself from collapsing. "Senior brother." Guhan suddenly regained his senses, his heart racing. "What is wrong with you?" "Just now." Yuan Zhengyang took a deep breath. "He truly intended to kill me." "What?" Guhan was taken aback, never having considered that their previous skirmish was not merely a contest of life and death, but rather concealed such grave peril. "It matters not." Yuan Zhengyang chuckled. A man of his acumen would never engage in a losing proposition. Even if he could slay me while injured, he would still be risking half of his own life. Such a transaction is not one he would entertain. Moreover, he continued, to expedite breaking through, one must take some risks. Rest assured, he has wounded you. This account will certainly not be settled. Once you break through, and he remains alive, he will undoubtedly face retribution. "Senior brother," Guhan sighed, "it's merely a trivial matter." "Your affairs are never trivial," Yuan Zhengyang remarked, glancing at the two souls pinned against the mountain wall. "Junior brother, are you concealing something from me?" "I simply wish not to speak of it." Yuan Zhengyang smiled. "I am not astute, nor do I wish to speculate. However, there is one thing you must remember." As he spoke, he patted Guhan's shoulder, his palm robust and reassuring. "In the face of any challenge, do not bear it alone. You have your senior brother behind you. Though our master may not be here, I will continue to protect your path." "Senior brother," Guhan felt warmth in his heart. "There's no need for you to go to such lengths on my behalf." "What nonsense!" Yuan Zhengyang feigned anger. "Why have you grown so distant? Do you wish to maintain an air of superiority before me? That is not the case. It is true that senior brother has aged." Yuan Zhengyang hoisted his broadsword, yet his bones remained resilient. "When the day comes that my edge dulls and my bones shatter, then you may speak such words." With that, he gave Guhan's shoulder another hearty pat before striding away. Despite his injuries, he still exuded a magnificent and imposing presence. Volume 1. Chapter 708. The Sun-S Scheme, 7 Realms Enter the Game. At the unfeeling sect, Lingya had just descended when his complexion suddenly turned pale, and his body trembled briefly. "Master!" Lung Yushu exclaimed in alarm. "What is the matter?" "It is nothing." Lingya waved his hand. A flash of jade light enveloped him, allowing him to suppress his injuries once more. Yuan Zhengyang is indeed remarkable. In that recent battle, he had unleashed 3 strikes. The first 2 posed no threat to him, but the third brought considerable danger. While he could indeed attempt to slay Yuan Zhengyang, doing so would only exacerbate his own wounds, completely disrupting his plans, making it a most unwise endeavor. Master, Lung Yushu sobbed. Why did you abandon sister and the others? Yushu, Lingya did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. You have encountered that Guhan several times. What do you think of him? Huh. Lung Yushu was taken aback, instinctively replying, he is very wicked. A strange glimmer flickered in Lingya's eyes. I have a persistent feeling that he harbors murderous intent towards me. The cold rain jolted Lung Yushu's heart. Instinctively, she exclaimed, how could this be possible? Nothing is impossible, Lingya replied, shaking his head. The appearance of this individual was indeed suspicious. For an ordinary person, such a presence would suffice. But with his formidable prowess, how could he have remained unnoticed until now? It is highly probable that he hails not from the southern heavenly realm, nor even from any of the 7 realms. I am quite curious about his origins. What shall we do? Lung Yushu's delicate face paled as she said, Master, you do not understand. This person is not only malevolent, but also possesses immense strength. It matters not. Lingyao waved his hand dismissively. Guchen wishes to end my life, as do Mutsong and even Zhengyang. No matter how powerful Guhan may be, he is ultimately just a feather transformation stage cultivator, not worth concerning ourselves with. Once the dust settles, I can extinguish him with a mere gesture. In his plan, this battle would undoubtedly be a contest among those in the carefree realm. Not to mention the feather transformation stage. Even those in the free realm would be unable to intervene. However, Lung Yushu's brows furrowed in beauty. He has only met you once. Master, why must he seek your death? That, perhaps only he knows, Lingya chuckled. Though unspoken, he had already formed a faint suspicion in his heart. Enough, I shall not elaborate further. You should return and prepare diligently. The day of the great battle will also be the day you achieve the free and carefree realm. Master Lung Yushu hesitated for a moment, thinking of her senior sisters. Go, he urged. Oh, she acquiesced, bowing gracefully before turning to depart. Watching her silhouette, a complex and enigmatic sentiment unexpectedly surfaced in Lingya's heart. Yushu, he said, a rare hesitation appearing in his expression. Would you like to see the scenery beyond? Beyond? Lung Yushu looked puzzled. Outside the 7 realms. Lingya smiled, boundless and tranquil. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Yushu replied earnestly, Master, wherever you go, I shall follow. Very well. Lingya's smile broadened. Then I shall take you with me. Within the heart lake, a tender sprout quietly grew, swiftly transforming into a seedling, continuing to conceal itself in the depths of darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Emerging from the quiet chamber, Lung Yushu wore a subtle expression of excitement and joy. Along the way, she paused almost imperceptibly when passing by a deserted cave dwelling. It had long been abandoned, shrouded in dust and decay, surrounded by rampant weeds, exuding a sense of desolation and melancholy. With a gentle sigh, she mused, Sister Imo, did he do this for you? Half a day later, a piece of news suddenly emerged, spreading like wildfire across the southern heavenly realm and swiftly engulfing the 7 realms alliance. In 2 months' time, the southern heavenly realm would witness the greatest fortune in history. Dao fruits. Numerous Dao fruits. Fruits of the transcendent realm, holy realm, feather transformation realm, even the free and carefree realms, could very well make an appearance. Within the 7 realms, each would have its own fortune. For instance, the comely heritage of the southern heaven realm and a divine root from the origin spirit realm. Yet the Dao fruit, a treasure belonging to the entire 7 realms alliance, far surpasses the renown of the aforementioned. After all, the significance represented by the Dao fruit is monumental. Possessing one could spare a practitioner from countless years, even millennia, of arduous cultivation. Practitioners, being human, cannot escape the allure of such prospects. Aside from a select few capable of ascending in a single bound, who would willingly endure the rigors of prolonged cultivation. Upon the news spreading, the southern heaven realm trembled, as did the 7 realms alliance. While they scrambled to verify the authenticity of this information, Lingya personally appeared to dispel most of the doubts. The Dao fruit is a divine gift. The southern heaven realm dares not hoard it. Fellow practitioners, if you are interested, you may come forth to claim it. In an instant, the eyes of all present glistened with desire. The entire alliance was rife with intrigue, with myriad factions secretly preparing to vie for a share. The foremost powers naturally sought the Dao fruit of the highest echelon, while the lesser factions scrambled for the Dao fruits deemed unworthy by the prominent figures. The competition for the Dao fruit would not merely be a verbal dispute. The equilibrium of the Seven Realms Alliance, maintained for millennia, was on the brink of disruption once more. In the Muchun realm, atop that very peak. At that same table, the tea drinkers had transformed into four. Besides Gu Chun and Mu Tsong, there were two others, a young man and an elder, both at the sixth level of the Transcendence realm, companions mentioned by Mu Tsong on a previous occasion, Ming Xian and Lu Zhan. The teacups brimmed with spiraling spiritual energy, yet the four seemed engrossed in their own thoughts, none daring to take a sip. After a prolonged silence, Mu Tsong cast a glance at the three and was the first to speak. What are your thoughts? Gu Chun, his expression impassive, replied, "This is Ling Ya's ruse." Ming Xian shook his head, expressing a differing opinion. The situation regarding the Dao fruit is most likely genuine. Ling Ya is notoriously cautious and would not risk enmity with all to weave such a deception. Indeed, Lu Zhan nodded in agreement. Moreover, I have heard that the origin spirit has been secretly assembling all disciples above the extraordinary realm, which itself serves as evidence of the authenticity of this news. And if it is true? Gu Chun interjected once more. In the past, when the alliance leader was present, he had repeatedly declared that the Dao fruit is an evil artifact to be avoided. In this world, there exists no such thing as ascending to greatness without toil, and what one gains must be balanced by loss. Despite this, Mu Tsong chuckled wryly, yet we cannot suppress it. The origin spirit is formidable, a sect that embodies an entire realm. However, they are not alone. Despite being powerful in the Transcendence realm, there exists a multitude of factions and practitioners within the realm. If they forcibly prevent practitioners from entering, it will undoubtedly incite widespread discontent and sow the seeds of future troubles. In truth, Ming Xian pondered, this matter bears no direct connection to our dealings with Ling Ya. Eliminating Ling Ya while vying for the Dao fruit would indeed serve our interests well. I do not mean to boast, but with our combined strength, even against the formidable origin spirit, our chances remain significant. Then it is settled, Lu Zhan declared, rising from his seat. Let us return and make the necessary preparations. When the opportune moment arrives, we shall enter the southern heaven realm through the ancient pathways, eliminate Ling Ya, and seize the Dao fruit. Thus, a resolution was reached. The two individuals did not linger any longer. They exchanged polite gestures and departed together. Their recklessness was palpable. Gu Chun shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened, as it was clear that Ling Ya had orchestrated this intentionally. It was hardly their fault. Mu Tsong sighed, remarking, setting everything else aside, you must comprehend the significance of the Dao fruit in the realm of carefree existence. Not to mention them. Even I find myself tempted, how much more so for those beneath us. Even if you were to warn them of the perils that lie ahead, of the potential for loss of life, they would still proceed without hesitation. Ultimately, it is merely the insatiable greed that drives them. As Ling Ya spoke, a glimmer of wariness flickered in his eyes. He possessed an acute understanding of human nature and skillfully manipulated the hearts of men. Such tactics render him a formidable adversary. In summary, this is an overt scheme. Whether they go or remain, they must inevitably engage. The moment the news spread, everyone found themselves ensnared in the web. Even Ling Ya, the instigator, could no longer interfere in the slightest. Volume 1, Chapter 709, A Disturbance, the Dao Fruit Emerges. Gu Chun, grasping this truth, had no intention of lingering further. He rose and declared, I shall return now. In a short while, my Taihao technique will advance further, reaching the stage of minor perfection. Excellent. Mu Tsong exclaimed with delight. We already possess a decisive advantage. If your cultivation can advance further, what do we have to fear from Ling Ya's demise? Gu Chun remained silent, casting another glance at the abyss below. It appeared calm on the surface, yet concealed a latent aura of malevolence. The lifespan of cultivators is extensive. 2 months pass as swiftly as a blink of an eye, and soon, more than half that time had elapsed. Since the announcement of the news, Ling Ya had retreated into seclusion, remaining out of sight, delegating all matters to Pan Fu. The previously tense atmosphere in the Tian Nan realm, exacerbated by the disappearance of numerous cultivators, had once again become lively, primarily due to the influx of practitioners from the other 6 realms. Of course, most of those arriving were individuals from smaller factions. Unlike the larger, even top-tier forces, they lacked the confidence, and had come early to seize a competitive edge. At the Xuantian sect, following Ling Ye's departure, Zhengyang had immediately entered seclusion, healing while persistently striving to break through to the realm of carefree existence. Gu Han was also in seclusion. Like Gu Chun, he had done all he could, and now awaited the impending battle's arrival. Within a cave dwelling, he consumed the holy herbs as if they were mere meals. Although the efficacy of the holy herbs was far inferior to the divine herb he had previously acquired, they still proved beneficial. Coupled with his already rapid cultivation speed, he had ascended to the 5th level of the ascendancy realm in just over a month. On one particular day, while he was engrossed in his practice, a disciple came to report that someone was seeking him. Gengji. His visit was, of course, to deliver swords. The influence of the Lingyun trading company was immense. Even when compared to the Yuan Ling sect, they paled in comparison, yet when mobilized, their efficiency was remarkably high. Within a span of 2 months, they had managed to collect 400 to 500 long swords, whether remnants or ancient blades, for crafting. The search had proven fruitful beyond expectation. Upon meeting Gu Han, he elucidated, "The swords of the 7 Realms Alliance are predominantly in your possession. Further search is rendered futile. I owe you my gratitude, President Ji." Gu Han graciously accepted the storage ring, expressing his sincere thanks. Were it not for his efforts, he would have likely expended countless days traversing the 7 realms, yet still would not have amassed such a collection. "You're being too courteous," Gengji chuckled. "It's a fair exchange, you buy, I sell. To speak candidly, disregarding the labor involved, my Lingyun commerce has invested nearly half its fortune to acquire these swords." He quoted a figure, though not exorbitant. It was a sum that would take 10 transactions of Gu Han's to repay. Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. "I acquired them on credit. Must I still pay? These swords were all obtained on my behalf. Did President Ji not inform you?" Gengji felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, realizing that the president was too engrossed in devouring fish and outsmarting the dog to relay such details. Casting another glance at Gu Han, he suddenly recognized the latter's remarkable capability. After all, it was no small feat to secure such a substantial amount of credit from Ji Wuyo. With a resigned smile, he thought, well, the president can endure another 3 days of scolding from the 6th envoy. He's accustomed to it. With that thought, his spirits brightened considerably. He inclined his hand towards Gu Han, saying, "The swords have been delivered. I shall take my leave. By the way, the president wishes to remind you that this upcoming contest for the Dao fruit among the 7 realms is fraught with peril. It would be wise for you not to involve yourself." Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the air. The once serene sky darkened ominously, quaking violently. Gengji was taken aback. What was happening? The heavens trembled with increasing intensity, though it could not match the spectacle of the Golden List's emergence. It was nonetheless a first for the cultivators of the Tian Nan realm, who were gripped with anxiety and fear. Deep within the Sunset Mountain range, peculiar human-faced flowers gazed at the sky, their expressions rigid and eerie, as unfathomable fissures spread forth, as if something were about to break free from the earth. The entire Sunset Mountain range quaked, the commotion far surpassing the disturbances in the sky. At the periphery of the mountains, both ferocious beasts and cultivators seeking fortune sensed a profound sense of crisis, desperately fleeing outward. Suddenly, a colossal sound erupted. A massive object surged forth from the crevice, soaring towards the heavens. It was several meters thick and bore a dark green hue. Upon closer inspection, it was an enigmatic vine of unknown length. In mere moments, another series of thunderous roars ensued, as countless vines erupted from the soil, beyond counting. Both the Sunset Mountain range and the fleeing beasts and cultivators were swiftly engulfed. The abruptness and magnitude of the disturbance could not escape Ling Ye's attention. In the Forgetting Emotions sect, within a quiet chamber, he abruptly opened his eyes. Compared to before his seclusion, his form now bore a hint of translucence, and even his aura seemed to have subtly transformed, as if his corporeal body had become ethereal. Yet, there remained a steadfast presence. He gazed into the outer world, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes. It is no wonder that this fish pond seems rather diminutive to you. Within the cold rain abode, sensing the disturbances beyond, she remained silent, yet instinctively tightened her fists. At last it has arrived. At the Xuantian Sword Sect, after experiencing the emergence of the Dao Bell and the Golden List, Gu Han managed to maintain his composure better than Gengji, though his countenance was etched with gravity. He was acutely aware that this anomaly was likely related to Ling Ye. Suddenly, without a sound, a figure appeared beside Guhan. It was Zhengyang. What is happening? He too bore a solemn expression. In the celestial canopy, the disturbances grew increasingly distinct. Faintly, some shadows emerged, resembling tendrils. It is that thing. Guhan spoke abruptly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the shadows sharpened into focus, revealing an abundance of thick, robust vines, innumerable in count. The vines twisted and intertwined as if they were living entities, swiftly forming an endless, dark blue net that obscured the once vibrant sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Suddenly, Zhengyang's pupils constricted. With his superior cultivation, his perception far surpassed that of Guhan and Gengji. Beneath the interwoven net, a flicker of spiritual light appeared intermittently in one spot, revealing a fruit, approximately a foot in length, fluctuating between solidity and emptiness. A humanoid fruit. The Tao fruit. He exclaimed. What a terrifying sight. What on earth is this? Do not inquire further. We must flee. This entity is beyond our capacity to confront. With the cries of the crowd, the tremors of the celestial canopy gradually ceased, and the vast dark blue net was fully formed, replacing the previous sky, nearly enveloping half of the southern realm. The intertwining blue-black vines resembled long serpents, cold and eerie, exerting an invisible pressure that suffocated all present. In their retreat, another anomaly arose. Points of spiritual light continually descended from the vines, hovering thousands of feet above. They were few in number, only several hundred scattered throughout the vast net, appearing sparse yet distinctly striking against the inky darkness, impossible for anyone to overlook. Within the spiritual light, the forms were clear. They had hands and feet, complete with facial features, seated cross-legged as if they were living beings. In an instant, everyone halted, captivated by the spiritual light. Tao fruits. Indeed, there was not merely one. What Zhengyang observed was but a fraction of many. Within the Forgetting Emotions sect's quiet chamber, after a moment of reflection, Ling Ya's figure flickered and he emerged into the outer realm, his form becoming increasingly translucent. Conversely, his aura stabilized, as if all prior injuries had been completely mended. A sweeping glance revealed the panicked faces of Cold Rain Shu and Jiang Ping rushing towards him. The net was vast, along with the emotionless sect. They too were enveloped within. Master, Cold Rain Shu, noticing Ling Ya's somewhat translucent form, exclaimed, What has happened to you? It is nothing of consequence. Ling Ya replied with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. These are merely minor tactics. This battle is fraught with peril, and as your master, I must make certain preparations. It would be illogical to engage in combat in a severely wounded state. Master, Cold Rain Shu said, her face etched with concern. Is there any way I can assist? Indeed, Ling Ya expressed with a hint of appreciation, stating, the crux of this battle lies within you. Yet, as he spoke, his gaze shifted to the specks of spiritual light beneath the vast web, his tone growing enigmatic. The fruit is not yet ripe. You must wait a while longer to aid your master. He glanced at Jiang Ping, his demeanor equally gentle, adding, Otherwise, I shall not be lenient. Yes, yes, Jiang Ping responded, trembling with fear. For reasons unknown, she sensed a chilling undertone in Ling Ya's words, despite his identical demeanor. Very well, Ling Ya said with a faint smile. You shall remain here while your master attends to our guests. With that, he vanished in an instant, his figure flickering away. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could perceive the dreadful nature of the vines. Within the Xuantian Sword Sect, Gengji's expression shifted repeatedly. Feeling that beneath this colossal web, his ascension-level cultivation was of little use, serving only a modest purpose. In contrast, Guhan appeared considerably more composed. Although the pressure from the vast web was significant, it paled in comparison to the majesty derived from the great Tao. Yuan Zhengyang sensed something amiss. This fruit was not right. Junior brother, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Without hesitation, he shot skyward, heading directly towards the Tao fruit he had previously observed. Within mere breaths, he arrived before the Tao fruit, discerning its true nature, ethereal and insubstantial, markedly different from the Tao fruits he had seen before. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out, attempting to grasp the Tao fruit, but his hand passed through it, grasping nothing but air. Shifting his gaze, he regarded the overwhelming dark green vines overhead. Hmph, he scoffed, knowing full well that such good fortune was not to be had. Simultaneously, beneath the vast web, Those who had discovered the Tao fruit could no longer heed the menacing presence of the web and rushed towards the fruits. Some, even blinded by greed, resorting to violence. Get away. The Tao fruit belongs to me. Anyone who dares to compete with me shall meet their end. I shall deal with you first. In an instant, curses erupted in all directions. For the sake of the Tao fruit, for this extraordinary fortune. Not only strangers, but even acquaintances turned against one another. However, much like Yuan Zhengyang, they soon realized that the Tao fruit was but an illusion, lacking any physical form. A mirage? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Gung, seeing Yuan Zhengyang depart, Gu Han inquired, "What did you mean by the battle of the 7 realms? You are unaware?" "I was in seclusion," Gu Han replied earnestly. "My senior brother is also in seclusion," Gung Ji remarked. "Do these 2 brothers have such grand aspirations?" Suppressing the turmoil within, he provided a brief explanation. "You have seen it." Gung Ji gestured towards the sky, sighing. "No matter how many fruits there are, they are insufficient. Previously, it was merely a conflict between 2 realms. Now it is likely to escalate into a chaotic battle among the elites of 7 realms. And it shall be the bloodiest and most brutal war in countless years. Even with the former master present, you." Just as he spoke, a figure flashed. And it was Yuan Zhengyang returning once more. Indeed, his expression was somewhat grave, aligning with my thoughts. This Tao fruit, though it appeared substantial, was devoid of essence. It is a falsehood. Falsehood? Gung Ji was taken aback, feeling his mind falter. What trickery is this from Lingya? He understood all too well that this was orchestrated by Lingya, yet he had no inkling of the true intentions behind it. It may not necessarily be false. Gu Han interjected, his brow furrowed. Lingya would never engage in futile endeavors. Before he could finish, Lingya's voice echoed suddenly. Though distant and faint, it distinctly reached everyone's ears. The time has yet to arrive. The Tao fruit is not yet ripe and requires patience. Outside the Forgetting Emotion sect, Lingya stood suspended in midair, expressionless, his form gradually becoming more transparent, his aura deepening into an inscrutable mystery. At that moment, 2 figures flew in from afar and landed before him, Pan Fu and Zhou Fan. Observing Lingya's current state, along with the colossal dark green vines obscuring the sun, and the glimmering Tao fruits, the 2 maintained their composure outwardly while harboring their own thoughts inwardly. "What is the situation?" Lingya inquired coolly. "Rest assured, Master," Zhou Fan replied, cupping his hands and speaking in a solemn tone. "The blood ban is absolutely foolproof." "Master," Pan Fu could not restrain himself from glancing at the Tao fruits, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Is it true that the Tao fruit of the carefree realm has emerged?" Naturally, Pan Fu felt a surge of joy within. Even Zhou Fan's breathing quickened slightly. The Tao fruit, especially that of the carefree realm, undoubtedly held the greatest allure for practitioners of their level. "Master," Pan Fu said cautiously, "you mentioned the timing." Lingya gazed into the distance, his eyes profound. "When the esteemed guests arrive, the moment shall be upon us." Meanwhile, in the ancient Song realm, within the Taihao sect, boom, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from Gu Chen's secluded chamber, and without a sound, the cave dwelling disintegrated into nothingness. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged slowly, clad in a blue robe and bearing a resolute countenance, though the silver light around him gradually dimmed. His presence grew increasingly powerful and domineering. It was none other than Gu Chun. Chapter 711. Entering Tian Nan, seizing the Tao fruit. Swish. Hearing the commotion, the 7 disciples of Taihao hurried from different directions, each bowing respectfully to greet their master. Lei Feng was also present. After months of recuperation, his thunder source had been replenished, and his cultivation had seen slight improvement. "What is the current situation?" Gu Chun inquired nonchalantly. The disciples reported truthfully. After Gu Han inquired about the sword, the strength of the ancient Song realm had diminished even more severely than that of the Southern Sky realm. Whether in terms of elite cultivators above the extraordinary realm or top-tier combatants, fewer than half remained. Upon learning of the news regarding the Tao fruit, a significant portion of these individuals had already headed towards the Southern Sky realm. "What about Taoist Yin?" Gu Chen asked once more. "They have not gone," Qiu Qian quickly replied. Before Gu Han departed, he strictly instructed them to abstain from participating in this battle. The members of the Xuantian Sword Sect have also remained in Yujing City and did not follow. Indeed, Gu Chen nodded, recognizing the wisdom of this decision. However, Qiu Qian hesitated. Gu Han himself returned to the Southern Sky realm previously and has yet to come back, seemingly intent on staying there. Guchun furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of this astute choice. "Never mind," he said, shifting his focus. He instructed the others, "This battle is perilous. You shall remain here." "Master." In response, the 7 disciples of Tai Hao knelt in unison, proclaiming together, "We wish to share life and death with our master, to advance and retreat together." Even Guchun, with his resolute nature, felt a swell of emotion. Unlike Lingya, he had invested immense effort into these disciples, fostering a bond of sincerity between them. He did not wish for them to take risks, nor did they want him to fight alone. Even if they could not assist, they were unwilling to stand idly by. "Rise," he sighed softly. "If that is the case, we shall go together. This time, we must put an end to Lingya. It shall be either his death or mine." In the Yuanling realm, the most powerful of realms, the disciples of the Yuanling sect, numbering in the tens of thousands above the extraordinary realm, were already prepared, waiting for the command to march towards the southern sky realm. In the skies above, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. It was Yuanling. Behind him stood 8 individuals, among them Yuan Yi, who was at the ascendant realm, while the remaining 7 were all at the free realm. Their foundation and top-tier combat strength far surpassed those of the other 6 realms. After this battle, Yuanling surveyed the crowd, seemingly satisfied, and stated, "Our Yuanling realm shall be the leader among the 7 realms." "Leader! Leader!" In an instant, tens of thousands of voices erupted in fervent cheers, their enthusiasm echoing like a tsunami. "Convey my orders," Yuanling commanded, his satisfaction deepening. "Into the southern sky, seize the Tao fruit." Yes, in the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands surged forward, transformed into a tidal wave heading towards the ancient path to the realm gate. Among them, Yuan Yi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. More excited than anyone else, he remembered Lingya's words clearly. For him, the Tao fruit was secondary. What he truly desired was to kill without restraint. In the Mukin realm, atop the peak, Mutsong let out a gentle sigh, muttering to himself, "The Tao fruit of the free realm, whether it be Ming Xian or Lu Zhan, even I cannot escape the allure. It seems only you, Guchun, can resist such temptation among the 7 realms. Alas, if we must compete, let us compete earnestly." As he spoke, a sudden intensity emerged from his previously calm demeanor. "The Tao fruit lacks a master. Why can you, Lingya, strive for it, while I, Mutsong, cannot?" He commanded, "Transmit my orders." His cultivation gradually ascended as he calmly declared, "Accompany me to the southern heavens to slay Lingya and seize the Tao fruit." Yes, not far away, a middle-aged man bowed respectfully before promptly making arrangements. At that moment, within the realms of Gutsong, Yuanling, and Mukin, over 90% of the elite, whether traversing the Tao or following ancient paths, gathered from the 6 factions, amounting to hundreds of thousands of distinguished cultivators, flowing like torrents toward the profound abyss of the southern heavens. In the newly established Yujing city, following the inquiry of the sword, none dared to question the king's decisions in the Gutsong realm. Naturally, relocating those remaining on that continent to the Gutsong realm became paramount. Due to the overwhelming numbers and the perilous ancient path being in a forbidden zone, caution was essential. The relocation had to be gradual. Fortunately, with the oversight of Yu Ming and his fellow sword cultivators, no mishaps occurred. In the past 2 months, many had arrived in the Gutsong realm, transforming this once quiet little city into a lively hub. Today, Morongyan, Shenxian, Yanglan, and Jiangfeng finally arrived here. Amidst the laughter and merriment, in a secluded corner, Yunfan wore a sorrowful expression, devoid of his usual vigor. Meiyan has yet to emerge. After numerous failures, one typically reacts in 2 ways, either to grow accustomed to it or to become hesitant in their steps. He belonged to the latter. For 10 days, he had stood there, not daring to move an inch. At that moment, he gazed longingly, fervently wishing for Master Mei to emerge soon. However, contrary to his hopes, as a cry of the phoenix resonated, Fengxi stepped out instead. In the blink of an eye, Fengxi stood before him, her figure accentuated by a phoenix battle skirt. Her skin like snow, radiating unmatched beauty and an air of coldness, her cultivation evidently at the Ascension realm. "I will seek my junior brother," she said coldly. And in a flash, she transformed into a red shadow and vanished. Yunfan's face reflected bitterness. "Junior brother? After so long, you do not ask how I, your brother." have fared? Are you still my sister? While he was lost in despair, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from a distant courtyard. Almost immediately, the boisterous voice of a plump figure echoed throughout the small city. I, the King of Heaven, Fu Yulin, have returned. In a flash, the golden light shimmered once more, revealing the plump figure who, having endured 3 months of hardship, finally broke through to the Ascension realm. Where's the dog? His eyes reddened slightly as he growled. Where has that dog gone? Why can't I find it? The first order of business upon emerging was to locate the dog and avenge that proud grievance. Brother Yulin? Yun Fan forced himself to muster some energy to explain the situation. Inquiry of the sword? The plump figure lamented, his round face contorting in distress. Why wasn't this grand event brought to my attention? Yun Fan thought to himself. Having Gu Han is sufficient, after all. The cultivators of the ancient Song realm are already in dire straits. No. Upon learning that Gu Han had returned to the Southern Sky realm, the rotund fellow immediately lost interest in settling scores with Guzi. This scoundrel is up to something. He must be concealing matters from me. The rascal wishes to shine alone, but he shall not escape my pursuit. As he spoke, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he soared into the sky. Just as he ascended halfway, he paused, casting a curious glance at Yun Fan. What are you doing here? Isn't it quite lively over there? He gestured towards the distance, where Murong Yin and her companions were engaged in animated conversation. Brother Yulin. Yun Fan felt a surge of gratitude, secretly acknowledging that Brother Yulin still cared for him, and promptly replied, Actually, I have. But the rotund fellow was disinclined to hear his explanation. Like Feng Shi, he sought Gu Han. Yun Fan cast a glance at the commotion in the distance, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. Lively. That merriment is theirs. I possess nothing. Volume 1. Chapter 712. The Maternal and Child Blood Binding of All Spirits. Just as the rotund one departed, a somewhat dazed figure followed suit. Gu Tian. It had been 2 months since their last encounter, and he was yearning for his son. Southern Sky Realm. Opportunity? Upon hearing Ling Ya's words, Gu Han fell into contemplation. He was well aware that the opportunity Ling Ya spoke of must be related to these Dao fruits. Ask him. Qian Yi suddenly interjected, when you returned, regarding the incident of Feiyun's sect capturing cultivators. Indeed, Gu Han realized with clarity, the two matters were undoubtedly interconnected. Gengji did not conceal the truth from him. While others may be unaware, with the information-gathering prowess of the Lingyun Commerce Association, they had gleaned part of the truth, even if they could not fully comprehend the circumstances. 10,000 missing persons? Gu Han felt a chill in his heart. So many? To be precise, Qian Yi sighed. It should be close to 80,000. How do you know? This is the soul-devouring blood binding. Qian Yi spoke solemnly. It originates from a demonic superpower over several tens of thousands of years ago. The Blood Demon Sect. After this sect was eradicated, the binding method was disseminated. As far as I know, this soul-devouring blood binding requires the essence and souls of 999 cultivators to be constructed. Those ensnared within, if their cultivation is insufficient, will have everything drained away by this blood binding. Furthermore, the stronger the cultivator who constructs this binding, the greater its power. Over time, even one's temperament may be affected, ultimately leading to an obsession with slaughter, unable to extricate oneself. Moreover, pausing for a moment, Qian Yi continued, this binding method is essentially a maternal and child binding. What is that? The child binding is this soul-devouring blood binding. Qian Yi's tone turned grave. The maternal binding entails constructing 108 soul-devouring blood bindings to form the blood binding of all spirits. Apart from amplifying the power of the child binding, it also possesses the ability to seal heaven and lock earth. Once a cultivator enters, if their cultivation is insufficient, they cannot escape. In the end, they will either be drained by the blood binding or be killed. This is also a common tactic of the Blood Demon Sect when confronted with rival forces. They directly deploy the blood binding of all spirits, causing those forces to turn on each other, while they themselves expend not an ounce of effort. Gu Han felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The purpose of Ling Ya is unmistakably clear, to lure the elites of the 7 realms into a trap, ensnaring them within a blood curse. Indeed, Qian Yi hesitated for a moment. This ancient forbidden technique had long been lost to time. Even I, the prince, am only aware of its effects, while the sole individual privy to the specifics of its deployment is one person. Could it be that Gu Han's mind was stirred, Was it the true monarch of the seven evils? Indeed, it is he. Qian Ye sighed deeply. The blood curse of the myriad spirits is but one of the 7 arcane secrets that this scoundrel has collected and mastered. Moreover, this curse has another function, blood sacrifice. You must understand how this fruit of Tao comes about. It is laughable that a group of fools remain oblivious, each one willingly walking into the trap, unaware that they have already become offerings, destined to transform into nourishment, providing sustenance for another. Gu Han felt a weight in his heart. No wonder he was so confident. At this point, everything was becoming clear. The total annihilation of the elite practitioners of the 7 realms was not Lingya's true purpose. Rather, his ultimate aim was to sacrifice their lives to the malevolent tree through the blood ritual, thereby obtaining the fruit of Tao. Junior brother, observed Yuan Zhengyang. Noticing Gu Han's unusual demeanor, what troubles you? Gu Han did not conceal the truth, revealing the blood curse of the myriad spirits and Lingya's real intentions. From the very beginning, this was but a ruse, a cunning scheme of Lingya. Despicable. Yuan Zhengyang's expression turned cold. His actions are aimed at destroying the very foundation of the 7 realms. Zhou Fan and Pan Fu, these 2 wretches deserve death. It is easy to imagine that under the shroud of the blood curse, the masses would turn upon one another in a bloody conflict. Even if a fruit of Tao were to emerge, the survivors would likely dwindle to a mere fraction. Alas, Geng Zhi's complexion changed dramatically. He hurriedly sought to depart, needing to inform the president and disseminate this news. Furthermore, the blood curse must be dismantled and left no trace. There is no time to waste. Gu Han shook his head. You have no idea where this blood curse is laid. Even if you did, with Lingya's temperament, he would detect any sign of disturbance. Geng Zhi furrowed his brows deeply, clearly recognizing the oversight in his earlier panic. This will not do, he declared resolutely. While there is still time, we must urgently inform the others from the remaining 6 realms. We cannot afford to be idle. Gu Han sighed. Even if you convey the warning, they may not heed it. If they do listen, they may not believe it. And even if they believe it, they may still come. Precisely, Qian Ye interjected. Just like you. Fully aware that there are issues with the 10 trials of the Golden List, yet still feeling compelled to participate. That is a different matter altogether. Gu Han retorted with irritation. It was that scoundrel Luo Wushuang who led me astray. There is a saying among mortals, to obstruct another's path to wealth is akin to murdering their parents. Impediments to a practitioner's ascension bear consequences even graver than this. Gu Han challenged Geng Zhi. If the fruit of the Tao lies before you, even if I warn you of imminent peril and declare it a trap, what would you think? Geng Zhi sighed deeply, remaining silent. He would still leap into the fray. Yuan Zhengyang interjected suddenly. Moreover, he may consider you a meddlesome interloper, harboring resentment toward you. Geng Zhi could no longer contain himself. I am not that sort of person. To his brothers, he exclaimed, if you wish to illustrate a point, there is no need to disparage my character. Yuan Zhengyang let out a cold laugh, questioning, what about those people? Driven by greed, they would rush into the flames, even if it meant facing a mountain of knives. His words rendered Geng Zhi speechless. While he could withstand temptation, more than 90% of those in the 7 realms could not resist such a lure. It was an overt scheme. One could either distance themselves or immerse in the fray. There was no third option. With this realization, he set aside the fates of others and turned to Gu Han, saying, you shall return to Lingyun City with me. The sect master has advised against your involvement in this conflict due to your unique status. I have observed that while the giant vine spreads widely, it should only affect about half of the southern sky realm, and Lingyun City remains untouched. Come with me. There is no need to wade through these murky waters. You must understand, Lingyun City is safer than anywhere else. Yuan Zhengyang remained silent, but Gu Han smiled, acknowledging the wisdom in avoiding the storm. He then gathered the remaining disciples of Xuantian Sect, instructing them to follow Geng Zhi to Lingyun City for temporary refuge. Given their cultivation levels, they would merely be cannon fodder in the impending battle. What about you? Geng Zhi furrowed his brow, unwilling to leave. The 2 exchanged glances, clearly signaling their resolve. Master, Ancestor, an excited disciple of Xuantian Sect exclaimed, I am not one to fear for my life. If you refuse to leave, I will depart. Indeed, Yuan Zhengyang glared, causing the disciples to tremble, silencing any further declarations of staying. You are being utterly irrational. Time was of the essence, and despite Geng Zhi's earnest pleas, He had no choice but to leave with the group of Xuantian disciples. Now, only Guhan and Yuan Zhengyang remained. Senior brother. Guhan sighed as he gazed at the ominous giant vine. You should leave. I will not. Yuan Zhengyang firmly declared. My home is here. To be frank, your mountain gate has been lost. Lost or not, it's inconsequential. Yuan Zhengyang chuckled. You are still here, and as long as you are, I too must remain. After a moment of silence, Guhan spoke again. I am sorry, senior brother. It is I who have implicated you. He understood that Yuan Zhengyang's decision to stay was not for the sake of Xuantian sect, but for him. Junior brother, Yuan Zhengyang said softly. Though my mind may be dull, I am not foolish. Some matters are apparent even without words. Your presence here serves a purpose. As I've said, pursue your intentions. I shall be here to support you. Moreover, he continued with a smile, do not underestimate this old body of mine. Soon, I shall break into the carefree realm and show you. With that, a sound of a sword echoed as the blade of the Xuantian sword re-emerged. As per our usual arrangement, he said, gently stroking the sword's body, those above the carefree realm shall be entrusted to me. The rest, I leave to you. Agreed. Inspired by his mentor's spirit, Guhan felt a surge of boldness, and with a flick of his wrist, a black sword appeared in his grasp. Rationality? For them, the convictions in their hearts far outweighed reason. One wide and one narrow, one long and one short. Amidst the clash of two swords, the essence of the blade danced. And a cold glimmer of light suddenly emerged, tearing apart the surrounding darkness in an instant. In the first volume, Chapter 713, the truth of the Dao fruit is revealed. As Gengji remarked, the colossal net woven from dark green vines did not reach Lingyun City, though it lay merely tens of thousands of miles away. From a distance, it appeared as if an immense, ominous cloud had taken form in the heavens, instilling a sense of trepidation among the cultivators within the city. Despite their physical separation from the impending danger, in the small courtyard of Jiwaya, there was little change from before, save for a reduction in the clamor brought by the fish and dragons. Such was the state of affairs at that moment. Gengji was recounting the events that had transpired, and with a heavy sigh, he lamented, no matter how I persuade them, those two refused to leave. While he refrained from mentioning Zhengyang, Guhan's identity was indeed quite special. Although Jiwaya had plucked him from obscurity, he was still a candidate for a ferryman. Naturally, he did not wish to see Guhan remain there, risking danger. The blood curse of the myriad spirits? Jiwaya scoffed. Our esteemed Lingya is truly malicious. President. Gengji instinctively responded, that does not matter. Jiwaya replied nonchalantly, if one person is foolish, does that mean everyone must be? I find it hard to believe that among so many in the seven realms, not a single one can perceive the anomaly. It's merely human greed and insatiability. Since they are eager to leap into the fire pit, let them do so. It is not our concern. As for Guhan, here, his brow furrowed once more. While he had a penchant for taking advantage, he would never covet something as perilous as the Dao fruit. Why, then, did he insist on remaining there? Xiaohe, let us depart. Suddenly, Chongming spoke, ready to leave with Xiaohe in tow. Wang. Xiaohe shot a resentful glare at Jiwaya. Over this period, it had witnessed the latter's consumption of fish from a distance, separated by a barrier, as if they inhabited two different worlds, one for observing, the other for feasting. In the end, when the fish ran out, Jiwaya had allowed it inside. Naturally, for Xiaohe, this was an immense humiliation, and its heart harbored great resentment. At that moment, Zhuiyang and Yu Miao exchanged glances, both making their way outside. Mr. Zhua, Jiwaya paused. Where are you going? To find the junior disciple. Find him. He was tempted to say, you might as well be courting death. Mr. Zhua, he said calmly, I do not underestimate you, but with your strength. It is likely that, Zhuiyang halted, responding earnestly, will you run an errand for me? A century. A millennium. Jiwaya understood this as the conditions Zhuiyang was offering. He chuckled wryly and sighed. Mr. Zhua, allow me to inform you that I possess certain resources. But those resources are not meant for the situation at hand. What Lingya does and how the Seven Realms reacts is beyond my purview. After a moment of silence, with a clang, Zhuiyang pushed a large black pot toward him and declared, if you wish to act again, here is the pot for you. And I. Yu Miao then produced a jade needle, stating earnestly, this needle is yours as well. These two items were regarded by them as if they were their very lives. Concerned for Guhan's safety, they regarded it as more precious than their own lives. Ji Wui was bewildered. I am neither a chef nor a tailor. Even if these two items are treasures, what utility do they hold for me? However, upon witnessing their expressions, the words of refusal that lingered on his lips could not be uttered. After a moment, he let out a bitter laugh and resolved to make another trip. In a critical moment, he could still offer protection. Thank you. Zhuiyang and Yu Miao, aware of the gravity of the situation, bowed respectfully. President. Gengji frowned. There is no need for you to. Ji Wui waved his hand, asserting that his involvement was merely a personal choice. The guild was our foundation. You must remain here to oversee matters. Should anything go amiss, resort to the last measures. We cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. Gengji's expression turned serious as he acknowledged the directive. With Ji Wui's cultivation level, he quickly caught up to Chongming and Xiaohe. Ignoring the hostile canine, he addressed Chongming. You should return. With your abilities, you are no match for it. Who? Chongming asked, glancing at the distant, dark green tendrils. The chicken elder has faced it before. It fears him. Ji Wui was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not noticed before how boastful this chicken was. Senior brother. Within the Xuantian sect, Guhan also gazed at the immovable, sky-blocking tendrils and inquired, Do you know what this thing is? I do not know. Yuan Zhengyang shook his head solemnly. This is my first encounter with it. From my observations, it appears to be alive. What about the man-faced flowers? Guhan pressed. You know, those found deep within the Sunset Mountain range. I have some understanding, Yuan Zhengyang pondered. This entity emerged suddenly tens of thousands of years ago. Shortly after the departure of the true man Kuan Ling, similar phenomena appeared not only in the southern sky realm, but across the other 6 realms as well. Initially, many ventured to exterminate it, but casualties were severe. Hardly anyone returned. Gradually, people discerned a pattern. Though the man-faced flowers are fierce and enigmatic, they never leave the Sunset Mountain range. Aside from the unfortunate souls who confront them directly, they pose no threat to others. Over time, they were largely ignored. Senior brother. Guhan shook his head. This matter is not as simple as you think. He then elucidated the connections between the evil tree, the man-faced flowers, and the Dao fruits. No wonder. Yuan Zhengyang exclaimed, realizing the truth behind the words of the alliance leader, who had once declared this entity to be an evil thing. Indeed, thankfully, our Xuantian sect has never employed such things. Consuming a Dao fruit equates to consuming a human. Some may be indifferent, but I find it deeply concerning. Guhan, puzzled, asked, Did the Cloud Alliance leader not convey the truth to you? No, Yuan Zhengyang sighed. He likely feared inciting panic across the 7 realms, thus choosing to conceal it. Guhan nodded, reflecting on how, when Yun Qi discovered that evil tree, he probably intended to eradicate it completely before revealing the truth, but unexpected events had befallen him, preventing his return. Yuan Zhengyang's expression grew increasingly grave. The roots of this malevolent tree may very well extend across the 7 realms, possibly even into your continent. Just how vast could it be? Guhan remained silent. He did not possess the answer. It seemed that apart from Yun Qi, no one truly understood the true nature of this tree. It might not necessarily be immense. Qian Yi suddenly remarked, The world tree spans endless realms, reaching the heavens above and the abyss below, a testament to its innate capabilities. If this malevolent tree is indeed related to it, it must possess similar powers. You should be aware of the distance between your continent and the southern heaven realm. Yet when you traversed here through that route, how long did it take? Clearly, this malevolent tree also possesses the ability to compress space and break through barriers. Moreover, Yuan Zhengyang found himself puzzled. Just by observing these vines, one could ascertain the formidable strength of this malevolent tree. Given its power, it could easily consume the beings of the 7 realms. Why had it remained dormant for these countless years? What was its true intent? Guhan, Qian Yi pondered. Does this malevolent tree's modus operandi bear some resemblance to yours? Guhan mused. I believe it is fishing. Chapter 714. Fish and Fish Ponds. After a moment's reflection, Guhan further inquired, over these countless years, many practitioners from the realm of freedom must have emerged. Where have they all gone? They have departed, Yuan Zhengyang replied. Practitioners of the realm of freedom can traverse the void of silence. Some venture forth in search of greater opportunities, while others seek to explore realms beyond the 7 realms. For this place has become somewhat trivial for them. None have returned? None, Yuan Zhengyang shook his head. Yet the void of silence is vast. Even as practitioners of the realm of freedom, his words trailed off as he suddenly realized something. his expression shifting dramatically. Could it be that they, indeed, Guhan nodded. They have not simply departed. They have transformed into Tao fruits. It is not fishing, it is aquaculture. The 7 realms, including my continent, serve as its fish pond. Qian Yi felt that Guhan's analysis was astute and incisive. In truth, celestial emperors fishing, ancient monks fishing, and Lingya fishing. Guhan had encountered many such instances along his journey. Initially, he was the one being baited. But over time he had learned the art of fishing through observation and practice, achieving a level of mastery that rendered him a true master, capable of rivaling 10 Qianyas. Ah, Qian Yi exclaimed. Setting aside other matters, it seems that Kuan Ling has indeed had some good fortune. It was clear that had he lingered any longer, Kuan Ling would not have escaped the clutches of that malevolent tree. Guhan remained silent. When those who cultivate fish decide to catch them all at once, it signifies their desire to relinquish that fish pond. It was evident that Lingya and the malevolent tree had struck some form of agreement. Qian Yi, reflecting on this, posed another question. Do you think Lingya has mastered all 7 of the 7 fiends' true Lord's secret techniques? Very likely, Guhan sighed. What about the remaining techniques? The 7 fiends' true resolution. Qian Yi pondered, remarking, this is the most formidable, alongside the spirit jade technique, which that cold, young woman has cultivated, as well as the transformative celestial demon body. You are more aware than I. The Xianyang Haoyan art is a physical cultivation method, most likely the very technique that Gu Chun has mastered. The final one is the Xian Yin true art. This method does not focus on the physical form, but rather on the soul, complementing the Xianyang Haoyan art. From his previous display, it is highly probable that he has been practicing this technique. It is unmistakable. One cultivates the body, the other the soul. The intentions of Lingya are abundantly clear. Is that all? Guhan was taken aback, his brows furrowing deeply. This is merely the 6th type. What about the last one? Qian Yi shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I do not know. Guhan responded, truly, I do not know. Qian Yi, with a look of resignation, noted that although he referred to himself as the 7 fiends, and with the 7 fiends' true resolution, he had only demonstrated 6 mystical arts since his emergence, while the final one remained unexhibited and unseen. Even by the ancient beings who survived from that era, they were equally in the dark. Guhan sighed deeply. At this juncture, cursing was futile. Could it be that this last divine ability, or rather secret art, was Lingya's contingency? Aside from himself, it seemed no one else was aware. Qian Yi shared his sense of helplessness. At that moment, Yuan Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, sensing an immense and unmatched aura emerging from a great distance. Gu Zhongzhu. He gently grasped his broadsword. An arrival was imminent. In the southern realm, amidst a section of the azure sky not shrouded by the colossal net, a nearly imperceptible ripple suddenly expanded. Boom. The next instant, a breach tore open in the sky, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by 7 men and women entering the southern realm. Gu Chun, the 7 sons of Tai Hao. Yet, they were not alone. Yuan Ling Mutsong and Ming Xian, all formidable masters of the carefree realm, disdainfully bypassed the passageways, each breaking through the sky independently, appearing throughout the southern realm. Upon their arrival, they immediately noticed the vast, shadow-casting azure-black net. With diverse thoughts, each of them maneuvered their forms towards the colossal net. Simultaneously, outside the gates of the Forgetting Emotion sect, Lingya, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A noble visitor approaches. The time has come. He spoke softly. Unlike Gu Chun and his companions, the main forces from the 6 realms could not break through the passageways and were obliged to traverse the ancient paths or secret routes. A multitude of cultivators from the Yuan Ling realm, Muchen realm, and Gutsong realms surged into the southern realm, only to discover the nearly boundless gigantic net. What is that? It must be related to the Tao fruit. Hurry, let us investigate before the others from the remaining realms seize the opportunity. In an instant, countless cultivators from all directions raced towards the immense net. At the realm's gate, within the southern realm, the plump elder had arrived. With a resounding call, 3 figures emerged within the southern realm. Feng Shi, clad in a red gown, silently sipping wine, a stout man with arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. And Gu Tian, shrouded in ominous demonic energy, remaining silent. 3 individuals departed in succession, their separation brief, and thus they naturally converged once more. They came to a halt, not out of a desire to wait for another, but rather due to their unfamiliarity with the path ahead. Prior to their arrival, Feng Shi had not inquired. The rotund fellow had also forgotten to ask, and as for Gu Tian, it was evident he had neither asked nor would have been able to navigate even if he had. Over there, the stout man squinted, scanning the horizon before confidently pointing toward a distant expanse that resembled a massive, ominous net of dark clouds. That's where Gu Han must be, without a doubt. How do you know? Feng Shi ventured to speak, her curiosity piqued. Is it not obvious? After all, I understand Gu Han quite well. The stout man retorted with a derisive smile. Wherever chaos brews and danger lurks, he will undoubtedly be found. Gu Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the vast net. Yet the ferocity within his eyes intensified. His path was unique, having cultivated the great Freedom Heavenly Demon Sutra, though he appeared oblivious. His senses regarding peril far surpassed those of Feng Shi and the stout man. Alive, he murmured softly, devouring. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Forgetting Emotions sect, a tremendous force surged from afar, swiftly descending before Lingya, sending Pan Fu and Zhou Fan staggering away. In an instant, a figure materialized before them, clad in a blue robe, exuding an aura of authority and righteousness. It was Gu Chun. Lingya showed no surprise. You have arrived. Indeed. Has the Taihao formula been mastered? It has. Shall we bring this to a conclusion? Naturally. Do you realize? Lingya raised an eyebrow, gazing at Gu Chun with a sense of nostalgia. From the moment we first crossed paths, I have awaited this day. To have such a formidable adversary to spur my progress is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet, it is regrettable that ultimately, one of us must vanish. In a typical scenario, Gu Chun would have countered sharply, retorting to his words. Yet today, he remained uncharacteristically silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, his blue robe billowing as he infused his voice with a hint of mockery. After plotting for so long, did you ever contemplate the possibility of failure? Lingya's gaze sharpened. What do you know? 7 fiends, true resolution. Gu Chen's expression was impassive, his eyes locked onto Lingya's. This time, it was Lingya who fell into silence. It appears you are well informed. Moments later, a contemplative expression crossed his face, yet he remained unperturbed. It shall be either your demise or mine. Gu Chun maintained his stoic demeanor. To an outsider, such a statement might seem ordinary. Yet Lingya understood that Gu Chun would rather perish than consume him or be consumed in turn. Gu Chun, Lingya suddenly chuckled. Do you grasp the essence of fate? Knowing full well that everything will transpire, yet being unable to evade or escape. This is the essence of fate. Within the Xuantian sect, sensing that Yuan Ling and the others had arrived, Yuan Zhengyang felt no hesitation. Junior brother, let us proceed to investigate. Very well. Gu Han nodded, preparing to leave alongside him. Woof. Just as they were about to depart, a sudden bark echoed, and they turned to see Ji Wuyo, accompanied by Zhongming and the dog, appearing beside them. Master Ji? President Ji? Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? He inquired. Wang, the leader of the dog pack, expressed dissatisfaction. This matter. Zhongming cast a glance at the sky above, and with a calm demeanor, asked, Can you handle it? In the vast expanse above, as if sensing Zhongming's presence, the colossal net trembled ever so slightly, emanating a faintly human emotion, aversion, wariness, and resignation. This subtle shift went unnoticed by the others. Gu Han sighed softly. He understood Zhongming's thoughts and chose to remain silent. Ji Waya, not one to give up easily, continued to persuade. Are you perhaps interested in this Dao fruit? Certainly not, Gu Han replied. Then why not leave? Ji Waya's brows furrowed deeply. You are a clever man. How could you act foolishly at such a moment? Spare me the nonsense. Yuan Zhengyang, growing impatient, interjected, My junior disciple does not wish to leave, so why should you meddle? Old Yuan, Ji Waya retorted hotly. If I did not care for his safety, would I need to persuade him? Would I have come all the way from Lingyun City to help? What does your conflict have to do with me? Here to help? Gu Han echoed, somewhat surprised. Hmph. Ji Waya responded curtly, In my lifetime, I have never made a losing deal. If something were to happen to you, who would I seek compensation from? Moreover, he cast a glance at Yuan Zhengyang. Sighed, Your senior brother and sister are about to lay the blame on me. What can I do? Gu Han remained silent. Senior brother was indeed a true senior brother, and senior sister was likewise a genuine senior sister. Chairman Ji, Yuan Zhengyang, with an open disposition, realized he had misunderstood Ji Waya and promptly expressed his apologies. I am sorry. I am rather straightforward. Do not take it to heart. Ji Waya was taken aback. Your cultivation still lacks a little. Yuan Zhengyang did not conceal this fact. He was on the verge of breaking through. Lacking what? Waya inquired. A few heads of those in the Zizai realm. Waya felt an inexplicable chill around his neck. Clearing his throat, he discreetly distanced himself from Yuan Zhengyang. He then gazed at the enormous net that obscured the sun, slightly furrowing his brow. This thing is far more terrifying than the Xiaoyao realm. Not only Waya, but everyone was aware of the peculiarities of the Qing tongue giant net. Yet, driven by greed within their hearts, the 6 factions resolutely entered this area, alongside the countless cultivators already present in the southern sky realm, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Indeed, this giant net covered a significant portion of the southern sky realm, more than enough to accommodate these individuals. Outside the Forgetting Emotion sect, Gu Chun remained locked in confrontation with Lingya. For cultivators, their journey was a rebellion against fate. Unmoved by Lingya's words, Gu Chun declared, the so-called destiny is meant to be shattered. Boom. As he spoke, a surge of formidable energy erupted from him, annihilating the space within 1,000 zhang radius. Amidst the swirling silver light, his form appeared even more robust than before. Though his strength had notably increased due to the minor completion of the Taihao secret art, his physical changes were less pronounced. They have also arrived. Lingya, seemingly unperturbed, looked into the distance and remarked with a smile, having waited all these years, why not wait a moment longer? Swish. As his words fell, 5 figures descended before the 2 individuals, Yuan Ling, Mu Song, Ming Xian, Lu Zhan, and a previously unseen Zhong Cheng. All were masters of the carefree realm. Esteemed friends, Lingya remarked with a faint smile, I appreciate your efforts in crossing realms to be here. No one acknowledged him. The expressions of the group were grim. What is the meaning of this? Yuan Ling, the highest ranked among them, was the first to speak. He cast a glance at the enormous net and then at the faint glimmers of spiritual light nearby. What on earth is this? And you claim the Dao fruits are merely shells? As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Are you toying with me? The others also wore dark expressions. Is all this fuss merely for these counterfeit Dao fruits? Please, do not be hasty, Lingya said, gazing upwards with an enigmatic tone. In days of yore, the leader once proclaimed that for every gain, there must be an equal loss. The Dao fruits are indeed genuine. Even those of the carefree realm shall manifest in due time. However, it depends on whether you are willing to pay a certain price. What price? The group sensed something amiss. Lingya did not respond but turned to observe the distant Zhou Fan and Pan Fu, whispering, let us commence. Understood. The 2 nodded in unison. They then produced palm-sized, blood-red, enigmatic jade talismans and without hesitation activated them. Boom, boom. The edges of the gigantic net trembled as a remote valley suddenly quaked violently. In the next instant, a blood-colored restriction, intricate and vast, illuminated the area, and a towering blood light surged skyward. Spirit-devouring blood restriction. Boom, boom. Not only in that valley, with the activation of the jade talismans, places tampered with by the Flying Cloud sect and Pan Fu erupted, each producing towering blood-red pillars of light, totaling 108. But it did not end there. The blood-colored pillars seemed interconnected, swiftly spreading towards the sides. Though separated by great distances, their speed was astonishing. In no time, they converged, transforming into an expansive, blood-red light screen, perfectly aligning with the enormous net. The light screen served as a wall, while the net acted as a cover. A significant portion of the southern sky realm was thus transformed into a blood-colored cage. 10,000 spirits mother's blood restriction. Chapter 716, what is going on? What is this? Were we not here to seek Dao fruits? Where did this come from? This is bad. I cannot break through. In an instant, the cultivators trapped within the cage began to panic. Those positioned near the edge of the light screen discovered that, although thin, it was utterly unbreakable, even for those at the Ascension realm. Silently, wisps of blood mist began to rise from within the cage, stealthily entering the bodies of the gathered. Already anxious, the people felt an intensifying agitation as the blood mist infused them, igniting a sudden surge of hostility within their hearts, compelling them to unleash their frustrations. Lingya, what is he truly after? Inside the Xuantian Sword Sect, upon witnessing the emergence of the blood-red barrier, Ji Wuyo's expression darkened, and he could not help but curse. This barrier is formidable. Yuan Zhengyang was on the verge of a breakthrough to the realm of freedom. His perception of nature acutely sharp. Furrowing his brows, he remarked, Even if we combine our strengths, I fear we shall not be able to break through. Woof, woof, woof. The dog barked furiously, not out of fear, but rather due to the irritation caused by the blood restriction, which instilled a desire to gnash its teeth at a few individuals. This blood restriction, Guhan observed, was indeed formidable. His understanding of the path of killing ran deeper than most, and he recognized the influence of this blood restriction. At every moment, it stirred the murderous intent within him, as if a voice whispered incessantly in his ear, urging him to disregard everything and indulge in slaughter. For the moment, he could manage, but over time, even a person of his resolute mindset would be affected, let alone others. Of course, Qian Yi spoke in a low tone. The teachings of the Blood Demon Ancient Sect are not to be taken lightly. What you see now is but a fraction of the restriction's power. To say nothing of the fact that if all 100,000 and 8,000 individuals possessed the cultivation of the Saint Realm, the strength of this maternal and filial restriction would increase at least several-fold. Within the 7 realms, there were naturally not 100,000 Saint Realm cultivators. Not even 18,000 existed. However, for Lingya, the current potency of this maternal and filial restriction was sufficient to achieve his goals. Let us go. Yuan Zhengyang had no intention of retreating. Drawing his sword, he gazed into the distance, eager to discern what mischief Lingya was up to. As they spoke, the group instantly took to the skies, soaring towards the direction of the Forgetting Emotion Sect. Woof, woof, woof. The dog grew increasingly agitated, even its eyes turning red. Being a creature of beastly nature, it was most affected by the blood restriction. Fear not, Zhongming said, unfurling a single wing with nonchalance. With Lord Chicken here, all shall be well. Everyone was under the influence of the blood restriction, including Yuan Zhengyang and Ji Wui, yet only the dog seemed unaffected, as if the potency of the blood restriction could not touch it in the slightest. As he spoke, a glimmer of multicolored divine light enveloped the dog. With a whimper, the dog's agitation lessened significantly, and it pressed closely against Zhongming, exuding a demeanor of endearment. Even in such a critical situation, Ji Wui was left bewildered. What exactly is this chicken? Do not be overly astonished. Zhongming glanced at him and replied coolly, this is merely a minor spectacle. A minor spectacle? Lord Chicken had witnessed true mountains of corpses and seas of blood, divine bodies heaped high, and a sea of infernal blood. Ji Wui retorted, you keep embellishing the tale. Why not claim you are a chicken of the immortal realm? At that moment, as Gu Han and his companions departed, the chubby figure at the edge of the cage stared blankly at the blood-red light curtain not far away. What is this? The group had arrived late, just in time to witness the activation of the maternal and filial blood restriction. They were trapped. Fengshi spoke calmly. As she raised the wine jug for another hearty drink, she had to admit that the wine brewed by Master Li was to her liking. Let us go, she said, having quenched her thirst, and continued onward to find her junior brother. The chubby figure was left speechless, with such a vast blood curtain before them. Clearly indicating a significant issue, she showed no curiosity or desire to investigate its origins. He suspected that Fengshi was devoid of emotions. Boom. At that moment, under the influence of the blood ban, Gu Tian, who had been in a state of confusion, suddenly erupted with fury. His eyes transformed into a shade of pure black, and his form appeared somewhat disheveled. The 3 demonic shadows, which he had previously kept firmly suppressed, began to show signs of breaking free once again. Uncle, control yourself. The plump man exclaimed in shock. He is at the ascension stage, while Gu Tian is merely at the sacred stage. Yet, the shadow that Gu Tian cast upon him in the past was so profound that he still felt a twinge of fear upon seeing him. In the name of Gu Han, he offered words of comfort. Only then did Gu Tian manage to temporarily suppress the turbulence and murderous intent within him, though traces of demonic energy tinged with blood still lingered around him. Where is the Xuantian sect? The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, leaving the plump man equally in the dark. Ask for directions, Fengshi suggested calmly, presenting the best course of action. The plump man cast a glance at Fengshi, finding no sentiment in her gaze. He then looked at Gu Tian, who also showed no emotion. Ultimately, he decided that it was best for him to take the lead. He sighed inwardly and resolutely stepped forward to guide the way. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they encountered a group of over 10 cultivators, 3 of whom were unmistakably at the ascension stage. Coincidentally, they were several elders from the Yuan temple. Stop! Before the plump man could speak, one of the elders moved swiftly to block their path, his gaze fixated on Fengshi, filled with admiration laced with a hint of lewdness. So beautiful, by sheer coincidence. He had once laid eyes on Leng Yushu, but he felt that her beauty and grace paled in comparison to Feng Shi's. "Fair maiden," he said, his gaze intense. "From which realm do you hail? What faction do you belong to?" Boom. Feng Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, and in an instant, a layer of shallow crimson flames ignited around her. Roar. Simultaneously, the three demonic shadows erupted from Gu Tian's body, fixated on the group from the Yuan sect. Roaring with ferocity. Sensing the hostility, Gu Tian's malevolent nature could no longer be contained. Demonic cultivators? The elder's pupils constricted sharply. No, these individuals are not mere demonic cultivators. Where did they come from? Uncle. The plump man was suddenly flustered. Control yourself. You must maintain control. Leave it to me. They are just a bunch of insignificant fish. Unworthy of your attention. He was genuinely afraid. Afraid that if Gu Tian lost control, he might inadvertently slay him in the process. I'll handle it. He cast another glance at the indifferent Feng Shi and stepped forward boldly. Huh. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Feng Shi and Gu Tian were strikingly formidable, one a stunning beauty, the other a fearsome demon. The plump man, despite his rather rotund physique, seemed to fade into the background. Who are you? The elder paid little heed to the plump man. Huh. The plump man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint golden light rising around him as he smirked. Shall I reveal my name to startle you? I am Fu Yuan, the prince of the great Yin Empire. Renowned for my prowess at the 9th ring of the Dao Bell and the 9th gate of the Golden Rankings. His declaration was filled with bravado, yet silence ensued. As the high-ranking members of the Yuan Demon Palace, each of these individuals was ruthless and unyielding, entirely unfazed by the many prefixes attributed to the rotund man, even finding them somewhat amusing. However, upon hearing the name Fu Yuan, they collectively faltered, a fleeting expression of derision crossing their faces. You? Fu Yuan? One of the elders scoffed. It's undeniably me, the true Fu Yuan. Do you have any objections? His declaration incited a wave of laughter. You think you are worthy? To impersonate another, one must put in some effort. The elder dismissed him with contempt, acknowledging that while Fu Yuan was indeed a formidable swordsman with a lethal prowess, he was not someone one could simply impersonate. The rotund man's face darkened with indignation. He was indeed the genuine Fu Yuan. A sense of grievance welled within him. Although he was not particularly fond of his name, being told he was unworthy of it felt like a denial of his very existence. Hmph. The elder, utterly unconvinced, remarked. Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself before making such claims. The rotund man fell silent, seething inwardly at Gu Han, cursing him vehemently. It was clear, without a doubt, that like the situation in the eastern wilderness, only Gu Han could orchestrate such a farce. Enough with the chatter. Another elder, affected by the blood ban, impatiently interjected, regardless of whether he is the genuine Fu Yuan or not. Let us not forget the task assigned by the palace master. We must eliminate this impostor before seeking out the real one. Boom. The rotund man, unable to contain himself any longer, summoned a radiant golden light that surged skyward. Gritting his teeth as he declared, Today, we shall clarify this matter of authenticity. Golden Bell. As his words echoed, the golden light coalesced, transforming into a towering ancient bell over 1,000 feet high, which spun gracefully before descending upon the crowd. Simultaneously, crimson flames enveloped Feng Shi, rising in tandem. Gu Tian, unfazed, plunged directly into the throng, accompanied by 3 shadowy figures. The first battle commenced, officially ignited by the trio. Lingya, outside the Forgetting Emotion sect. The appearance of the blood band prompted several to encircle Lingya, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. What are you doing? Boom, boom. The combined might of several individuals at the Carefree Realm struck, causing Pan Fu and Zhou Fan to spurt blood and stagger backward. Exchanging a glance, the two gritted their teeth and stealthily retreated. As you can see, Lingya paid them no heed and coolly remarked, If you seek the Dao fruits, I shall provide them, but as I have stated, there will be a price to pay. Stop with the theatrics. Yuan Ling interjected, growing impatient. Lingya turned toward the Dao fruits enveloped in spiritual light, smiling as he said, Spiritual herbs must be nourished with spiritual springs, and Dao fruits, being divine objects, require nourishment with blood. A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. Those who had attained the Carefree Realm were no fools. They comprehended the implications of Lingya's words. Lingya, You are truly despicable." With that furious exclamation, a terrifying aura surged abruptly. However, Gu Chun could no longer restrain himself. His figure swayed, and a layer of silver light coalesced around his fist, which he then hurled towards Lingya. As the force approached, Lingya did not falter as he had months prior. Instead, a luminous jade light enveloped him, gathering in his right hand as he gently raised it, firmly blocking Gu Chun's fist 3 paces away. Boom! The clash of combat in the realm of carefree abandon reverberated with great intensity. A terrifying aura spread forth, instantly reaching dozens of miles away to the forgetting emotion sect. Amidst the tremors of the earth, Lung Yushu remained expressionless, while Jiang Ping stood before her like a marionette. Shaken by the overwhelming force that caused him to cough up blood, yet his countenance remained devoid of emotion. "It has begun," Lung Yushu murmured to herself. "What should I do?" As old adversaries, with just a single strike, both Gu Chun and Lingya had gauged each other's current strength. They retreated to their original positions. "Gentlemen," Mu Tsang's expression turned icy. "You must have realized that Lingya is a madman. Such a person poses a grave threat in the 7 realms. We must eliminate him first. With our combined strength, breaking this prison will be a trivial matter." As he spoke, he swiftly joined Gu Chun's side. Lingya appeared unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by their alliance, and remarked, "Killing me is not difficult, nor is breaking the prison, but you should inquire whether they are truly willing." A sudden chill gripped Mu Tsang's heart. Not far away, Yuan Ling and Zhong Cheng wore blank expressions, while Ming Xian and Lu Zhan exhibited a hint of hesitation in their gaze, as if contemplating something. Are you really going to believe his deceptive words? Mu Tsang's anger flared. Having forged a deep friendship with Gu Chun, he was inherently upright in nature, though he yearned for the Tao fruit. He could not bring himself to resort to such sacrificial methods to obtain it. He questioned his own heart and found it impossible to act with such ruthlessness. Before the others could respond, a faint wailing echoed from afar. Beneath the vast net, the world was engulfed in a gloomy haze, further tainted by the blood curse of the myriad spirits, casting a sinister hue upon the darkness. On a small hillside, Yuan clutched the neck of a feathered ascendancy cultivator, his eyes gleaming with excitement and bloodlust. "Excellent. Truly splendid. He has not deceived me." On the ground lay several corpses, desiccated and twisted, their deaths gruesome. After arriving here, he had ventured forth alone. The people of the Yuan Ling realm knew his temperament and could not restrain him, allowing him to proceed unimpeded. Initially, he managed to suppress his murderous intent, but upon the emergence of the blood curse, his temperament was affected. Along the way, he chanced upon several cultivators of unknown origin and could no longer contain his bloodlust, attacking them directly. For him, killing was always far more exhilarating than slaying ferocious beasts. Despite the cultivator's desperate struggles and pleas for mercy, Yuan cruelly smirked, his grip tightening instantly, causing the entire head of the cultivator to explode, with even the soul unable to escape. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, soon enveloped by wisps of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, the body had completely withered, resembling mere stone. Meanwhile, above in the sky, several Tao fruits enveloped in ethereal light trembled momentarily, transforming from their originally illusory forms into tangible entities in the blink of an eye. Their essence intensified, swiftly ascending from the realm of the extraordinary to the 3rd layer of the sacred domain. How exhilarating! Yuan seemingly oblivious, felt an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent swell within him. With a flicker of his figure, he sought out his next target. The transformation of the Tao fruits did not go unnoticed by Yuan Ling and his companions, though there were only a handful, and they merely belonged to the sacred realm. They comprehended the veracity of Ling Ya's words. As long as enough lives were taken, it was inevitable that Tao fruits of the transcendent realm would eventually materialize. Behold, Ling Ya smiled, his form vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he held a sacred Tao fruit in his hand, significantly larger than its earlier illusory state. Is it real or not? He casually pushed the Tao fruit towards them, inviting them to verify for themselves. I will not impede you, nor do I wish to. However, there are hundreds of these Tao fruits. Besides those of the transcendent realm, there will also be those of the free realm. Whether to ascend or remain, whether to spare those lives, this decision rests solely with you.